A month ago, Lu Zhuo was the presumptive heir of the Lu family conglomerate, until the DNA report shattered that illusion. He and his arch-nemesis, Huo Qinye, had been switched at birth. The Lu family, desperate for Huo Qinye to acknowledge his lineage, sought to reclaim him. As for Lu Zhuo, since you all adore that pretentious scoundrel Huo Qinye, I shall unveil the facade of his so-called perfection. Chapter 1. Bullied by the arch-nemesis. Relax. Why are you biting and crying at the same time? Lu Zhuo was jolted awake by the excruciating ache coursing through his body. The dizziness from the hangover felt like a heavy blow, striking his temples with brutal force. He reached for the water cup on the bedside, only to find emptiness, his blurred vision scanning his surroundings. His sausage dog pillow lay forlornly on the floor. Lu Zhuo attempted to retrieve it. A sharp sting shot through his wrist. He paused, looking down to find a ring of red marks on his pale wrist, as if something coarse had rubbed against it, or perhaps it bore the imprints of a firm grip. Before he could process this, something brushed against his calf beneath the covers. Warm, firm, and undeniably present. Lu Zhuo froze, turning abruptly. Huo Qinye lay beside him. The man was in deep slumber, his usual mocking lips slightly pursed, his breathing steady and soft. His cool brown hair fell messily across his forehead, accentuating his fair complexion. The blanket only covered his waist, revealing a well-defined upper body, muscular yet not exaggerated, a physique envied by many, if one overlooked the marks of scratches and bites. Lu, he slowly lowered his gaze, lifting the blanket to glimpse his own state. Then, Huo Qinye, I'll kill you. He lunged forward, filled with rage, wishing to strangle this despicable creature on the spot. Huo Qinye awoke abruptly, his eyes barely open, instinctively gripping Lu Zhuo's wrist and rolling over. Murder is illegal. Are you even human? How dare you touch me? Huo Qinye calmly countered. You've got it backward. It was you who forced me. Pardon. This is my bed, my room. Lu Zhuo, infuriated, struggled violently, only to feel a peculiar sensation brush against his thigh. He glanced down slowly, and then his pupils trembled. Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye's voice was hoarse and seductive. What you wanted to... Lu Zhuo. He glared at this unscrupulous man before him, his lips trembling with fury, blood vessels gradually creeping into his eyes. Listen to this. Is this even human speech? He, an alpha, had been dominated by another alpha. In his 20 years of existence, he had always found Huo Qinye insufferable. In elementary school, he tugged on a female classmate's braid, and class monitor Huo Qinye noted it down. In middle school, he skipped classes and student council president Huo Qinye made note of it. In high school, he confessed to the school bell, only to have her turn around and confess to Huo Qinye. Finally, he managed to endure until university. He thought he was free from Huo Qinye, only to discover they had been switched at birth. After this revelation, everyone gravitated towards Huo Qinye, as if he were the cherished gem deserving of adoration. Lu Zhuo lost his claim to the Lu family's vast fortune, while the Huo family made no effort to acknowledge him. He felt like a complete failure, overshadowed by Huo Qinye. Clearly not blood-related, becoming more brazen by the day. Just look at Huo Qinye. Can't you learn something from Huo Qinye? Now, he found himself in the bed of Huo Qinye. Damn it, why? Huo Qinye. That name had become a curse in his life. Lu Zhuo felt a gentle pat on his behind. Thought go take a shower. Chapter 2. Cleanup tried to discuss me again, and I dare you. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Lu Zhuo demanded. Could you kindly leave? This is my room, and you have yet to earn the surname Lu. Eventually, we will be a family, Huo Qinye retorted, tracing the red mark on Lu Zhuo's wrist before rising slowly. I won't be overly familiar with you. In this lifetime, we will never be family. You are deluding yourself. Lu Zhuo's voice was hoarse, barely recognizable. Huo Qinye picked up the coffee-colored sausage dog pillow from the floor, its wrinkled face mirroring its owner's displeasure. Yesterday, it was you who insisted I stay, and today you turn on me. How fickle you are. Lu Zhuo had never encountered someone as shameless as Huo Qinye. As a top-tier alpha, he pondered what means he could employ to make Lu Zhuo stay. Leave. From this day forth, I do not recognize you. Oh, and about the stranger's clothing you tore yesterday. How do you intend to compensate? Then go out naked. After all, you have no shame. Lu Zhuo kicked the pillow off the bed in frustration. Ouch! Damn it, that hurt. He heard Huo Qinye chuckle lightly, mocking him further. Make sure to clean up, Huo Qinye reminded him. Get out. The sound of the door closing left the room in silence. After a moment, Lu Zhuo kicked off the covers and, wincing at the soreness in his body, climbed out of bed, each movement tugging at his aching muscles. He trudged slowly toward the bathroom. As the icy water cascaded over his body, fragmented memories from the previous night began to surface. After both families discovered they had mistakenly swapped their children, their ties had surprisingly strengthened. Although neither family changed their surname, Lu's parents had invited Huo Qinye to stay. Lu Zhuo glared at Huo Qinye, a fire of anger igniting within him. At the bar last night, when you had slyly handed him a pill, even if he is a top-tier alpha, he won't withstand this drug. I guarantee he will make a fool of himself. People like him are particularly concerned about their image. Give him a little push. And he won't listen. Fueled by alcohol, Lu Zhuo had carelessly pocketed the pill. Upon returning home, he encountered Aunt Lin ascending the stairs with a glass of water, and he hastily tossed the pill into the warm liquid. When the effects kicked in, he planned to confront Huo Qinye with a couple of crude drawings. However, when he saw Aunt Lin heading straight for his bedroom, his blood ran cold. That was his room, his territory. Why on earth should Huo Qinye sleep in his space? He stormed in, initiating a one-sided argument with Huo Qinye. Then, feeling thirsty, he took a sip of water, inadvertently shutting the door behind him. Leave? I'll see where you go. Huo Qinye forbade him from departing. Huo Qinye, the illustrious top-tier alpha, was so full of himself. Today, I will. As the water continued to wash over him, the absurd scenes from the previous night became increasingly vivid. He recalled being atop Huo Qinye, tearing his shirt, threatening to show him what he was made of. Yet, in the end, it was he who cried for mercy, the one clinging desperately to prevent Huo Qinye from leaving. Ah! Lu Zhuo clutched his hair, the cold water failing to wash away his tumultuous emotions. That was a drug. What a reckless when you. After donning a bathrobe, he approached the mirror, his lips cracked and his upper body swollen. As an alpha, his glands were not typically a sensitive area, yet they throbbed unexpectedly. At that moment, the phone rang. How's my medication? Quite effective, wouldn't you say? Even he, Huo Qinye, cannot withstand it, came the mocking voice of Wenyu. What did you give me yesterday? What legitimate medicine could I possibly possess? Ha. Wenyu laughed. What did you photograph? What photograph? You took a picture of Huo Qinye, right? You haven't forgotten the important matter, have you? That is the kind of drug that even top-tier alphas cannot resist. You wouldn't waste it, would you? Did you not take the photo? Lu Zhuo lifted his gaze to the mirror. The photo, I must take the photo, he murmured while pulling Huo Qinye closer, kissing him as he did so. Huo Qinye retrieved the phone and placed it in Lu Zhuo's hand. Lu Zhuo's fingers trembled, unable to hold it steady as the device slipped from his grasp multiple times. I must take the photo, I need. Do you require assistance? Huo Qinye inquired, his tone surprisingly kind. Yes. Lu Zhuo abruptly ended Wenyu's call. He opened the phone's gallery, his fingers gliding quickly until he confirmed that nothing inappropriate lingered there, releasing a slow breath of relief. Thankfully, nothing is amiss. He shut the phone, anxiously wiping his damp hair, and as he turned back toward his room, he noticed a torn white shirt draped over a chair. His gaze drifted down to his phone case, which featured a cartoon image of a brown dachshund. The phone used for taking pictures yesterday was white, devoid of a case. That was Huo Qinye's phone. A buzzing sensation filled his mind. In the living room, Huo Qinye was having lunch with Lu Xingyan. Qinye, Yin Yu inquired with concern, did you sleep with Xiao Zhuo last night? Huo Qinye glanced up and replied yes. He wouldn't let me leave. When he drinks too much, he becomes clingy. Only you have the patience for him. She knew well how spoiled Lu Zhuo had been since childhood, indulged by her and Lu Xing to the point of being tempestuous. In stark contrast, the Huo family had raised their biological son to be cultured and refined, attending the top medical university of the Alliance and serving as the youngest chief researcher at the Biological Institute, specializing in pheromones and gene expression, holding numerous patents, a true prodigy. The difference between him and their own wild troublemaker, who squandered time on frivolity, was stark. Contemplating this, Yin Yu felt a pang of guilt for the Huo family. Just then, the door burst open with a bang. Lu Zhuo, his hair in disarray, stormed in with a menacing aura. Huo Qinye, he gritted through clenched teeth, enunciating each word. Give me my phone. I did not take your phone. Your phone. Lu Zhuo glared at him. Shout Zhuo. Yin Yu's voice called from the dining table, tinged with a hint of exasperated reproach. Why don't you even greet your parents in the morning? Lu Zhuo's chest heaved violently as he forcefully spat out, Dad. Mom. He then sharply turned to glare at Huo Qinye, teeth gritted, extending his hand, the phone. Yin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you need Qinye's phone for? Lu Zhuo opened his mouth, but the words caught in his throat. He could never shout in front of his parents. Your biological son has slept with your adopted son. He has pictures of us in bed on his phone. Yin Yu observed her son's flushed face and couldn't help but chuckle. So what if they had drunk too much yesterday and ended up sharing the same bed? There was nothing to be embarrassed about. She paused, glanced at Huo Qinye, then back at Lu Zhuo. Look, even Qinye isn't blushing, yet you are. Chapter 3. Once he has had a taste, he will never let go of him. Huo Qinye lifted his gaze, tracing from Lu Zhuo's damp hair to his reddened ears, finally resting on his tightly pressed lips. He had just taken a shower, and the lingering moisture clung to his skin. The scent of sweet orange and mint from the shower gel wafted through the air, invigorating yet passionate, akin to his very nature, explosive yet impeccably clean. Who is blushing? Lu Zhuo's voice tightened, his ears burning uncontrollably. Give me your phone. Huo Qinye smiled lightly. Lu Zhuo noted how his black long t-shirt appeared to have been tailored smaller on Huo Qinye, and he actually had the audacity to wear it. Just as Lu Zhuo reached for the phone, Lu Xing's voice sliced through the air. Lu Zhuo, you are being extremely rude. Dad, Huo Qinye leisurely placed the phone on the table. It's fine. We can add each other on WeChat. Who wants to add you? Lu Zhuo shot his gaze up, locking eyes with Huo Qinye's half-smiling gaze, his dark pupils reflecting his flustered expression. He swallowed hard, suppressing his retort. Enduring. He grabbed the phone. Password? Lu Zhuo pressed the screen irritably. Huo Qinye replied. Birthday. Lu Zhuo pouted as he entered the numbers. After all, they shared the same birthday. In retrospect, he must have been born a few minutes earlier. He was older. After unlocking the screen, the album was empty. Not a single photo. There were no bed pictures as he had imagined. His tense shoulders relaxed. It seemed his drunken memory had indeed betrayed him. He huffed at Huo Qinye. You've been classmates for so long and haven't added each other on WeChat yet. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. You're practically brothers. Yin Yu remarked with a smile. Lu Zhuo scoffed, refusing to add him. Brothers and siblings? That was utterly impossible. He slammed the phone on the table and turned to leave. Such a lack of manners, Lu Xing commented, shifting his gaze to Huo Qinye. I recall that the phones of Research Institute personnel shouldn't be shown to others casually. It's all right. All important documents and photos are hidden, Huo Qinye reassured. Hidden albums? Lu Zhuo abruptly halted. That meant his bed pictures might also be. He rushed to Huo Qinye's side. You. What's wrong? Still haven't added me on WeChat? Huo Qinye looked up. You should be able to do that when you get back. Lu Zhuo. Lu Xing admonished as he sensed Lu Zhuo's eagerness to act out. Huo Qinye offered a gentle smile. If there is anything you find difficult to say face-to-face, you can always tell me on WeChat. Lu Zhuo truly wished to punch him, to shred apart his gentle and polite facade. A stoic male deity? What utter nonsense. He believed that Huo Qinye was threatening him by hiding the photographs. Lu Zhuo strode away, declaring, just wait for me. With each step, a searing pain shot through his thigh, a reflection of Huo Qinye's recent misfortunes. Qinye, Xiao Zhuo has such a temperament. If you stay here for a while, your relationship will surely improve, Yin Yu remarked. Huo Qinye turned to Yin Yu, offering a faint smile. Indeed, we shall take our time. He slightly tilted his head to observe Lu Zhuo's departing figure. Having crossed that line once, he would not let Lu Zhuo off easily. Upon returning to his room, Lu Zhuo frowned at the disheveled bed, the sheets in complete disarray. He irritably loosened his collar and pressed the intercom button. Aunt Lin, young master, how may I assist you? Dispose of all the sheets and covers. He paused before adding coldly now. Immediately, after hanging up, Lu Zhuo felt no desire to linger for even a second longer. Grabbing his car keys, he dashed out, his sleek black sports car speeding towards the hotel where Wen Yu was staying. By the outdoor pool, when you lay languidly on a sun lounger, his long fingers swirling a champagne glass. Two Omega beauties frolicked in the pool, hearing footsteps when you noticed the furious Lu Zhuo approaching. "Oh, young Master Lu, who has angered you?" Without a word, Lu Zhuo raised his leg and kicked, sending the lounger crashing to the ground. When you nimbly rolled over, some champagne splashing out. "Young Master Lu, why are you so fiery this early?" Could it be? His eyes widened in realization. "You didn't succeed, did you?" Lu Zhuo glared at the foolish Wenyu, his voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. "You had me use that kind of drug on a top alpha, and then sneak into his room to take pictures. What do you expect?" Wenyu suddenly understood, nearly dropping the champagne glass in his hand. You didn't actually go in, did you?" "I did." Wenyu's throat bobbed as he cautiously inquired, "Are you okay?" "No." Lu Zhuo snapped. "He took advantage of you." Wenyu exclaimed, his eyes wide. Lu Zhuo's temper flared. "What nonsense are you spouting? That didn't happen." "Oh." Wenyu raised an eyebrow, his tone drawn out, his gaze lingering meaningfully over Lu Zhuo. "What's with that expression? You look rather disappointed." Frustrated, Lu Zhuo plopped down, but his sudden movement triggered an unbearable ache. He gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing it, and snatched the champagne from Wenyu's hand, tilting his head back to gulp it down. "Isn't this concern for you?" Wenyu shrugged innocently. "I got drunk last night, too. My mind was all over the place." "You never had a brain in the first place," Lu Zhuo scoffed. "You've been chasing girls so much that your IQ has hit rock bottom." Wenyu replied non-committally, yet his gaze continued to scrutinize Lu Zhuo. "But why do you look so unwell? Your voice is hoarse. What happened to your mouth?" At that moment, Lu Zhuo's heart raced, and in a moment of impulsivity, he blurted out, "I slept with him." Wenyu nearly spat out his drink, struggling to swallow. "Brother, do you even hear what you're saying? You slept with Huo Qinye?" Seeing Wenyu's incredulous expression only fueled Lu Zhuo's anger further. They were both alphas. Why should Huo Qinye be able to overpower him? "It's absolutely true." He stubbornly held his head high, forcing himself to continue, dismissing the notion of a chaste male deity as mere pretense. "After consuming that dreadful concoction of yours last night, what followed? The allure of desire surged within me. I found myself teasingly bringing a grape closer, my eyes gleaming with an almost alarming curiosity. He pleaded with me to sleep with him. The more Lu Zhuo spoke, the more absurd he became. Out of a misguided mercy, I acquiesced to his request, only for that rascal to surreptitiously take photographs, claiming I had coerced him. He downed a glass of champagne in one swift motion and poured himself another. If my parents discovered I had their beloved son in such a situation, it would be catastrophic. This is all your fault for that ridiculous idea." Wenyu slightly parted his lips, regaining his voice after a brief pause. "Incredible. But after you've been with him, can he still put on airs in front of you?" Chapter 4. Control with such a connection, no matter how formidable Huo Qinye might be, he is still utterly at your mercy. Wenyu lazily raised his hand, and a bodyguard behind him presented a freshly poured glass of champagne. He gently swirled the drink, clinking it against Lu Zhuo's glass. He wouldn't dare disclose those photographs. Wenyu took a sip, chuckling, a distinguished alpha like him. Leaking such scandalous images, does he still have any shame left? Lu Zhuo tilted his head back, consuming the contents of his glass in one gulp, the icy liquid sliding down his throat in a rush. Indeed, if those photographs were to surface, Lu Zhuo would become the laughingstock of the entire circle. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, displaying an unfamiliar number. Frowning, Lu Zhuo pressed the decline button. Within 3 seconds, the ringtone erupted again. How annoying. Who is it? He abruptly swiped to answer, only to hear a deep voice on the other end. Do not drink. Huo Qinye's voice was like a bucket of ice water cascading down his spine. Startled, Lu Zhuo's hand trembled, causing the phone to crash to the floor, sliding across the tiles. What are you doing? Wenyu raised an eyebrow. The phone lay face up, the call timer still ticking. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo sprang to his feet. The chair screeched against the floor. He scanned the surroundings warily. The pool shimmered under the light, and aside from the few of them, there was no one else present. "I've reserved this place. Who are you looking for?" Lu Zhuo snatched the phone from the ground, his fingers pressing down so hard it seemed they might shatter the screen. "Huo Qinye, what the hell do you want?" A soft sigh drifted through the receiver. Huo Qinye's voice came through calmly. It seems you've already been drinking. I'll come to fetch you. Why does that concern you? Huo Qinye's tone remained unruffled. Send me the address. Lu Zhuo laughed in anger. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Beep. Lu Zhuo watched as the call ended, scoffing coldly at the disconnected phone. Come fetch me. Who do you think you are? He defiantly poured the wine into his mouth, insisting, I will drink. Ding. The phone vibrated incessantly. The moment the first photograph appeared, Lu Zhuo's pupils dilated. In the image, his wrist was being gripped by Huo Qinye's distinctly defined fingers, the sheets wrinkled and tangled. Puffed. Lu Zhuo sprayed the wine all over Wen's face. Ah, Lu Zhuo, you're disgusting. Wen Yu recoiled, while a silent bodyguard behind him produced a handkerchief to wipe his face. Ding! The second photo followed swiftly, the lens traveling up entwined arms, revealing a flushed collarbone. Damn! Lu Zhuo fumbled to open the location, and after 3 attempts, he finally succeeded in sending it. What on earth? Wen Yu narrowed his eyes in curiosity, leaning in to sneak a peek at the phone screen, only to be pushed back onto the lounge chair by Lu Zhuo. Gritting his teeth, Lu Zhuo exclaimed, I'm going to confront that scoundrel and demand he delete the photos. TSK. I was quite eager to see them. He watched Lu Zhuo leave, then immediately took out his phone, fingers flying over the screen. Astonishing secret. Lu Zhuo has slept with Huo Qinye, but don't tell anyone. He lazily leaned back. Grapes. The bodyguard peeled the grapes, his rough fingers offering the glistening fruit to Wen Yu's lips, watching him chew happily, and then he tapped send with his fingertips. Lu Zhuo traversed the hotel lobby, the corridor lights suddenly becoming glaring and distorted. His legs felt leaden, each step akin to treading on cotton, disorienting in its lightness. It was merely a few glasses of champagne that had muddled his head. Amidst the shifting shadows of the revolving door, a tall figure approached leisurely. Lu Zhuo braced himself against the sculpted wall behind him, arms crossed, attempting to project an air of confidence. Huo Qinye, if you dare to threaten me, you had better delete those photos swiftly. As soon as the words left his lips, Huo Qinye had already raised his hand, his cool fingertips gently pressing against Lu Zhuo's forehead. Lu Zhuo jolted as if struck by an electric current. His instinct to push away met with Huo Qinye's firm grip on his wrist. The alpha's body heat radiated through their touching skin, sending a tingling sensation to Lu Zhuo's ears. Don't touch me, he protested, though his words were yet to escape fully when a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor's corner. Heavens, it's Senior Huo. Indeed, it was him. How could he be here? A few elegantly dressed Omegas approached from another direction. Lu Zhuo's pupils dilated in shock. If this image of being cornered by Huo Qinye were spread, he lifted his leg to leave, but was intercepted by Huo Qinye. The alpha's tall figure loomed over him. Indeed, I am threatening you. Huo Qinye's Adam's apple moved as he spoke, drawing Lu Zhuo's gaze to the open collar of his shirt, revealing the faint outline of his collarbone, seemingly marked with bite marks. Thus, he traced a barely perceptible line over Lu Zhuo's heated earlobe. You had better. The wind from the revolving door gently lifted the edge of Huo Qinye's clothing. Obey. Lu Zhuo was about to erupt in anger when a wave of sweet fragrance interrupted him. Several Omegas had gathered around, their pheromones mingling with the scent of perfume in the air. Senior Huo, it truly is you. The leading Omega's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Her cheeks flushed with excitement at the unexpected encounter. Huo Qinye straightened, a perfectly measured smile gracing his lips. Hello, everyone. Lu Zhuo scoffed, feigning indifference, as if the one who had just threatened him was not Huo Qinye. You look even better in person than in magazines. The Omega blushed, her voice dwindling. Lu Zhuo maintained a stern expression, pushing through the group and deliberately bumping against Huo Qinye's shoulder. Are you leaving or not? This clearly vexed gesture left the Omegas momentarily stunned. Huo Qinye smiled. Excuse me. Let's take my car. Lu Zhuo scoffed. Who would want to ride in your dilapidated vehicle? Huo Qinye paused momentarily, turning half his face towards her. Are you certain? Those 3 words floated lightly in the air, yet sent a shiver down Lu Zhuo's spine. 3 minutes later, he strode towards the back seat, slamming the car door with a thunderous clap. Huo Qinye glanced at the rearview mirror, Noticing the flush of anger creeping into Lu Zhuo's ears, buckle your seatbelt. With gritted teeth, Lu Zhuo yanked the seatbelt and fastened it with a forceful click. Huo Qinye's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel, a pale wrist peeking out from beneath his shirt sleeve. You should take your medication first. Enough already, Lu Zhuo muttered, her gaze dropping to a gilded pillbox. A pheromone stabilizer. Oomph. She tightened her grip, the pillbox snapping audibly in her palm. Let us not beat around the bush. Name your price. Photos, videos, after all. You didn't come out empty-handed from last night. Chapter 5, Family. Take the medicine first. I refuse. The defiance ignited a spark in Lu Zhuo's eyes. What exactly do you intend to do? Take the medication before we discuss. Discuss what? Lu Zhuo hurled the pillbox at Huo Qinye's head. He tilted his head slightly. The pillbox landed on his shoulder and slid to the floor. Huo Qinye silently turned the steering wheel, guiding the black SUV into the underground parking lot of the Biological Research Institute. Why have you brought me here? Huo Qinye. Just say it. What will it take to delete the photos? Spare me the drawn-out nonsense. What do you truly want? Huo Qinye glanced at his watch. Get out of the car. I want to go home. Unless you wish to find yourself in a hospital bed at midnight, stripped bare on an emergency gurney, examined inside and out by doctors. Lu Zhuo, seething with anger, responded with a mocking laugh. Is that so? It was merely a one-night stand. I could count the omegas and alphas I've slept with on both hands. She threw her hands up in exasperation. Going to the hospital? What a joke. Huo Qinye seized Lu Zhuo's wrist with one hand, leaning into the back seat, one knee pressing down on the leather upholstery, producing a soft creaking sound. So you're quite impressive, he said, his gaze dark and penetrating, but this is my first time. Lu Zhuo's breath hitched. Your first time? This revelation shocked her. Huo Qinye had always been the star student, the campus heartthrob, receiving love letters by the handful. How could he be a virgin? Furthermore, wouldn't an S-rank alpha have a greater demand than an ordinary one? Huo Qinye's fingers lingered near the metal clasp of the seatbelt, brushing lightly against Lu Zhuo's side. I lack your experience. I might be too rough. Lu Zhuo froze in place, enveloped by Huo Qinye's towering figure. His voice was soft and suggestive, yet his eyes glinted with predatory intensity, scrutinizing her from above, his gaze tracing her lips, neck, and the rapid rise and fall of her chest. Instinctively, Lu Zhuo wanted to retreat, but the seat back offered no escape. Suddenly, Huo Qinye chuckled lightly, a soft click signaling the release of the seatbelt. Get out! As his command echoed in the air, Lu Zhuo realized she had been played. This man had orchestrated the entire scenario. Huo Qinye, she hissed through clenched teeth, following him closely. Lu Zhuo followed Huo Qinye down the elevator, irritation brewing within her. As he scanned his face for entry into the research institute, he summoned, "Come here." Lu Zhuo stood beside him with reluctance, standing at such a distance. Huo Qinye turned his head slightly, unable to discern your face. Chief Huo, a passing researcher, greeted respectfully, casting a curious glance at Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye nodded. It's the first time I've seen you bring someone to the research institute. Who is this? Family member. Who is your family member? Lu Zhuo stepped forward briskly to the identification scanner, his entire face displayed on the screen. Don't falsely claim relatives. With a beep, the access control opened. Lu Zhuo strode in, contemplating finding a secluded spot to settle the score. As Lu Zhuo walked along the corridor of the research institute, his peripheral vision was inadvertently drawn to the display walls on either side. The entire wall was adorned with shimmering certificates of honor, with Huo Qinye's electronic ID photo hanging at the top. The man in the photo wore a standard white lab coat. Chief researcher of the Alliance Biological Information Pheromone Research Center, Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo paused momentarily. While everyone else was still in university, this fellow had already ascended to such a position. He couldn't help but turn back, half mocking, half curious. What on earth does this shabby research institute actually study? Huo Qinye suddenly curled his lips, revealing a smile that could only be described as perfect. We study how to mark an alpha. Although his tone was playful, Lu Zhuo sensed a hint of danger. The glands at the back of his neck spasmed unexpectedly, as if pressed by invisible teeth. If you really research it, let me know first, and I'll mark you on the same day. making you beg on your knees. Lu Zhuo scoffed, I need to use the restroom. Huo Qinye led him into his own lounge within the research institute. Lu Zhuo paid no attention to the room, stumbling into the bathroom. Just as he unbuckled his belt, the door lock suddenly clicked. You. Lu Zhuo hurriedly turned sideways. What are you doing? Huo Qinye leaned against the doorframe. Need help? Oh, you're really kind. What could I possibly need your help with in the restroom? Huo Qinye, when did you become so twisted? Seeing that Huo Qinye had no intention of leaving, he pretended to turn away. Come on, if you come any closer, I'll really pee on you. Since you don't need it, I'll take my leave. The footsteps outside the frosted glass door gradually faded. Just as Lu Zhuo let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly doubled over, gasping in pain. He gripped the edge of the sink tightly, his knuckles turning pale. Something was terribly amiss. Why was it so painful just to use the restroom? Huo Qinye. His voice trembled with agony. Did you drug me, or something? The footsteps outside returned slowly. Huo Qinye's voice came through the glass, enlightening him. Pheromone disorder can lead to edema of the urinary mucosa. Considering you were drunk last night and ate what you shouldn't have, and now you've consumed alcohol again without resting, it's only natural that your condition worsened. Why didn't you say this earlier? Lu Zhuo's vision blurred from the pain. It hurts so badly. What'd I do now? Every time I pee, it's ah. His tone shifted dramatically. You should have taken the medication you had in the car earlier. It would help a bit, Huo Qinye suggested. You should have been clearer. I said it. You wouldn't have listened. You didn't explain clearly. How do you know I wouldn't listen? You just want to harm me. Lu Zhuo felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead, consumed by the thought that you wished to take revenge on him, relishing in his suffering. As he leaned against the door frame and stepped out, his knees buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. Where's the medicine? His voice quivered, damp strands of hair clinging to his pallid skin due to the sweat. Huo Qinye observed him closely. Lu Zhuo had indulged in alcohol and taken that medication the previous day. He was not an omega, and his pheromones could not provide any soothing effect. Though he wore a pheromone suppression bracelet, it could not entirely isolate his own pheromones. The pheromones of an S-class alpha were burdensome for ordinary alphas. Neglecting proper rest would only lead to further suffering. Lie down. Lu Zhuo wished to maintain his stubborn facade, but a wave of dizziness washed over him, compelling him to ascend the bed at a sluggish pace. He stumbled into the plush bedding, burying his face in the pillow, where he caught a faint whiff of Huo Qinye's scent. He had lost the strength to be selective. The mattress sank slightly on the other side as Huo Qinye's warm fingers brushed aside the disheveled hair at the nape of his neck. Your glands are inflamed. Chapter 6. The pain is excruciating. Lu Zhuo lay sprawled on the bed, weakly threatening, if you delete that photo, I will spare you this time. Otherwise, Huo Qinye retrieved an ointment and twisted off the cap. The medicine needs to be applied to the glands. Will you do it yourself, or shall I assist you? Of course. Lu Zhuo snatched the ointment, causing a pang in his aching back as he fell back down. I'll do it myself. As he spoke, he squeezed the ointment onto the inflamed area. Ah! The minty sensation exploded, akin to thousands of icy needles piercing through the nerves of his glands, sending shockwaves to his brain, making his vision blur. Relax. Relax my foot. If I perish, it will surely be your doing. Lu Zhuo exclaimed. Huo Qinye, what kind of cursed medicine is this? His eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice tinged with a sob. I've never used such a stinging ointment before. You are doing this on purpose, trying to harm me. Lu Zhuo shrank his neck in distress. Huo Qinye pressed down on the nape of his neck. Hold still. His hand was large, enveloping Lu Zhuo's neck entirely. He wiped away the excess ointment. It hurts. Huo Qinye gazed down at the reddened skin, his lips hovering just an inch from the inflamed gland, parting slightly. A cool breath wafted over Lu Zhuo's nape, gradually alleviating the fiery sting. Gentle like a breeze gliding over a lake on a summer night. He opened his mouth to curse, only to find his throat parched and tight, his fingers instinctively clutching the pillow. Damn it, this is somewhat comforting. Stop blowing. Lu Zhuo's voice was muffled by the pillow, his ears flushed crimson. Who gave you permission to do that? Suddenly, Huo Qinye's fingertip pressed down with increased pressure, kneading the gland with a measured touch. The pitch of Lu Zhuo's voice shifted abruptly, his entire face flushed with heat, feeling as though all his strength had been sapped. his words turning soft and feeble. Huo Qinye, you bastard. It's done. Huo Qinye rose to fetch water while Lu Zhuo remained motionless, his gaze landing on Huo Qinye's phone resting on the desk. Hey, did you back up the photo? Otherwise, how could you be so brazen as to leave your phone right under my nose? Huo Qinye returned, holding a glass, the tip of his finger pinching a white tablet. Open your mouth. Lu Zhuo opened his mouth, and immediately the rim of the cup pressed against his lips as warm water was delivered to him. He was still preoccupied with the matter of the photographs, yet his heavy eyelids refused to lift. After taking his medication, he observed Huo Qinye's long fingers pressing the switch, extinguishing the glaring overhead lights, leaving only a small amber nightlight aglow. Otherwise, he would settle the score tomorrow. Huo Qinye watched Lu Zhuo drift into slumber, standing by the bed for a moment before departing. When the clock struck 10 at night, having completed his tasks, Huo Qinye returned and took a seat at the bedside to check on Lu Zhuo's condition. He still had a high fever. Huo Qinye first propped him up to administer some antipyretic medicine, then removed his trousers before putting them back on. Lu Zhuo, in his stupor, unwittingly complied. After attending to everything, Huo Qinye sat by the bed, gazing at Lu Zhuo, the night light illuminating his face. Huo Qinye's fingertip glided down from Lu Zhuo's forehead, traversing his flushed cheeks, ultimately pausing upon those lips. Delightfully soft and sweet, he mused, gently pressing down on the lower lip. Lu Zhuo instinctively turned his head away, but Huo Qinye's hand followed suit. There he lay, vulnerably exposed upon his own bed. Leaning closer, his gaze shifted from the gentle rise of Lu Zhuo's nostrils to his slightly parted lips. Lu Zhuo, Huo Qinye lowered his head, capturing those two petals of flesh in a fervent kiss, the heat igniting his thirst further. Lu Zhuo let out a soft hum, and Huo Qinye's hand slipped to the nape of Lu Zhuo's neck, urging him to tilt his head and part his lips. He intensified the kiss until Lu Zhuo began to squirm restlessly beneath him. Huo Qinye delved deeper into the kiss. Lu Zhuo opened his eyes to find himself in Huo Qinye's minimalist-style bedroom. His entire body ached as if he had been besieged by a nightmare all night, struggling to breathe. At that moment, he saw Huo Qinye entering the room, carrying a bag. Which flavor of nutritional liquid do you prefer, strawberry coconut or orange? I want the orange flavor, Lu Zhuo replied. Huo Qinye retrieved a bottle of orange-flavored nutritional liquid from the bag, the plastic packaging crinkling crisply. It was then that Lu Zhuo realized the entire bag contained nothing but orange-flavored products. As he drank the orange nutritional liquid, Lu Zhuo remarked, "You are rather stingy. Is there nothing else? I feel as though I am starving." "Just stick to liquids for today," Huo Qinye cautioned. "If you indulge recklessly, you will face consequences later." Lu Zhuo gulped the drink down in one go and then looked at Huo Qinye. "Speak plainly. What exactly do you want in exchange for deleting those photos? And let me remind you, don't think for a moment that a few photographs grant you the power to threaten me. It would be wise for you to be more discerning." Lu Zhuo grasped the nutritional liquid bag. 668 photographs, Huo Qinye revealed, pulling out his phone and scrolling through. "Would you like to see?" Lu Zhuo feigned calmness, but his facade began to crack. 668 photographs of us in bed? Huh, you should consider a career in photography. Huo Qinye tucked his phone back into his pocket and slowly approached the bed. As shadows enveloped him, Lu Zhuo instinctively recoiled. "What are you doing?" Lu Zhuo's mind raced, yet he could not devise a plan in that moment. Snatching the phone would be futile. He had backups, and stealing it would be in vain. The mix-up with our identities was an accident. I have no intention of contesting the family fortune. You needn't threaten me with those photographs. If our parents insist on giving it to me, there's little I can do. I'm a traditional alpha." Lu Zhuo looked up, a perplexed expression on his face. All right. Since I am older, I shall allow you to be the young master, shall I?" He suppressed his anger, gritting his teeth. "From now on, let us coexist harmoniously. Is that satisfactory?" "Damn it," Lu Zhuo fumed. "Once the photos are deleted, I shall see how to deal with him." Suddenly, Huo Qinye reached out. Instinctively, Lu Zhuo leaned back, but his chin was gently yet firmly grasped. The alpha's thumb brushed against his lips, still bearing the scent of oranges. As he spoke in a deep voice, "I entrusted my first time to you, Lu Zhuo. You must take responsibility for me. Are you out of your mind?" "Huo Qinye, Lu Zhuo swatted his hand away, his knuckles colliding sharply against Huo Qinye's wrist with a crisp sound. How am I supposed to take responsibility for you? You're an alpha, not an omega. Did I mark you? Stop fishing for sympathy. Huo Qinye chuckled lightly. Does being an alpha exempt one from responsibility? Alphas can be quite vulnerable too. Vulnerable? He was an S-rank alpha, far from weak. Once I recover, I will sleep with you one time for another, consider a bargain. Too cheap for my liking. What do you mean? Lu Zhuo glared daggers. You've been with others, I haven tea. Who else has been with anyone else? Lu Zhuo bit his tongue. Then what do you propose? Just lay out straight. Chapter 7. Unusual preferences don't tell me. Just because I slept with you once, you expect me to marry you? I'm not homosexual, Lu Zhuo stated. Not to that extent. We could start by dating. Lu Zhuo forced out a couple of dry laughs. Am I the one who's unwell? Or are you? Me? And you? Lu Zhuo smirked, as if hearing a grand joke. Impossible. Huo Qinye smiled faintly. Nothing is impossible. Huo Qinye, do you still remember the school belle who confessed to you back in high school? Huo Qinye focused on Lu Zhuo, his memory slightly stirred. Lu Zhuo had a fondness for that omega, who had a strawberry scent. Lu Zhuo pursued him for 2 months, and, after a few chance encounters, the omega confessed to him. Quite ordinary, yet charming. You know, I like that type. Today marks our first day together. That's not it. Can't you hear me? Huo Qinye unlocked his phone, the cold light illuminating his perfectly sculpted profile. He calmly swiped through the album, as if reporting data in a laboratory. 668 photos. We delete 10 each day. His finger paused over a close-up, where Lu Zhuo's gaze was dazed, his lips glistening. Every day, Huo Qinye's thumb gently caressed the screen, replaying a moment captured in the photograph. Lu Zhuo's breath hitched. Are you trying to toy with me? Instinctively, Lu Zhuo lunged to snatch the phone, but Huo Qinye effortlessly sidestepped. In the next moment, his wrist was held firmly, his body cornered against the desk, the hard edge pressing against his waist, the cold sensation sending a shiver through him. Huo Qinye leaned closer, gazing at him. If you insist on thinking that way. Lu Zhuo was incensed. The alpha's potent pheromones igniting the atmosphere, thickening the air with heat. Yet, Huo Qinye merely chuckled softly. Lu Zhuo's anger intensified. Do you think I would agree? He shot up abruptly, his knuckles turning white. Get lost. It's just a photo, isn't it? Post it, do it now. It is not just I who should feel embarrassed. Indeed. Huo Qinye smiled and took a step back. Very well. Lu Zhuo crossed his arms. Given your current status, do you not feel any shame in posting such a picture? Not at all. Huo Qinye sat down and took out his phone. What are you doing with your phone? Huo Qinye, you are an S-class alpha. Do not engage in such childish antics. Lu Zhuo watched as Huo Qinye opened his social media, editing 2 photos sent to him yesterday. Wait, what are you doing? Huo Qinye replied. I'm calling out a certain irresponsible alpha. Lu Zhuo feigned calmness. Go ahead and post it. When your mentor, your classmates, and your parents see such photos, I wonder how you will face them. He shot Huo Qinye a glare before storming out. He thought he could intimidate him so easily. He could not believe he would dare. When you had said that people like them cared deeply about their image, if he posted it. Lu Zhuo's steps slowed in the corridor as a dull ache crept up from his tailbone. But what if? How would he navigate this circle in the future? How would he face the omegas within it? Lu Zhuo turned abruptly and pushed the door open, his chest heaving. Huo Qinye sat at his desk, perusing materials, his long fingers delicately holding a light-colored pen, not even glancing up at the commotion. Meanwhile, the screen of his phone illuminated. The first post prominently displaying 2 hands intertwined on a bed, enough to send Lu Zhuo's blood running cold. Huo Qinye, are you insane? How did you come back? Huo Qinye turned off his phone, looking at him with a smile. Delete it. Immediately, Lu Zhuo rushed to grab his phone and input his password. Password incorrect. Please try again. Well, he changed the password. The password. Lu Zhuo was so furious he wanted to smash the phone. Huo Qinye rested his chin on his hand, watching him. Huo Qinye. Fine, I'll take responsibility, but you need to delete it. I still have my pride. Huo Qinye took the phone with one hand while extending the other. What are you doing? Holding hands. Huo Qinye replied indifferently, as depicted in the photo. Lu Zhuo slapped his hand into Huo Qinye's palm, and Huo Qinye chuckled softly, using his fingers to unlock the screen and leisurely delete the post. Lu Zhuo stared at the screen until the post vanished completely, then quickly glanced at the list of likes. It was entirely empty. He sighed in relief, just as he attempted to withdraw his hand, only for Huo Qinye to suddenly tighten his grip, holding on firmly. Lu Zhuo felt the warmth of Huo Qinye's fingertips gently caressing the web between his thumb and index finger. He looked down at their entwined fingers, his ears burning uncontrollably. Huo Qinye, when did you develop this habit? Just now. Huo Qinye's fingers were long and pale, now leisurely toying with Lu Zhuo's hand. His fingertips brushed against Lu Zhuo's, slowly sliding and lifting. Are you done playing? Lu Zhuo ground his teeth. Huo Qinye raised his gaze, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Not yet. Huo Qinye, do not push your luck. Push my luck. Huo Qinye chuckled lightly, his thumb tracing Lu Zhuo's hand. When you hold hands with other alphas or omegas, do you ever say they are overstepping? He paused for a moment, lowering his voice. What you did to me was far more excessive. I was drunk. Lu Zhuo felt a flush spread across his ears, unable to recall anything. Well, I will help you gradually remember. No. Lu Zhuo struggled violently. I don't want to remember. Having already held hands, it's time to delete the photos. If you dare to backtrack, I mean what I say, delete them tonight. Deleting 10 photos a day, with over 600 to go, will take 2 months. That's far too long. That night, you took quite some time as well, Huo Qinye remarked. You. Lu Zhuo clenched his fists. How about deleting more in a day? It depends on your behavior. These 2 days you will stay at the research institute, and since you're still running a fever, take your medicine and rest. Hypocrite. Lu Zhuo scoffed. I need to use the restroom. Huo Qinye released his grip, and Lu Zhuo hurried into the bathroom. His right hand felt warm, as if still being held. With a snort, Lu Zhuo turned on the water with his left hand. Hiss. Huo Qinye, did you give me the most expensive medicine? Why does it still hurt so much? The sound of running water abruptly ceased. Wait. Lu Zhuo's voice trembled. Huo Qinye, I'm urinating blood. He stood pale before the toilet. What the hell did you give me? Huo Qinye entered the room and glanced. Do you want me to check? Your eyes can't see. Can they? I can't see very clearly. I need to feel for any necrotic areas. Chapter 8. Sharing a bed. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Trying to scare me? Fraud. Lie down. I'll set up the 4. Rest well, and try not to get too agitated. Lu Zhuo adjusted his pants and followed him out. Do you even know how to treat this? Huo Qinye turned back. If not, perhaps you should go to the hospital for a thorough examination. Lu Zhuo huffily bumped into him, throwing himself onto the bed. Hurry up with the 4. I'll give you one more chance. If it still hurts like this tomorrow, just watch me report you. What a medical genius you are. Soon, someone brought the 4 setup. Huo Qinye leisurely tore open the packaging, and as the alcohol swab grazed Lu Zhuo's hand, he remarked, Indeed, urology is not my specialty. However, his cool fingertips brushed over Lu Zhuo's prominent vein. From my earlier assessment, you seem a bit tender. Tender? Lu Zhuo scoffed, catching the implication in his words. Can you handle 5 omegas in one night? The needle pricked his skin, causing Lu Zhuo to frown slightly. I can't. I can. Lu Zhuo proudly lifted his chin. What is a little virgin like, you know? Oh. Huo Qinye slowly pushed the medicine into him. This isn't my first time. Congratulations, you've set a new record. Lu Zhuo was taken aback. Damn, it's not a new record. It's only 8 or 9 times. That party hosted by one you was 19 times, each time different. You make too much of this. Who cares? Lu Zhuo stated, once I'm better, I'll take you out to play. Once you're familiar, you won't be preoccupied with those photos. Huo Qinye released his hand. I don't play. TCH, so pretentious. Once you try it, you'll see how enjoyable it is. Huo Qinye watched him with interest. Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it feels good, quite enjoyable. Huh? Huo Qinye stood, poured water, and placed it beside Lu Zhuo before walking away. As Lu Zhuo finally comprehended the situation, he erupted in anger. Damn it! Huo Qinye, you scoundrel! Come back here. Who are you calling him using? Repeat that, and see if I don't beat you to a pulp. Lu Zhuo had been roused from slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. What is it? Came Wenyu's voice. Are you still asleep? The party starts at 8. You should come early. I'm not going. What? Is it because of the photos? Has that issue not been resolved? Wenyu's voice dripped with mischief. It's infuriating. I only slept with him once, and now he's weeping and begging to be in a relationship with me. He threatens to expose me if I refuse, claiming I'm an irresponsible alpha. Haha. Wait, what is so funny about this? Nothing, haha, but what happened next? Then he dragged me to the research institute, and he wouldn't let me leave unless I agreed. Is that so? You just went along with him? He really thinks he can get away with this? Come on, the guys are all waiting for you. I'm not going. Seriously? Are you afraid of him? I could find a few people to tie him up and force him to delete the photos. It's not a big deal. When you? How come I never realized you were this clever? Better late than never, when you replied, a hint of pride in his tone. He is a prominent figure in the Alliance's Research Institute. If you tie him up, we might as well hold hands as we walk into prison. Then just agree to date him. It would be quite impressive to show him off. Huo Qinye, after all. Get lost. I'm still your Lord Lu. Lu Zhuo ended the call, his stomach growling with hunger. He opened his contacts and tapped on Qi Yao's number to request food. An hour later, he received a voice message from Qi Yao, tinged with distress. Boss, the security won't let me in. Lu Zhuo stared at the unlabeled number on his phone, his finger hovering over the dial button for 3 seconds before pressing it. As footsteps echoed down the corridor, Lu Zhuo's eyes glinted with hunger, fixated on the doorknob. When the door finally opened, Huo Qinye appeared, holding a steaming bowl of millet porridge, which he placed on the table. Come eat. What about my yellow fish soup? The truffle and beef pie? Lu Zhuo trembled slightly from hunger, recalling the 6-tiered food box Qi Yao had promised. Huo Qinye leisurely unfastened his cufflinks. You can't eat those. He took them back. An alpha who only offers porridge after a night in bed is the lowest of the low. I'll feed you. Wouldn't that be better? No, I want you to feed me. Try that again, and I'll be even more disgusted. Lu Zhuo stood up, staring at the unappetizing millet porridge. I've added nutrients for you, but if you want to eat something else, you'll be in pain both before and after, and it won't end well. Don't curse me. Lu Zhuo sat down and took a big spoonful of porridge, declaring, just wait. You'll get what's coming to you once I recover. Outside, dusk deepened, and the frosted glass of the bathroom emitted a soft glow. Huo Qinye was taking a shower, and suddenly, Lu Zhuo realized something. This lounge only had one bed. He hadn't noticed last night in his feverish haze. Where had Huo Qinye slept last night? And where did he plan to sleep tonight? Did his request for a relationship include sharing a bed? Was he expected to endure 2 months of this? Thus, he suffered a tremendous loss and was unwilling to proceed. He picked up his clothes, preparing to leave, but recalled the 10 photographs. His hands had been tethered to them, and he had yet to witness their deletion. The sound of water from the bathroom abruptly ceased. Lu Zhuo reclined back onto the bed first. The moment Huo Qinye pushed open the door, he beheld Lu Zhuo sprawled out, occupying the entirety of the narrow bed. Measuring merely 150 centimeters by 200 centimeters, leaving scant space remaining. Huo Qinye towel-dried his hair, surveying Lu Zhuo as he walked, a subtle smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Lu Zhuo stole a glance. Cough. Perhaps those photos can be deleted now. Huo Qinye folded the towel and set it down. Wait until I lie down. We shall delete them together. Lu Zhuo swallowed hard. This bed is so small. How could 2 people sleep here? He sat up. Perhaps I should delete the photos and return home to sleep, then come back tomorrow. No need. Although the bed at the Research Institute is somewhat small, it can still accommodate 2. Huo Qinye approached. I never agreed to share a bed with you. That night, I didn't agree either, yet you insisted. Are you afraid of me? Huo Qinye gazed at him. Afraid of what I might do to you? Afraid of you? What makes you so formidable that I should fear you? Lu Zhuo was shifted to the side, declaring, I tell you, my mother said I'm older, so you must call me brother. Huo Qinye observed the space beside him and calmly claimed that territory. The mattress sank slightly, their arms nearly brushing against one another. Lu Zhuo felt the warmth emanating from Huo Qinye and the refreshing scent of his body wash. He found himself sharing a bed with his nemesis, Huo Qinye. Perhaps they would end up holding hands while admiring their shared photographs. Chapter 9. Speak again. And I shall kiss you. The usually fearless Lu Zhuo felt a hint of discomfort at that moment. He recalled a time in elementary school when he and Huo Qinye had shared a tent back when they had not yet fallen out. The mattress trembled slightly from Huo Qinye's movements as he operated his phone. Delete them, Lu Zhuo urged, staring at the ceiling while his peripheral vision couldn't resist glancing at the screen. Huo Qinye's long fingers leisurely navigated the display, tapping on a close-up of Lu Zhuo with reddened eyes, deleting it. He then clicked on another close-up of Lu Zhuo biting his lip, deleting it as well. Can't you delete them in bulk? Lu Zhuo snatched the phone, inadvertently brushing against Huo Qinye's palm, the screen's glow illuminating his flushed face. You're doing this on purpose. Lu Zhuo selected all and swiftly deleted the photos. Huo Qinye observed him with a silent smile as he finished deleting the images. Lu Zhuo tossed the phone back to Huo Qinye, mentally noting that 658 photos remained. For the first time, he perceived 658 as a considerable number. The two lay without a blanket, and Lu Zhuo noted that Huo Qinye's long legs were merely 2 centimeters from his own. He compared, realizing his legs were slightly shorter. Standing at 1.8 meters, Huo Qinye must be around 1.88 or 1.89 meters. How could his legs appear so much longer? Suddenly, warm skin brushed against him. Huo Qinye's leg unintentionally nudging him. Lu Zhuo recoiled as if electrocuted. I am not gay. Don't presume that sharing a bed gives you the right to touch me. Were it not for the photos, I would not be sharing this bed with you. Have you not slept with Alpha? Huo Qinye turned off the main light, leaving only a small night lamp illuminated. Is it the same? Lu Zhuo retorted. They find you much more appealing. Oh, Huo Qinye lay down. Then your taste is rather poor. Indeed, your taste is exquisite, as you have set your sights on me, Lu Zhuo thought, feeling a sense of vanity swell within him. Threatening me with a photo and plotting against me. I assumed you were devoid of desires, yet it appears you have taken a liking to me. Huo Qinye replied, I wish to rest now. Let us refrain from conversation. Just because you asked me to be silent, shall I comply? Why should I heed your wishes? Lu Zhuo insisted. I will speak. You have long been enamored with me, hence your constant opposition to me. You witnessed me intoxicated and unleashed, and yet you still maintain your stoic demeanor. The so-called abstinent male god. Truly, I see through you. Suddenly, Huo Qinye's palm rested on the inner thigh of Lu Zhuo, causing him to stiffen. What are you doing? Lu Zhuo questioned, as Huo Qinye's warmth penetrated through the thin fabric, his fingers dangerously lingering at a sensitive spot. Unleash the desires, Huo Qinye murmured. Get off me, let go. Lu Zhuo protested, extending his hand. However, Huo Qinye seized his wrist, pinning him down. Shall I remind you that it was you who intended to drug me? If you wish to refrain from slumber now, there are ways to avoid sleep. Huo Qinye, do not restrain me. Huo Qinye's gaze fell upon Lu Zhuo's lips, which were tinged with a rosy hue from irritation, slightly parting with each rapid breath, like rose petals drenched by a sudden downpour. Such temptation, he mused. Speak again. He suddenly lifted his hand, pressing his thumb against Lu Zhuo's lower lip, the pressure gentle yet unyielding. I shall kiss you. Lu Zhuo's pupils constricted. You dare? His words were abruptly cut off as Huo Qinye leaned closer, his sharp nose nearly brushing against Lu Zhuo's cheek, encasing him within a confined space. Guess whether I dare or not. Huo Qinye's breath was scalding, his lips ghosting over Lu Zhuo's mouth. In the intermingling of breaths, Lu Zhuo's heart raced. You truly like me. You're seeking excuses to kiss me. Huo Qinye regarded him intently. Lu Zhuo's eyes, with their dark pupils, were rimmed with a halo of light chestnut, reminiscent of a deer illuminated by headlights in a shadowy forest, clear yet resolute, and he must look beautiful when he cries. I have suffered losses at your hands. Naturally, I must reclaim what is mine. As for your insistence that I fancy you, Huo Qinye smiled slightly, though it felt as though nothing had been said at all. Lu Zhuo clenched his fists, knowing that Huo Qinye's provocations were solely to vex him. Or perhaps you deliberately quarrel with me in hopes that I will act upon you. Huo Qinye, spare me your self-adoration. I have no affection for you. Is that so? Huo Qinye moved even closer. Lu Zhuo felt a shiver run through him, his pheromones spilling uncontrollably. He abruptly closed his eyes, turning his head away from Huo Qinye's peculiar gaze. Are we sleeping or not? This is maddening. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, finally lying back on his side. The night lamp cast a soft glow on his distinguished profile, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. He turned to gaze at Lu Zhuo, who feigned sleep with closed eyes. Good night. Good night indeed, Lu Zhuo muttered. Approaching the dawn, Lu Zhuo's phone vibrated with a message from Wenyu. Hurry. We are waiting for you. The second half is about to begin. Lu Zhuo glanced sideways at the slumbering Huo Qinye, then shifted his gaze to the phone beside him. Could he perhaps take the device outside to seek someone capable of unraveling its hidden password? With this thought, he sent a message to Wenyu. Come to the Research Institute to pick me up and also find a skilled hacker. All right, I've never been to the Research Institute. Wait for me, I'll arrive in half an hour. Half an hour later, Lu Zhuo stealthily slipped out with Huo Qinye's phone in hand. As the moonlight was swallowed by clouds, he deleted all the photos from Huo Qinye's backup, contemplating how to deal with him. Upon entering Wenyu's flashy pink car, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Wenyu, his eyes bleary from drink, couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Zhuo's furtive demeanor. What are you laughing at? Lu Zhuo retorted. The man in the front seat, clad in a hoodie, powered up a computer, the screen glowing a ghostly blue. He took the phone Lu Zhuo tossed him and whistled. Cracking hidden albums and locating backup accounts? Simple. Just unlock the password. If you dare to peek at the photos inside, I'll pluck your eyeballs out, and don't expect a single penny. The hacker, elongating his tone, danced his fingers deftly across the keyboard. These omegas at the Research Institute, so pretentious, yet they probably swindled you out of a fortune behind the scenes. Lu Zhuo smirked slightly. Indeed, my family fortune is nearly depleted. After all, the Lu family's assets will eventually belong to Huo Qinye. When you handed Lu Zhuo a glass of whiskey, the ice clinking against the glass. To calm your nerves, I brought this for you. I won't drink. The mere mention of alcohol sent a sharp pain through Lu Zhuo's head. Suddenly, the hacker exclaimed, "This encryption is rather intriguing." Wait a moment. He abruptly turned, the blue glow of the screen illuminating his pale face. What sort of background does the owner of this phone have? Just a minor employee at the Research Institute? When you smirked, a minor employee? Huh. He.S. actually the chief of the institute. No sooner had the words left his mouth than blinding searchlights pierced through the car windows. Alliance Police. Exit the vehicle. Place your hands where they can be seen. The roar of the loudspeaker rattled the glass, demanding compliance. Chapter 10. The First Love. Lu Zhuo was squinted to see outside the car, where 10 fully armed special police officers coldly scrutinized them. Two fathers. I simply wanted to earn a little money to support my family. Where are you taking me? The hacker lamented, hands cradling his head in despair. When you, inebriated, slurred, Lu Zhuo, you're quite clever, aren't you? At 2:27 a.m., the four were escorted into the police station. The moment when you was confined, his silent bodyguard removed his suit jacket and draped it over him. Other people's bodyguards. Lu Zhuo cast a glance at Qi Yao, who had rushed over. Boss. Qi Yao's eyes were red-rimmed, fingers gripping the iron bars of the detention room tightly. I just inquired a bit. You are being charged with theft of Alliance secrets. It's just a broken phone from a trivial research institute. That phone is linked to numerous confidential projects under the Alliance. When you, lost in a drunken haze, mumbled with his face buried in the bodyguard's coat. You need to get Huo Qinye here to bail us out. Otherwise, if my family finds out, we're finished. Lu Zhuo leaned against the wall, closing his eyes, feeling a dull ache in his lower back from Huo Qinye's previous antics. Go find Huo Qinye. I need to explain things to him. Suddenly, the leader Qi Yao leaned against the railing and drew closer, prompting the lady to approach immediately. Why did you summon my mother? If you can't handle such trivial matters, what use are you to me? No, leader, this is far from trivial. Moreover, it wasn't my decision. A call was made from here. Because of your actions. Both the Lu and Wen family's companies are under investigation. If you are convicted, I've heard it could lead to a sentence of 5 to 10 years. What? Lu Zhuo exclaimed in disbelief, suddenly realizing the true intent of Huo Qinye. He had been thoroughly played by Huo Qinye. Grasping his head, Lu Zhuo lifted the slumbering Wenyu. Wenyu, half awake and dazed, murmured him. This isn't just a game. He intends to ruin me. Lu Zhuo's voice reverberated through the empty detention center. This scoundrel is sending me to prison, feigning interest in me, deliberately placing the phone in front of me. Wenyu swayed precariously. Indeed, your wits cannot match Huo Qinye's. If he wishes to toy with you, he merely has to lift a finger. And I'm caught in the crossfire. If my brother finds out, I'm finished. Don't blame me if I betray you. You dare. I covered for you back then. Madam. Qi Yao swallowed hard and stepped aside. Mother. Lu Zhuo halted. Yin Yu, clad in a black trench coat and perched on high heels, stood at the entrance. Now you decide to call for your mother? What did your father say last time? He advised you to avoid provoking Qinye and to coexist peacefully. What was your response? Lu Zhuo lowered his gaze. I was wrong. Yin Yu's expression turned stern. Is this something that can simply be rectified with an apology? If Qinye remains resolute, no one can assist you. Mother, Lu Zhuo felt despondent. How could such a beautiful and kind mother give rise to someone as cold-hearted as Huo Qinye? Upon hearing a familiar set of footsteps, when you instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon seeing Wen Jia's eldest brother, Wen Qing, arrive, Lu Zhuo understood the gravity of the situation. As Yin Yu and Wen Qing dealt with matters, they were relocated to another room. Wen Yu's drowsiness dissipated completely. This is it. I genuinely believe you have entangled yourself with Huo Qinye. He truly intends to ruin you, dragging me down in the process. Lu Zhuo recalled Huo Qinye's face, his teeth gritting in fury. Wen Yu and Lu Zhuo exchanged glances, knowing that with their family stature, spending a night here was a blatant disregard for their wealth. Yet, a day passed without a whisper of news, until evening arrived. Finally, someone came. Lu Zhuo was escorted to the mediation room. Entering, he found himself surrounded by stark white walls, with a long table at the center. Huo Qinye lounged casually against the back of a chair. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo's roar echoed in the confined space. Huo Qinye lifted his gaze slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, sending shivers down Lu Zhuo's spine. Wasn't it merely a childhood prank when I slipped a toad into your backpack and hid your sneakers in middle school? Those were innocent antics. Lu Zhuo straightened abruptly. Is this how you plan to deal with me? Huo Qinye's fingers paused momentarily on his knee. He let out a soft hum indeed. Lu Zhuo, infuriated, laughed bitterly. We had agreed to delete the photos, yet you stole my phone. That was Lu Zhuo. You lack integrity. I lack integrity? Lu Zhuo laughed in anger. Are you really claiming some sort of nobility by threatening me with a photograph? Threatening? Huo Qinye tilted his head slightly. You consented to the photo being taken. It's my phone, my picture, for my own enjoyment. What's the issue? Enjoyment. Lu Zhuo's voice suddenly escalated. You suggested deleting it, and I presented conditions. Huo Qinye's fingertips traced an invisible line on the table. You ought to comply. Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze on him. So now the agreement is null and void. What do you mean? Lu Zhuo stared at him, knowing he faced not only imprisonment, but also the exposure of the photographs. Huo Qinye fell silent. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo strode over. Here. Lu Zhuo's chest heaved. Is there anything left to negotiate? Huo Qinye tapped his fingers on the table. What is there to negotiate? It was wrong of me to take your phone. That was theft. How is it theft? Lu Zhuo glared at him. Today marks the second day of our relationship. And I believe, Lu Zhuo's Adam's apple bobbed, I believe I have the right to look at my boyfriend's phone. Don't I? You accuse me of being untrustworthy. Yet you're not trustworthy yourself. We agreed to date only after deleting the photos. Is it wrong for me to check my boyfriend's phone? Huo Qinye, for once, displayed a look of confusion. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Seeing an opportunity, Lu Zhuo took a deep breath. You've never been in a relationship, have you? Just started, he replied, looking at Lu Zhuo, realizing he had been deceived. No, I haven't deceived you. I call this checking in. Lu Zhuo pulled a chair and sat across from Huo Qinye. Didn't you want to experience being in a relationship? I will surely take this seriously. Look, you are an S-class alpha. Although you may wish to toy with me, my feelings for you are genuine. Huo Qinye summarized, genuine feelings for stealing my phone. Not stealing. I must correct you. I call it borrowing. Taking your phone for checking purposes is completely normal in a relationship. You already know the password, right? Checking in doesn't require hacking into the phone. Lu Zhuo, you are lying to me. Lu Zhuo unconsciously tightened his grip on his thigh, his fingertips digging into the fabric. There was no option left for him but to reveal his trump card. Chapter 11. Can I do this to you too? Lu Zhuo took a deep breath. Over the years, I've hidden toads in your backpack, concealed your sneakers, and doodled in your notebooks, all in an effort to capture your attention. Well, you have succeeded. In the modestly sized room, devoid of air conditioning, beads of sweat formed on Lu Zhuo's forehead. What I did that day was wrong, but when I realized you were my mother's biological child, and that we were about to become brothers, I felt I had lost my chance, which led me to harbor ill intentions. Huo Qinye's gaze lowered slightly. What do you mean? I like you, Lu Zhuo confessed. His face flushed. Huo Qinye raised a hand to his lips, his knuckles concealing the upward curve of his mouth. Is that so? Yet you previously claimed you wanted to kill me, disgust me, and even suggested we act like strangers. I was shy and afraid you would find me repulsive, so I pretended not to like you. Lu Zhuo's eyes drifted to a potted green plant on the table, unable to meet Huo Qinye's gaze. Oh. Huo Qinye's voice was laced with amusement. Young Master Lu's way of being shy is truly unique. You even resort to insults. He deliberately paused, and it was a matter of the black phone. This was another story altogether. Lu Zhuo tugged at his collar, revealing a peculiar little quirk of mine. Huo Qinye's gaze fell upon Lu Zhuo's exposed collarbone, illuminated by the cold white light, the slender neck tinged with a faint blush, and the hollow of his collarbone marked by a few delicate red traces. His breath subtly deepened. What quirk? Lu Zhuo's throat was parched, his heart racing. You see, I'm rather possessive by nature. I wish to install a locator on your phone, so that I may know where you are at all times, bringing me a sense of security. You understand, don't you? He cast a furtive glance into Huo Qinye's profound and heavy eyes. The room fell into an abrupt silence, the occasional footsteps outside accentuating the stillness within. Lu Zhuo's fingertips unconsciously curled. Suddenly, Huo Qinye rose to his full height, his tall figure casting a shadow that enveloped Lu Zhuo completely. The stark white light of the mediation room was blocked behind him, akin to a nightfall that had suddenly descended. Can I also check in on you at any time? Lu Zhuo tilted his head back, his Adam's apple bobbing with the act of swallowing. Well, he forced a raised brow. Isn't that how it goes in a relationship? Huo Qinye's thumb pressed against his chin, gently lifting his face. Very well, but the rules must be re-established. His fingertip brushed lightly over Lu Zhuo's lips. They are not to be deleted if your behavior is unsatisfactory. His voice was soft. Isn't it supposed to be 10 photos a day? Lu Zhuo protested. Huo Qinye's fingertip gently pried open the seam of his lips, his fingertip grazing over Lu Zhuo's tongue, reminiscent of a tamer teasing a young beast recently freed from its teeth. Lu Zhuo shivered involuntarily, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet Huo Qinye's hand followed closely. His heartbeat raced as if it might burst from his chest, the sound of blood rushing ringing in his ears. This pervert, always taking advantage of him. Lu Zhuo instinctively bit down on Huo Qinye's finger, feeling the faint taste of blood as his fangs pierced the skin. Huo Qinye's breath hitched, not from pain, but from something deeper. He gazed down at Lu Zhuo's trembling lashes, feeling the warmth and sting from his fingertip, the darkness in his eyes thickening. Huo Qinye's knuckles slightly curled, brushing against that restless fawn, eliciting an even deeper bite. Chapter 12. 2 alphas lock the door. I am administering your medication. Huo Qinye spoke. Lu Zhuo froze suddenly, his tongue pressed against a slightly bitter pill. He instinctively released his bite, as Huo Qinye slowly withdrew his hand. 2 deep teeth marks, tinged with blood, stood out starkly against the pale skin of his knuckles. I know, Lu Zhuo declared, grabbing a bottle of mineral water and taking a gulp, his Adam's apple moving rapidly. I just want to make a mark on you. The moment the pill slid down, Lu Zhuo asserted, my bite is to let everyone know you are taken, to formally confirm our relationship. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, taking the water bottle from Lu Zhuo's hand, his long fingers leisurely tightening the cap. Understood, but is this also your quirk? Indeed. Lu Zhuo tilted his head and asked, why are you afraid? I have many peculiarities, but they might hurt you. You wouldn't mind, would you? He lightly tapped the bottom of the bottle against the table. What a coincidence. Huo Qinye's shadow completely enveloped him. I too have my own peculiarities. Lu Zhuo's heart skipped a beat. What? Huo Qinye replied, you'll find out. Wait. He truly did not wish to know. When a throng of individuals emerged from the police station, when you trailed behind, Wenqing like a little chick, only to be ushered into the car without even casting a glance at Lu Zhuo. Mom, could you slow down? Lu Zhuo called out to Yanyu, extending his hand to open the car door, only to be halted in place by a piercing glare from Yanyu. If it weren't for Qin Yi advocating for you, spinning black into white, the matter of you installing a tracker on his phone would have landed you in prison for several years. What tracker? You discovered that a tracker had been installed on my phone and sought to assist me, but your method was rather inappropriate. Huo Qinye clarified for him. It wasn't me. Lu Zhuo glared at Huo Qinye, realizing he was at a loss for words. Lu Zhuo was speechless. He had been unfairly burdened with a heavy accusation, having not yet acted at all. The tracker was certainly not his doing. You needn't return home. The secondary SIM has been deactivated, and don't bother driving. Mom, are you abandoning me? Yinye retorted, are you looking for a beating? Your father threatened to punish you severely upon your return. You need to behave for a while. Do you understand that Qinye has suffered because of you? Mom, spend these days properly with Qinye, apologizing until your father calms down, then you can return together. If Qinye doesn't forgive you, don't even think about coming back. That's not fair, Mom. Yinye climbed into the car, and the bodyguard shut the door. Qiao went to drive. Mom. Lu Zhuo watched as the car gradually receded, then glanced at Huo Qinye beside him. He figured he would take a taxi to the hotel. Just as he took out his phone, Huo Qinye snatched it away. What are you doing? Lu Zhuo asked suspiciously. Checking in. Lu Zhuo was taken aback as he watched Huo Qinye open his WeChat. One by one, the messages began to pop up. Strawberry. Lu Xiao. I've learned to mix drinks and 1 TB home tonight. Blueberry. Lu Xiao. Why haven't you come to the club? Grape. I'm so worried. Please reply. Didn't you claim to like me? Why are there so many fruity omega messages? Huo Qinye remarked. They're all my younger brothers. Oh. Huo Qinye elongated the syllable. No wonder I'm instructed to call you brother. It turns out I'm one of the younger siblings. Lu Zhuo hadn't considered it that way. However, regardless of whether your feelings for me are genuine or feigned, Huo Qinye continued softly. During our courtship, I would appreciate it if Lu Xiao could maintain his integrity. Lu Zhuo snatched back his phone, his eyes gleaming with pride. What can I say? An alpha like me is simply too sought after. These messages were from times when he lost games while playing with Wenyu, who insisted on adding these omega contacts. He had never replied to a single one. Yet these omegas continued to message him daily with their concerns. His stomach let out a loud growl. Let us go. Huo Qinye started walking toward his car parked across the street. I'm heading to the hotel. Your place feels a bit cramped, and I'm not comfortable there. Huo Qinye said nothing and got into his car. Lu Zhuo exhaled in relief. Huo Qinye drove up to Lu Zhuo, and the window of the passenger's seat descended. Get in, he beckoned. Even in a romantic relationship, one should have personal space, right? Lu Xiao, I hope our time together is limited to within 2 months. Don't call me that. Lu Zhuo opened the door and entered the vehicle, a peculiar tone evident in his voice. Let us head to Yunjing Pavilion. I'm starving. Huo Qinye turned the steering wheel, and Lu Zhuo glanced at the road. If you don't know the way, use the navigation. Turn left. Listening to his instructions, Huo Qinye inadvertently veered to the right. What do you mean by that? Let us head back to the research institute. Huo Qinye, I've realized that you are truly stingy. Do you think I would make you pay? Even if I stopped using my secondary card, I still have money on me. Let me treat you. Huo Qinye drove into the research institute. Lu Zhuo couldn't help but roll his eyes. He called Qiao, but the call went unanswered. He attempted to order takeout, only to find there were no deliveries nearby. The research institute was located deep in the suburbs, surrounded by numerous sycamore trees. The silver-gray buildings imposing in stature. Inside, many researchers clad in white lab coats moved about. After parking, Lu Zhuo reluctantly followed Huo Qinye to the cafeteria, which spanned 5 floors. The doorframes of the dining hall were embedded with obsidian patterns, and a gently flowing azure pheromone monitoring light adorned the edges. Upon entering, the spacious and bright area greeted them, the polished floor reflecting the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. The instant Lu Zhuo stepped in behind Huo Qinye, the previously noisy cafeteria fell silent for a moment. Over 30 pairs of eyes turned towards them. Chief Huo, a passing researcher greeted. Huo Qinye responded politely. What do you feel like eating? He inquired, tilting his head towards Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo's gaze swept over the array of dishes displayed in the transparent warming cabinet. Charbroiled turkey legs accompanied by truffle asparagus, steamed eggs with king crab meat, pan-seared cod with caviar. The offerings here were quite splendid, rivaling those found outside. I'll have that turkey leg and the crab meat next to it, Lu Zhuo pointed out, adding, also one of those chocolate lava cakes, and I'll have orange juice. No sooner had he finished speaking than the whispers around them grew more pronounced. Is Chief Huo accompanied by family? Someone murmured. Isn't that the second heir of the Lu family? An alpha in a white coat lowered his voice, his tone laden with implication. I heard he hacked into Chief Huo's phone system and nearly exposed confidential information. You're behind the times, interjected a nearby beta, excitedly tapping their spoon against their plate. It was Chief Huo's phone that was implanted with a locator. He helped uncover the mole. Huo Qinye, holding the trays, led Lu Zhuo to a window side table. Lu Zhuo, his stomach churning with hunger, had not had a proper meal in days. And as he gazed at the aromatic turkey leg, he eagerly reached for his knife and fork. Yet, in the next moment, Huo Qinye naturally swapped their plates. Lu Zhuo watched in disbelief as the succulent turkey leg he had just carved, the tender crab meat steamed egg, and the decadent chocolate lava cake instantly transformed into a bowl of golden millet porridge, soft steamed pumpkin, boiled broccoli, and a steaming cup of orange juice. He slowly raised his gaze, his eyes filled with sorrow. Huo Qinye leisurely sliced into the turkey leg, the knife tip cutting through the crispy skin, allowing the juices to seep out. Are you trying to torment me? I can eat meat tomorrow. I refuse. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Zhuo deftly plunged his fork into Huo Qinye's turkey leg, the swift motion glinting with silver. He stuffed the morsel into his mouth, savoring the coarse fibers of the turkey meat, imbued with a smoky char from the grill. To the famished Lu Zhuo, it was a culinary delight. The taste is quite good. Before he could finish his sentence, his fork brazenly reached for Huo Qinye's plate once more. You shouldn't indulge in meat while you're in pain. Huo Qinye gently pressed the tip of his knife against Lu Zhuo's fork. Lu Zhuo was chewing pause for a fleeting moment. Nonchalantly, he swallowed the food, declaring, "It doesn't hurt anymore. It's hardly a big deal." At that moment, an alpha wearing dark glasses approached. "Chief Huo, could you please review today's research data?" Huo Qinye nodded and handed the keys to Lu Zhuo. "Finish your meal and head back on your own." Lu Zhuo, he thought to himself, "As if I would wait for you." He took the keys and returned alone to Huo Qinye's room. He promptly undressed and enjoyed a relaxing bath. Upon emerging, he found his soiled underwear too unappealing to wear again, discarding it into the laundry basket, and turned to rummage through Huo Qinye's wardrobe. The closet was neatly organized, with garments sorted by color and season. In the bottom drawer, Lu Zhuo discovered an unopened pair of black underwear, not from a notable brand. He tore open the packaging and put them on. The fabric was relatively comfortable, albeit slightly large. Just as he was about to search for a t-shirt, the sound of a key unlocking the door broke the silence. Lu Zhuo swiftly turned around to meet Huo Qinye's deep gaze. The man's eyes traveled from Lu Zhuo's bare waist down to the noticeably oversized underwear. "Back so soon?" Lu Zhuo shrugged it off and continued searching for clothes. Suddenly, a distinct click echoed in the quiet room. The door was locked. Lu Zhuo was now clad in Huo Qinye's white t-shirt, the fabric barely covering his thighs. He hesitated, turning to the doorway. "Huo Qinye, why on earth are you locking the door?" Huo Qinye leisurely unbuttoned the top button of his shirt, countering, "Do you not lock the door when you sleep at night?" "I'm an alpha. Why would I lock the door while sleeping?" He walked towards the bed, revealing the hint of black underwear along the inner thigh. Huo Qinye's gaze lingered on that shadowy area for 2 seconds. "Well, it seems 2 alphas need to lock the door now." Huo Qinye approached Lu Zhuo. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Lu Zhuo instinctively tensed his back. Chapter 13, To Bite. Why do 2 alphas need to lock the door together? Why was he suddenly feeling a bit anxious? Was Huo Qinye harboring ulterior motives towards him? After all, why must they share a bed if they were merely dating? What else can one do besides such things? Huo Qinye is inclined to indulge himself. His posterior still throbs with discomfort. This simply will not do. "It is my turn to bite you. How dare you?" The sound of his approaching footsteps grows louder. Lu Zhuo abruptly turns, pressing his hands against Huo Qinye. "No. Why not? You can bite me, but I cannot bite you. This is unjust." "Bite?" Huo Qinye leisurely raises his right hand, his long index finger hovering before Lu Zhuo, where distinct bite marks linger on the knuckle. Huo Qinye states, "It is my turn to bite you." Lu Zhuo's pupils dilate. "You cannot bite me, for you are an S-class alpha, and I cannot help but worry, which is why I bit you." "Oh, but Lu Zhuo is also quite sought after, with so many fruit-bearing omegas. I have not contacted them." Lu Zhuo's hand rests against Huo Qinye's chest, his fingertips trembling slightly. Though both are alphas, he feels as if he is the one being coerced like an omega. He is not willing to accept this. Huo Qinye takes hold of his hand. "No, This is unacceptable. Tomorrow, if both bear the same bite marks, others will surely spread rumors. Yet Huo Qinye does not allow him to withdraw his hand, gently caressing Lu Zhuo's fingers with the one bearing the bite mark. There is no such thing as unacceptable. Wait, Lu Zhuo calls out to him. He gazes at Huo Qinye's teasing expression, and a defiant spirit wells within him. Is he not just a bookworm perpetually ensconced in the laboratory? Can he truly be intimidated? Is it permissible to bite in another location? Lu Zhuo raises his chin, a provocative glint in his eyes, asserting that if he bites him once and he bites back, it will be a fair exchange. Huo Qinye's gaze darkens slightly. Where? The posterior. Lu Zhuo boldly proclaims. Huo Qinye fixes his stare on him. Seeing his silence, Lu Zhuo feels emboldened. What? Are you unwilling? I have already mentioned my peculiar preferences. You should feel honored to bite my precious posterior, yet you fail to appreciate it? If you wish to bite, then do so. If not, then be gone. You are receiving such an advantage, enjoyed in secret. Based on his understanding of Huo Qinye, the room is impeccably tidy, indicative of someone with a mild obsession with cleanliness. The notion of the stoic male deity in the eyes of others biting someone as posterior is preposterous. If he truly did, Lu Zhuo would certainly laugh at him. Just as this thought crosses his mind, he feels his wrist firmly grasped. Huo Qinye kneels upon the mattress, Lu Zhuo's hands pinned behind his waist. Indeed, it is Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye's voice suddenly draws near to his ear, possessing a multitude of tricks. Being with Lu Zhuo guarantees one will learn a great deal. His long fingers glide along Lu Zhuo's waistline, teasingly tracing circles at the edge of his waistband. Lu Zhuo shivers, a tingling sensation coursing from his tailbone to the nape of his neck. Lu Zhuo, I prefer the left side. Huo Qinye's voice is deeply resonant. Or perhaps the right side. The edge of his underwear is gently tugged, only to be deliberately released. The soft sound of fabric snapping back against skin resonates starkly in the quiet room, causing Lu Zhuo's waist to tremble involuntarily. The left side. Lu Zhuo strains his neck to turn back, deliberately raising his voice. Give me a substantial bite. He does not believe Huo Qinye will truly go through with it. Hurry. I am growing impatient. Lu Zhuo purposefully twists his waist, counting to 3. If you do not bite, I shall no longer offer the opportunity. As he barely uttered the words 1, 2, 3, a sudden chill coursed through his side. Huo Qinye's fingers deftly hooked the edge of his underwear and tugged downward, exposing the left cheek to the cool air. Lu Zhuo's waistline was now fully revealed, perfectly contoured, with a small red mole nestled in the hollow of his back. Huo Qinye's breath noticeably quickened, his fingertips gently pressing against the mole. I'll let you nibble, but not touch. Lu Zhuo attempted to maintain his composure, only to see Huo Qinye seemingly drawing closer. Wait. Lu Zhuo panicked. I was joking. No biting the butt. Bite the arm. Huo Qinye chucked it softly, his long fingers suddenly pinching the tip of his backside with just the right amount of pressure. Lu Zhuo gasped in surprise, caught off guard before he could fully process the moment. Huo Qinye leaned down, sinking his teeth into the side of his neck. I won't listen to you anymore. Huo Qinye's voice was hoarse and deep. Lu Zhuo found himself firmly pinned to the bed, akin to prey caught in the jaws of a fierce beast. He could distinctly feel Huo Qinye's solid chest pressed against his back. Struggling to turn his head, Lu Zhuo's throat tightened. Damn it, be gentler. Before he could finish, a sharp pain pierced through him. Huo Qinye's canine teeth slowly broke the skin, the metallic scent of blood immediately filling the air. Lu Zhuo arched his back in pain, gripping the sheets tightly. He truly bit him. He inhaled sharply, feeling his glands pulse in response. This sensation was far too humiliating. How infuriating. Huo Qinye's tongue languidly traced the bloodied bite mark, savoring the drops of blood. He eased his grip. A bite, and you're gasping. Lu Zhuo erupted. Huo Qinye. Who's gasping? Shut up. He grabbed a nearby pillow and hurled it at Huo Qinye, who caught it effortlessly and returned it to its place before heading to the shower. Are you a dog? That bite hurt more than mine, and you're not even at a loss. Lu Zhuo raised his hand to touch his neck, hastily pulling out his phone to capture a picture of the vivid red bite mark. He had to wear a shirt tomorrow. The sound of running water filled the bathroom, and the frosted glass door revealed Huo Qinye's blurred silhouette, his broad shoulders and narrow waist emerging softly through the rising steam. Lu Zhuo stared for a few seconds before spitting in disdain. He opened his phone to message Wenyu. Lu Baba, come pick me up tomorrow. Wanhua Tsongwa, not interested, goodbye. Lu Zhuo attempted to call via video, but no one answered. Such a lack of ambition. He fiddled with his phone, initially intending to wait for Huo Qinye to finish his shower, hoping to see him delete the photos from today before going to bed. An hour passed, and Huo Qinye still had not emerged. This shower was taking far too long. Huo Qinye, Lu Zhuo called out. Huo Qinye responded softly. The sound of water ceased, and he emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a bathrobe. Hurry up, hurry up. Huo Qinye raised an eyebrow with a slight smile. In such a rush? What time is it? Lu Zhuo exclaimed. Quickly delete the photos. I want to sleep. Not deleting today. Huo Qinye leisurely approached. Why? You don't keep your word. Would I not keep my word? Huo Qinye's gaze slowly traveled down from Lu Zhuo's neck. Chapter 14. Everywhere Lu Zhuo pulled the quilt over himself and asked, Huo Qinye, do those omegas chasing after you know that you enjoy staring at people's behinds? I don't know, Huo Qinye replied, turning off the main light. The room was suddenly engulfed in darkness, save for the soft glow of a cloud-shaped night light by the bedside. Lu Zhuo felt a tinge of embarrassment. He teasingly remarked, Huo Qinye, if I don't call it off, would you truly take a bite? Time for sleep. You are quite the tease, Huo Qinye. If you genuinely wish to take a bite, just ask, and I wouldn't mind indulging you. Huo Qinye leisurely unbuttoned his nightwear, revealing the faint remnants of a bite mark on his collarbone. That day, you pleaded with me, he said, his fingertips brushing over the scar, and I explored every part of you. He paused, adding meaningfully, everywhere. Lu Zhuo's ears flushed crimson. What do you mean by everywhere? Huo Qinye chuckled. Would you like to see the photos? If you're not keen on sleeping. Sleep. In the dead of night, while Lu Zhuo was deep in slumber, Huo Qinye gently turned his face. Lu Zhuo's eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath his eyes, fluttering softly with each breath. His lips, swollen from sleep, were slightly parted, as if silently beckoning. Huo Qinye took this as an invitation. He softly pressed his lips against Lu Zhuo's, the kiss featherlight. Yet in his dreams, Lu Zhuo seemed to respond, unconsciously murmuring as his tongue brushed against Huo Qinye's lips. Huo Qinye deepened a kiss. When Lu Zhuo awoke, he found 2 pills and a glass of warm water on the bedside table. He groaned, stretching his neck and licking his lips, feeling parched. At that moment, a sharp cramp gripped his abdomen, and his complexion shifted drastically as he rushed to the bathroom. Moments later, accompanied by the sound of flushing, were Lu Zhuo's muffled groans. When he finally emerged, leaning against the wall, a layer of cold sweat had formed on his forehead. He hastily swallowed the pills with the warm water, regretting his indulgence in meat. Taking medicine for me is less preferable than not toying with me as much that night. Lu Zhuo slept through the morning, then took a taxi from the research institute to his luxury department store. Young Master Lu, you look splendid today, young Master Lu. The sweet greetings of the sales staff echoed around him. Lu Zhuo casually nodded and made his way to the men's section, still feeling slightly put off by having to wear Huo Qinye's oversized underwear yesterday. He needed to buy new ones quickly and decided to pick up 10 pairs for Huo Qinye as well, ensuring he wouldn't take advantage. He also added a set of pajamas to the purchases, new coats in every color, and this season's watches. The sales assistant, with eyes crinkled from smiling, eagerly followed him, taking notes. After a while, feeling fatigued from shopping, Lu Zhuo sat down, watching the assistant pack his items. He handed her his card. Moments later, she returned, looking puzzled. Young Master Lu, did you perhaps take the wrong card? Lu Zhuo clicked his tongue, realizing his secondary card had been suspended. All right, let us use this one. The machine emitted a sharp beeping sound. Young Master Lu, he frowned, switching cards again. Payment failed. Let us try again. Payment failed. Lu Zhuo dialed his mother, but received no response. He then called Wenyu. My card has been suspended. Wenyu lamented on the other end. I can't even step outside my own door. Brother, I've truly brought you trouble. It's Huo Qinye. Go after him. Wenyu was genuinely furious. Because of this incident, he was unable to leave his home for the entirety of the holiday. How can I do that? It's easy for you to say, hey, give it a few days until my brother cools down, and I'll have Gu Lin send you something good. Gotta go, my brother is here. As the call disconnected, an eerie silence enveloped the luxury goods counter. The sales assistant's sweet smile froze on her face. Mr. Lu, she forced herself to call out. Would you like to choose something else? Lu Zhuo stared at the balance notification on his phone screen. Available balance. 500,000. This amount was insufficient even to purchase a bottle of perfume he usually bought without a second thought. Just charge it to my account. The sales assistant's expression grew even more awkward. Mr. Lu specifically called this morning to say that all your account privileges. Her voice trailed off. Lu Zhuo took a deep breath. He glanced at the items he had just selected, ultimately allowing his gaze to settle back on his meager 5,000. Forget it. He opted to buy just 2 pairs of underwear. The sales assistant, relieved, quickly scanned the items and packaged them, bidding farewell to Lu Zhuo. With the bag in hand, Lu Zhuo prepared to grab a bite to eat, but upon realizing he was left with only 200, he pondered what he could possibly afford. Just then, a sweet voice rang out. Mr. Lu. As he was about to leave, a sugary voice called from behind. It's really you. He turned to see a male omega clad in a pink shirt approaching him, adorned with exquisite eye makeup, casting a flirtatious glance his way. I sent you a dozen messages last night, the omega pouted, his fingers teasingly brushing against Lu Zhuo's sleeve. You didn't reply to a single one. Is he a grape or a blueberry? The omega released a hint of a friendly pheromone. It's a little blueberry. The blueberry omega smiled. Mr. Lu still remembers me. Last time. Thanks to your help. Let me treat you to a meal. There's a new Western restaurant upstairs. I wonder if you would grace me with your presence. No, thank you. Mr. Lu. The little blueberry's delicate fingers tightened around Lu Zhuo's sleeve, his eyes shimmering with a pitiful red, the sweet blueberry pheromones wafting subtly. Just one meal, I beg you. I've always wanted to express my gratitude. Just then, Lu Zhuo's phone vibrated abruptly in his pocket. The screen displayed an unrecognized number. It was Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, swiping his thumb to decisively end the call. Mr. Lu. The little blueberry noticed Lu Zhuo had hung up on someone for him. Edging closer, let me repay this favor. Otherwise, I'll always be thinking about it. Just this once. Fine. The little blueberry's eyes instantly sparkled, joyfully leading Lu Zhuo towards the elevator. They have bluefin tuna. Their Lu Zhuo's steps abruptly halted at the corner, just in front of the elevator doors. Huo Qinye was leisurely playing with his phone, which displayed the call and notification, while a white-coated alpha stood beside him. The air seemed to solidify in an instant, and Lu Zhuo was uncertain if Huo Qinye had noticed him. Just as he prepared to turn away, he saw Huo Qinye slowly raise his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. Lu Xiao, what a coincidence. Chapter 15. The fickle boyfriend Lu Zhuo's eyelids flickered significantly. However, little blueberry's attention was fixated on Huo Qinye, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Unconsciously, she smoothed her attire. Lu Xiao, is this also your friend? Hello. Huo Qinye greeted politely. You hello. Little blueberry's ears flushed crimson, her gaze wandering between Huo Qinye's long fingers and his striking shoulder line. Wait, it suddenly dawned on her. I've seen you on television. Beside them, an alpha with black-framed glasses adjusted his spectacles, the cover of Science magazine. The live broadcast of the Science and Technology Awards, and last week's. You are the Huo Qinye who developed the NTXE inhibitor. Little blueberry exclaimed, gripping Lu Zhuo's arm in excitement. Lu Xiao, my grandmother was in the late stages of glandular cancer last year, and she used the targeted medication developed by your team. Her voice trembled with emotion. The doctor said if it had been half a month later, the clinical efficacy of the NTXE inhibitor is quite promising. I hope your grandmother recovers swiftly, Huo Qinye remarked. Little blueberry gazed at him with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Huo. Since we are acquainted, how about I treat everyone to dinner? Lu Xiao, she tugged at Lu Zhuo's sleeve. Shall we invite Mr. Huo to join us? Huo Qinye turned to Lu Zhuo. I wouldn't want to intrude on your date. I still have an important call to make. Huh? My phone has run out of battery, Lu Zhuo said discreetly while turning off his phone, smiling as he added. It's not really a date. We just happened to run into each other. In the restaurant, the four were guided to a semicircular booth by the window, with a crystal chandelier cast fragmented light upon the dark marble table. Please, you may take a seat, little blueberry said sweetly, her gaze flitting between the seats. Lu Zhuo casually pulled out the leather seat on the right, while the bespectacled alpha, Xiang, naturally moved to the left. Huo Qinye, without pausing, took a seat directly beside Lu Zhuo. Little Blueberry blinked, hesitating for a moment before sitting next to Xiang, perfectly positioned to see both Huo Qinye and Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye's long fingers deftly unfolded a linen napkin, the black watch on his wrist contrasting sharply with his porcelain-like pale skin. Meanwhile, the usually carefree Lu Zhuo appeared unusually proper, his shirt buttons fastened meticulously just below his throat, even his relaxed posture betraying a subtle stiffness. "Do you require the menu now?" the waiter inquired at an opportune moment. "I hear the signature Wellington here is quite good," Little Blueberry suggested with a smile. "All right, I'll have a truffle steamed egg, and for the main course, cod." "Well done," Huo Qinye stated, after everyone had placed their orders. Little Blueberry noticed the bite mark on Huo Qinye's finger, which appeared particularly suggestive against his pale skin. Unable to resist, she stole another glance. Huo Qinye caught her gaze and smiled slightly, causing her cheeks to flush. "Mr. Huo, may I ask, what is the bite mark on your hand from?" Little Blueberry inquired boldly. Lu Zhuo's brow furrowed slightly. Huo Qinye raised his hand. "This?" "Yes." Beside him, Xiang couldn't help but adjust his glasses, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. The entire research institute was abuzz with speculation about who dared to leave such marks on their esteemed chief. "My fickle boyfriend," came the response. "What?" Little Blueberry exclaimed, incredulous. "With someone like you, he still plays the field? That's outrageous." Huo Qinye turned to Lu Zhuo. "What do you think?" Little Blueberry and Xiang both looked towards Lu Zhuo. "What do you mean by what do I think?" "Perhaps you're overthinking it," Lu Zhuo replied, hesitating to loosen his collar, the bite mark on his neck still stinging. "You're a top-tier alpha. Who wouldn't be fond of you?" "Perhaps I'm not fruity enough," he mused. Just then, the waiter brought the dishes. "The food is here. Let's eat," Lu Zhuo announced. Huo Qinye placed a plate of codfish in front of Lu Zhuo. "You've had an upset stomach these past few days, so this is well-cooked and not fishy." Throughout the meal, Lu Zhuo was subjected to Huo Qinye's sarcastic remarks several times. While Little Blueberry found Huo Qinye to be gentle and considerate, no one saw through his duplicity. Huo Qinye settled the bill first. Little Blueberry shyly said, "I promise to treat you all. How about I take you out for afternoon tea instead?" "No need, thank you. I must return to the research institute shortly," Huo Qinye replied, putting his card away. "Well, that's a pity. Wait for me. My phone is dead, and I can't call for a cab," Lu Zhuo said, realizing that if he didn't act sensibly, today's photos would likely remain unedited. "Goodbye, Lu Xiao. I look forward to seeing you at the club." In the underground parking garage, Lu Zhuo followed Huo Qinye. "Huo Qinye, wait for me. Why are you rushing so?" "I have matters to attend to." Unlike Lu Xiao, "I don't have the luxury of time to accompany an Omega shopping," Huo Qinye replied. Lu Zhuo nudged Huo Qinye with his bag. "Hey, these gifts are from your fickle boyfriend, meant for you." Huo Qinye halted. "For me?" "Yes, underwear," Lu Zhuo said. "My card is frozen. Otherwise, I would have bought you at least 10 pairs. I spent all my money on your underwear, leaving nothing for food." Huo Qinye accepted the bag. "By the way, there's an extra pair in there for me." "Thank you." Huo Qinye opened the passenger door. "Boyfriend, get in." Lu Zhuo huffed and climbed in. "Good thing I bought 2 pairs of underwear." He languidly leaned back in the passenger seat, fiddling with the seatbelt, and turned to Huo Qinye. "How about we stay at home instead? The dormitory at your research institute has such small beds." Lu Zhuo continued to complain. "I feel like I'm being pressed by ghosts at night, unable to move." He paused before adding, "And your room is too dry. I wake up every morning with a burning throat." "Perhaps it's just your anxiety," Huo Qinye suggested. "I'm simply unaccustomed to this environment, Huo Qinye. I currently have no money. How can I date you? You, the academic prodigy, don't seem to need to attend school anymore. Once my break is over, our dating time will dwindle. While I still have vacation, I must make the most of it and strive to end our entanglement sooner." "Tomorrow, then?" Huo Qinye replied as he drove back to the research institute. That evening, Huo Qinye donned a pair of slightly smaller underwear. "Lu Zhuo," a deep voice suddenly resonated, prompting Lu Zhuo to lazily lift his gaze from the screen of his phone to the figure of Huo Qinye standing at the bedside, and then abruptly halt. The man was clad solely in the black briefs he had just purchased that day, evidently a size too small. The taut fabric distinctly accentuated his full contours, the delineated lines causing Lu Zhuo to be taken aback. Enough already. No need to flaunt, as if others were unaware of your size. I shall take your words as a sign of your satisfaction. Chapter 16. Preparing for a kiss. Lu Zhuo, unwilling to concede, huffed defiantly and abruptly sat up in bed, his disheveled black hair sticking up in several tufts. I did not express satisfaction. Appearances can be deceiving, and your technique, Lu Zhuo raised his chin, leaves much to be desired. Were it not for my robust physique, any other Omega would surely ridicule you. Thank you for your good health. Huo Qinye glanced at his own briefs, then at the matching pair adorning Lu Zhuo. TCH, why not let me demonstrate? I guarantee you'll comprehend the disparity. Huo Qinye reached out to turn off the main light. Disparity? One can discern that merely by sight. Who is comparing sizes with you? Lu Zhuo's ears burned, yet he stubbornly refused to relent. I meant technique. Do you comprehend? He gestured wildly. While we are in the throes of romance, I could graciously teach you. Huo Qinye climbed onto the bed. Very well, during the repayment period, Lu Xiao can instruct me thoroughly. What repayment? Lu Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. Huo Qinye offered no answer, merely retrieving his phone from the bedside, tapping the screen twice with his fingertip before presenting it to Lu Zhuo. Instinctively, Lu Zhuo glanced at the screen, only to explode with embarrassment. Ah, remove it. Do not let me see. He sprang up from the bed, as if scalded. In the photo, he had his eyes closed, head tilted back, and was being kissed by Huo Qinye, clearly relishing the moment. The seasoned Lu Xiao felt a wave of shyness at the mere sight of this image. Lu Zhuo felt a rush of heat enveloping him, his mind buzzing. Was tonight truly the night for a kiss with Huo Qinye? In such a completely submissive posture? You are my arch-nemesis, he emphasized, his voice a mixture of bravado and trepidation. Oh, Huo Qinye leisurely scrolled through the images. You professed your affection when you sought my assistance, yet in mundane moments, you become my adversary? He deliberately paused on a particular close-up shot. How disheartening. Lu Zhuo, flustered and indignant, snatched the phone away, his fingers frantically swiping the screen. But there's also a photo of us holding hands. I choose this one. He deftly selected an image of their intertwined fingers, reaching with his other hand to grasp Huo Qinye's. He said just to restore one image. The moment his fingertips brushed against Huo Qinye's palm, Huo Qinye readily captured his hand, toying with it. Lu Zhuo's heart skipped a beat, and he feigned composure as he selected all the photos to delete, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. Wait, why are there only 8 images? He looked up suspiciously. You previously stated there were 10. Huo Qinye gazed at him silently. Fine, I understand. Lu Zhuo deleted the photos and tossed the phone back. 8 images it is. It must certainly be due to that little blueberry. Let go. Lu Zhuo tugged at his wrist, his voice laced with indignation. Huo Qinye not only refused to release him, but instead tightened his grip. Lu Zhuo lunged forward. Huo Qinye rolled over and positioned himself, his knee expertly wedged between Lu Zhuo's legs. Before he could even regain his composure, Huo Qinye spoke. At that moment, it was like this. As he leisurely intertwined his fingers with Lu Zhuo's, their hands clasped together. The warmth from Huo Qinye's palm seeped through their touching skin, sending a tingling sensation to Lu Zhuo's ears. Instinctively, he attempted to withdraw his hand, but was firmly held by Huo Qinye's slender fingers, which teasingly brushed against his wrist bone. Huo Qinye Lu Zhuo's breath hitched, a flush creeping to his ears. This is rather dull. Dull, you say? Huo Qinye chuckled softly. Then do enlighten me on how to make it more interesting. I thought you were quite adept at this, Lu Zhuo retorted. Ah, Lu Xiao. Huo Qinye suddenly leaned in, his warm lips landing on Lu Zhuo's neck, precisely over the bite mark from yesterday. Teach me. Lu Zhuo shivered, the sensitive skin seemingly ignited by the touch. He clenched his fingers tightly. Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye let out a low laugh, the vibrations resonating through their intertwined bodies. Feeling shy? Who shy? Lu Zhuo snapped, flustered. What if tomorrow, after a real kiss, I end up blushing even more? What tomorrow? Huo Qinye teased. Just to give you a heads up, tomorrow will be all about kisses. For someone as experienced as Lu Xiao, kissing should be a breeze. No? Lu Zhuo was Adam's apple bobbed, of course. Did you not know how many Omegas slipped me love letters back in high school? I guarantee I'll leave you weak in the knees. Oh, is that so? Huo Qinye mused. If I truly experienced that, I might delete 20 photos. Really? 20? Lu Zhuo's eyes sparkled. Well, of course, I could also do that now. Huo Qinye gazed at his lips. Lu Zhuo swallowed hard. Let us save it for tomorrow. Give you some time to prepare. Very well. I shall look forward to Lu Xiao's kiss. Huo Qinye released Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo's heart raced incessantly. Had Huo Qinye truly never been in a relationship? He found it hard to believe. Huo Qinye, you are not allowed to call me Lu Xiao. Lu Zhuo reminded him once more. Lu Zhuo, my underwear is pinching me. Huo Qinye lay back leisurely. Early in the morning, Lu Zhuo called Wenyu. Lu Zhuo, what is it this time? Wenyu replied lethargically. Huo Qinye wants me to kiss him. Wenyu perked up. Is that for real? Just a kiss, and I get to delete 20 photos. Only 20? Is Lu Xiao's kiss truly worth just 20 photos? Upon hearing Wenyu's words, Lu Zhuo realized the absurdity. Indeed, my kiss should be worth at least 100. Exactly. How did you let yourself be led around by him like that? Wenyu remarked, can I really be led by him? Just wait until I get home tonight. Lu Zhuo hung up the call. At the Lu residence, boss, Qi Yao greeted him. Is my father home? Qi Yao shook his head. Mr. Lu is not in. Lu Zhuo sighed with relief, then shot a glare at Qi Yao. You dare to ignore my calls? Boss, it was the madam's orders, Qi Yao replied, feeling aggrieved. He was merely a driver and part-time bodyguard with no authority to speak. You better remember this. Lu Zhuo glanced at Huo Qinye beside him, who was simply clad in a white shirt. And don't forget to speak well of me. Understood. Two individuals entered together. Mom, Lu Zhuo exclaimed with a smile. Your precious son has returned. Yenyu, seated on the sofa, couldn't help but curl her lips at Lu Zhuo's call, but in the next moment, she reverted to a stern expression. Mom, Lu Zhuo approached her. I acknowledge my mistakes. Ask Huo Qinye. I could truly have been trying to get along with him. I promise I won't cause you any more trouble. Seeing his earnestness, Yenyu replied, Mom, you are the best. I missed you so much. Unable to contain her laughter, her gaze met Huo Qinye's. Qinye, she greeted. Aunt Yen, Huo Qinye responded. In Chapter 17, titled The Initiated Kiss, Yenyu nodded. She had always held affection for Huo Qinye since he was a child. After all, they had grown up together, and she could accept the fact that it might take time for her to adjust to calling him differently. She recalled how the two families used to spend time together frequently. Lu Zhuo would cling to Huo Qinye like a little tail. However, inexplicably during the 5th grade, the little one had cried and stormed home, throwing his backpack down and declaring, I will no longer play with Huo Qinye. I am cutting ties with him. Since then, Huo Qinye had never visited the Lu family again, and gradually the interactions between the Huo family and the Lu family diminished. Let's eat. I made your favorite dishes. Lu Zhuo's mother announced. Lu Zhuo's spirits lifted. Mom, you've prepared such delicious food. Please don't cut off my card. I couldn't even afford a new outfit today. Your father said there's no spending until school starts, she replied. But I want to buy a gift for Qinye. I can't settle for something cheap. Besides, you wanted us to foster our relationship, and I need to have some funds to invite him out for a meal. What is wrong with home-cooked meals? You shouldn't use Qinye as an excuse. If your father finds out I gave you the card, I'd be in trouble too. Dad wouldn't dare scold you. Lu Zhuo protested. Just eat and don't talk. We will evaluate your recent behavior, she said. From under the table, Lu Zhuo nudged Huo Qinye, hoping he would speak up for him. Huo Qinye remained expressionless, nudging him back. Wait, I'm not flirting with you. Lu Zhuo insisted, urging him to speak. He bumped Huo Qinye again. Huo Qinye lightly nudged him back. Lu Zhuo widened his eyes, noticing a fish head on the table, and promptly pinched it off, dropping it into Huo Qinye's bowl. Eat what you should replenish. Fish brain, fish eyes. Huo Qinye looked at the fish head in his bowl. Thank you, he said, picking the tenderest part of the fish's lip and its translucent flesh gleaming enticingly under the light, placed it into Lu Zhuo's bowl. Yenyu observed the two had become more amiable. At least they could share a meal together now. After dinner, they chatted for a while before Huo Qinye ascended the stairs. His room was on the same floor as Lu Zhuo's, but separated by a corridor. He returned to his own room. Lu Zhuo persistently coaxed Yenyu, trying to soften her resolve to unfreeze his credit card. But his mother was adamant about withholding it for a while longer. Mom, how can I invite Huo Qinye out for a meal like this? Stop using Qinye as an excuse. Yenyu poked his forehead. When did you become so attentive? Realizing there was no hope, Lu Zhuo sulkily retreated to his own room. Upon entering, Lu Zhuo threw himself onto the soft bed, resting his head against his plush sausage dog pillow. Wait a moment. Did that fellow, Huo Qinye, actually return to his own room obediently? Lu Zhuo curled his lip in disdain and rose to enter the bathroom. He squeezed a generous amount of shower gel, lathering himself in bubbles as the fragrant scent enveloped the steam around him. The instant he heard the door creak open, he instinctively covered his chest. Huo Qinye, don't even think about peeking while I bathe. Young master, it's me, came Aunt Lin's voice from outside. Madam has bought you new clothes, and I've hung them in the wardrobe. Oh, Lu Zhuo replied awkwardly, acknowledging her. In a misty haze, the mirror across the bath reflected his flushed neck and collarbone. What does this mean? Do I really have to seek him out? He muttered softly, is this a joke? I certainly will not. Grabbing a towel to dry himself, he thought, would I take the initiative to go over and kiss him? I out of my mind? After donning his pajamas, Lu Zhuo stood before the sink, vigorously brushing his teeth twice and gargling for an eternity. He tugged at the collar of his sleepwear, scrutinizing himself in the mirror for quite some time. He returned to bed to play a game, and before he knew it, it was 10 o'clock. He glanced at his bedroom door. What is Huo Qinye dawdling about? He found the unmarked phone number and dialed it, but no one answered. It was only 10 o'clock. Huo Qinye usually slept by 10. Surely. He can't have dozed off. Lost in his own thoughts. Could he really be asleep? Lu Zhuo called several more times, each attempt going unanswered. Not answering my calls? What? Am I supposed to go over myself? As if. Lu Zhuo approached Huo Qinye's door, raising his hand and knocking heavily. Huo Qinye, open the door. The door was unlocked. Lu Zhuo stepped inside, asking, why didn't you lock the door today? An alpha not locking the door, well, it could be locked now. No need. Huo Qinye replied, holding his phone, preparing to climb into bed. You saw me calling, but you didn't answer. Huo Qinye glanced at his phone. It ran out of battery. I was just about to charge it. I clearly got through. Lu Zhuo understood that Huo Qinye was being deliberately obstinate. Fine, bring it on. What are you playing at? Lu Zhuo's ears flushed crimson. He strode forward, gripping the front of Huo Qinye's robe, forcefully pinning him against the desk, which shook slightly, causing a pen to tumble onto the carpet. Quiche. Oh, a mere 20 kisses were insufficient. At least 100 would suffice. Huo Qinye chuckled. It seems young Master Lu is quite confident in his kissing skills. Lu Zhuo held his head high, of course. Huo Qinye tilted his head slightly, his gaze unabashedly fixed on Lu Zhuo, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. I look forward to it. Lu Zhuo's throat moved slightly, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the seam of his pants. He didn't want Huo Qinye to notice his nervousness, yet his heartbeat thundered as if it would burst from his chest. Gathering his resolve, Lu Zhuo leaned in and kissed him. At the moment their lips met, he caught sight of Huo Qinye's eyelashes so close, the depths of his dark eyes reflecting Lu Zhuo's slightly dilated pupils. Their breaths intertwined. The warmth of the contact made Lu Zhuo's ears burn. As he met the gaze of Huo Qinye, a breath caught in his chest, his lips pressed forward, the tip of his nose brushing against Huo Qinye's. Huo Qinye, charmed by his adorableness, couldn't help but chuckle, the vibrations resonating through their touching lips, sending a delightful shiver down Lu Zhuang's spine. Why are you laughing, Huo? Lu Zhuang exclaimed, his embarrassment morphing into irritation as he tightened his grip on Huo Qinye's collar. Dare to mock me? Huo Qinye allowed him to pull, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, his voice still laced with lingering amusement. Apologies, but this kiss is somewhat different from what I envisioned. Lu Zhuang's eyes widened. What do you mean different? We VE kissed, and you want to back out now? Not a chance. Well, let us take a picture, just one. He insisted. Lu Zhuang was indignant. This was his first time taking the initiative to kiss someone, and he believed it deserved at least a photograph. You said yesterday you wanted to kiss me until my legs went weak. I was looking forward to it, but it seems I didn't feel that way at all. Huo Qinye observed Lu Zhuang's face gradually reddening. To put it bluntly, I feel a bit disappointed. It was rather mediocre. Say that again? Mediocre. In the throes of his first assertive kiss, Lu Zhuang was aghast that Huo Qinye would dare label it as such. Without a second thought, he shoved Huo Qinye onto the desk, declaring, if I don't kiss you until you beg for mercy today, I'll write my name backward. With fervor, Lu Zhuo pressed his lips against Huo Qinye's. He nearly collided with Huo Qinye's lips, his canine teeth grazing the other's lower lip, tasting a hint of iron. His demeanor suggested he intended to consume Huo Qinye whole. Huo Qinye let out a muffled groan, seemingly fragile under Lu Zhuo's forceful presence. Their eyes locked. Lu Zhuo stared at him with determination. Huo Qinye slightly parted his lips, his tongue flicking against Lu Zhuo. Startled, Lu Zhuo widened his eyes, instinctively retreating, only to be ensnared by Huo Qinye's warm hand gripping his waist. You said you wanted to make my legs weak, Lu. Why are you trying to escape after just one kiss? A shiver coursed through Lu Zhuo as he abruptly pushed Huo Qinye away. Attempting to feign composure, he took 2 steps back, his voice betraying a tremor. Why you wait? I just remembered something I left unfinished, so I'll let you off today. Huo Qinye had just teased him with his tongue. No, he couldn't allow that. How could he possibly let that happen? Good night, Zhuang Lu. With a slam, Lu Zhuo shut his bedroom door, throwing himself into the plush bedding, burying his flushed face in a dachshund-shaped pillow. He groaned, tossing and turning on the bed, the silk comforter wrapping around his legs reminiscent of Huo Qinye's hand caressing him. Suddenly sitting upright, his hair disheveled, he felt the night breeze whisper through the curtains, casting dancing shadows on the floor. He gazed at the shifting silhouettes, gradually perceiving them as representations of himself pinned beneath Huo Qinye, the contours of Huo Qinye's undulating back. He could no longer remain in this room. Lu Zhuo dashed to the gaming room and twisted open a bottle of chilled mineral water. He powered on the computer and logged into the game. Amongst the Blossoms online. The bodyguard amongst the Blossoms online. Despondent pure-hearted boy online. As soon as Lu Zhuo logged in, Amongst the Blossoms pulled him into the game. Upon entering, he heard the familiar sounds. Despairing, heartbroken, innocent man wails. He actually dumped me. Sob, sob, sob. Despairing, heartbroken, innocent man laments. How can he say he doesn't love me and just walk away? Sobi, sobi, sobi. Lu Baba, Shenzi Jin, what madness are you up to again? Through the Blossoms, that Omega who relentlessly pursued him finally caught him, only to find him too clingy and ended it. Despairing, heartbroken, innocent man cries. How can this be? It was he who professed his affection, and it is he who has cast me aside. He treated me so well. How can he simply declare he no longer loves me? My hot Josh is sobi, sobi, sobi. Lu Baba, someone like you can evolve into an S-class alpha. Truly. Heaven must be blind. Through the Blossoms, indeed, such melodrama is ridiculous. Despairing, heartbroken, innocent man laments. Yet you, Lu Bao, are remarkable. You've even seduced Huo Qinye. You are far superior to me. Sob, sob, sob. Oh, Lu Baba, Vanyu. You blabbed too much. Now everyone knows. Through the Blossoms has gone offline. The bodyguard of Through the Blossoms has gone offline. Despairing, heartbroken, innocent man pleads. Lu Bao, are you still gaming? Lu Baba, get lost. Lu Zhuo can't even focus on his game. How can he drink water when that fire refuses to subside? However, witnessing Huo Qinye's mocking smile, he feels a twinge of reluctance. What being an S-class alpha, he too wishes to see Huo Qinye cry. Lu Zhuo furrows his brow in sleep, vaguely sensing a gentle tapping. He drowsily opens his eyes to find Huo Qinye's smiling face before him. What are you laughing at? One day, I shall make you cry. Huo Qinye sits at the edge of his bed, and upon noticing he has awakened, lightly taps his behind. It's time to get up. It's 10 o'clock. Lu Zhuo abruptly pulls the blanket over his head, muffled voice declaring, Don't call me. I'm not eating. I want to sleep. Huo Qinye remains unfazed, fingers tugging at the blanket's edge, slowly pulling it down. No way. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo clings desperately to the blanket, eyes heavy with sleep, his voice thick with drowsiness. He had stayed up until 3 in the morning, and now at 10 he has scarcely slept. If you keep making noise, I'll... Before he can finish, he receives another gentle tap on his behind. So what? Huo Qinye's voice comes from above, refusing to relent. Lu Zhuo's ears flush with warmth as he suddenly throws off the blanket and sits up, hair tousled and spiky, glaring at him. You are so annoying. You promised to come back for a date? You deceived me. Lu Zhuo scratches his head, sleepiness fading slightly. Aren't you going to the research institute today? I'm on a break. A break for how long? For days. Such an extended rest is surprising. Fine, I understand. Huo Qinye gazes at the tuft of hair sticking up on Lu Zhuo's head and reaches to touch it. Do not touch my hair. Lu Zhuo swats his hand away and rolls out of bed, shuffling towards the bathroom in his slippers. While brushing his teeth, he ponders where two alphas might go on a date and how to make Huo Qinye trip up. Suddenly, he recalls the haunted house at the amusement park he visited with Wen Yu and Shun Zijin, where Shun Zijin had been so frightened that he burst into tears. Otherwise, let us venture to the amusement park in West City. Lu Zhuo, toothbrush in mouth, poked his head out, foam clinging to the corner of his lips. You purchased the tickets. I am devoid of funds. Huo Qinye picked up his phone. All right. Just as he opened the ticket purchasing page, a cacophony of wails erupted from outside. Lu Bao. Shun Zijin rushed in, his eyes red, resembling a forsaken golden retriever. Lu Zhuo, toothbrush still between his teeth, looked utterly bewildered. What brings you here? Lu Bao, sobbing. Shun Zijin lunged forward for a hug. I just suffered a heartbreak. You ought to comfort me. Lu Zhuo, with one hand on his forehead, pushed him away mercilessly. You have experienced at least 3 breakups this month. I don't care. Shun Zijin insisted stubbornly. You must accompany me to seek Wen Yu. His brother has issued a prohibition. The Wen family is off limits now, and I am truly heartbroken. His words trailed off as his peripheral vision caught sight of another person seated on the bed. Huo Qinye was leisurely fastening his cufflinks. Hi, Qinye, long time no see. Indeed, it has been a while. He glanced at the disheveled bed and then back at Huo Qinye, and despair washed over him. Even Lu Zhuo is no longer a virgin. Lu Bao, I shall await you in the esports room. Shun Zijin exited. You two should tidy up a bit. Once he was gone, Huo Qinye spoke. The tickets are purchased. When shall we depart? Chapter 19. Speak a word, my boyfriend. He has suffered a heartbreak. Oh, was it your doing? Huo Qinye inquired. Not all. I had no part in it. Is that so? Then I shall go drive. Wait. Since he has come and appears so pitiful, Lu Zhuo suggested, why not refrain from going out? If the two of us leave, he will undoubtedly follow. Let's merely entertain him for a while. I do not play games, Huo Qinye replied nonchalantly. Lu Zhuo's eyes brightened, invigorated by the idea. I shall teach you. It is exceedingly simple. It is merely a shooting game. Just shoot, shoot, shoot. He gestured to Huo Qinye, thinking to teach him the game and then dominate him later. Upon arriving at the esports room, Shun Zijin had already commenced a match. Lu Zhuo had designed the esports room to a professional standard, with 4 high-spec computers arranged in an arc, RGB lights shifting in color with the game sound effects. He powered on the 2 machines at the ends and swiftly created an account for Huo Qinye. What name would you like? What is your name? Lu Baba. Lu Baba's boyfriend. Shun Zijin turned his head. In the game, Shun Zijin was abruptly shot in the head, and the screen turned black. That won't do. Lu Zhuo shot him a look. He assigned the name Disaster. This is a medic. You should select this character and simply follow my lead to support me. Oh, I shall support you. Lu Zhuo guided Huo Qinye through the beginner's tasks, and soon he reached level 4. All right, you may play as this medic. Lu Zhuo created a room and invited everyone in. Disaster has entered the room. Despondent, pure-hearted male after heartbreak has entered the room. In the midst of blossoms has entered the room. The group activated their microphones. In the midst of blossoms, Lu Zhuo kicked that disaster out. Disaster, why? In the midst of a vibrant gathering, I can only partake in a 4-player match. My bodyguard is about to enter, my friend. You ought to leave. The room fell into silence for a moment. Why hasn't this troublemaker left yet? Lu Zhuo kicked him. Boyfriend, say something, the troublemaker replied. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Remarked one Wakongwo. He is Huo Qinye. I've invited him to play as a medic, Lu Baba stated. Oh, it's Scholar Hua. Then kick that pure-hearted boy out. Desperate, pure-hearted boy protested. When you've gone too far. On what grounds? We 3 are in the same room. If anyone should be kicked, it should be you. Look at the synergy between Lu Zhuo and me. Besides, Gu Lin is the sniper. While Lu Zhuo and I advance, Gu Lin protects us. Who do you think is more useful? The sniper was the reply. Shun Zijin glanced towards Huo Qinye in another room. Huo Qinye, I did not say you should be kicked out. I can also play as a medic, and you're still a novice. Lu Bao, why don't we play as a quartet and let him practice in a beginner's match? Never mind, I shall step back. You four proceed, I will assist Huo Qinye. The system notified. Lu Baba transferred ownership of the room to Huo and exited. Lu Zhuo's gaming chair slid swiftly to Huo Qinye's side. Huo Qinye's long fingers hovered awkwardly above the WASD keys, hesitantly maneuvering his character a few steps before stopping and turning. He gradually adapted to walking and running. Could you guide me hand in hand? I wish to master it swiftly. No wonder you're a scholar. You desire to excel in everything, Lu Zhuo teased. Huo Qinye cast a deep glance at Lu Zhuo. Not everything, indeed. Chapter 20. Show him some toughness. Suddenly, Lu Zhuo grasped Huo Qinye's wrist tightly. Huo Qinye, it hurts. It will be better if you just let me go, Huo Qinye retorted, though Lu Zhuo unconsciously eased his grip. The game commenced. Lu Zhuo briefly explained the medic's operations, and Huo Qinye swiftly grasped the basics. Qinye, quickly heal me. Hormone gun. Shun Zijin shouted, his character's health bar dwindling. Press the skill key, Lu Zhuo reminded him. Huo Qinye's medic calmly raised the gun, steadying the aim at Huo. A green plus sign emerged above Huo. It's not him, it's me, Shun Zijin exclaimed, watching his health bar deplete to 0. I'm about to die. Wait for the cooldown, Huo Qinye replied flatly. The next moment, the desperate, pure-hearted boy collapsed. The system's notification echoed repeatedly. Desperate, pure-hearted boy, medic, help me. Desperate, pure-hearted boy, medic, help me. Desperate, pure-hearted boy, medic, I need assistance. Shun Zijin lamented. Qinye, will you save me? You wouldn't be doing this on purpose, would you? Huo Qinye's medic strolled over leisurely. I'm coming. Lu Zhuo observed as the rescue countdown gradually dwindled. You can run. I do not favor running. Huo Qinye replied nonchalantly. Shun Zijin, Lu Zhuo, amidst the blossoms, laughed heartily in the team channel. Scholar Huo is truly exceptional. Whether he is here or not makes no difference. Today, I shall take the scholar for a spin. No sooner had he spoken than the despairing, pure-hearted boy was shot in the head by Joy for All. Huo Qinye's medic approached Shun Zijin's lifeless body. Standing silently for a moment, Lu Zhuo instructed him. Loot his gear. The medic lifted his foot and stepped on the corpse. I don't want to loot. Why not? He passed through. I don't like it. Then why did you go over? To see the body. Amidst the blossoms. Huh, that is hilarious. Lu Zhuo was also impressed by Huo Qinye. After several rounds, Huo Qinye had already mastered the medic's operations. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, he rose and said, I'll take this call. All right, I'll play for you, Lu Zhuo offered, taking Huo Qinye's seat. As Huo Qinye stepped out of the room, Shun Zijin could no longer contain himself. Whose friends are you two, anyway? I've just gone through a breakup, and you're still bullying me. When you chuckled, reveling in his misfortune, we've known Qinye longer than you. If they had teeth fallen out when they were kids, the three of us might have been an iron triangle. When you recalled that not long after Lu Zhuo and Huo Qinye had their falling out, Shun Zijin transferred and became Lu Zhuo's new desk mate. Lu Zhuo quickly included Shun Zijin in their games. The two often marched boldly up to Huo Qinye, with Lu Zhuo lifting his chin high. What about an S-grade alpha? I made a new friend. An S-grade alpha is even better than you. More obedient too. Lu Zhuo commanded Shun Zijin. Give him a fierce look. Shun Zijin complied, baring his teeth. A woo. Huo Qinye gave them a quiet glance before walking away. You both must have provoked Huo Qinye quite a bit back then, right? Whoa, Shun Zijin lamented. Lu Bao, I was protecting you back then, and now you're helping Huo Qinye bully me. I'm so heartbroken. All right. My play with him is just for show. My bond with you is genuine. Is that all right? Lu Zhuo was pursuing a low-health enemy with his gun aimed, fingers firmly gripping the mouse, when the door was gently pushed open. Huo Qinye silently entered, leaning one hand against Lu Zhuo's gaming chair. Oh, I see. The warmth of his breath brushed against Lu Zhuo's ear, causing him to falter. The bullet narrowly missing the enemy's shoulder. Amidst the blossoms, shouted in the voice channel, Lu Zhuo, you didn't kill him? Were you letting him go? Lu Baba retorted stubbornly. I was just giving him a chance. He feigned nonchalance, flicking his wrist, yet couldn't help stealing a glance at Huo Qinye, only to meet his enigmatic gaze. You truly are soft-hearted, Huo Qinye remarked, his fingertips grazing Lu Zhuo's nape, always inclined to let others off the hook. At that moment, Shen Zijin's game character scampered over. Lu Bao, I'm here to save you. Are you out of bullets? Use mine. Huo Qinye straightened, his expression growing serious. Lu Zhuo quickly shifted aside. You can play? No need, Huo Qinye replied, picking up a half-finished bottle of mineral water from the table. I wouldn't want to interrupt your game. At the moment the door closed, Shen Zijin suddenly shivered. Lu Bao, why do I feel like the air conditioning has suddenly turned colder? Lu Zhuo, seemingly unperturbed, stood up. I'll go to the restroom. You all continue to enjoy yourselves. Once outside, he quickened his pace, catching up to Huo Qinye at the corner of the hallway. Huo Qinye? Huo Qinye halted. Lu Xiao, is there something you need? Lu Zhuo opened his mouth, words on the verge of spilling out, then swallowed them back, ultimately managing to utter, I've already drunk from that bottle of water in your hand. Oh, I don't mind, Huo Qinye replied. Couldn't you just take a new bottle? It's not like you're lacking in water at home. Do you mind? Before Lu Zhuo could respond, Huo Qinye continued. Even if you did, it's too late. I've already had some. Then forget it. Lu Zhuo turned to leave. In the next moment, he felt a firm grip on his wrist, neither too strong nor too weak. By the time he realized what was happening, his back was pressed against the cool wall. Chasing you out for a bottle of water, Huo Qinye said, his thumb tracing the pulse at Lu Zhuo's wrist. The cold mineral water bottle was gently pressed into Lu Zhuo's palm. If you want it, I can return it to you. Never mind, you can keep it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Zhuo regretted them. For the sake of a bottle of water, they had exchanged such trivial words. His ears burned with embarrassment, and just as he intended to turn away, Huo Qinye suddenly grasped the nape of his neck. Without warning, cool lips pressed against his. Lu Zhuo's pupils dilated, his entire being frozen in place. This was in the hallway. The door to the esports room was still ajar, and below, servants were busy cleaning. The hum of the vacuum cleaner faintly audible. Yet Huo Qinye seemed utterly indifferent, his tongue teasingly brushing against Lu Zhuo's lips. Before Lu Zhuo could react, his lower lip was bitten gently, causing him to gasp in pain. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo glared at him. Are you a dog, or something? Chapter 21. You truly do not treat me like a human, no. The wall sconces cast a warm yellow glow, intertwining the shadows of the two on the wall. Since you and I are merely pretending, insincere in our affections, I shall simply collect what is owed. Lu Zhuo's breath hitched as the pheromones of an S-class alpha enveloped him. What you owe me from yesterday and today. Huo Qinye's thumb glided over his lower lip. Let's settle this now. Now. No way. There's no way. Huo Qinye cupped Lu Zhuo's face, their noses nearly touching. Why won't you listen to me? him.As. Huo Qinye descended upon him with a fervent kiss. Lu Zhuo's back pressed against the unforgiving wall. him.As. Lu Zhuo's protests were utterly consumed within the tangle of their lips. Huo Qinye's hand slid to his waist, tightening suddenly, fingers sinking through the thin fabric and into his skin, while simultaneously biting down on Lu Zhuo's lower lip. Hiss! Pain immediately brought tears to Lu Zhuo's eyes. Biting again, truly a dog. After a long moment, Huo Qinye's gaze fell upon Lu Zhuo's glistening eyelashes, and he pulled back slightly. You. Lu Zhuo's clenched fists trembled slightly. Are you trying to provoke me? Hiss, you're bleeding. Huo Qinye. How much do you despise me? Huo Qinye's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as he raised a hand, attempting to touch the corner of Lu Zhuo's lips. Get lost. Lu Zhuo forcefully swatted away his hand, rubbing his thumb against the wound, a sharp pain coursing through him. He glared at Huo Qinye, his eyes tinged with red, exclaiming, What are you biting for? If you are a dog, do you truly not consider yourself human? Frustration gnawed at Lu Zhuo's teeth. Why are you silent? He gently touched his still stinging lips. Don't think just because you have a photo, you can kiss me at will. You owe me 20 deletions for that kiss, no 30. Understood. Lu Zhuo watched as Huo Qinye departed. So swift? He felt a strange sense of gloom. What is this? Why is he still angry? The one with the photos is the boss, so arrogant, and the wound on his lip throbbed anew. Lu Bao. Shen Zijin's voice echoed from the far end of the hallway. Lu Zhuo jolted, hastily returning to his room to rummage for a mask. When Shen Zijin pushed the door open, he found Lu Zhuo wearing a black mask that concealed everything but his anxious eyes. "Lu Bao, what is wrong with you?" Shun Zijin inquired, tilting his head. Him, Lu Zhuo fainted cough. "My throat feels a bit uncomfortable." Shun Zijin blinked. "Since when have you been so conscientious? Knowing you have a cold and wearing a mask?" Lu Zhuo nodded repeatedly, his gaze wandering. "Perhaps you should just go home to avoid catching my cold." "No worries. I'll stay here with you for a few days. Otherwise, returning home alone would make me sad." He pouted in a pitiful manner. Lu Zhuo froze. Shun Zijin stared at him. "What? Can't I stay here? I'll still sleep in my original room. But I have a cold." "A little cold is no big deal. I'm not sharing a bed with you." Noticing Lu Zhuo's silence, Shun Zijin suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his arms around his waist. "Why do you want to abandon me too?" "Boo-hoo. No. Lu Zhuo, push him away. "You can stay, just don't be so clingy. It's too dramatic." "No wonder those Omegas don't want you." "Then maybe I should find an alpha." Shun Zijin blinked innocently. Lu Zhuo glared at Shun Zijin. "Keep your distance." "I'm not gay." Shun Zijin, feeling wronged, replied. "What do you mean, Lu Bao? You've been with Huo Qinye and yet disdain me?" Lu Zhuo felt a headache coming on. He needed to speak with Wenyu about finding Shun Zijin a new partner. In the evening, Shun Zijin went downstairs for dinner. Sporting a head of curly hair, he cheerfully approached Yenyu. "Aunt Yen, haven't you grown more beautiful again? I hardly recognized you." Yenyu chuckled, unable to contain her laughter. "You sweet talker. Whereas Xiaozhua? Why hasn't he come down for dinner?" "He has a cold," Shun Zijin replied, and said he has no appetite. "A cold? He was full of energy yesterday." "Linny, go upstairs and call him down for dinner." "A cold doesn't mean he can't eat." "I'll check on him after I finish eating," Huo Qinye interjected. Yenyu nodded. "Thank you, Qinye." Lu Zhuo's stomach grumbled with hunger, yet with a split lip, he found it difficult to eat. Huo Qinye, that black-hearted one, had taught him to play games. Yet he continued to bully Lu Zhuo. He recalled the medicine Wenyu had mentioned earlier and resolved to show Huo Qinye a lesson, ensuring he would not continue to take advantage of him so recklessly. He sent a message to Wenyu, urging him to deliver the medication promptly. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. "Aunt Lin, there's no need to bring me food. I'll go down to eat when I'm hungry." It was him. The deep timbre of Huo Qinye's voice startled Lu Zhuo, prompting him to hastily shove his phone beneath the pillow. He bit down hard on his already broken skin, and the crimson hue seeped forth, his gaze fixated on the door. "I'm coming in." As Huo Qinye entered, Lu Zhuo remarked, "How courteous of you." Huo Qinye's eyes narrowed at Lu Zhuo's lips, which were even more swollen than they had been earlier in the afternoon. "Caught a cold?" "Yes, my mouth has fallen ill," Lu Zhuo replied, tilting his head. "Wait, Huo Chief, do you think I ought to receive a rabies vaccine?" Huo Qinye approached him. "Let me take a look. Do observe closely. Tell me, what kind of dog is so ferocious?" Lu Zhuo scoffed. "Shouldn't I stew it?" Huo Qinye scrutinized his lips, now unnaturally red under the light, with a gash on the left corner. "Stew it, then consume it?" "Indeed. Devour it, let it bite me. I've already left you bereft." Another serving wouldn't be out of the question. Huo Qinye retrieved some ointment. "Allow me to apply this for you." "Absolutely not. Every time you go mad. Why must I be the one to take the medicine?" Lu Zhuo turned his head away, his molars aching from clenching. "If you forego the medicine, you will be the one to suffer." "Huo Qinye, it's all your fault." Lu Zhuo's voice trembled with indignation. Huo Qinye reached out, applying the ointment to Lu Zhuo's lips. The cool sensation of the balm suddenly brushed against the wound, causing Lu Zhuo to flinch back. "Be gentle. Bite yourself. Yet you complain of pain? What self-inflicted bite? It was clearly you who bit me." He gazed at Huo Qinye, observing the white tube of ointment in his hand. A memory flashed back to when he fell from the swing in 3rd grade, splitting his lip and scraping his knee. Huo Qinye had also purchased this brand of ointment, kneeling down earnestly to assist him. Had they not quarreled back then, perhaps, as when you suggested, they could have been good friends. If you delete all the photos, I'll give you a chance. Let us start anew as friends. Chapter 22. Let us not be friends. Huo Qinye paused as he twisted the cap of the ointment. Silence enveloped the room. "Lu Zhuo, we have already shared a bed." He lifted his gaze, his dark eyes piercing into Lu Zhuo's very soul. "You." Lu Zhuo gasped. abruptly covering his ears, his cheeks flushed crimson. Huo Qinye, must you speak so casually of such matters? I expected you to articulate more than I. Lu Zhuo opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. Lu Zhuo, what is it? He glared back, but upon meeting Huo Qinye's gaze, he froze. Those eyes were so profound, as if they could engulf him entirely. I cannot be friends with you. The air stilled for a moment. Lu Zhuo stood immobilized, momentarily transported back to a sweltering summer years ago. 10-year-old Huo Qinye stood at the school gate, his blue and white uniform fluttering in the breeze, revealing his thin wrist bones. The sunset elongated his shadow, nearly brushing against Lu Zhuo's toes. Lu Zhuo, I no longer wish to be friends with you. Do not follow me. Lu Zhuo stood in place, watching as the shadow gradually receded from his toes. The twilight enveloped the surroundings, causing the shadow to fade until it vanished entirely from the pavement. He suddenly realized that the setting sun, too, could deceive. It illuminated parting with such gentleness that it allowed one to forget the pain. Yet now, as Huo Qinye's shadow loomed over him once more, Lu Zhuo was struck by the realization that the wound, gilded by the sunset a decade ago, had never truly healed. Yes, indeed, we have long ceased to be friends. Lu Zhuo forced a smile. Are you satisfied now? Huo Qinye furrowed his brow and reached out to touch his lips. Lu Zhuo, don't bite your lip. It's bleeding. With a sharp motion, Lu Zhuo swatted his hand away. I know. Are you two quarreling? Shen Zijin's voice echoed from the doorway. No. Huo Qinye replied nonchalantly. No. Lu Zhuo retorted fiercely. Shen Zijin clicked his tongue, noticing their pallid expressions. Lu Bao, what happened to your mouth? I accidentally bumped it. Lu Zhuo said as he climbed off the bed. All right then. Shen Zijin, sensing the tension, swiftly changed the subject. Shall we play a game together? There's still time. Let us go play games, Lu Zhuo declared, unwilling to remain in Huo Qinye's company, attributing his earlier lapse in judgment to momentary folly. Lu Zhuo, we agreed to go out during the day. Huo Qinye stood up. Lu Zhuo scoffed. Once you promise, you can't back out, can you? You cannot. Why not? Lu Zhuo spun around, his nails digging into his palm. What are you going to dictate? Shen Zijin sensed the atmosphere was amiss. After a moment's contemplation, he quietly closed the door. Listening to the sound of the door shutting, Lu Zhuo felt an overwhelming urge to confront Shen Zijin. No wonder so many Omegas rejected him. His intellect seemed lacking. That 1T happened again. Huo Qinye said, Can we go out together? No, I'm not going. Inside the car, Lu Zhuo asked irritably, Where are we heading tonight? The amusement park is closed. Don't think for a moment that I cherish your friendship. I have no shortage of friends. If it weren't for your moral superiority and those pictures you're using to threaten me, I wouldn't be sitting in this car with you at all. I understand. Huo Qinye turned on the car lights. What do you know? If it comes to that, just say it outright. How can you delete all the pictures in one go? Don't you want to resolve this quickly? I do. Huo Qinye replied. You slept with me 9 times. Chapter 23. 3 minutes. Lu Zhuo chuckled, tapping his fingers absently against the car window. Huo Qinye, do you really think I'm that easy to fool? Do I appear to be a fool? He cast a sidelong glance. It's not apparent. But you certainly know how to boast. Someone like you, inexperienced and a virgin, huh? Huo Qinye grasped the steering wheel firmly. If you wish to resolve the photo situation within half an hour, we could also discuss it at a hotel. He gazed at Huo Qinye's profile, always so composed and self-assured, as if convinced that he wouldn't dare to accept the challenge. Did he truly believe Lu Zhuo was afraid of him? Fine. I agree to go to the hotel. Do you think I fear you? Lu Zhuo suddenly laughed, his tongue brushing against the roof of his mouth. A matter that could be settled in a single night need not be prolonged. I agree wholeheartedly. If one night is insufficient, then that is a matter concerning our esteemed Chief Huo, is it not? Huo Qinye turned his head, his gaze deepening. Are you certain? Lu Zhuo met his eyes. I am certain, though I wonder if he can handle it. The Yinding International Hotel, a property of the Lu Group. As the two entered the glass elevator ascending to the top floor, Lu Zhuo swiped open the door, and the voice-activated lights illuminated like flowing silk. They stepped inside, revealing an enormous bed, larger than the two in Huo Qinye's research institute room. Black velvet drapes cascaded from the ceiling, swaying gently in the breeze wafting through the window. Deep gray satin sheets accentuated the vivid crimson of the rose petals scattered upon the bed. "You should take a shower first," Lu Zhuo said, playfully tossing her hair, appearing quite at ease. "There's a bathrobe in the wardrobe, with a burgundy one. I'll grab a bite to eat." The moment the bathroom door closed behind Huo Qinye, Lu Zhuo pulled out her phone to check the messages from Wenyu. "In the Garden of Flowers, I've had someone hastily apply the drug to his bathrobe and underwear. In the Garden of Flowers, the camera is hidden among the roses, perfectly positioned." The sound of water splashed in the bathroom. Lu Zhuo approached the bedside, extracting a miniature camera from a bouquet of red roses. "Huo Qinye, you discarded me before and now dare to provoke me again. I'm not one to be trifled with." She adjusted the camera-S placement. Sitting at the long table by the pool, Lu Zhuo sliced into her steak. Just as she was finishing, Huo Qinye emerged from the room. Lu Zhuo looked up to find him standing at the boundary of light and shadow. The burgundy robe hung loosely at his waist, the silk belt casually knotted, as though it might unravel with the slightest tug. The neckline of the robe was wide open, revealing his pale collarbone and chest. Despite exuding warmth from his recent shower, his eyes remained as tranquil as a lake. "I poured you a glass of red wine," Lu Zhuo offered, extending the glass. "Thank you, but I'm not in the mood for wine." "Hey, this is flirting, you know? It's to help you relax." Huo Qinye placed the wine glass on the table. "I am relaxed. Are you the one who is tense?" The sound of Lu Zhuo's fork scraping against the plate was jarring. "Tense? What would I be tense about? I brought many people to this room. You're not the first." Huo Qinye stood by the pool, his gaze scanning the shimmering surface of the water. His voice low. "This is my first time." Lu Zhuo swirled her wine glass, scoffing at his words. "Your first time, huh? Seems you've had quite a few." "Indeed." Huo Qinye turned to look at her, his dark eyes profound. "Mostly with you." "I don't believe that. Come, let us toast. After tonight, we shall part ways." Huo Qinye remained still. Why the lack of courtesy? Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, a taunting smile playing at her lips. "Are you afraid I might have slipped something into your drink?" Huo Qinye's gaze shifted toward her. Lu Zhuo felt her throat involuntarily constrict. Why was she feeling guilty? The drug wasn't tea in the wine. "I'm just joking. Why would I drug you?" Silence lingered. "If you want tea, drink, then so be it." Lu Zhuo, feeling a bit apprehensive, seized Huo Qinye's glass and downed it in one swift motion. The icy liquid slid down her throat. Fortunately, the drug was in the robe. And even if Huo Qinye was astute, he would never suspect. When you once mentioned that this medication would induce an overwhelming itchiness throughout the body half an hour later, akin to being jolted by electricity with the slightest touch. At that moment, Lu Zhuo narrowed his eyes, envisioning the unbearable state of Huo Qinye, his fingertips absently grazing the rim of his cup. Since they could not be friends, he would not hold back any longer. Lu Zhuo set down his cutlery and regarded Huo Qinye in his bathrobe, declaring, "I shall take a shower, ensuring you experience an unforgettable night." By the time he finished bathing, the effects of the drug would have taken hold. Huo Qinye looked at him with evident anticipation. When Lu Zhuo emerged from the shower, he opened a drawer and discovered an unopened box of pills. He consumed one, needing to ensure absolute certainty. The small blue pill rested on his tongue before he swallowed it down with cool water. 9 times was it? This evening, he intended to make Huo Qinye aware that he must endure him 10 times, repaying him in kind. Lu Zhuo stepped out of his room. Huo Qinye remained seated by the poolside, bathed in the interplay of moonlight and ambient light, the wine-red robe fluttering slightly in the night breeze, revealing his long, firm calves. He waited there quietly, perfect and aloof, yet the dark hue of his garment hinted at a forbidden desire. Indeed, Lu Zhuo conceded that Huo Qinye possessed a certain allure. Lu Zhuo felt his throat constrict and suddenly became parched. Huo Qinye turned his head, his gaze landing upon Lu Zhuo. His damp black hair, the tips of his ears flushed from the heat, and the conspicuous redness of his lips, marred in places, were striking, as were the bite marks adorning his neck. "I am done with my shower," Lu Zhuo proclaimed nonchalantly, lifting his chin. "Come in and witness the prowess of this young master." Huo Qinye rose, the hem of his robe parting with his movement as he approached, his voice low. "All right." Lu Zhuo turned. And Huo Qinye observed the battle-hardened Lu Zhuo walking with an uncharacteristic awkwardness, a detail he remained oblivious to. Huo Qinye's lips curved subtly upwards. Lu Zhuo, may I hold your hand? Absolutely not. Lu Zhuo promptly rejected. Do not expect me to treat you with the same gentleness I would an omega. The room was enveloped in an amber glow, and the aroma diffuser in the corner exhaled fragrant mist silently. The king's size bed appeared to float amid the light and shadow. Lu Zhuo could hear Huo Qinye's footsteps trailing closely behind, his heart racing painfully. He turned, seizing the front of Huo Qinye's robe, forcefully tossing him onto the bed. Thud! Huo Qinye landed on the bed, the red rose petals stirred by the rush of air cascading into his hair and onto his collarbone. The wine-red robe slightly parted, revealing expanse of pale skin, a tantalizing contrast of red and white. Lu Xiao, you are rather rough, Huo Qinye remarked, his voice slightly hoarse, yet laced with an almost imperceptible amusement. Roughness has only just begun. Lu Zhuo lunged forward, his knees pressing between Huo Qinye's legs, only to be securely caught around the waist by Huo Qinye. Take it slow. Lu Zhuo smirked. Slow? That is not an option. His large hand reached out, beginning to explore. He pinched and squeezed, waiting to see Huo Qinye's reaction unravel. Yet Huo Qinye merely gazed at him with a smile. Are you attempting to tickle me? Huo Qinye inquired. Lu Zhuo paused, a frown of frustration creasing his brow. Could it be ineffective? Who tickled you? This is foreplay. Do you understand? I don't quite comprehend. Huo Qinye's fingertips grazed the sensitive area at his waist. Mr. Lu, let me teach you well tonight. Chapter 24. The itch, a wave of tingling itch surged up his spine, causing Lu Zhuo to shudder violently, a soft gasp escaping his throat. He quickly pressed his lips together, his ears burning crimson. Is it itchy here? Huo Qinye's fingertips felt electric, each touch sending shivers through Lu Zhuo's skin. Lu Zhuo felt vexed. Why was he the one experiencing the itch first? He glanced at the matching bathrobes they were wearing. Could it be? How did he not notice it before? It shouldn't be. Unwilling to concede, Lu Zhuo reached out to touch Huo Qinye. How do you feel? Quite all right. Is this how you tickle? Huo Qinye imitated Lu Zhuo. Wait, that's so ticklish. The sensation was not superficial. It burrowed deep from the marrow. Huo Qinye embraced the laughing Lu Zhuo, shifting his position as he observed him squirming. It's evident you find it quite pleasurable. Huo Qinye's eyes sparkled with affection. Lu Zhuo was taken aback. He was actually responding to Huo Qinye. This was undoubtedly due to the medicine he had taken. However, each of Huo Qinye's touches elicited even more itchiness. Something felt amiss. This was far too unusual. Wait a moment. Lu Zhuo said, is there still something for Mr. Lu to teach? I'm all ears. Lie down first. All right. Huo Qinye obediently reclined, and Lu Zhuo regarded him, swallowing hard. The situation felt perilous. He might end up at a disadvantage. In an instant, Lu Zhuo flipped off the bed, nearly fleeing into the swimming pool. Mr. Lu, why are you running? With a splash, Lu Zhuo had already leaped into the pool. He was itching all over, inside and out, front and back. The icy water enveloped his itching body, and he inhaled deeply before submerging himself. The underwater world was tranquil, filled only with the sound of his heartbeat and the relentless itch. If I trust in you again, I must be a fool. He has led me astray once more. He has never been reliable when it comes to business. Unable to hold his breath any longer, Lu Zhuo resurfaced. He opened his eyes, and through the rippling water, he spotted Huo Qinye's figure at the pool's edge. Lu Zhuo shook his drenched black hair, droplets cascading down his chin. Huo Qinye crouched leisurely at the poolside, his long fingers gliding over the water's surface, creating ripples that radiated outward. His gaze was heavy as he addressed Lu Zhuo. Mr. Lu, are you planning to conduct your lessons in the water? Lu Zhuo fixated on Huo Qinye's fingers disturbing the water, his throat tightening. The fingertips, glistening with moisture in the moonlight, evoked the memory of their earlier warmth when they clasped his waist, intensifying the itch. Then I shall join you, Huo Qinye suddenly declared. Wait. Lu Zhuo instinctively stepped back, causing ripples to spread across the water surface. Huo Qinye stood up, the wine-red bathrobe's belt loosening, the fabric slipping off his shoulders and pooling at his feet. Underwater, Lu Zhuo's eyes widened slightly. Huo Qinye's toned physique was framed by the edges of their matching underwear. Today, I shall spare you from witnessing my prowess. Lu Zhuo abruptly turned his face away, his ears flushed with heat. Why? Huo Qinye had already entered the water, parting the waves as he stepped further in. I just witnessed how he greeted me, yet did not pursue further. I refuse to allow you any advantage. With that, Lu Zhuo cast a remark and began to swim away. However, before he could swim half a meter, a warm hand suddenly grasped his ankle, pulling him back with considerable force. The swift current rushed past his ears, and before he could react, Huo Qinye's lips descended upon his. The water surged violently, bubbles escaping from their entangled mouths. In the struggle, oxygen rapidly diminished in Lu Zhuo's chest, prompting him to instinctively clutch Huo Qinye's shoulders. As their lips and tongues intertwined, his consciousness began to fade until Huo Qinye abruptly lifted him by the waist. With a splash, they broke the surface, Lu Zhuo gasping for air, droplets clinging to his eyelashes, sparkling like tiny stars under the light. Huo Qinye, he pressed against the other's chest, reprimanding him, though his voice was softened by the lack of oxygen. Who gave you permission to kiss me? Before he could finish his sentence, Huo Qinye had trapped him at the edge of the pool. The cold tiles seeped through his spine, yet he still felt an intense heat. Do not kiss me indiscriminately. Lu Zhuo warned breathlessly, water droplets cascading from his chin to the space between their closely pressed collarbones. Huo Qinye lowered his gaze, fixating on Lu Zhuo's lips, which were swollen and flushed, glistening with water. All right, he responded softly, then leaned in to kiss him again. Lu Zhuo pushed against his chest with all his might. Yet Huo Qinye firmly held his waist, drawing him closer. Lu Zhuo's eyes widened in shock. Huo Qinye's movements were somewhat domineering, yet during the kiss, he tended to Lu Zhuo's bruised lips with gentle caresses. Are you even listening to me? I am listening, and I am not being reckless. I am sincerely kissing. Chapter 25. Baby, you are so dominant. Lu Zhuo realized that he would never hold the upper hand in front of Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye's voice rumbled low. Do you need my help, Teacher Lu? Lu Zhuo tilted his head back, his throat swallowing hard. No, I don't need it. Huo Qinye chuckled softly. So, do you want or not? I cannot comprehend Teacher Lu's words. Lu Zhuo retorted stubbornly. Haven't you resolved your own issues enough? Occasionally. Who are you trying to fool? Huo Qinye laughed lightly. Lu Zhuo turned away in embarrassment and anger. It is not because of you. You are not allowed to laugh. Oh, I understand. It really isn't because of you. I accidentally took the wrong medicine. Well, you don't have to resort to such measures to be with me. It is detrimental to your health. Do you think I want to? If I do not take something, I feel nothing for you at all. In that moment of locked gazes, Huo Qinye's lips curled into a faint smile. Oh, feeling nothing, huh? Huo Qinye, step away. Lu Zhuo was both flustered and annoyed. Huo Qinye stepped back. All right, then I shall return to my room to wait for you. Do not wait for me. I still wish to swim for a long while. Lu Zhuo completely submerged himself in the depths of the pool, yet the icy water could not quell the fire surging within him. The places Huo Qinye had touched felt as if seared by a branding iron, a tingling sensation creeping up his spine, even his fingertips tingling with sensation. He endeavored to resolve the matter on his own, yet the more he grappled with it, the more he was reminded of that person's effortless, low laughter. In the end, he could only strike the water's surface in frustration. How could he shake the feeling that Huo Qinye was far from a novice, displaying such familiarity? Surely he was deceiving him, and a surge of unnameable anger welled up within him. In the room, Huo Qinye turned off the main light, leaving only a dimly lit desk lamp aglow. After a considerable interval, Lu Zhuo entered sideways and proceeded to the bathroom. Lu Zhuo endured another half-hour of cold water, his skin reddening from the chill, yet the heat within him only intensified. Why was he suffering while Huo Qinye could sleep soundly? He abruptly flung open the bathroom door, droplets cascading from his hair onto the floor, and rushed to the bedside, throwing back the covers with fervor. Need assistance? Who asked for your help? Lu Zhuo gritted his teeth. I'm here to settle the score with you. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, securely catching the shivering, drenched Lu Zhuo. All right. Huo Qinye's arms encircled his icy waist. You must be gentle. Gentle? Huh, not a chance. Lu Zhuo leaned down, angrily biting Huo Qinye's neck. I'm gonna show you some consequences. You bit me hard. That's the point. Yet, with Huo Qinye's touch, Lu Zhuo felt as if he had lost all strength. His breath hitched as he suddenly realized the precariousness of their position. He was almost straddling Huo Qinye, whose hand firmly supported his lower back, fingers teasingly grazing. Huo Qinye, I did not come here to embrace you. Huo Qinye smirked and captured Lu Zhuo's lips. If you wish to delete those photos, such self-awareness is essential. Absolutely not. Unacceptable. Huo Qinye's lips brushed against his ear. Why so fierce? Because it's not happening. I'm the one who sleeps with you. Shaking so violently. Can you manage? That's none of your concern. At that moment, a phone nearby vibrated, illuminating the screen with the name Shenzhen. Huo Qinye propped himself on one arm beside Lu Zhuo's ear, while the other hand grasped the phone, thumb hovering over the answer key. Should I pick it up? His voice still bore a hint of hoarseness, his breath caressing Lu Zhuo's flushed ear. Lu Zhuo turned his face away. Do not answer. But it keeps ringing. Huo Qinye nudged Lu Zhuo's taut legs apart with his knee, the sound of the vibrating phone mingling with the rustle of fabric, echoing distinctly in the dim room. Then why not turn it off? It's your phone. I hesitate to act without permission. The phone continued to vibrate incessantly. Lu Zhuo's eyes brimmed with frustration, and he finally snatched the phone, thumb sliding toward the answer button. Lu Bao, why so unfair? Shun Zijin's aggrieved voice erupted. I came to stay at your house. But you both have vanished. When will you return? I feel so lonely. Not coming back today, Lu Zhuo interrupted, his voice unexpectedly faltering as Huo Qinye's lips trailed down his ear, biting lightly at his neck, prompting him to immediately hang up. Huo Qinye placed his palm over the back of Lu Zhuo's hand, fingers interlocking at the pillow's edge. Lu Bao, such a unique nickname. May I call you baby? Absolutely not. Lu Zhuo's face flushed crimson. Baby, how domineering you are. Chapter 26. The unfortunate Shun Zijin. Meanwhile, Shun Zijin stared at the screen of his disconnected phone. They have all departed, leaving him to ponder his purpose here. After exchanging a few words with Yenyu, he made his way home. The night breeze seeped into his collar, sending a shiver down his spine as he realized he hadn't even donned a jacket. A tide of grievance washed over him. Heartbroken, he found himself alone. As Shun Zijin drove, he cranked the music up to its maximum volume. That detestable Lu Bao. Didn't you say we were just playing around? Where has everyone disappeared to? Just as he turned a corner, a sudden impact resounded. Bang. A shadow collided forcefully with his car door. Shun Zijin was startled and hastily drove on. Under the pale glow of the streetlight, a short-haired man knelt on the ground, blood trickling from his forehead and dripping onto the reflective road sign with a soft thud. Shun Zijin froze in place, his throat constricting. Are you all right? I'm not. The man seized the twisted front wheel of his electric bike, the jagged metal scraping against the asphalt with a piercing sound. Didn't the driving school teach you? When merging from a side road to a main road, you must stop and yield. His bloodied finger pointed accusingly at the yellow markings on the ground. This here prohibits left turns. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Shun Zijin glanced at the scattered takeout boxes. You're a delivery person. What of it? Just because I deliver food, does that mean you can run into me? No, it's not like that. I'll take you to the hospital. The man hastily wiped the blood from his face. Just give me the money. I can go myself. I still have all this food. It's overdue. And I'll have to compensate for it. He sized up Shun Zijin, 50,000. Money is not an issue. But are you truly all right? You're bleeding profusely. Li Chun lit a cigarette. I'm fine. Just transfer the money. He opened a payment code. Shun Zijin scanned the code, then looked at him before transferring 60,000. Li Chun stared at the 6,000 that had arrived. Why did you give me an extra 10,000? Do you pity me? No, it's not that. Your bike is also damaged. I'll help you buy a new one. It's late, and delivering food isn't easy. Let me take you home. No need. I have to find more work. My brother's medical bills can't wait. He struggled to lift the already irreparably damaged electric bike. How can you work like this? You're covered in blood. I'll give you another 10,000. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital. Li Chun raised an eyebrow. Oh, today I've truly encountered a naive, rich second generation. Would it be too much trouble? I'm a mess. Not at all. The car can be cleaned. Shun Zijin opened the passenger door for him. Li Chun plopped down into the seat. A limited edition sports car. As Shun Zijin drove, Melancholy love songs filled the air. Heartbroken, Shun Zijin sighed, yes. Li Chun assessed Shun Zijin, whose curly hair gave him a somewhat foolish appearance. He took a tissue and dabbed at his face. With your wealth, how could anyone overlook you? I don't know, perhaps they're not fond of my money. Shun Zijin felt even more aggrieved. They had pursued him, only to lose interest once they caught up, refusing even his money. Li Chun exhaled smoke towards the window. They truly lack vision. A wealthy and handsome Omega like you can still face heartbreak. If I had a boyfriend as striking as you, I'd de-cherish him, fearing he might melt away. Shun Zijin slammed on the brakes. Li Chun, wouldn't it be too obvious if I say this myself? I am Alpha. Huh? Li Chun was taken aback, gazing at the pink decorations in the car, wondering how those Omegas could lack such taste. Indeed, I too cannot fathom why they suddenly dislike me. As this thought crossed Shun Zijin's mind, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry, noticing how distant they were from him. Li Chun observed this fragile yet affluent Alpha and said, "Don't be sad, it's just an Omega. Do you care about being an Alpha? You're such a good person. How about I be your boyfriend? We won't break up." Shun Zijin lifted his gaze to meet his. What? Do you think I'm unattractive? No. Are you truly willing to be my boyfriend? I am. Look, it's fate that you bumped into me at this late hour. Shall we give it a try? If it doesn't work out, we can part ways, but of course I won't be the one to suggest breaking up. You were so generous with your money. I can tell you're a good person. Shun Zijin nodded, smiling. All right, I happen to want to date an Alpha. Li Chun stared at him. Then let us add each other on WeChat. But, what's wrong? I don't want to be rejected again. You mustn't deceive me. Only I can end this relationship. You cannot break up with me. Shun Zijin fixed his gaze on him. Otherwise, I will feel heartbroken. Okay, I promise. Li Shen smilat. No breakups. Of course, I have conditions. What? You see, my circumstances aren't great. I have a sick younger brother. If you could provide me with 200,000 each month, I could spend more time with you. All right. Shun Zijin readily agreed. Just don't work so hard. As he spoke, Shun Zijin transferred 200,000 to him. Li Chun realized he had earned 260,000 in one night. Feeling for the first time that making money could be so effortless, he patted Shun Zijin's shoulder. Thanks, darling. I appreciate your kindness. Please drop me off ahead. We haven't reached the hospital yet. No need. A friend of mine is nearby and will take me later. Let us keep in touch another day. All right. Shun Zijin touched his cheek, blushing. Take your time. Make sure you go to the hospital. Yes, I will message you. Li Chun exited the car, and Shun Zijin waved at him. Goodbye. Chingu, who was that? Two individuals approached Li Chun. Fool, let us go. I need to wash off this filth. It's disgusting. Shun Zijin felt elated. He was in love again, and it was with an Alpha. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains into the room. Lu Zhuo's eyelashes fluttered as he groggily opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of Huo Qinye, who was looking down at him. He stood at the foot of the bed, casually holding a white porcelain coffee cup with his long fingers, the cuffs of his white shirt rolled up to his elbows, revealing several faint pink scratch marks that stood out vividly in the sunlight. Suddenly, memories of the previous night surged upon Lu Zhuo like a tidal wave. He hastily pulled the blanket over his head. Wake up and have lunch. I'm not hungry. You go eat. It's fine. I'll wait for you. Don't wait for me. Lu Zhuo could no longer face Huo Qinye. Please leave. The sound of the coffee cup gently tapping against the table echoed. Huo Qinye's footsteps approached him. Lu Zhuo hastily tightened the quilt around himself, enveloping himself more securely. He felt as if he might lose his sanity. Don't come over. I still wish to sleep, so please refrain from disturbing me. Chapter 27. Aching arms, what's bothering you? Nothing, Lu Zhuo replied. As long as you're fine. However, my arms are sore for being bitten. Perhaps, Lu Xiao, you could rise early to help me massage them? Lu Zhuo remained silent. What's the matter? Do you not wish to take responsibility? You insisted on holding me. I certainly did not force you. In fact, I find you rather bothersome. Yesterday, he had called out like a baby. Yet today he appeared as a refined rogue, pretending as if nothing had transpired. But Lu Zhuo could not bear to look directly at Huo Qinye, let alone at his hands. The quilt was tugged at once more. Lu Zhuo instinctively tightened his grip on the bedclothes. Huo Qinye, I am cocooned in this quilt. Do not pull it away. Very well. Then I shall take the little thing from the rose, he teased. The quilt erupted, and Lu Zhuo, with his disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, sprang up, knees pressing into the mattress as he lunged forward. "No, return to me." Huo Qinye raised the camera above his head, looking down at Lu Zhuo. Due to inertia, fell into his embrace. It is too late for such affectionate gestures now. Huo Qinye, who is being affectionate? That is my camera. Your camera? It appears that Lu Xiao has a penchant for filming little videos. Lu Zhuo pressed his knee against Huo Qinye's abdomen. It is merely a hobby. Surely that is permissible. You're the only one allowed to film while I cannot. That is correct, but you require my consent to film. Clearly, what you did was surreptitious. Hence I shall confiscate it. On what grounds? Lu Zhuo attempted to snatch it back. Return it to me. Huo Qinye stood up. If you desire it, you must demonstrate good behavior. Now, get up for breakfast. Huo Qinye, by the way, your debts are accumulating. You must perform well. Lu Zhuo, irate, retorted. Hurry up and get up. My hands cannot feed you. I understand. I shall rise. Lu Zhuo yanked the quilt around himself, his bare feet touching the carpet as he dashed towards the bathroom without looking back. Not a word about last night. Huo Qinye chuckled softly. Understood, baby. Huo Qinye. A damp towel flew from the bathroom, striking Huo Qinye's face, which he effortlessly caught. The warm water cascaded over his aching back as Lu Zhuo leaned against the tiled wall, taking a deep breath. After a while, when Lu Zhuo emerged, having dried his hair, he appeared utterly drained, too fatigued even to care about the droplets at the tips of his hair, collapsing onto the bed. I need to rest a bit longer, he murmured, burying his face in the pillow. The effort of bathing had exhausted the last of his energy. Huo Qinye picked up the damp towel, draped over his shoulder, replacing it with a dry one, and sat at the edge of the bed, drying Lu Zhuo's hair. Those medications can keep you energetic all night, but they have significant side effects. If used frequently, you will require them indefinitely. If you still wish to take them, I will procure better ones when I return to the research institute. I do not want them. I am in good health. The need arises only when I'm with you. I do not require them in the company of others. Oh, have I made you suffer? Huo Qinye placed the wet towel aside. Next time, you should assist me as well. Dream on. After a brief respite, they proceeded to have lunch together. Walking in tandem, Lu Zhuo observed the silhouette of Huo Qinye ahead. In his childhood, he relished trailing behind Huo Qinye, only to leap forward and startle him. He had always yearned to comprehend what had initially incited Huo Qinye's ire. The typically accommodating Huo Qinye had always been patient with him. Why then, had he suddenly become distant? Lu Zhuo's gaze lingered on Huo Qinye's back, as an unexpected wave of irritation surged within him. Huo Qinye, he called out. Huo Qinye halted his steps and turned to face him. What is it? Lu Zhuo opened his mouth, but ultimately inquired. When will you return my camera? Huo Qinye's lips curved upward slightly. After our date today. Where are we going for the date? You possess more experience than I. You decide. Lu Zhuo snorted softly, his eyes scanning the distant shopping mall. I don't feel like going to the amusement park right now. How about a movie instead? Huo Qinye nodded in agreement. The electronic screen at the ticket booth displayed the day's film schedule as Lu Zhuo glanced upward. Romantic film Heartbeat Frequency, horror film Midnight Call, and drama My Good Brother. He grimaced slightly, pointing to the last title. How about we choose this one? My Good Brother? Sounds good. Lu Zhuo headed to purchase the tickets. And upon his return, Huo Qinye questioned, why didn't you buy me popcorn? Huh? Huo Qinye observed the couples entering the cinema, each boyfriend carrying drinks and popcorn, hand in hand, while Lu Zhuo merely held 2 tickets. Do you treat others this way when you watch movies? Or is it just me? Chapter 28. Both parents Lu Zhuo had never been on a date before, nor had he ever bought such items. He turned his face away, recalling that they usually frequented their own family cinema, where everything was prearranged. Huo Qinye approached the counter and returned with a couple-S package, 2 drinks, their cups adorned with a heart-shaped design, and a large bucket of popcorn, the sweet aroma of caramel wafting between them. Couldn't you have bought it yourself? Lu Zhuo remarked. Huo Qinye inserted a straw into one of the cups and offered it to him. I wanted to experience being cared for by my boyfriend during our first movie together. Lu Zhuo scoffed. This isn't our first movie together. The moment the words left his mouth, regret washed over him. Those childhood memories were likely long forgotten by Huo Qinye, while he clung to them like a fool. It's all the same to me, Lu Zhuo mumbled. As the lights dimmed in the screening room and the opening logo appeared, Lu Zhuo realized that this film was produced by his cousin's company. The seats around them were filled with couples, and in the front row, a boy was eagerly feeding popcorn to his girlfriend, who leaned affectionately against his shoulder. How sweet. It seemed only alphas and omegas were suited for such moments. While the two alphas appeared rather odd together, Huo Qinye placed the popcorn bucket on Lu Zhuo's lap. "Aren't you the one who wanted to eat?" Lu Zhuo questioned. "Why place it here?" He lowered his voice, glancing at Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye chuckled softly. "My hands are tired." On the screen, a scene unfolds where two brothers lean against each other. Yet Lu Zhuo is acutely aware of an unusually intense gaze beside him. Turning his head, he meets the profound eyes of Huo Qinye. "Why do you gaze at me instead of watching the film?" "Your boyfriend is quite considerate," Lu Zhuo remarks. Huo Qinye leans closer, his breath brushing against Lu Zhuo's ear. Grabbing a handful of popcorn, Lu Zhuo shoves it into Huo Qinye's mouth, retorting, "Then why don't you seek someone else to date?" The sweetness of caramel melts on their lips as Huo Qinye leisurely chews, replying, "I don't want to." Suddenly, the screen brightens, illuminating Huo Qinye's profile as he turns away after speaking. Lu Zhuo's fingers freeze in the popcorn bucket, his heart racing. What does it mean? Does he only wish to be in a relationship with himself? He studies Huo Qinye, who appears unfazed, reclining back in his seat as if his enigmatic statement was merely a fleeting line in the cinema. Moments later, the film reaches its climax. Protagonist A, bloodied, collapses in the rain, trembling hands clenching tightly onto protagonist B's clothing. A solemn score swells, drowning out the poignant line about being brothers in the next life. It is heart-wrenchingly sentimental. Lu Zhuo takes a deep gulp of cola, the icy bubbles rushing up his nose, igniting a warmth in his eyes. He silently curses his own sentimentality, yet cannot suppress the lump in his throat. Just then, a warm hand suddenly rests on the back of his. "Are you reaching for my hand?" "Go away, don't." Lu Zhuo grimaces, but then sneaks another glance at Huo Qinye. Doesn't he feel the slightest bit moved? Perhaps not. What does friendship mean to him, after all? When they exit, Huo Qinye observes Lu Zhuo's discontent. "Next time, let us watch a romantic film." "There won't be a next time. I refuse to watch movies with you ever again." Lu Zhuo feels a pang in his heart, unable to comprehend why the conclusion is a tragedy. Had he known, he would have stayed away. "I absolutely detest tragedies." "All right, I shall remember." "What good is that to remember?" Lu Zhuo strides ahead. The vibrating buzz of his phone interrupts the tension between them. Glancing at the caller ID, he answers, "Xiao Zhuo, your Uncle Huo and Aunt Lin have arrived at home. Bring Qinye back with you," comes the voice of Yin Yu through the receiver. Uncle Huo, Aunt Lin. The titles tighten Lu Zhuo's fingertips. They are his biological parents, yet they have never invited him back. He hangs up and turns to Huo Qinye. "Your parents are here." He states flatly, "My mother wants us to return." Huo Ji, the esteemed director of the Alliance Hospital, a kingpin in the medical realm. Rin Muyuan, founder of Ruwei Jing Private Hospital, renowned for miraculously reviving seemingly hopeless cases. This illustrious pair in the medical field are, astonishingly, his biological parents, while he possesses no interest in medicine whatsoever. Lu Zhuo glances at Huo Qinye, realizing that for such prominent figures in medicine, it is a disappointment that their own son, a privileged heir devoid of academic prowess, is the one they have to claim. Once in the car, Lu Zhuo opens his phone. He shares a group chat with Wen Yu and Shun Zijin, filled with messages from Shun Zijin. "Shun Zijin, I have fallen in love with an alpha, a remarkably cool alpha." Shun Zijin, he claimed to have fallen for me at first sight. Shun Zijin, he is unlike any other alpha. Wanhua Songwa, congratulations. We should meet up soon. Shun Zijin, sound good. Wanhua Songwa, just don't let it be a month of dating followed by a breakup. Shun Zijin, that won't happen. He promised me we wouldn't part ways. Lu Baba, I bet it will last a month. Upon seeing a message from Lu Zhuo, Wen Yu eagerly called him. Lu Zhuo hung up on him directly. Wen Yu, staring at the disconnected call in disbelief, looked at Gu Lin. "He hung up on me." Gu Lin nodded. In the evening, outside the Lu family villa, Lu Zhuo came to an abrupt halt. The garden was in full bloom with fragrant roses, their intoxicating scent mingling with a night breeze, yet could not quell the pangs of jealousy surging in his chest. "They all adore you." He fixed his gaze on the warm light spilling from the entryway, his voice taut. Why did you call me back? To serve as your backdrop? Jealousy is in the air. Who is jealous? I simply find it troublesome. Lu Zhuo held his head high. Indeed, Master Lu would never be anyone's mere accessory. The two of them entered the living room in succession. They were sipping tea, and upon seeing the pair, Yin raised an eyebrow and smiled. You are finally back. On the sofa sat Huo Qinye and Lin side by side, both adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, though Lin appeared quite amiable. Aunt Lin, Uncle Huo. Lu Zhuo's voice was somewhat strained. Lin smiled gently and beckoned. Xiao, it has been so long, come here. At that moment, the glances between Huo Qinye and Huo Qinye briefly met in the air. Compared to Huo Qinye's aloofness, Lin demeanor was warm. After some pleasantries, the conversation inevitably shifted to Huo Qinye during dinner. Discussions of research and academia ensued, topics far beyond Lu Zhuo's comprehension. He excused himself to the upstairs, feeling utterly disinterested. At 9 in the evening, at the villa's entrance, the night breeze carried the fragrance of the roses from the garden. Just before getting into the car, Lin suddenly turned and gently cradled Lu Zhuo's face. Xiao Zhuo, you are more well-behaved than I imagined, Lin said tenderly. Come stay at our home sometime, and we'll make you some soup. All right, Lu Zhuo nodded, catching a glimpse of Huo Qinye in the front seat. Huo Qinye merely cast a faint glance at him, not continuing with Lin sentiment, offering no courteous words. Mom, let's get in the car. Huo Qinye called out to Lin After their vehicle had driven away, Yin ruffled Lu Zhuo's hair. Good son, what's wrong? Not happy? You and Qinye have 2 sets of parents. We all love you both dearly. Lu Xing scoffed. I can't say I love you. You indulge in leisure every day. Just wait and see if I don't discipline you. Dad, I've been very well-behaved lately. Lu Zhuo protested, feeling wronged. I've been getting along with Huo Qinye. Can I use my card? What card? Lu Xing interrupted. If you fail any course when school starts, you can forget about using it for the entire semester. Lu Zhuo's eyes widened. Aren't you the one who loves me the most? Not anymore. Lu Xing turned and walked into the house. Yin chuckled softly, linking her arm with her husband's before addressing Lu Zhuo. If there's anything you're unsure of, you can always consult Qinye. I heard from Aunt Lin that Qinye received his doctorate in the groundbreaking gene editing paper on Nature ABO at the tender age of 20. Remarkable, isn't it? Although he and I are not in the same field, I have no interest in medical research. Yin blinked playfully, adding yet, my mother believes Qinye is adept at everything. In fact, she still thinks you and your father are my biological children, considering that both your father and I struggled academically during our school years. Lu Xing retorted, there's a saying that children born to exceptionally intelligent parents often lack brilliance themselves. You all seem to find me lacking. He laughed, eliciting an involuntary chuckle from Yin. Days passed, and Huo Qinye had yet to visit the Lu family again. In the group chat, Shun Zijing, shall we gather to meet my new boyfriend? He'll be bringing friends too. Who's available? Wan Huo Qinye. Not free, my brother won't allow it. Lu Baba, address, please. Wan Huo Qinye. Lu Baba, darling, you haven't spoken to me in 3 days. Shun Zijing, location, pheromone restricted zone. Lu Baba on my way. Lanhua Zhongguo. Lu Baba. Whoa, what's wrong? Is it over just like that? Lu Baba, self-reflection continues. Lu Zhuo had Qi Yao drive her to the venue. As she pushed open the door to the private room, the cacophony of laughter and chatter abruptly ceased. Shun Zijing, with his curly hair, poked half his body from the sofa and waved cheerfully, Lu Bao, over here. The room was enveloped in a haze of smoke. Lu Zhuo raised her eyelids slightly, scanning the room, filled with a handful of lingering gazes. Beside Shun Zijing sat a man with a buzz cut, his black t-shirt clinging to his bulging muscles, accentuating the contours of his shoulders. A cigarette, held delicately between his fingers, glowed a deep crimson in the dim light, the collar of his shirt askew, revealing a hint of collarbone. Lu Bao, this is my boyfriend, Li Chun. Li Chun lifted his eyelids, nodding at Lu Zhuo. Hello. Greetings, Lu Zhuo. The onlookers' eyes sparkled with curiosity as they observed her. Lu Zhuo noted their attire, some in distressed jeans, others adorned with peculiar chains around their wrists and necks. She took a seat, raising an eyebrow, and smirked at Shun Zijing. Your new boyfriend is quite unique. Indeed, Shun Zijing affirmed, he is unlike anyone else. Li Chen leaned against Shun Zijing, their shoulders touching. There's nothing remarkable about me. It's just that you're a good person. Absolutely, chimed in a silver-haired Omega nearby. Brother Chen's boyfriend is wonderful. He even brings us to this VIP establishment. Otherwise, we might never set foot in such a place. He then turned to Lu Zhuo. I'm Anxin, pleasure to meet you. Lu Zhuo chuckled lightly, having encountered many such Omegas before. Noticing Anxin's lack of engagement, she sensed the awkwardness. After all, he was merely a young master from a wealthy family, perhaps looking down on others. Lu Zhuo surveyed the room, full of peculiar individuals, wondering where Shun Zijing had found them. Was this not a setup? You must have been affected by a breakup. For the sound system in the private room suddenly erupted with a cacophony as one of the red-haired individuals seized the microphone and belted out high notes, his cracked voice nearly piercing through Lu Zhuo's eardrums. I decided to leave. He stood up, preparing to exit. Shun Zijing grasped his wrist with a pleading look in his eyes. Please don't go. Your friends are here. If you leave like this, Li Chen will think you don't like him. Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze on Shun Zijing's naive yet almost foolish eyes and sank back onto the sofa. 10 minutes, he declared. After a brief moment, Lu Zhuo resumed his seat. At that juncture, a certain Omega named Anxin approached, a glass in hand, the metallic chain on his wrist jingling softly. Young Master Lu, a drink, he said with a saccharine smile, his fingertips teasingly caressing the rim of the glass. The icy blue liquid swirled within, and Lu Zhuo accepted the glass with a smile. Thank you, Anxin. Indeed, Anxin replied sweetly, his eyelashes fluttering rapidly. He was certainly aware of the identity of the person before him, the scion of the Lu Corporation. If he could ascend to such heights, his future would be secured. You are quite adorable, Lu Zhuo remarked, swirling the drink. Where do you work? I am still in university, Anxin replied with a smile, a student. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Which university? Just an ordinary one. Ordinary also has its name. What is your major? Perhaps I could pick you up for a day out sometime. Li Chen chuckled, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. Anxin, be honest. It's nothing to be ashamed of not having attended university. We grew up poor and couldn't afford it. I'm sorry. I just didn't want to embarrass Brother Chen, Anxin responded, glancing at Li Chen, who was 5 years his senior. Li Chen smiled and suggested, how about this? If you all wish to continue your studies, I will fund your education, and you can take your time with the exams. The others in the private room couldn't help but chuckle. Their boss had certainly found some gems. How utterly charming they were. You're too kind, sister-in-law, Anxin remarked. Shun Zijing chuckled lightly. You are Li Chun's friends. And you're also my friends. Sister-in-law? Lu Zhuo looked at the tall Shun Zijing, an S-class alpha being addressed as such. He patted Shun Zijing on the back. You truly are something. He couldn't grasp Shun Zijing's motives. Li Chen appeared to be older than them. This group clearly seemed to be here to enjoy a free meal and drinks. Chapter 30. Cheating despite having a boyfriend. Lu Zhuo's gaze swept over Anxin with a playful air, his fingertip gently tapping the rim of his glass. A smirk playing on his lips. You are rather to my taste. How much would it cost to keep you? Anxin's breath caught, his throat tightening. I am not that kind of person, he stammered, his voice trembling. Oh, then forget it, Lu Zhuo replied lazily, reclining back, his long legs crossed. I already have a boyfriend. I only wish to find someone to play with on the side. He chuckled lightly. If you're willing, then great. If not, it's no bother. I wouldn't force anyone. The air thickened for a moment. 200,000. Anxin suddenly spoke, his voice lowered to a near whisper, shyly adding. Per month. He fixed his gaze on Lu Zhuo's handsome face. He was good-looking and wealthy, a combination he longed for. Lu Zhuo let out a derisive laugh. The wine glass was placed back onto the coffee table with a clink. Hey, Shun Zijing. Shun Zijing, engrossed in a game of dice with Li Chen, turned back in confusion. At that moment, Lu Zhuo's phone vibrated unexpectedly, the screen displaying a number devoid of any label. Why call now of all times? He clicked his tongue in annoyance and rose to step outside. I'll take this call. His companions in the private room exchanged frantic glances towards Anxin, who smiled and followed him out. At the end of the corridor, Lu Zhuo answered the call, and Huo Qinye's deep voice emanated from the receiver. as soothing as warm water cascading onto his battered eardrums amidst the clamor. "Where are you?" In that fleeting moment, Lu Zhuo found Huo Qinye's voice to be remarkably pleasant. At the Forbidden Domain bar, leaning against the intricately carved wall, Lu Zhuo continued, "Shen Zijin just got a new boyfriend, and he's brought a crowd, all looking to swindle money. I've stepped outside. I'm at the entrance." Lu Zhuo paused. "So soon? Are you following me?" Huo Qinye remained silent. "Wait a moment. I need to give Shen Zijin a heads up. He S and S level alpha. He doesn't require your concern." Lu Zhuo exited, intending to introduce Huo Qinye to that dubious crowd later. As he emerged, he noticed Huo Qinye's black SUV already parked in the VIP spot directly opposite the entrance. A third of the window rolled down, revealing Huo Qinye tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. This was far too swift. He must have been tailing him. Lu Zhuo was determined to inquire further. Just as he prepared to approach, his hand was suddenly grasped. "Young Master Lu, are you leaving already?" Anxin leaned in, the sweet scent of her pheromones mingling with the cheap perfume wafting towards him, the wine still untouched. Lu Zhuo's eyelid twitched as he saw Huo Qinye's hand on the steering wheel freeze. This was troublesome. "Release me," Lu Zhuo commanded, casting a glance at Anxin, whose expression had turned awkward. "Did we not agree, just now? You mentioned 200,000. I haven't consented yet." Lu Zhuo retorted, "Is that the same price your elder brother charges?" Realizing the disdain in Lu Zhuo's eyes, Anxin understood the situation. "Young Master Lu, I only wish to be with you because of your striking looks. Even if you offer no payment, I would still be inclined. My brother genuinely cares for his girlfriend. So do refrain from speaking ill of him. Only a few days of acquaintance, and you speak of genuine feelings? I doubt he has refrained from swindling my brother." He added, "Tell that fellow named Li Chun to break up with my brother. Otherwise, young Master Lu, are you threatening us?" Anxin shot a glance at Lu Zhuo. "And what if I am?" At that moment, Huo Qinye approached and stood beside Lu Zhuo. Anxin's eyes widened upon seeing Huo Qinye, realizing that there was someone even more handsome behind Lu Zhuo. "Let us go," Huo Qinye instructed. "Are you his boyfriend?" Anxin inquired. "That is none of your concern. We're leaving," Lu Zhuo replied, turning away. "You have such a handsome boyfriend, yet still seek to fool around outside, being stingy while wanting to play," Anxin scoffed. The young master of the Lu Corporation truly knows how to put on a facade. Though Anxin wished to avoid offending these wealthy young men, she found Lu Zhuo's arrogance intolerable, questioning their elder brother's worth. "Ah, that dashing guy in the white shirt." She turned to Huo Qinye. "Young Master Lu just claimed he has a boyfriend, yet he still desires to keep someone on the side, asking me about 200,000. The night breeze stilled. Lu Zhuo remarked, "I was merely testing him. A destitute wretch who cannot even scrape together 200,000, yet dares to seek a mistress. How shameless." He deliberately edged a step closer to Huo Qinye, adding, "Handsome, do not associate with him. Wealthy scions like him often harbor unsavory secrets." Lu Zhuo observed Anxin attempting to draw near to Huo Qinye. He stepped forward and pushed Anxin slightly, saying, "Say another word. Dare you swear you haven't claimed you would support me?" Anxin, defiant, replied, "So what if I did?" Lu Zhuo scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Anxin. "You think you are worth 200,000? I would even accept you for free. Your scent is unbearable." "You." Anxin's eyes instantly reddened. Suddenly, Huo Qinye interjected, "You should return to the car." Lu Zhuo squinted, turning to stride toward the SUV, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Through the windshield, although he could not hear Huo Qinye's words, he witnessed Anxin's expression shift from provocation to astonishment, ultimately bowing his head and murmuring an apology. Then Huo Qinye retrieved a card from his shirt pocket and handed it over. "Huh." Lu Zhuo laughed in anger. "What now? Is he really offering support?" Lu Zhuo prepared to exit the vehicle when Huo Qinye approached. Anxin remained there, watching him. Huo Qinye opened the car door, and Lu Zhuo's irritated voice rang out. "Huo Qinye, are you selling smiles? So gentle with everyone, yet you didn't hear what he just said about me." Huo Qinye fastened his seatbelt with one hand, replying, "I did hear. Then why give him money?" "It is not money." Huo Qinye started the engine. "It is an experience reservation card from our research institute." Amid the crunch of tires on fallen leaves, he continued, "His pheromones are mixed with Class A catalyst metabolites. His glands can only last 3 more months." If he is willing to be our test subject, he can receive treatment without any cost. Does he have an illness? Yes, Huo Qinye replied, looking at him. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the car. How wouldn't he know? Even if he is ill, they cannot deceive him. Lu Zhuo protested. Shen Zijin is so naive. This group has ill intentions. I think you're the most naive, Huo Qinye said as he drove. Wait, I'm going back. You should accompany me to see for yourself, so you do not think I am overreacting. Huo Qinye pressed the gas pedal and drove away. Huo Qinye. Shen Zijin will be devoured by them, leaving nothing behind. Lu Zhuo remained uneasy and called Qi Yao, requesting him to check on Shen Zijin and keep an eye on his boyfriend. After hanging up, the cabin was filled only with the faint hum of the air conditioning. Huo Qinye suddenly spoke. Are you that worried about him? How could I not be? Those people are like wolves with glowing green eyes. A wealthy, obedient, clingy top alpha. Yin Omega is not desired. Just then, a traffic light turned red, and Huo Qinye gradually pressed the brakes. Perhaps the issue lies with him. You do not understand. He is a good person, albeit a bit bothersome. The green light illuminated, and Huo Qinye pulled the car to the side. Why are you stopping again? Lu Zhuo inquired. Chapter 32. Bathing together indeed. I do not comprehend him. He is your dear friend. It is rather enviable that you clandestinely indulge in infidelity behind your boyfriend's back for him. The neon lights outside the car window flickered across Huo Qinye's prominent nose, his tone gentle and warm. No, it sounds rather strange when it comes from your lips, Huo Qinye. It is nothing. You may interpret it as my sense of loss. After all, Lu Zhuo casually mentioned a maintenance fee of 200,000. I am reluctant to purchase 20 yuan worth of popcorn for my boyfriend. That was merely a jest. Huo Qinye turned to Lu Zhuo. I am unperturbed, since my boyfriend is so concerned about that naive top alpha. I shall escort you there now. It is late. You must also be cautious. All right, I shall not go. I have already sent Qi Yao. What would it mean to return now? Lu Zhuo tilted his body, avoiding Huo Qinye's gaze. Drive home. In the reflection of the car window, Lu Zhuo absently observed Huo Qinye's hand gripping the steering wheel, soon redirecting his attention to the outside. The pedestrians along the roadside dwindled, and the intervals between the streetlights grew longer. Suddenly, Lu Zhuo straightened in his seat. This is not the way home. Huo Qinye turned into a dimly lit tree-lined path, heading towards the Research Institute. When did you mention going to the Research Institute? Just now, Huo Qinye replied, keeping his eyes fixed ahead. The Research Institute. Lu Zhuo followed, visibly displeased. The bed at your Research Institute is far too small. I cannot adapt to it. Then when Lu Zhuo becomes wealthy, he can procure me a larger bed. Who would replace the bed for you there? Why not buy your own place and sleep there daily? I have no money. You are feigning poverty. You are not destitute. Not to mention, the Lu family's future wealth would also belong to him. I wish for you to support me. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo stepped forward to strike him. Are you done yet? My finances are not intended to support someone like you. You do not even listen to others. I would prefer to support a compliant Omega. Huo Qinye ceased speaking, merely casting a deep glance at Lu Zhuo. The two entered Huo Qinye's room. Go take a shower. I know. It is your penchant for cleanliness. Lu Zhuo shed his clothing, and after a while, peeked his damp head from behind the bathroom door. Wait, you did not bring me here to sleep with me, did you? Huo Qinye loosened his cuffs. Lu Zhuo slammed the door shut with a thud. Within the bathroom, steam enveloped the space, and droplets of water condensed on the glass, slowly trickling down. Just as Lu Zhuo swept his damp black hair back, droplets cascaded from the tips, and the bathroom door swung open. He abruptly turned, and through the mist, he spotted Huo Qinye stepping inside. What are you doing in here? Are you spying on me while I bathe? I have not finished yet, Lu Zhuo mumbled. No need to spy. Let us bathe together. Huo Qinye's gaze swept over him. Then he closed the door behind him. Who wishes to bathe with you? Lu Zhuo scoffed, raising the shower head to aim directly at Huo Qinye. Wait until I have finished before you come in. Warm water gushed forth, instantly soaking Huo Qinye's white shirt. He glanced down at his drenched attire, and with deliberate fingers, he slowly unbuttoned the first button, his voice low and hoarse. You have soaked my clothes. Lu Zhuo's Adam's apple rolled slightly. All right, I'll wash. It's a hassle. He was too lazy to argue. Grabbing a towel and wrapping it around his waist. I have no intention of washing with you. With a cold snort, he lifted his foot to step outside. Just as he took a step, Huo Qinye's hand had already gripped his wrist, neither too tight nor too loose, yet preventing him from breaking free. What are you doing? Lu Zhuo struggled, but could not shake him off. Just a quick check. Check what? Lu Zhuo glared at him. I'm not your little guinea pig. Let go. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Huo Qinye exerted force. Lu Zhuo was caught off guard. His back pressed against the cold porcelain tiles, the contrasting sensations sending a shiver down his spine. Huo Qinye. He raised his hand to push against Huo Qinye's shoulder, his fingertips sinking into the damp fabric of his shirt. Let go. I've finished washing. Huo Qinye raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Because I still detect the scent of omega pheromones. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Zhuo struggled again. Today's photos are from a bathroom. Huo Qinye's voice was deep, his fingertip tracing along Lu Zhuo's wrist bone. You're talking rubbish. Lu Zhuo met his gaze. I don't recall us showering together that night. Let me help you remember. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, his fingertips collecting a bit of shower gel, rubbing in his palm, the foam spilling through his fingers. Lu Zhuo followed his gaze to his hand, heat rising within him. No need. I have no desire to recall anything. I'm leaving. You can wash at your leisure. Huo Qinye leaned down, his warm breath brushing against Lu Zhuo's ear. You play so freely outside. Why have you turned so innocent with me? What do you mean? Fine. I enjoy playing with others. So what? Anger ignited in Lu Zhuo's eyes. Huo Qinye's hand had lightly grasped the back of his neck, his thumb pressing against his pulsing vein. It's nothing. I simply enjoy playing with you. Huo Qinye leaned in for a kiss. The kiss was aggressive, his lips grinding against Lu Zhuo's, his tongue prying open his teeth and advancing deep inside. Lu Zhuo instinctively tried to retreat, but was pinned against the slick tiles, leaving him no escape. You secretly took photos of me at the hotel and drank with omegas. Today, I must settle the score. There is no such thing as settling a score. Lu Zhuo glared at him, droplets cascading from his wet lashes. Angered, the corners of his eyes turned red. Huo Qinye's breath hitched as he gazed at Lu Zhuo's flushed lips, which glowed with fervor, his eyes vibrant yet filled with anger. Even the water dripping from his hair seemed alluring. This is how I settle the score. He leaned down, biting Lu Zhuo's lower lip, where the wound had yet to heal, unable to resist taking another bite before soothing the area. Lu Zhuo's breath became erratic, a low whimper escaping his throat. You bastard! Huo Qinye's palm pressed against the back of his neck, his fingertip tracing the contours of his skin. Water trickled down their entwined lips, indistinguishable from hot water or saliva. Lu Zhuo's legs began to weaken, his knees trembling slightly. It wasn't until he struggled for air that Huo Qinye allowed him a moment to breathe. Bastard, you bit me too hard. They continued to kiss, deepening the embrace. He turned his head to evade, but Huo Qinye grasped his chin and pulled him back, his fingertip gently brushing over Lu Zhuo's swollen lips. Huo Qinye, have you had enough kissing? Lu Zhuo expressed his impatience. Not yet. Huo Qinye gazed at him earnestly. You beast, who chases after someone to kiss them? Let me go. Lu Zhuo glared at him. Not yet, Huo Qinye replied in a husky voice. Chapter 33. A normal reaction amidst the swirling mist of water vapor. Huo Qinye's soapy hands gently sifted through Lu Zhuo's hair, patiently washing it for him. The sound of subtle, sticky movements accompanied his actions. Lu Zhuo cast his eyes downward, droplets mingling with foam cascading down his cheeks. This is so annoying. I can wash it myself, he protested. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo averted his gaze. This is normal. Not normal at all. Lu Zhuo turned to leave, but found himself ensnared by the lather in his hair. He resolutely turned his back to Huo Qinye, his wet shoulder blades taut amidst the mist. Huo Qinye's hands paused momentarily. You are inviting me, he murmured in a low voice. Upon realizing their current position, Lu Zhuo's ears flushed with heat. I did not mean that. He felt foolish for turning away while in such a state. Stop being so self-indulgent. I'm leaving. Huo Qinye clasped his wrist with one hand, pressing him against the wall with the dampness surrounding them. That night, Huo Qinye leaned down, his nose brushing against Lu Zhuo's heated earlobe. I was helping you all along. That was your choice. Lu Zhuo's breath quickened. And you threatened me. I only reluctantly shared a bed with you. Huo Qinye chuckled softly. Since it was all a threat, what's one more time? After tidying up the bathroom, Huo Qinye emerged, and the main light in the room was already off. He flicked on the small night light, casting a warm yellow glow at the bedside. A mound of blankets stirred on the bed where Lu Zhuo curled up, his back turned to him. Are you angry? Lu Zhuo remained silent, feeling the skin on his inner thighs still ablaze, his ears aflame as well. What troubled him most was his own lack of resolve, allowing Huo Qinye to manipulate him so easily. Once the photos were deleted, he would make this scoundrel beg for mercy. I have a gift for you. Who cares about your worthless gift? Lu Zhuo buried his face into the pillow, muffled. Today's task is done. Be quiet. No one is allowed to speak. Don't you want your little camera anymore? Lu Zhuo's hand shot out from under the covers, finger splayed. Hand it over. Huo Qinye chuckled, seizing his wrist. Got you. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo abruptly flung the covers aside, sitting up with disheveled hair and wide eyes. Return my camera. Huo Qinye raised his other hand before him, revealing not the camera but a velvet box. The lid sprang open to reveal a circular black diamond earring, its dark silver platinum base entwined like thorns. Lu Zhuo was taken aback. In high school, he had rebelliously pierced his ears but had since left them empty due to the hassle. Wear it, Huo Qinye urged, releasing Lu Zhuo's wrist and retrieving the earring. I refuse to wear it. It's hideous. Before he could finish, his earlobe was suddenly pinched between two long fingers. Gently kneaded. You no longer want a camera? Huo Qinye, is this the only trick you know? You're a PhD and a chief, yet you show no signs of progress. Indeed, I am your sworn rival, and naturally, it is amusing to torment you. Umph. As the earring pierced the long-unused left earlobe, Lu Zhuo shivered. The sensation resembled a gentle nip from an ant, a tingling pain accompanied by an unfamiliar itch. His earlobe instantly flushed, the blood rushing to that spot, causing the cold metal to quickly warm to his body temperature. During our courtship, it is forbidden to remove it. Such stringent demands. Lu Zhuo averted his gaze, the black diamond swaying slightly with his movement, refracting a dim light under the illumination. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, then returned Lu Zhuo's small camera from behind him. Lu Zhuo caught it, inquiring, "But didn't he back it up, did you?" Huo Qinye reclined lazily, a smirk gracing his lips. No. He turned his face, gazing at Lu Zhuo beneath the soft glow of the night lamp. You still have so many photos on hand. There's no need to worry. Lu Zhuo rolled his eyes. I Haven-T even watched the videos inside. Should we take a look together to confirm I Haven-T grabbed the wrong camera? Dream on. You want T, get the chance. Lu Zhuo laughed coldly, swiftly sliding his finger across the screen, unhesitatingly choosing to format it. Huo Qinye observed his actions. What a pity. Not at all, Lu Zhuo retorted, tossing the now empty camera aside. By the way, you arrived at the bar rather swiftly today. Have you been following me? I didn't have anyone tail you. I merely installed a locator on your phone. When did you do that? That's quite perverse. How excessive. Perverse? Did you not say that it's normal for couples to install locators on each other? I respect your preferences, and considering how charming Lu Zhuo is, I need to keep a close watch to feel at ease. Lu Zhuo tilted his head, colliding with his fox-like grin in agony. Do I have to endure this for another 2 months? Huo Qinye replied, you must behave well. I do not wish to catch a whiff of any other Omega-S pheromones. Huo Qinye, you truly are homosexual. Do you not like Omegas? Huo Qinye looked at Lu Zhuo and smiled. Perhaps I'm not homosexual. It's just that Lu Zhuo is too captivating. You're being sarcastic again. It's clear that you relish tormenting me, reveling in my discomfort. Chapter 34. The rules for sleeping. Let us just sleep. Huo Qinye closed his eyes. Reluctantly, Lu Zhuo lay down, staring at the ceiling for 3 seconds, then lifted his long legs and heavily pressed them against Huo Qinye's. His knee intentionally sank downward. Huo Qinye slowly opened his eyes. The bed is too small. Lu Zhuo teased his toes. With legs this long, I can't always lean against the wall, can I? Huo Qinye turned to his side, observing him for a moment before pulling him closer. Then I shall make more space for you. Let go. Lu Zhuo struggled. I want tea. This is only fair. Huo Qinye closed his eyes with a slight smile. Lu Zhuo, both angry and flustered, squirmed like an agitated cat in his embrace. Huo Qinye paid him no mind, silently tightening his hold. Huo Qinye, Let me go. Are you trying to suffocate me? It's too hot. Let me go. Stop pretending you can't hear me. Huo Qinye, if you keep this up, I swear I'll hit you. Lu Zhuo threatened him with his gaze, asserting, I am not joking. I truly intend to take action. Huo Qinye lowered his head and sealed Lu Zhuo's lips with a kiss. This unexpected embrace caused Lu Zhuo's eyes to widen in surprise, rendering all his curses stifled in his throat. Huo Qinye raised an eyebrow and kissed him again, deliberately prolonging the moment. We established rules before, and you've disturbed me. Lu Zhuo fumed, questioning the legitimacy of his authority to set rules. Well, perhaps it's because I have the photographs, he retorted. Clenching his fist in frustration, Lu Zhuo simmered with indignation. After an indeterminate amount of time, the room finally fell silent. In the cafeteria of the Research Institute, Lu Zhuo had been dining there lately, finding the cuisine quite to his liking as he swiped Huo Qinye's meal card. Just as he settled at a window-side table and picked up his chopsticks, a chorus of laughter caught his attention from nearby. Lazily lifting his gaze, he spotted Huo Qinye being surrounded by several team members. Today he wore a light blue shirt, the hem of his lab coat fluttering slightly with his stride, accentuating his tall and upright figure, making him easily identifiable amid the crowd. Chief Huo, your partner is over there, Zhang Xian remarked, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses and casting a meaningful glance towards the window. Huo Qinye followed the direction of his gaze, and Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, resting his chin on one hand while idly stirring the soup in his bowl. Huo Qinye smirked, the sunlight streaming through the glass illuminating Lu Zhuo's profile, casting a delicate shadow from his eyelashes, and the ear studs he wore added a hint of casual allure. Chief Huo, may we share a table? Jiang Yu inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she lowered her voice. Your partner is incredibly handsome. Does he have a boyfriend? Zhang Xian, adjusting his glasses with deliberation, responded, I saw him on a date with an Omega before. Jiang Yu, undeterred, replied, well, I must ask him. I've been single for far too long and need to take the initiative. After placing their orders, the two made their way directly to Lu Zhuo. Suma. Jiang Yu beamed, her name tag reading Jiang Yu, Omega, prominently on her lab coat. We are members of Chief Huo's team. Do you mind if we join you for a meal? She inquired cheerfully. Lu Zhuo shifted his gaze back, a casual smile gracing his lips as his eyes narrowed playfully. Of course I don't mind. With such a beautiful Omega accompanying me, this meal is bound to be more delightful. Zhang Xian and Jiang Yu took their seats across from him, and she leaned forward eagerly. I heard you and our chief, who were classmates before. How did you end up as his partner? She blinked, her curiosity ignited. Lu Zhuo leisurely picked up a piece of fish, a playful smile dancing on his lips. You should ask your Chief Huo about that. He insisted on having me as his god-brother, and I, being soft-hearted, reluctantly agreed. Huo Qinye took a seat beside Lu Zhuo, the cuff of his lab coat brushing against Lu Zhuo's hand. Then you must be quite remarkable. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, quickly covering her mouth. Her eyes darted between the two, and summoning her courage, she asked, does your godbrother know what our chief's boyfriend looks like? He never brings him around for us to see. I've heard he is quite the flirt. Zhang Xian discreetly kicked Jiang Yu onto the table, adjusting his glasses with a bemused expression. This girl was far too bold in her inquiries. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow and turned to Huo Qinye, speaking with utmost seriousness. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but your young boyfriend seems rather handsome and has a good temperament. If you cannot hold on to him, it's rather unfair to label him as fickle. Jiang Yu, filled with excitement, almost overturned her bowl of soup. Really? You actually have a boyfriend? Chief, bring him out to meet us someday. Who could possibly steal our research institute's heartthrob away? And how could our chief not be able to keep him in line? Meet him? Huo Qinye glanced at Lu Zhuo, while Zhang Xian and Jiang Yu fixed their eager gazes upon her. Coughing slightly, Lu Zhuo felt her ears flush under their scrutiny, forcing herself to remain composed. Whether or not we meet depends on my brother's decision. Huo Qinye lowered his gaze, noticing a droplet of water on Lu Zhuo's fair hand. With deliberate grace, he retrieved a tissue and dabbed it for her. As for my relationship with him, Huo Qinye lifted his gaze, smiling, you should know best. Lu Zhuo suddenly gulped down a large sip of orange juice and set the glass down on the table with a crisp clink. Can I ask what our chief's romantic life is like? Well, Lu Zhuo teased, our chief is rather clingy, following his partner around, always wanting kisses and hugs. Is that true, chief? Is there really someone who can charm you so? Jiang Yu's curiosity was piqued further. Perhaps. Huo Qinye leaned back in his chair, chuckling softly as his gaze settled on Lu Zhuo's face. Jiang Yu excitedly grasped Zhang Xian's arm. Brother, please do us a favor and bring him over. Anyone who can captivate our chief must be extraordinarily handsome. Jiang Yu clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling. The whole institute wants to meet him. Lu Zhuo chuckled awkwardly. All right, I'll ask him another day. Suddenly, Jiang Yu leaned in closer. Do you have a girlfriend? Me? Lu Zhuo laughed unexpectedly, almost about to deny it. He has a boyfriend, Huo Qinye interjected, sipping his orange juice. ISNT that right? Lu Zhuo huffed. Yes. I have one, all right. Jiang Yu sighed dramatically. It seems all the handsome men are taken. But her spirits lifted again. Your boyfriend must be quite good-looking too. My boyfriend? Lu Zhuo leisurely placed her cup down, and under the expectant gazes of the others, pronounced each word slowly. He is very ugly. A sudden silence enveloped the table. Ugly? Really ugly? Jiang Yu and Zhang Xian exclaimed in unison, their expressions frozen in shock. Indeed, Lu Zhuo rested her chin on her hand, smiling innocently. Not only is he ugly, but he can be quite fierce as well. She began to list his shortcomings. He has a lot of rules, a bad temper, and threatens people at the slightest provocation. Zhang Xian adjusted his glasses. Then why are you still with him? Jiang Yu, equally incredulous, chimed in, is that true? If he is as terrible as you say, yet you remain together, wouldn't that be true love? Huo Qinye chuckled softly, so is true love then? Absolutely not. Lu Zhuo's voice rose sharply. What true love? At most, it'll only last 2 months. She held up 2 fingers in front of Huo Qinye, declaring emphatically, we will definitely break up. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Jiang Yu and Zhang Xian exchanged glances, silently rising from the table. So, he is just a scumbag then, Jiang Yu muttered under her breath, casting a furtive glance at Huo Qinye. But our chief is still reliable. The two shared polite smiles before moving to the adjacent table. Lu Zhuo opened his mouth to argue, but upon turning his head, he noticed the suspicious tremor of Huo Qinye's shoulder. What are you laughing at? Lu Zhuo gritted his teeth, lowering his voice in a warning. If you laugh again, I will. Huo Qinye composedly tidied his plate, an unmistakable mirth lacing his voice. My dear brother is so concerned about whether I laugh or not. He is nothing like my gentle and considerate boyfriend. Huo Qinye. The man sauntered away with long strides. What a scoundrel. With no one to accompany him that afternoon, Lu Zhuo took Huo Qinye's car for an outing. As he drove the sleek black SUV out of the Research Institute's gates, a deep engine roar suddenly approached. A matte black motorcycle executed a graceful drift and came to a stop right at the entrance. The slender figure in the back slowly removed their helmet, revealing a familiar face, On Shin, the Omega he had encountered at the bar. His hair was tousled from the helmet, accentuating his pale complexion. The man in the front seat removed his helmet with a wild flare. His short black hair stood upright, and he leaned on one leg, clad in a leather jacket that hugged his trim waist. Shun Zijin's new boyfriend, Li Chun, appeared to possess some allure. Li Chun glanced over, locking eyes with Lu Zhuo, and greeted him with a wave. He seemed a bit arrogant, yet was still riding on someone else's coattails. As Lu Zhuo drove away, he caught sight of Huo Qinye emerging from the institute, instructing someone to take On Shin inside. Shortly after, Li Chun called out to Huo Qinye, and the two stepped aside to converse, with Li Chun retrieving his phone. Lu Zhuo straightened in his seat. It was likely a WeChat QR code. Huo Qinye did not strike Lu Zhuo as the type to casually add people on WeChat. Just then, Lu Zhuo saw Huo Qinye take out his phone to scan it. A cold smile crept onto Lu Zhuo's lips, yet the fire within his eyes intensified. Huo Qinye had yet to make the first move to add him on WeChat. Dating? What a joke. He knew that Huo Qinye disregarded his words. He had already claimed they were deceivers. What was the purpose of adding WeChat? Both Huo Qinye and Shun Zijin were S-grade alphas. Did all S-grade alphas fancy such behavior? Unbeknownst to him, the car had turned back, A piercing honk shattered the silence. Lu Zhuo jerked the steering wheel, executing a sharp turn that screeched tires against the pavement before coming to a halt. The window slowly descended. The black diamond stud in Lu Zhuo's earlobe glinted coldly in the sunlight as his gaze swept between the two, finally resting on Huo Qinye's phone, which he had yet to put away. "What's wrong?" Huo Qinye inquired, looking toward him. Li Chen had accepted the friend request and tucked his phone away. "Give me your phone. I'm out of money. Transfer some funds to me." Huo Qinye handed over his phone, and Lu Zhuo received it, landing on the WeChat interface. The first contact was the newly added Li Chen, whose avatar was a dark silhouette. He swiftly tapped on the note field, entering the word deceiver, and casually added his own WeChat before initiating a transfer. "Wait a minute." Lu Zhuo frowned. "Why is your balance only 5,000? He disdainfully tossed the phone back to Huo Qinye and transferred some money from the card. His salary had yet to be dispersed. He would have to wait a few days. "Penny pincher, is that all you have, 5,000? Where's your money? Surely, you can't be so easily deceived right after adding someone on WeChat. Used it all up. Where did it go?" Lu Zhuo instinctively pressed for answers, his hand resting on the car window frame, suddenly realizing he was prying too much and quickly corrected himself. "Never mind, you miser." With that, he pressed the accelerator and drove away. Huo Qinye received the phone, glancing at the striking label, scammer, the corners of his lips curving into a subtle smile. He took a look at Lu Zhuo's WeChat profile, a photo of Lu Zhuo wearing sunglasses, chin slightly raised, making a V sign for the camera, exuding both coolness and charm. He put away the phone and turned to Li Chen. "I'll be heading back now." "All right, goodbye." Li Chen leaned against his motorcycle, fiddling with a silver lighter, his gaze following the gradually fading white figure of Huo Qinye. Had he recognized him or not? Lu Zhuo headed to the mall and called Shun Zijin. "What's up?" Shun Zijin sounded in good spirits. "Speak of the devil. That guy named Li Chen asked how much you have. He didn't ask for my money." "Really? You're dating. Haven't you given him any pocket money?" "Of course I did." "How much?" "It's not much, just 300,000. 300,000? You've only been dating a few days, and already that much? Are you Shin big spender?" "He used to deliver takeout. He has a sick younger brother. I don't want him to struggle too much." "Is that younger brother safe?" Lu Zhuo picked out a set of pajamas, glancing at the price tag of 4,999, then put it back. "No, his brother is still in the hospital. Li Chen doesn't look like someone who delivers takeout. Shin big spender, be a bit more cautious." He hung up on Shun Zijin. Opening WeChat, he stared at Huo Qinye's cloud-like avatar, which looked both cliché and tacky. He changed the contact name to 610. There were still 610 photos left to delete. Once the number turned to 0, he would be completely free. "Young Master Lu, do you still want this pajama set?" A nearby sales assistant respectfully inquired. "No, the color doesn't appeal to me." Lu Zhuo bought some sweet treats and returned to the research institute. Once back in his room, he immediately called Qi Yao, requesting some clothes to be sent over. Standing before the wardrobe with arms crossed, Lu Zhuo furrowed his brow, staring at the neatly hung clothes of Huo Qinye. His custom-made attire was squished next to Huo Qinye's simple white shirt. His gaze flicked between their garments. Then, Lu Zhuo grabbed a towel from the bathroom, twisting it into a thick rope. He tied it tight, not on a hanger between their clothes, creating a distinct divide. Chapter 36. Making the boyfriend feel wronged after completing this task. He took a couple of steps back to admire his handiwork. The white towel resembled the boundary between the Chu and Han dynasties, perfectly splitting the wardrobe in two. When Huo Qinye returned from his experiment, Lu Zhuo was already finished with his shower, lounging on the bed while scrolling through his phone. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he languidly lifted his eyelids and glanced at Huo Qinye, who was unfastening his cufflinks. Both were S-class alphas. Lu Zhuo deliberately turned his phone to a different angle and feigned casualness as he remarked that Shun Dada's new boyfriend, the one with whom he exchanged WeChat today, had gifted him 3 million in pocket money over 5 days. Huo Qinye approached the wardrobe to retrieve his sleepwear, his gaze lingering on a particular item for 2 seconds. With one hand, he untied the towel, their garments once again pressed together. "I feel sorry for my boyfriend. I strive to earn money. What does this mean?" Lu Zhuo turned over, presenting his back to him. "I couldn't care less about your meager salary." Noted, Huo Qinye's voice merged with the sound of the bathroom door closing. As the sound of water began, Lu Zhuo irritably raked his fingers through his hair. How foolish. Can't you discern the meaning behind my words? He caught sight of the white phone on the desk and leapt off the bed. Huo Qinye's phone password had once again been changed to his birthday. Upon unlocking it, Lu Zhuo noticed his WeChat pinned at the top, with a note boldly stating, boyfriend. He scoffed softly and swiftly altered the note to master. Scrolling down, he saw Li Chun. Even after being called a fraud, he deliberately reverted to using his name. Lu Zhuo pouted and changed the note back to fraud. Just then, a new message popped up. Fraud. Can I arrange a meeting with you? Lu Zhuo rolled his eyes dramatically and tossed the phone back to the foot of the bed. When Huo Qinye emerged, towel drying his hair, he found Lu Zhuo reclining on the bed, legs crossed. Someone trying to contact you. Huo Qinye picked up the phone, glanced at the message, and began to respond. Lu Zhuo discreetly peeked, unable to resist commenting. He.S. Shenzijin's boyfriend, a swindler. Why would you add him? He asked if he could have your contact information. After replying to the message, Huo Qinye placed the phone back on the desk. You give your number to anyone who asks? Not all. Lu Zhuo sat upright. Then why did you add him? Do you find him attractive? Or do you have money to spare for him to swindle? Huo Qinye listened to the displeasure in Lu Zhuo's voice. Neither. I can barely support a boyfriend, let alone have money to be deceived by others. Then you should delete him. Huo Qinye turned to look at him. Lu Zhuo's gaze flickered momentarily before he shot back. Shindata isn't as cunning as you two. You both should be more aware and not engage in any ambiguous entanglements. Huo Qinye's gaze drifted to the phone screen where Master was displayed. He turned back to Lu Zhuo and smiled. I am quite self-aware. Lu Zhuo stared dazedly at Huo Qinye's smiling eyes, momentarily transported back to elementary school. Back then, Huo Qinye was quite the charmer, always surrounded by classmates. Yet he could instantly sense Lu Zhuo's slightest emotional shifts. The images from memory gradually sharpened. Why do you explain problems to others? Young Lu Zhuo, puffed up with indignation, slammed his pencil case onto the desk. You don't care about my poor grades. All you do is help others. Am I still your best friend? You're not allowed to explain problems to anyone else. If you do, I won't talk to you anymore. I explain to you, but you never listen. At that time, Huo Qinye also gazed at him with his head tilted. However, it was the afternoon, and sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a golden edge upon his lashes. It's none of your business, Lu Zhuo remarked, dragging his chair with a creak. If you don't speak, that's your problem. Huo Qinye was amused by his unreasonable demeanor and pulled out a notebook from his backpack. So, do you want to listen now? Yes. Lu Zhuo promptly scooted his chair closer, purposely nudging Huo Qinye's arm with his elbow. In truth, he could hardly recall what Huo Qinye had said. All he remembered was that the afternoon was splendid, and Huo Qinye's long, fair fingers were distinctly visible as they sketched on the draft paper. His voice was soft yet clearer than any sound in the classroom. Lu Zhuo fixated on him. Don't want to listen anymore? Huo Qinye chuckled. Are you perhaps hungry? Not all. Lu Zhuo poked his finger. Qinye, let us just play together. Chapter 37. A slap. Lu Zhuo looked at Huo Qinye and suddenly realized a stark truth. They were no longer children. The obedient class monitor who had only explained problems to him had vanished long ago, lost the year they had severed ties. What was he doing? Like a petulant elementary student, attempting to prove something in this manner? If I find out what you two are secretly up to, Lu Zhuo's voice turned icy. For Shundato's sake, I won't spare either of you. Huo Qinye reached out to turn off the main light, leaving only a dim bedside lamp illuminating the room. He stood by the bed against the light. What do you mean by not sparing me? I'll beat you until you beg for mercy. Lu Zhuo clenched his fists. I'll make you kneel. Oh. Huo Qinye's voice carried a hint of amusement. All for that innocent and lovely Shindatu. Yes, Lu Zhuo replied defiantly. He's my best friend, my very best. I know, Huo Qinye said lightly. You've mentioned it several times. Observing Huo Qinye's displeased expression, Lu Zhuo felt somewhat relieved. As long as you know, he turned away from Huo Qinye, preparing to sleep. The sound of the mattress sinking behind him indicated Huo Qinye's presence, his breath enveloping Lu Zhuo's back. Instinctively, Lu Zhuo tensed up. Huo Qinye lay still, seemingly engaged in chatting on his phone. Are you going to sleep? Lu Zhuo, irritated, tugged at the blanket. That phone is so bright. How can anyone sleep? Huo Qinye turned to his side. You're so noisy. Lu Zhuo kicked him lightly, although the phone was on silent. The fingers tapping the screen still produced sounds. Lu Zhuo felt a surge of unexplainable anger. He had never seen Huo Qinye text anyone at night. How was it that now, upon adding that fraud, he could not stop chatting? He abruptly turned around and caught Huo Qinye just as he switched off his phone and placed it on the bedside table. Got it. Lu Zhuo glared at him fiercely, and Huo Qinye met his gaze, suddenly chuckling. You look a bit fierce. Have you deleted those photos? Yes, just now, he replied. Today was quite decisive. Huo Qinye remarked. After all, I cannot compare to Shen Zijin in wealth, nor do I possess his innocent charm. I did not intend to upset you. Lu Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. Oh, Huo Qinye reached out, capturing the tips of his fingers, gently caressing the joints. What is it that you truly care about? Lu Zhuo felt a jolt of electricity surge through his fingertips, forcefully withdrawing his hand. I care about nothing. Just refrain from being bothersome. He lay down, tugging the blanket with a rustle. The mattress sank slightly as Huo Qinye enveloped him from behind. Lu Zhuo gritted his teeth. Let go. I am tired. Why do you embrace me when you are aware of my fatigue? Lu Zhuo struggled momentarily. I merely wanted to hold you for a moment. His ears flushed with heat. And in a moment of impulsivity, he blurted out, 22 photos or 30 photos before I allow you to hold me. Let be a new rule. Every night, I shall hold you as we sleep. On what grounds? I did not consent. Lu Zhuo protested vehemently. Who instructed you to be so unattractive, to impose so many rules, and to threaten me? Huo Qinye, are you intentionally making things difficult for me? Lu Zhuo twisted Huo Qinye's hand. Well, we are no longer the best of friends. Huo Qinye responded softly. Why should I yield to you? Lu Zhuo reclined, resting his feet upon Huo Qinye's legs. Then I shall not grant you an easy time either. That night, Lu Zhuo tossed restlessly in his sleep, his brow gradually furrowing. He beheld a dimly lit laboratory, where Huo Qinye stood with his back to him at the operation table. Li Chun appeared at the doorway, clad in an open black leather coat that revealed a fitted black tank top beneath. Chief Huo certainly knows how to choose a thrilling venue for a rendezvous. Li Chen's voice dripped with honeyed malice as his fingers glided over the equipment on the table. Huo Qinye approached Li Chun, who provocatively traced the buttons of Huo Qinye's lab coat, unfastening them one by one. What are you doing? Lu Zhuo shouted, yet found himself unable to produce a sound. He watched as Li Chun undid each button of Huo Qinye's coat, revealing his pale skin. Huo Qinye's hand rested on Li Chen's waist as they slowly leaned towards one another, nearly about to kiss. Huo Qinye, how dare you? Lu Zhuo jolted awake, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. He surveyed his surroundings, finding Huo Qinye frowning slightly, gazing at him through sleepy eyes. In the next moment, Lu Zhuo delivered a resounding slap to Huo Qinye's mouth. You deserve this. You've grown bold. Lu Zhuo trembled with fury. Huo Qinye was momentarily stunned. Tasting a hint of blood, Lu Zhuo, Huo Qinye grasped his hand. What is wrong? Sensing something amiss, Huo Qinye noted the warmth radiating from Lu Zhuo's palm. The rich scent of pheromones began to permeate the confined bedroom, thickening the air with an oppressive heat. Lu Zhuo was entering his sensitive period. With a sudden motion, Lu Zhuo straddled Huo Qinye's legs, violently tearing open his nightshirt, fingers urgently exploring his bare chest, as if seeking confirmation of something. Each caress sent shivers through his fingertips, his breath laden with an abnormal heat. Lu Zhuo, Huo Qinye restrained his trembling wrist. Lu Zhuo lifted his gaze, his eyes glistening with an unnatural redness. His hurried breaths echoed distinctly in the stillness of the bedroom. Huo Qinye slowly sat up. Had he been plagued by a nightmare? Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze on Huo Qinye's swollen lips. Noticing his stare, Huo Qinye replied with a hint of resignation. It doesn't hurt. Lu Zhuo lowered his eyes, long lashes casting shadows beneath them, and after a moment, raised his gaze to focus on Huo Qinye's mouth once more. Huo Qinye coaxed him gently. I'll fetch you some water. After soothing Lu Zhuo back to sleep, Huo Qinye donned his pheromone isolation wristband, rose, and poured a glass of warm water infused with an alpha-specific calming agent for Lu Zhuo to drink. Once Lu Zhuo finished, he nestled beneath the blankets, watching Huo Qinye. What's wrong? Are you still uncomfortable? Lu Zhuo murmured, If you dare to kiss someone else, I'll hit you again next time. With that, he turned away, ignoring Huo Qinye. During the day, Huo Qinye brought Lu Zhuo back to the Lu residence. Yu observed the bruised corner of Huo Qinye's mouth. "Oh dear, Qinye, what happened to your lips?" "Just an accidental bump. It's nothing serious," he replied. "Mom," Lu Zhuo said weakly. Yu discerned that Lu Zhuo was entering his sensitive period. "Why don't you go rest in your room? He hasn't been a bother to you, has he?" "Not at all," Huo Qinye assured. Lu Zhuo looked at Huo Qinye as he prepared to leave. "Tonight, I want that chocolate lava cake from your research institute. If you want cake, just let your mother arrange it. Qinye, you go about your business." "All right." Huo Qinye cast a glance at Lu Zhuo before departing. As Lu Zhuo watched him vanish from sight, a wave of discontent washed over him. Xiao Zhuo. Yu noticed Lu Zhuo lost in thought. "Mom, I'm going upstairs to rest." Lu Zhuo ascended the stairs in silence, glancing at the sausage dog pillow on his bed before lying down. Indeed, no alpha would willingly endure a sensitive period in the company of another alpha. Lu Zhuo tugged at the pillow's ears and, after a moment, glanced at his phone, wishing for Huo Qinye to return. They were in a relationship now. During his sensitive period, he ought to be with him. Why should he run away? Lu Zhuo picked up his phone and dialed Huo Qinye, only to find it switched off. He hurled the device across the room in frustration. Just then, a sound came from outside the door. Sitting up, he wondered if Huo Qinye had come back. "Come." "Yes, young master." Tang Qi entered. Tang Qi was an A-grade omega with a strawberry scent, releasing calming pheromones as she closed the door. "Young master, Madam sent me to attend to you." The omega's pheromones proved far more effective than calming agents, instilling a sense of comfort. Wealthy families typically employed omegas and alphas specifically to assist during sensitive or heat periods. Yet Lu Zhuo had never utilized such services. It seemed his mother believed he had grown up. "Young master." Tang Qi approached and knelt down, slowly extending her hand. Lu Zhuo's gaze fell on the phone he had thrown. Memories of Huo Qinye's sensitive period from their childhood resurfaced, at that time, during gym class. The pheromones Huo Qinye released had drawn the class South Omegas irresistibly close to him. Lu Zhuo observed the unbidden gathering of Omegas, as well as the Alphas eager to engage in conflict. He issued a warning to those individuals before taking hold of Huo Qinye's hand and fleeing. The school nurse was absent from the infirmary, leaving only the two of them. The pheromones radiating from Huo Qinye caused Lu Zhuo considerable discomfort. "You should go outside," he suggested. Huo Qinye located a suppression bracelet and donned it, significantly masking his pheromones. Lu Zhuo breathed a sigh of relief, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "No, I want to stay with you." He grabbed a bottle of mineral water and began to drink, only to realize halfway through that he ought to offer it to Huo Qinye first. His mind was muddled by Huo Qinye's pheromones during his sensitive period. He extended the bottle, saying, "Qinye, you drink first. It will be fine once the teacher arrives." Huo Qinye accepted the mineral water and drank slowly. Just then, the teacher arrived, clicking his tongue. "You young man should step outside." The school nurse addressed Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo shook his head. "It's all right. I want to stay here with him. You are not an omega. Your presence will only distress him further. Please leave." "Why? I won't go anywhere. I am his best friend, and I must be by his side. He is in a sensitive period. And what of it? He needs to be with me to feel at ease. Why do you refuse to listen? Step outside." "Teacher, please don't be harsh with him. It's my wish to have him with me. I am not uncomfortable. Just give me a dose of the suppressor, please." The school nurse observed Huo Qinye's pale lips trembling slightly. These children can be quite stubborn. The nurse turned to retrieve the suppressor. Lu Zhuo helped Huo Qinye onto the bed, saying, "Qinye, when I am in my sensitive period, you must stay with me too." Chapter 38. The care was insufficient. Lu Zhuo spoke earnestly. "I do not wish to be an omega. We are best friends and must remain together during sensitive periods." Huo Qinye offered a faint smile. "What does your smile mean? Are you agreeing or not?" "Yes, all right. But Qinye, your lips are truly pale. You aren't going to die, are you?" Lu Zhuo expressed his concern, tears welling in his eyes. "I won't," Huo Qinye reassured him, lifting his hand to gently touch Lu Zhuo's fingers. "Just stay with me." The school nurse approached to administer the injection to Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze on the somewhat stern-looking nurse. Please be gentle with the injection. Although he is an S-class alpha, he is still afraid of pain. The nurse glanced at Huo Qinye, whose complexion had grown even paler, then looked at Lu Zhuo. You should leave quickly. Staying here will only make him feel worse. Lu Zhuo cast his eyes down, pondering how two alphas could remain together during sensitive periods. He watched as Tang Qi morphed into Huo Qinye before him, his slender hand brushing against himself as he prepared the strawberry-scented pheromones. In truth, he did not care for the scent of strawberries at all. Lu Zhuo pressed Tang Qi's forehead down. Leave, young master? Tang Qi was perplexed, unable to comprehend his misstep. I will serve you, young master. Otherwise, you will feel uncomfortable. Leave, young master? Tang Qi stood frozen, bewildered as he gazed at him. Despite his body having already reacted, why was this the case? She spoke cautiously after reaching adulthood. The sensitive period is quite arduous. If this continues, it will be unbearable for you, young master. Get out, Lu Zhuo retorted, tightening the loose waistband of his trousers and rushing into the bathroom, turning on the cold water and letting it cascade over his head. The icy water washed over his heated skin, yet it could not extinguish the surging heat within. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open. I told you to leave. Lu Zhuo shouted angrily. However, the footsteps did not retreat. Instead, they drew nearer. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? I command you to leave. Lu Zhuo roared, but upon seeing the visitor, he froze. Huo Qinye stood silently in place. Water droplets rolled down Lu Zhuo's eyelashes as he turned back to splash cold water on his face again. Yet when he looked back, Huo Qinye remained. The cake has been left outside, Huo Qinye said, gazing down at the drenched Lu Zhuo. But I presume you have no desire for cake at the moment. In a moment of impulse, Lu Zhuo seized the shower head and aimed it at Huo Qinye, spraying cold water all over him, soaking his white shirt. Get out. Huo Qinye stepped forward into the cold water, droplets cascading from his hair, sliding down his jaw, and ultimately dripping on Lu Zhuo's collarbone. Huo Qinye's long fingers covered Lu Zhuo's hand gripping the shower head, gently turning the water temperature to a warm flow. The mist quickly enveloped the bathroom. Are you not cold? Taking a shower with cold water during the sensitive period could lead to illness. That's none of your business. Lu Zhuo averted his gaze. Huo Qinye continued rinsing him with warm water. Is it that strawberry-flavored Omega who has upset our Lu Xiao? Yes, Lu Zhuo replied, staring at Huo Qinye's water-soaked eyelashes. She did not attend to him well. Huo Qinye brushed his wet bangs aside, revealing his dark, emotive eyes. The warm water washed away the foam as Huo Qinye's voice mingled with the sound of water. Then allow me to assist you. Lu Zhuo stood firm, fixing his gaze on him. No, I do not want you. Huo Qinye set down the shower head and placed one hand on Lu Zhuo's nape. Chapter 39. Lu Zhuo hastily protested. Huo Qinye's other hand caressed his cheek. Step away. Just as those words left his lips, Huo Qinye leaned in and kissed him gently. Lu Zhuo's eyes widened in surprise, and he struggled. Let go, or I will hit you. Lu Zhuo's hand clenched the wet fabric of Huo Qinye's shirt, the material producing a faint sound of friction beneath the water's flow. As Huo Qinye's tongue brushed against his palate, Lu Zhuo shivered. Don't be angry. Grant me a chance. Huo Qinye murmured. In the steamy bathroom, Lu Zhuo perched on the edge of the spacious bathtub. Huo Qinye leaned closer, his long fingers resting on the marble surface beside him. His white shirt was entirely soaked, clinging transparently to his form, outlining the contours of his taut waist and abdomen. Amid the swirling mist, his features appeared particularly profound. Lu Zhuo found his gaze drawn uncontrollably to Huo Qinye's collar. Between two undone buttons lay skin flushed from steam, droplets gliding down his collarbone into deeper shadows. Huo Qinye noticed a stare, a slight smile gracing his lips. His mouth descended upon Lu Zhuo's taut abdomen, his tongue delicately tracing the quivering skin that betrayed rapid breaths. Who said I would grant you a chance? Leave. Lu Zhuo's fingers brushed through Huo Qinye's damp hair. Huo Qinye remained silent, his sharp teeth lightly grazing the hollow of his waist. He raised his hand and gently wiped his face, then wrapped the trembling body of Lu Zhuo in a bath towel. Darling, you truly do not allow me to serve you. Huo Qinye couldn't help but remark. Lu Zhuo was at a loss for words for a long while. By the time he regained his senses, he had already sunk into the fluffy quilt, his bones softened by the warm water, too lethargic to even move his fingertips. The lava cake on the bedside table emanated a rich cocoa aroma, with chocolate sauce slowly oozing from the small cut, spreading deep brown stains on the porcelain plate. Huo Qinye emerged from the bathroom, asking, "Would you like to have a bite?" The thought of his earlier pitiful state filled Lu Zhuo with self-disdain. Yet, gazing at Huo Qinye's face, he felt an inexplicable pleasure. It was exhilarating. He had no desire to eat anything, especially since so much time had passed. The cake was no longer fresh. It takes about an hour and a half to get from the research institute to the Lu residence. I want you to be comfortable during your sensitive period, Huo Qinye explained. Lu Zhuo turned his back, saying, "Who asked you about that? I'm going to sleep." Huo Qinye chuckled softly, hearing footsteps towards the door. Lu Zhuo turned to see Huo Qinye, clad in a bathrobe, with his hand on the doorknob. Huo Qinye observed the head peeking out from the quilt. "I'll go grab some clothes. You mustn't lock the door. You need to sleep with me during your sensitive period." Upon hearing Huo Qinye's words, Lu Zhuo pulled the quilt over himself. What a hassle. When Huo Qinye emerged from the guest room after changing, he happened upon Yin, who was carrying hot milk upstairs. Yin looked at her own son, marveling at how she could have given birth to such a handsome boy. "Qinye, what is the matter?" The Omega who just came to comfort Xiao Zhuo was crying. "I came to check on Xiao Zhuo and see what is going on. But you specifically returned to bring him cake?" Yin gazed at Huo Qinye. "It wasn't tea specifically for that. Time flies, doesn't tea it?" Yin turned her gaze towards the door at the end of the corridor. "I still remember when Xiao Zhuo first entered his sensitive period. He was about 10 years old, just after quarreling with you, declaring he would sever ties with you. Yet, in the middle of the night, he cried out your name, looking so pitiful. You didn't see it." She chuckled and shook her head. "No matter how I tried to comfort him, it was futile. However, I'm quite curious. Qinye, you're not one to get angry easily. Why did you stop playing with Xiao Zhuo back then?" He was genuinely heartbroken for a long time. His entire demeanor changed. Yin had even invited them to play at their home, hoping to reconcile the two children, but Huo Qinye simply refused to come. "I can't recall." Huo Qinye wore his customary gentle smile. "I'll take the milk to him." "Yes, fine. I'll take care of him." Yin handed the milk cup to Huo Qinye. "All right then, your father will be home for dinner tonight. Shall we all eat together?" "Okay." Yin happily descended the stairs. Although Qinye had not yet addressed them as family, he still acknowledged them. In the room, Lu Zhuo was cocooned in the quilt. His ears perked up. Upon hearing footsteps stop at the bedside, he immediately turned over, presenting the back of his head to the outside. Huo Qinye observed the lump in the quilt, reaching out to gently lift the corner, revealing Lu Zhuo's tousled hair. "Drink some milk before sleeping." "I don't want to." A muffled sound emanated from beneath the quilt, accompanied by the distinctive nasal tone characteristic of a vulnerable moment. "Are you hungry?" I inquired, but I'd already declared my refusal to drink. Suddenly, a corner of the quilt was forcefully lifted. Indeed, it was time to be fed. Lu Zhuo snatched the cup and tilted his head back to gulp its contents. "Finished," he exclaimed, placing the empty cup into Huo Qinye's hand before burrowing back into the warm cocoon. "I'm going to sleep now." Without warning, Huo Qinye reached out and tugged at the quilt. "What now?" Lu Zhuo emerged with a fuming expression. Huo Qinye's fingertip brushed softly against the corner of his mouth. "I wanted to see if you were hiding under there, crying." "Why would I be crying under the quilt?" Lu Zhuo swatted his hand away, exasperated. Huo Qinye chuckled softly as he rose, while Lu Zhuo's gaze followed his retreating figure. He observed Huo Qinye entering the bathroom with the empty glass. The sound of running water soon filling the air, audible through the partially open door. Lu Zhuo watched intently as Huo Qinye's slender fingers meticulously rinsed the glass walls. After a few moments, he turned away. Before long, the sound of water ceased. Instinctively, Lu Zhuo held his breath, listening as footsteps approached. The mattress sank slightly as Huo Qinye's fingers wove through his hair. "Sleep now." Lu Zhuo let out a soft hum in response. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Seizing the opportunity, while Huo Qinye was at the research institute, Lu Zhuo called out to Qi Yao. "Boss." Qi Yao observed Lu Zhuo, who donned sunglasses with an air of coolness. "Where are you off to?" Lu Zhuo scrutinized Qi Yao for a moment. Boss. Having spent the last few days in Huo Qinye's company, Lu Zhuo felt as though he had become a mere shell of himself. Especially that day. The mere thought of Huo Qinye intending to do that left him in disarray. In hindsight, he believed he had fallen ill. Surely, it was the result of consuming the medication from Wen Yu that had led to his predicament. To the hospital? Which one? The best. Qi Yao drove them to the Alliance Hospital. With sunglasses and a mask concealing his features, Lu Zhuo radiated an aura that discouraged any approach. Qi Yao followed timidly, clutching a registration slip for the Alpha Sexual Function Regulation Department. Boss, are you sure it's me who's unwell? Lu Zhuo shot him a cold glance. If I say you are, then you are. Boss, when did you develop issues in that regard? If you dare to utter a word of this, I absolutely won't. Lu Zhuo dismissed him with a wave of his hand. His gaze sweeping over the waiting area filled exclusively with alphas, some appearing grave while others were engrossed in their phones, a subtle tension pervading the atmosphere. What number are we? 31. 31? Lu Zhuo frowned, just spotting number 10. How long must we wait? We're the last number. We almost couldn't get an appointment. Too slow. Boss, this isn't a private hospital. Everything must follow procedures. Unless you know someone influential here who can pull some strings. Lu Zhuo scoffed, suddenly recalling that his biological father was the director of this very hospital. He nearly forgot that fact. Let's change hospitals. No, boss. The specialists here are renowned for treating alpha-related issues. I've researched it online. Chapter 40. Unable to endure much longer. Fine, let us just wait then. Lu Zhuo took out his phone and began to play. In the group chat, I've been on my best behavior these past few days, and my brother has finally let me out. Are we meeting up tonight? Shun Zijing. Yes. I want to introduce you to my new boyfriend. In the group chat. Looking forward to it. What do you say, Lu Baba? In the group chat. Lu Baba must come. I miss you so much. In the group chat. I've already set everything up. It's all familiar faces. Just waiting for you at the usual spot. Lu Zhuo did not respond, as he needed to consult with the doctor before determining his mood for socializing. After 2 hours of waiting, his patience waned. Forget it. I won't wait any longer. Come on, you're still young. You can't let this issue linger. It's already the 27th. All right, I'm thirsty. Just wait here and don't wander off. I'll get you some water. If you miss your turn, they won't wait for you. Lu Zhuo watched as Qi Yao jogged off to fetch him water. At that moment, the quarrel of a couple broke out, perhaps due to the dwindling number of patients. Their argument was particularly jarring. The Alpha, with reddened eyes, grasped the Omega's wrist. I'm having surgery next week. The doctor said the success rate is 60. I'll get better. Please don't abandon me. The Omega shook his head. Let's not kid ourselves. I can't accept this. Let us break up. I can't find an Alpha with such a short time frame as yours. 1 minute, even if the surgery goes well. 3 minutes? I can't live like this. You should find an Omega who doesn't care about such things. Lu Zhuo thought. 1 minute. His fingers unconsciously tapped on his knee, silently calculating. These past few days with Huo Qinye, had he even managed to endure a minute? Could it be that he was truly so young and fragile? Suddenly, the intercom blared. Patient 31 Qi Yao, please proceed to consultation room 3. Patient 31 Qi Yao, please proceed to consultation room 3. Patient 31 Qi Yao, please proceed to consultation room 3 immediately. Lu Zhuo steeled himself and entered the consultation room, fully equipped with a mask and sunglasses. The seasoned expert adjusted his glasses. Qi Yao? Yes. You're still shy, even after coming this far? The expert tapped on the keyboard and asked for symptoms. Lu Zhuo swallowed hard. I just can't last too long. Specifically, how long? 1 minute? 3 minutes? Lu Zhuo's voice dwindled. The expert suddenly frowned. The medical record says you're 23? I filled it out incorrectly. I'm 20. At 20, and you're experiencing this? The expert clicked his tongue, the sound of the pen echoing on the table. Lu Zhuo felt a tightening in his chest. Can still be treated? Let us first examine the glands. When the cold gloves touched the nape of his neck, Lu Zhuo stiffened. Everything seems fine on the surface. Do you have a fixed Omega? No. The one I've been with recently is an Alpha. Oh, please step behind the curtain and lower your pants to your knees. Lu Zhuo mechanically approached the examination table. Just as his fingers brushed against his waistband, he heard a familiar voice. Uncle Fong. Huo Qinye's voice rang out. Lu Zhuo's hand trembled, causing his pants to slip down to his ankles. How could he have followed him here? This was utterly outrageous. He pulled up his pants, preparing for confrontation. Qinye? The expert turned around in surprise. What brings you here? I was just passing by. Huo Qinye shook the folder in his hand, informing that his father had asked him to bring some materials. Lu Zhuo sighed in relief, realizing it was not about him. Through a gap, he caught sight of Huo Qinye's shoes, a mere 30 centimeters away. Uncle Fong, would you care to join me for a meal? No, they're SA patient. Uncle Fong suddenly turned towards the curtain. Wait for me for 5 minutes. I have a monograph to give you. All right. Just as Lu Zhuo completely relaxed, Huo Qinye spoke. Uncle Fong, this Qi Yao is my friend. His issue isn't serious, is it? Although it was uncommon for someone so young to experience premature ejaculation. Rest assured, since he is your friend, I will ensure he receives proper treatment. Then I must trouble you, Uncle Fong. Lu Zhuo grasped the curtain. Qi Yao, Uncle Fong has treated many like you. Don't worry, it will get better. Huo Qinye, wait, he must not have seen me. It seems he thinks I am Qi Yao. Yes, that must be it. After the footsteps faded, the old expert Fong entered. So you are Xiaohua's friend. No need to be shy. I will treat you, and you will surely improve in no time. Lu Zhuo covered his head with his coat. I'm not looking anymore. What? Wait, stop. I truly am not looking. I have no issues at all. Thank you, doctor, goodbye. Upon exiting, Lu Zhuo spotted Huo Qinye standing not far away and hurriedly turned to flee in the opposite direction. Boss, you've gone the wrong way. I'm over here. Qi Yao's voice echoed behind him. Lu Zhuo froze, quickening his pace. Boss, wrong way. Huo Qinye chuckled at Lu Zhuo's retreating figure. Once Lu Zhuo returned to the car, Qi Yao was startled. Boss, what's wrong? Is it serious? Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to get me into trouble? Didn't you see Huo Qinye standing there? Why did you shout my name so loudly? Boss, I didn't see him there, and I didn't call your name, Qi Yao retorted, feeling aggrieved. Lu Zhuo looked at Qi Yao and smiled. Boss, please don't look at me like that. It's a bit scary. Why can't you be as clever as Gu Lin? Boss, isn't Gu Lin mute? Of course, he wouldn't shout names. Shut up. Who said he is mute? I wish you were the mute instead. You can never do anything right. Lu Zhuo was exasperated, uncertain if Huo Qinye had witnessed this. At that moment, Lu Zhuo caught sight of Huo Qinye's car following closely behind through the rearview mirror. Boss, should we greet him? Qi Yao honked twice. You go ahead, honk all you want. I'm changing bodyguards. Lu Zhuo was infuriated, heading to the bar. Yes, don't change bodyguards. I love you. Lu Zhuo thought it best to visit Wen Yu and the others to unwind, feeling utterly vexed. Boss, what now? Lu Zhuo noticed Huo Qinye's car persistently trailing them. Instead of seeing a doctor, why not let Huo Qinye take a look? I've heard the medicines at their research institute are priceless. Your issue would surely be trivial there. Be quiet and drive. As Lu Zhuo assumed that Huo Qinye's car would trail them indefinitely, it vanished from sight as they turned a corner. He glanced at his phone, yet no messages arrived. Frustrating. Qi Yao, beside him, dared not utter a word. Upon arriving at the Forbidden Zone bar, they were greeted by old friends. Lu Xiao has arrived. Others called out to Lu Zhuo. Wen Yu, noticing Lu Zhuo's displeasure, beckoned. Come over here. Lu Zhuo embraced Wen Yu tightly. Be gentle. You're choking me. Qi Yao and Gu Lin settled together. Brother Lin, my life is truly miserable, Qi Yao lamented. Gu Lin appeared oblivious, shifting slightly away. Brother Lin, doesn't Wen Xiao treat you well? He seems quite amiable. Qi Yao leaned closer. Brother Lin, Lu Xiao claims you're clever. Teach me how to win Wen Xiao's favor. Also, are you truly mute? Gu Lin remained unresponsive. Wen Yu, from across the room, interjected. Who is upset? Our Lu Xiao. It's certainly isn't me. Is it Huo Qinye? I have a strategy for you. You should be quiet. If you suggest another, I might not survive, Lu Zhuo retorted. What's wrong? My advice is excellent. You haven't taken down Huo Qinye, have you? Has he turned the tables on you? Lu Zhuo chuckled. Impossible. How could he have me? Ridiculous. Who am I? My skills are superb. He's the one entangled with me. When you leaned in with a mischievous grin, isn't that precisely what you desire? Sleep with him 10 or 8 times to reclaim the grievances of the past. Huh, I feel nothing for him, Lu Zhuo replied, loosening his collar. It's purely charitable. When you laughed, would you like my potent elixir? 1 dose guarantees you a night of joy. Get lost. No. And where did you acquire such things? Have you tried them yourself? Of course. Exquisite. When you raised an eyebrow, why not ask those omegas who possesses the finest skills in bed? Lu Zhuo regarded Wen Yu, who stood half a head shorter than him, with skepticism. Wait. Suddenly, when you lunged to grasp his wrist, your earring, Chapter 41, When I Grow Tired of Playing. Is it the limited edition Aurora Black Diamond from the Alliance? That custom piece must be worth at least 20 million. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow. 20 million? Huo Qinye doesn't have that kind of money. It's fake. He casually swirled his drink. Fake. When U.S. voice shot up. The diamonds I handle are worth thousands, if not tens of thousands. You dare tell me this level of brilliance and clarity is fake? Lu Zhuo scoffed lightly. It's merely average. Yet his lips betrayed him, curling upwards uncontrollably. I'm just wearing it for fun. Not to your liking? When U.S. eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. It's just a worthless stone. Lu Zhuo twirled the earring. It's not even worth as much as that red diamond I tossed at the auction last time. When you produced his phone, displaying a magazine image. Sell that to me for 23 million. He pointed to the identical earring on the screen. I have sought many connections for this series of diamonds, but to no avail. I can transfer the money to you right now. Who wants your money? I can't just take it for nothing. When you gazed at Lu Zhuo with delight. The last time we pierced ears together, I couldn't find a suitable earring. Seeing you wear this today is simply splendid. Who said I'd give it to you? Not for sale. When you gazed at Lu Zhuo's smug demeanor, saying, did you not just declare it to be fake? You claimed disinterest. Yet now you hesitate to part with it. When has our young master Lu ever been so stingy? Could it possibly be a gift from Huo Qinye? Feigning composure, Lu Zhuo took a sip of his drink. Him.As a miser. The last time I asked him for a bit of pocket money, he merely handed me 5,000. When you chuckled softly, now that is truly miserly, considering he should earn quite a sum from his research patents. Who knows? Lu Zhuo replied with a playful smile. Come, let us toast. Stop fussing over your tonics. I doubt your fragile frame can boast of much longer. At that moment, Shen Zijin and Li Chun arrived, entering together. Wow, so handsome. When Yu's eyes sparkled. Hello, handsome. Lu Zhuo glanced over, unimpressed. What's so handsome about him? Li Shen Baba. Hi. His gaze soon fell upon Lu Zhuo, who naturally took note. Shen Zijin joined him at the table. Lu Bao. Lu Zhuo smiled at Shen Zijin. Did you know your new boyfriend invited Huo Qinye out? Shen Zijin turned to Li Chun. Do you wish to meet Qinye? Yes, I do. Lu Bao. Why not invite Qinye to join us? We could all have fun together. Shen Zijin suggested with a grin. Lu Zhuo's eye twitched slightly. Indeed, young Master Lu. I hear you've reconciled with Qinye. Why not bring him along for some fun? Yes, young Master Lu. It's been ages since I last saw Qinye. He has quite the celebrity now. Others in the private room gathered around. It seems only you, young Master Lu, can summon him. Lu Zhuo surveyed the group before him, a flicker of irritation igniting within him. Why should he be obligated to showcase Huo Qinye to them? Surely, it wasn't that he couldn't reach out to him. Li Chun raised his glass. I doubt Chief Huo enjoys these sorts of gatherings. Indeed, he despises them, particularly strangers. And even more so those alphas who insist on dragging him out after securing a boyfriend. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow at Li Chun. He dislikes strangers. I imagine those close to him are not greatly favored either. Li Chun poured himself a drink. Who truly knows anyone, anyway? Shen Zijin interjected. So, is Qinye coming or not? Not coming, Lu Zhuo replied, setting down his glass. He is not fond of Li Chun. What does it mean to truly understand someone? Can he claim to know Huo Qinye better than I do? They've grown up together, having had their share of quarrels, which surely grants him an edge over me. A mere stranger. Let us invite him just for fun, when you suggested. You were once so heartbroken over him. Now that you hold leverage, why not tease him a little? Lu Zhuo unlocked his phone. At that moment, a message arrived. Huo Qinye had transferred him 50,000. 590 salary. Lu Zhuo's heart skipped a beat. His fingers hovered over the screen for a few seconds, his left ear, adorned with an earring, warming slightly. He quickly typed a response. Lu Baba, so little? Not even enough for a bottle of wine, you miser. When you leaned in, Chief Huo even submits his salary? He whistled. Young Master Lu, you're quite the strategist. Lu Zhuo locked the screen, scoffing softly. Who cares for his meager salary? I'm merely indulging him for a bit. Once I tire of the game, I shall discard him. Quite the bold stance, came the reply. One Yu Dao, let him savor the taste of being toyed with and discarded. Of course, a group of revelers continued their merriment until nightfall. At that moment, someone decided to leave. Lu Xiao, I'm heading back. My partner is urging me to return. Next time, I shall treat you all. They teased the departing alpha, as if none among them had a significant other. Lu Zhuo glanced at the time. Huo Qinye retired at 10. He hadn't urged Lu Zhuo to return, had he? Wasn't it said that they were to share the night together? Stepping out to the restroom, Lu Zhuo caught sight of his reflection in the mirror, and the black ear stud on his left ear gleamed quietly. Had he spent all his money on that ear stud? Never mind. Best to return early to avoid giving him another excuse not to delete the photos. He sent a message to Qi Yao, requesting him to come and drive. Qi Yao replied in surprise, Boss, leaving so early? All right, I'll be out shortly. It was already 10. Was it really too early? Ever since being with Huo Qinye, he had been going to bed earlier. Returning at this hour, he feared he would be met with sarcastic remarks. As Lu Zhuo exited the restroom, he collided with an omega, an overwhelming scent wafting toward him. Lu Zhuo's brow furrowed, an omega in the heat. The suppressor in the omega's hand slipped and fell to the ground, and he trembled as he bent down to retrieve it. Lu Zhuo cast a glance and moved to leave. The omega grasped his pant leg, pleading, Could you please help me pick that up? Lu Zhuo clicked his tongue, stooped to retrieve it, and handed it back. Thank you, the omega said, clutching the suppressor as he staggered into the restroom. Lu Zhuo strode away, but at the corner, a shadow loomed. Li Chun, cigarette pinched between his fingers, languidly regarded Lu Zhuo. Lu Xiao is quite the charmer. Even in the restroom, you manage to attract omega pheromones. Lu Zhuo laughed. We are not familiar, so step aside. Perhaps we will be familiar in the future. I wonder, when will you tire of Huo Qinye and cast him aside? What does it concern you? Lu Zhuo glared at him, perceiving him as a serpent poised to strike. I do like to take my turn. I too wish to play with him. Lu Zhuo's eyes widened, and he swung a punch, the force of it slicing through the air to connect with Li Chen's face. Say that again. What? Only you, Lu Xiao, get to play, while others cannot. On what grounds do you think you are worthy? Lu Zhuo seized his collar. Li Chen met his gaze. I am unworthy, but you are even less so, Lu Zhuo. You are the least deserving of all. Li Chen wrenched free from Lu Zhuo's grip. The esteemed Lu Xiao, out of consideration for Huo Qinye and Shun Zijin, I shall overlook your blow this time. However, I kindly advise you to freshen up before returning. He detests the scent of omega pheromones during their heat. Who do you think you are? Do you think you know him well? Even if I return like this, he will still cling to me. Li Chan turned to stare at him, his expression dark. You could always try. Lu Zhuo had Qi Yao drive him home. He went directly to his room, where the lights were still aglow. Lu Zhuo forcefully pushed open the door, revealing Huo Qinye seated on the sofa in his room, his slender fingers idly flipping through a medical tome acquired from the hospital specialists, bathed in the warm glow of the lamp. The collar of his navy blue pajamas was slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of his delicate collarbone. Huo Qinye looked at Lu Zhuo, who stood at the threshold, and smiled, remarking, If you're unwell, you ought to refrain from drinking. I'm not ill. I merely accompanied Qi Yao for a checkup. Very well. Should you feel any discomfort, I can examine you. No need to seek distant help. Don't flatter yourself. Go take a shower. I prepared the water for you. Huo Qinye closed the book. Lu Zhuo regarded Huo Qinye, whose demeanor was so impeccably clean that the mere thought of Li Chen's intentions towards him repulsed him. Huo Qinye was his to play with. Even if he lost interest, others were not permitted to intrude. Lu Zhuo approached and playfully teased Huo Qinye. I didn't realize you could be so considerate. Have you been fixated on my location all night, longing for me? Before he could touch Huo Qinye, his hand was obstructed by the book Huo Qinye had closed. Lu Zhuo paused. What this? You can touch me, but I cannot touch you. Go take a shower. Lu Zhuo distinctly sensed a chill in Huo Qinye's demeanor. Huo Qinye stood and walked to the door. Huo Qinye, I'll be quick about it. Even if I'm a tad late, it shouldn't be deemed inappropriate. right? If you're not sleeping here, then the photos must be deleted. Wait, I only had a drink with you and the others. The other scents are mere accidents. Understood. Get some rest. Huo Qinye shut the door. Lu Zhuo stood there, bewildered. What is this? Can't you comprehend? He hurriedly shed his clothes and rushed to the bathroom, instructing Aunt Lin to discard his soiled garments. After several washes with the shower gel, he emerged, only to find Huo Qinye absent from the room. Lu Zhuo lay on the bed, gazing at his dachshund cushion, tossing and turning in sleeplessness. Was he meant to sleep alone tonight? His unease grew. He suspected Huo Qinye did not wish to delete the photos. After pondering, he took his dachshund cushion and went to knock on Huo Qinye's door. Huo Qinye, did you meddle with my cushion? Are those shoe prints on its ears yours? How childish. There was silence within. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo pushed the door open. The room was shrouded in darkness. He flicked on the light, only to discover Huo Qinye was nowhere to be found. Descending the stairs, he encountered Aunt Lin, and apart from her, the house was utterly desolate. Where is Huo Qinye? Young master, he left shortly after you returned. What happened? Yu descended in her pajamas, questioning the commotion. What is all this shouting at such a late hour? Did you drive Qinye away again? Who drove him away? Lu Zhuo glanced at the clock. It was 10:40. He had hurried back, yet Huo Qinye had already departed. What could this mean? Was it truly due to the pheromones of a heat phase omega that clung to him? Hadn't he explained that it was an unintentional contamination? Xiao Zhuo. Yu noticed Lu Zhuo's troubled expression and furrowed brows. I'm going to bed. Returning to his room, Lu Zhuo stared at the sofa where Huo Qinye had recently sat, knowing he had been waiting in his pajamas for Lu Zhuo's return. The last time he was infused with the reassuring scent of omega pheromones. He even assisted himself in taking a bath. Could it truly be, as Li Chun suggested, that this is a consequence of the pheromones during the omega's heat period? The following day, in the afternoon, Lu Zhuo went to the research institute to find Huo Qinye, only to be informed that Huo Qinye had taken sick leave. He seemed perfectly fine yesterday. Why would he take sick leave? What ailment afflicted him? Lu Zhuo inquired of Zhang Xin. It must be the sensitivity period. Our chief typically refrains from visiting the institute during this phase. Is it particularly arduous for an S-class alpha during their sensitivity period? Lu Zhuo was perplexed. Logically, the suffering of an S-class alpha during this period should be considerably less intense, unworthy of a sick leave. We are uncertain about that, came the reply. Upon returning home, Lu Zhuo occupied himself on the living room sofa. When Yu mentioned Huo Qinye, he remarked, it seems he's taken sick leave. Sick leave? What ails him? I'm not aware. I did not inquire, Lu Zhuo replied, engrossed in his phone. Shouldn't you express concern? During your sensitivity period, it was always Qinye who took care of you. Now that he is ill, you ought to check on him. I have long forgotten where his home is. You ungrateful brat. How can you be so heartless? I shall accompany you to pay him a visit. Whatever, Lu Zhuo tucked his phone away. That evening, Yu and Lu Zhuo visited the Huo residence. This marked Lu Zhuo's first visit to the Huo household as an adult. Had I known you were coming, I would have instructed the kitchen to prepare additional dishes. Lin Muyuan greeted them hurriedly, her silk shawl fluttering gently in the evening breeze. Yu grasped her hand, saying, There is no need for such trouble. We have already dined. We heard that Qinye is unwell, so we came to check on him. Qinye? He is not at home. Lin Muyuan chuckled, ushering them inside. Lu Zhuo surveyed the Huo villa. The European-style street lamps in the courtyard emitted a warm, golden glow. He looked up towards the third floor, recalling a floor-to-ceiling window where he and Huo Qinye once played airplane chess. Upon glancing up again, he found no windows remained. Please make yourselves comfortable, Lin Muyuan said. I will call Qinye. Moments later, with a smile, Lin Muyuan announced, Qinye said he would return later. If you have no other plans, you are welcome to stay with us tonight. That would not be an imposition, Lin Muyuan added. Qinye's room is on the third floor. Xiao Zhuo, you may go up and wait for him. All right, I shall ascend to wait for him. Lu Zhuo felt no hesitation towards Huo Qinye. He was quite eager to see the room where Huo Qinye resided. Upon arriving at Huo Qinye's room, he found it spacious and impeccably clean, yet surprisingly austere. The bedroom, adorned in shades of gray and white, featured meticulously arranged bed linens and a long study desk laden with medical tomes. Devoid of any superfluous decorations, not even a single piece of art. Lu Zhuo questioned whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong room. This space felt less inviting than Huo Qinye's research lab. Where could he be during his sensitivity period if not at home? Surely, he had not gone in search of an omega. Just then, the sound of a door opening interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, he was met by Lin Muyuan, who entered with a glass of milk. "Aunt Lin," he greeted. "I noticed you hadn't had any tea downstairs, so I brought you milk instead." "Thank you. There is no need for such formality. If I am not mistaken, you are indeed my child, and seeing you grow up so well brings me immense joy." Lin Muyuan handed over the milk. "I fear I may have disappointed you. I am not as clever as Huo Qinye, who seems to know everything." "Not at all. I believe you're just fine as you are," Lin Muyuan replied. Had his father not been so strict with Qinye during his childhood, perhaps his personality would have been as lively as yours. "You used to play so well with Qinye. I wonder how you ended up quarreling." Lu Zhuo chuckled softly. "I can hardly recall. Perhaps it was because he wouldn't let me do something, and I wouldn't let him do the same, leading to our disagreements. If our families had spent more time together, we might have realized the mix-up much sooner." Lin Muyuan remarked, "You bear a slight resemblance to..." "Indeed. You look quite like your father." Lin Muyuan stepped closer, particularly noting those beautiful eyes. "Uncle Huo does not seem to like me, does he? You need not dwell on that. He is merely strict, but he is undoubtedly a good father. In time, you'll understand. Now, drink your milk." Lin Muyuan glanced at the clock. "Qin, you should be returning shortly." Lu Zhuo nodded and took a sip of milk. Just then, footsteps echoed at the door as Huo Qinye appeared. "Qin, Yi has returned. The timing is perfect," Lin Muyuan said, looking towards him. "Mom, yes. You fell ill and did not return home. If Aunt Yin had not come, I would have been unaware of your discomfort. I shall check on you shortly. I'm Yufine. I was merely helping a friend who had some trouble." "I see. You two continue your conversation," Lin Muyuan said as she went downstairs. After Lin Muyuan departed, Huo Qinye glanced at Lu Zhuo. "It was my mother who insisted on coming to see you. I could only reluctantly oblige." "I am alright," Lu Zhuo replied, setting down his cup. "Then I shall take my leave. If it weren't for my mother, I wouldn't have come at all." Huo Qinye turned, his silhouette elongated by the corridor's light as he walked away. Lu Zhuo instinctively clenched his hand and followed him. Upon reaching downstairs, Lin Muyuan asked, "Why are you all coming down? Aren't you staying here?" "No need, Aunt Lin. I cannot get accustomed to that room, so I will head back." "Let Qinye take you. Your mother just left." "No, I will wait. Let's go." Huo Qinye stood at the entrance with the car keys in hand. "I will take you." Once in the car, Lu Zhuo remarked, "There is no need to be so insistent. I'm not demanding your company." He glanced sideways at Huo Qinye, whose jaw was set tight. Huo Qinye remained silent, merely starting the engine and driving off. "I intend to see you home." Lu Zhuo detected a hint of fatigue in his voice. "If you feel unwell, just drop me off. It would be unfortunate if you fainted." "All right. I do feel a bit dizzy." "Dizzy? Are you in a sensitive phase?" "Pull over. I will drive," Lu Zhuo said, looking at him. Huo Qinye halted the vehicle and turned to Lu Zhuo. "Looks like I must trouble my boyfriend." Lu Zhuo stared at Huo Qinye. "You were just indifferent to me. Now you call me your boyfriend. Why not say it in front of your mother?" "Can I?" Huo Qinye reached out to touch Lu Zhuo's fingers. Lu Zhuo's fingers felt as if they had been scalded. "No." The two switched positions, with Lu Zhuo taking the wheel. "Shall we head home or to the research institute?" Huo Qinye remained silent, merely tilting his head slightly to gaze at him. Those calm, composed eyes appeared particularly profound in the flickering light. "Speak up. Have you lost your voice?" "To the research institute." When Lu Zhuo dropped Huo Qinye off at the institute, he suddenly realized, how did it turn to me driving you to the research institute when you were supposed to take me home? Naturally, it is the tender consideration of a boyfriend who knows I am unwell and is taking me back. Why don't you have your friend take care of you? You went to help him, yet you are unwell and still refuse to let him care for you. Lu Zhuo slammed the cup onto the table. "Which friend are you referring to? Do I know him?" "You don't know him." "Oh, is he your good friend?" Lu Zhuo opened the wardrobe, gazing at his clothes pressed against Huo Qinye's shirt. "Just an ordinary friend." Huo Qinye's voice came from behind. "All right then." Lu Zhuo retrieved his pajamas. "Does an ordinary friend merit such late-night outings?" "It was not for that reason." "Then what were you doing out last night?" "You made me get scolded by my mother." Lu Zhuo closed the wardrobe door with irritation. Huo Qinye noticed Lu Zhuo's roundabout way of addressing the issue and finally asked the question he had been pondering. Chapter 43. Huo Qinye explains you have the pheromones of a feverish omega on you, which makes me quite uncomfortable. Lu Zhuo could not help but roll his eyes. I didn't seek out an omega during my sensitive period, so why would I do so after it has passed? He shoved Huo Qinye aside. Do you underestimate me? If we agreed to be in a relationship for 2 months, then neither of us should stray. And I am certainly capable of that. I am not doubting your fidelity. It is merely that the pheromones make me feel physically unwell. In what way? Did you go looking for an omega last night? Lu Zhuo inquired. No, the omega pheromones on you are causing my discomfort. Lu Zhuo was taken aback. Huo Qinye realized he had reacted excessively. He chuckled softly. Go take a shower. If I upset you again in the future, please don't react in such a manner towards me, as it would make me quite uneasy. Why? Lu Zhuo questioned. Is there something wrong with your body? Huo Qinye met Lu Zhuo's gaze. The depths of his eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky. He was genuinely concerned for him. Perhaps it is because I am fond of alphas. Huo Qinye leaned closer to Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo, I cannot accept omegas. Lu Zhuo instinctively clenched his pajamas tightly. Are you frightened? Is it still repulsive to you? Huo Qinye's voice softened further. Lu Zhuo abruptly raised his head, enunciating each word. I knew it. You are gay. You were just pretending with me before, claiming it was a normal reaction. I sensed something was amiss. Huo Qinye suddenly chuckled, his eyes curving into a gentle arc. Even homosexuals have normal needs. He stepped forward, his fingertips lightly brushing Lu Zhuo's brow bone. Moreover, with such a handsome boyfriend in front of me. Of course, Lu Zhuo instinctively lifted his chin. If it weren't for you, I would be the most sought after in school. As the words lingered in the air, Huo Qinye's hand had already brushed against his cheek. What are you doing? Lu Zhuo reacted like a startled cat. It's truly beautiful. Are you out of your mind? Why are you being so cheesy? I warn you, I'm not gay. Lu Zhuo retreated into the bathroom, his heart racing at Huo Qinye's compliment. It wasn't the first time he had heard such words. However, when spoken by Huo Qinye, they felt entirely different. Later that evening, as the two found themselves in bed, Lu Zhuo's curiosity piqued when the lights dimmed. He kicked Huo Qinye playfully with his foot. You mentioned that omega pheromones make you uncomfortable. Does that mean alpha pheromones ignite a fire within you? Not really. Oh, I see, Lu Zhuo said, somewhat disappointed. For others, perhaps, but not for you. Seriously? Are you kidding me? Lu Zhuo couldn't quite believe he possessed such allure, yet he was undeniably intrigued. In reality, alpha pheromones would have no effect on another alpha. They would incite conflict rather than intimacy. You could give it a try. Lu Zhuo released a hint of his pheromones. What do you think? Any sensation? Huo Qinye's fingertip brushed against Lu Zhuo's. No, it's too little. You could provide a bit more. Are you serious? What if you get stimulated and decide to hit me? I want to hit you. Huo Qinye chuckled, his long fingers playfully weaving between Lu Zhuo's. I might want to sleep with you. Chapter 44. Curing his illness, Lu Zhuo observed that Huo Qinye was not wearing a suppression bracelet, raising an eyebrow. Is that so? Do you really think I'm foolish? His pheromones thickened in the air, weaving a provocative web. Huo Qinye gazed at him, and Lu Zhuo felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Before he could retreat, a warm hand suddenly clasped the nape of his neck. His vision darkened as Huo Qinye's lips descended upon his. The dull thud of his back, colliding with the wall, was swallowed by their entangled breaths. Huo Qinye's canines grazed his lower lip, leaving a subtle sting akin to punishment. Lu Zhuo instinctively grasped Huo Qinye's shirt, his soft nightwear crumpling in his palm. When Huo Qinye finally released him, both their breaths were erratic. Lu Zhuo's lips trembled slightly. What madness is this? You said it would feel different, so I took it as your invitation. Who invited you? Lu Zhuo stammered. And we need to settle some scores. Huo Qinye's thumb pressed against Lu Zhuo's swollen lip. Huh? Lu Zhuo blinked in confusion. What scores? I exerted considerable effort during your sensitive period, and now that it's over, you act like a stranger. Who is acting like a stranger? You. Huo Qinye fixed his gaze on him, coming home late, drinking, deliberately knowing you were covered in omega pheromones. Yet returning to make me uncomfortable. How was I supposed to know you would feel uncomfortable? That is quite perverse. Lu Zhuo shot back. Now, I've told you. Huo Qinye was nearly pressed against Lu Zhuo's gland as he spoke, causing Lu Zhuo to shiver. "I need your help," Lu Zhuo exclaimed. "You're truly twisted. Let go of me." Lu Zhuo's fingers instinctively tangled in Huo Qinye's hair, unable to discern whether he wanted to push him away or pull him closer. "You really know how to breathe heavily." Huo Qinye withdrew slightly, observing the unfocused eyes and glistening lips of the person in his arms. Lu Zhuo's mouth felt numb, rendering him speechless, while his palms burned with an unbearable heat. "Be silent and kiss me quickly," he thought. Hadn't it been mentioned that not everything needed to be rushed? In the latter half of the night, Huo Qinye, with great kindness, offered to examine Lu Zhuo's condition. "Let me treat you and see if there's indeed something wrong. Then treat me." "What does it mean to treat halfway?" Huo Qinye replied. "Why don't you give a try?" Lu Zhuo gazed at him, feeling suspended in a state of indecision. How could someone be so malicious? "I'll calculate the time and see if my treatment is effective," Huo Qinye added. Lu Zhuo turned away, sensing a slight relief, yet discomfort lingered. He flipped back around. Huo Qinye smiled at him. Surely, you don't wish for me to assist you further." Lu Zhuo's face flushed crimson. He remained silent, glaring at Huo Qinye in indignation. Huo Qinye reached out, and Lu Zhuo's Adam's apple bobbed in inexplicable anticipation. Yet, Huo Qinye merely pinched his slightly pouted lips, saying, "I'm merely settling the score with you, not here to provide comfort." Observing Huo Qinye's teasing demeanor ignited Lu Zhuo's anger. He lunged forward, indignant at the absurdity of all. The two spent 2 leisurely days together. Lu Zhuo used Huo Qinye's money to set up a computer in his room, with a week remaining before the start of school. While he indulged in relaxation, Huo Qinye was industrious by comparison. He touched his ear stud, wondering if all the money had truly gone into this purchase. Surely not. Yet, it was unlikely that Huo Qinye would buy him a counterfeit. Contemplating this, Lu Zhuo couldn't resist removing the ear stud for inspection. The black gemstone shimmered under the light, its interior pure and its edges polished to a smooth finish. At that moment, Huo Qinye entered, bringing a chocolate lava cake for Lu Zhuo. Startled, Lu Zhuo watched as Huo Qinye placed the small cake beside him. "What's wrong? Where did you buy this ear stud? It's causing my ears discomfort." Huo Qinye glanced at Lu Zhuo's earlobe, finding nothing amiss. "Where did you purchase it? Were you deceived?" He gently touched Lu Zhuo's earlobe. "It shouldn't be the case. Let me massage it for you." Lu Zhuo evaded. "Don't take advantage of me." He unwrapped the cake and took a bite, saying, "I want TB coming the day after tomorrow. We're going to the mountains for a hot spring." "Very well," Huo Qinye replied, but his expression seemed to betray disappointment. "However, if you insist on accompanying us, I can take you along." 2 days later, the villa hotel halfway up the mountain was shrouded in mist. Lu Zhuo opened the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the fresh mountain air enveloped him. He and Huo Qinye arrived together, and when he was lazily arranging 2 rooms for them. Yet, Huo Qinye insisted on staying with Lu Zhuo. As Lu Zhuo opened the window, the breathtaking scenery unfolded before him, and he eagerly changed into his attire for the hot spring. Huo Qinye joined him. The steam rose from the hot spring pool, where when you lay languidly by the edge, while Gu Lin fed him chilled grapes. Upon seeing the two arrive, Wen Yu's eyes lit up. "Finally, you're here. Qinye, are there any other S-class alphas like you at your research institute? Introduce a few to me." Lu Zhuo let out a scoff as he slipped into the pool, the warm water enveloping him entirely in an instant. "What's the matter? Is the Omega no longer satisfying you?" He splashed a handful of water towards Wen Yu. "Shall I connect you with my cousin on WeChat? Please spare me." Wen Yu dramatically shuddered. "I could never compete with a playboy like your cousin. If my brother finds out about my entanglements with the Yin family, especially with your cousin, he would surely flay me alive. With your timid disposition, you even dare to dream of an alpha?" Wen Yu's gaze darted between the two, and a mischievous grin formed on his lips. "How could anyone surpass our Lu Xiao? A scholar, no less. But how do you fare in bed, Lu Xiao?" "Enough, Wen Yu." Lu Zhuo was shot upright, splashing water all over Wen Yu's face. "Stop your nonsense." Lu Zhuo was exasperated, aware of Wen Yu's playful nature, but he was taken aback by the extent of his audacity. "Be quiet, or your brother will put you in your place. You brought the esteemed academic here. Are you still planning to play tonight?" Wen Yu smirked. "Those Omega must be eagerly anticipating our Lu Xiao's arrival." Lu Zhuo momentarily dismissed this thought. Each time, they visited the hot springs to unwind. When you would indulge in playful antics, often seeking out various omega to play hide and seek within the hotel. The last omega hidden would receive a reward of 500,000. However, any omega caught midway would face playful punishments, kisses, hugs, and being lifted high. With those who caught there, I whisked away to a room. Naturally, Lu Zhuo never participated. He preferred lounging in the hot springs, dozing off, occasionally placing bets on who would win. Whatever, it's all about the mood, he said nonchalantly. By the way, Sun Zijin and the others are coming tonight. When you remarked, what was the purpose of your little escapade with his boyfriend? If you're going to swindle him, just do it. After all, Sun Zijin isn't exactly in need of money, so why bother feeling sorry for him? Chapter 45. He is playing you Lu Zhuo, since the gaze of Huo Qinye lingering on him from behind, a look of disapproval evident. Leaning against the edge of the pool, he remarked, as long as Sun Zijin finds me agreeable, that's all that matters. When you chuckled, it's rare to see someone who hasn't broken up with him. Let him have his fun. We wouldn't want him sulking again. I believe he's not just after money. He wants something else as well. When you blinked with curiosity, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Lu Zhuo cast a sidelong glance at Huo Qinye, swallowing his words. Nothing. Huo Qinye handed Lu Zhuo a cup of water. I prefer grape juice, Lu Zhuo stated. Huo Qinye promptly replaced it with grape juice. Leaning against the pool's edge, Lu Zhuo sipped through a straw. You must have known Li Chen before? I don't recall. Don't recall? Lu Zhuo found Huo Qinye's response peculiar. What did it mean to not remember? Either you knew someone, or you didn't. I've soaked long enough. I must return to rest, lest I lack energy tonight, when you interrupted. Gu Lin helped Wen Yu out, draping a fresh robe over him. You two stay here. I'll see you tonight. Once when you departed, only the two of them remained in the vast hot spring. Why don't you wait for me in the room tonight? Huo Qinye suggested. I wasn't brought out just to play. All are omega. What is the fuss about? You, a gay man, shouldn't be so curious. I simply wish to be with you. While Lu Zhuo was not averse to bringing Huo Qinye along, the presence of Li Chen posed a concern. What if the two of them hit it off? He and Sun Zijin were no longer at odds. If it weren't for your insistence, I wouldn't have brought you along. You keep asking for this and that. Just stay in the room. Oh, if one didn't know better, one might think I was at your mercy, that you were the one threatening me. Once the two had soaked in the hot springs, they returned to their room. The warmth of the springs seemed to linger on their skin as Lu Zhuo sank into the fluffy blankets, half of his face buried in the pillow. He lazily turned over, his gaze inadvertently landing by the window. Huo Qinye sat at the desk beside the floor-to-ceiling window, his long fingers lightly tapping on the keyboard. Outside, dusk deepened, the distant mountains appearing like indigo shadows, the last rays of sunset gilding his white shirt with golden edges. It was as tranquil as a painting. If only he were indeed a painting, I could hang him wherever I pleased, taking him out for a glance when I felt happy, and stowing him away in a cabinet when I did not. After a while, the sound of Huo Qinye closing his laptop was soft, yet it felt like a drop of ink falling into water, suddenly bringing that still painting to life. Lu Zhuo unconsciously furrowed his brow. What was he thinking? Huo Qinye rested his elbow on the table, propping his chin with one hand, looking rather displeased. Lu Zhuo turned his face away. The black diamond earring brushing against the pillow. Don't cause me trouble tonight. I'd rather not lose face. What kind of demeanor would grant you face? I'd like to learn. Lu Zhuo pondered. Perhaps something cute and endearing? Would you show me? Huo Qinye walked over and sat on the edge of Lu Zhuo's bed. For instance? For instance. Lu Zhuo sat cross-legged, clearing his throat, and said in a high-pitched voice, Lu Xiao, I beg you. If you plead like that, I might just take you out for some fun. Huo Qinye contemplated seriously. How about it? Show me how you plead. Let me hear it. Huo Qinye leaned in, raising his gaze. I beg you. That is far from cute. Not a chance. Lu Zhuo felt a surge of joy at his compliance. He crossed his arms, stating, I think you should honestly stay in the room and wait for me. All right. I understand. What do you understand? Pray tell. Huo Qinye opened his phone. Then tonight, if you want me to delete photos, you must also act a bit cute. Only then will I delete them. You can't do this to me. I'm merely trying to learn from you. Huo Qinye said, I need to observe how to be endearing so that I may master it. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. Why resort to violence? It's about being charming, not striking. Huo Qinye laughed as he dodged. No evading. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Lu Zhuo, seeing Huo Qinye's disheveled hair from the pillow hit, couldn't he help but chuckle. I'll go answer the door. Just wait until I deal with you. Lu Zhuo slipped on his slippers and went to open the door. To his surprise, Shen Zijin stood outside. Lu Bao, I thought you wouldn't arrive until later. Lu Zhuo slowly opened the door, only to see another person standing behind Shen Zijin. He instinctively tried to close the door, but was stopped by Shen Zijin. Wait, what is the rush to shut the door? We're having dinner together. Lu Zhuo glanced at Li Chen behind him. Shen Zijin added, Lu Bao, all right. I get it. Lu Zhuo returned to put on his shoes, and Huo Qinye tidied himself up as well. Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze upon him before tossing his coat into his hands. Let us proceed. Thank you, my boyfriend, she scoffed. Once outside, Lu Zhuo cast a warning glance at Li Chen. Shen Zijin pulled Lu Zhuo aside, saying, Lu Bao, this is not right. What do you mean? You struck Li Chen, didn't you? Are you willing to turn against me for him, only to come over here and say such things? He is my boyfriend. If you have something to say, address it directly to me. Shen Zijin spoke with a tone of grievance. He had added Huo Qinye's contact information, harboring intentions to lure him. Shen Zijin remarked, not everyone is enamored with Huo Qinye. He himself has stated as much. Do you not believe me? Lu Zhuo gazed at Shen Zijin, questioning. What spell has he cast upon you? So what? What belongs to you cannot be taken away by others. When speaking ill of others, could you perhaps keep your distance? Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Huo Qinye observed the two individuals standing a couple of meters away, their voices carrying despite the distance, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Are you attempting to seduce me? He then turned his gaze towards Li Chen, adding, he claims he wants to toy with you. When he grows weary, he will discard you. It's of no concern. That is simply his nature. Li Chen stared at Huo Qinye. I can assist you. For now, it is unnecessary. You should maintain your distance from Shen Zijin. Lu Zhuo watched their exchange, each offering retorts. Hand over my clothing. Lu Zhuo extended her hand. Huo Qinye approached and helped Lu Zhuo don her garment. Why be so fierce? When speaking ill of others, should you not lower your voice? I merely spoke the truth. You believe he intends to seduce me, hence your violent actions? Lu Zhuo played. No. Li Chen interjected. Indeed. Shen Zijin concluded, it appears so. Lu Zhuo, now thoroughly incensed, walked away. The three seemed to conspire together, leaving her feeling like an outsider. As Lu Zhuo turned a corner, she collided with Wen Yu, who regarded her displeased expression. Who has dared to upset our Lu Shao? I shall rectify it for you. Lu Zhuo replied, those three behind us. Wen Yu glanced over her shoulder. Very well. Today I shall demonstrate my prowess. On my territory, no one shall dare to bully you. Really? Do you underestimate me? Follow me. Wen Yu snapped his fingers. What shall we do? Lu Zhuo inquired. Wen Yu grinned mischievously. Shen Zijin has spent so much money without even a kiss. Today, I shall ensure he gets a taste of reality. Lu Zhuo accompanied Wen Yu to the surveillance room. She overheard the voice of a waiter through Wen Yu's intercom. Mr. Shen, Mr. Li, our young master has instructed you to remain in this room for the time being. You shall emerge when the game commences. And what of him? Li Chen asked Huo Qinye. Mr. Huo wishes to remain with Lu Shao. Lu Zhuo observed as Shen Zijin and Li Chen enter the suite. Chapter 46. He fears the dark. When Yu lazily raised his hand, and Gu Lin presented a crystal glass filled with champagne to his fingertips. Just await the spectacle. When you swirl the glass, Lu Zhuo chuckled lightly. Even if you sequester them until dawn, it would be futile. Shen Zijin is but a naive virgin. I never expected to hear you mock him, Wen Yu replied, taking a sip of his drink. Fear not. I have arranged for some delightful surprises to be placed in their room. Here we go again. Lu Zhuo impatiently tapped on the control panel, exclaiming, why does this wretched drug seem inexhaustible? I would hesitate to offer it to anyone else. When you blinked, replying, well, I truly appreciate it. As Lu Zhuo's gaze swept across the surveillance screen, he abruptly halted. Huo Qinye's figure had vanished. The scene shifted, revealing Huo Qinye entering the elevator alone. Haven't you always wanted to teach him a lesson? Wen Yu's fingers glided across the control panel before pressing the red button. The elevator jolted to a halt on the 4th floor. What do you think? Let's keep him confined for half an hour to make him remember. Lu Zhuo's eyes remained fixed on Huo Qinye's silhouette on the monitor, a smirk creeping onto his lips. In the footage, Huo Qinye slowly lifted his head, those eyes seemingly piercing through the screen, gazing back at him with a hint of exasperation. So how is it? Your brother treating you well? When you draped an arm over Lu Zhuo's shoulder, adding, anyone who displeases you should be locked away. Indeed, it's time he learned a lesson. He appeared quite pleased while conversing with Li Chun just moments ago. At that instant, the control room was engulfed in darkness. The monitors flickered off. What? Lu Zhuo furrowed his brow. Oh dear, it's happening now. When Huo's voice echoed in the shadows. The game begins. We have 20 minutes to hide. Once they're concealed, we'll make our exit. 20 minutes? Lu Zhuo sprang to his feet, the chair screeching against the floor. No, we cannot lose power. Don't be unreasonable. When you said leisurely, let them find a hiding spot first. Hurry. Lu Zhuo placed a hand on Wen Yu's shoulder, the glow of his phone illuminating his taut jawline. Restore the power. What on earth is happening? Wen Yu switched on a flashlight he had prepared earlier. He fears the dark. What? Wen Yu couldn't quite catch Lu Zhuo's murmured words. Huo Qinye is afraid of the dark. Hurry up. Lu Zhuo, don't jest. He.S. an S-class alpha. You claim he fears the dark? I'm not joking. Hurry. Seeing Lu Zhuo's complexion change, Wen Yu swiftly retrieved the walkie-talkie. But only static greeted them. This can't be happening. Gu Lin, go check on the situation. Gu Lin turned and left. Sit down, Wen Yu reassured. Gu Lin will return in no more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Lu Zhuo, is it truly necessary to be this anxious? Isn't this perfect? You've always wanted to see him embarrassed. Let us wait and see if he's frightened to tears. Just as the words left his mouth, Lu Zhuo seized Wen Yu's flashlight and strode out, his footsteps echoing urgently down the corridor. In the 3rd grade, the school organized an earthquake drill at the newly constructed evacuation training center, where children scattered, chattering excitedly. Lu Zhuo was squeezed into a dilapidated model car amidst the simulated wreckage. As he slammed the plastic door shut, the alarm suddenly blared. Evacuate! A teacher's voice rang out from afar. Just as Lu Zhuo was about to join the throng, a piece of foam insulation fell from above. He exaggeratedly collapsed to the ground, calling out, Qinye, him.As. Huo Qinye crouched down, his fingertips gently brushing over Lu Zhuo's forehead, which bore no marks. If we don't leave, we'll be buried here. What if it were a real earthquake? Lu Zhuo suddenly grasped his hand, asking, would you wait for me? MHM. Their small hands clasped together amidst the plastic foam debris. The corridor ahead echoed with the laughter and chatter of other children, resembling nothing more than an exhilarating game. Suddenly, the entire space was engulfed in darkness. The simulated vibration device emitted a more intense roar, and Lu Zhuo instinctively surged forward, only to find that Huo Qinye's hand felt leaden, as if weighed down by an unseen force. What's wrong? He turned back, barely able to discern Huo Qinye's rigid silhouette in the shadows. A disjointed announcement crackled over the speaker. Due to a sudden power outage, all children are advised to remain calm. Lu Zhuo felt the fingers gripping his begin to tremble, cold sweat quickly saturating their palms. Qinye? He reached out to touch Huo Qinye's curled-up back. In the next moment, a potent wave of pheromones erupted, choking Lu Zhuo and tightening his throat. Huo Qinye released his hand. You go first. What's wrong? How can I move in this darkness? Where's your hand? Hold on to me. You go first. The intensity of Huo Qinye's pheromones thickened, instilling a primal fear within Lu Zhuo, a feeling he had never experienced toward himself. Resisting the impulse to confront Huo Qinye, he called out softly, Qinye. He intended to grasp Huo Qinye's hand once more. Don't touch me. Lu Zhuo's hand froze in place. Qinye, what is happening? Don't be afraid. It will be over soon, see? Just then, the overhead lights flickered on with a pop. The blinding light cascaded down, prompting Lu Zhuo to squint. See, I told you. But when he turned to look at Huo Qinye, he found him huddled, his head buried deep in his arms, his entire being taut with tension, resembling a frightened animal. Qinye. Lu Zhuo cautiously crouched down, gently poking his arm. The light was bright now. Huo Qinye remained still. Lu Zhuo leaned in closer, grasping his hand. Qinye? At last, Huo Qinye slowly lifted his head. his eyes rimmed with red, damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead from cold sweat. His gaze was unfamiliar, tinged with wariness and fear. A pang of concern gripped Lu Zhuo, and without a second thought, he enveloped him in an embrace. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Huo Qinye's body stiffened momentarily before he seemed to collapse against Lu Zhuo's shoulder, his breath rapid and erratic. Lu Zhuo awkwardly patted his back, soothingly murmuring, "It's okay. It's okay." Before long, a teacher hurriedly arrived, escorting Huo Qinye to the infirmary. Later, Lu Zhuo sought out Huo Qinye in the infirmary, where he lay weakly. "Qinye, I'm sorry. Why apologize? If I had walked faster, I could have kept up with the teacher, and you wouldn't have been so scared." Noticing Huo Qinye's silence, Lu Zhuo settled beside him. "Are you afraid of the dark? There is no shame in that. I'm afraid of snakes and insects too. You always protect me. Next time you come to my house, we want to turn off the lights. I want to let anyone know you're afraid of the dark." With a surge of determination, Lu Zhuo dashed up to the fourth floor, his lungs burning and throat parched. He paid no heed to catching his breath as he lunged toward the elevator doors, pounding his hands against the cold metal. "Huo Qinye! Bang! Bang! Bang!" The muffled sounds reverberated through the darkened corridor. "Are you in there?" But the elevator remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. Panic surged within Lu Zhuo, his flashlight beam wavering violently. He stood on tiptoe, peering through the crack of the door. "Huo Qinye, are you inside? Answer me." Yet silence prevailed. "It can't be," he muttered to himself, his flashlight illuminating the number 4 on the floor indicator. Indeed, it was this elevator. Just a moment ago, Huo Qinye had clearly entered here. Chapter 47. Acting cute Huo Qinye. He called again, his voice trembling slightly this time. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from deep within the elevator, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. Lu Zhuo's body tensed, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. "Are you all right? Huo Qinye, say something. Shall we go stargazing later?" Huo Qinye. At that moment, the overhead light flickered on, blinding white rays dispelling the darkness. The elevator doors slowly opened with a mechanical hum, revealing Huo Qinye standing against the mirrored wall, his left hand resting casually on the handrail while the other held a phone. Huo Qinye lifted his gaze slowly, his eyes devoid of emotion, merely observing the breathless Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo's chest heaved violently, his throat dry and painful. "Can't you hear me when I call?" He gritted his teeth, anger lacing his tone. Huo Qinye lowered his gaze, swiping his thumb to extinguish the flashlight on his phone. In that moment, only the mingled sounds of their breathing remained in the elevator. "I heard you." Qinye stepped out. "I heard you. Won't you respond to me?" Huo Qinye's gaze lingered on Lu Zhuo's reddened knuckles for a moment before he replied coolly, "Afraid of the dark. I couldn't speak." Lu Zhuo laughed in exasperation, his eyes sweeping over the phone screen that had just been aglow, incredulous at Huo Qinye's blatant falsehood. "You rushed over here, clearly worried about me." "Worried about you? Nonsense." Lu Zhuo tugged at the collar of his sweat-soaked shirt. "I can't accompany you to see the stars. I'm feeling a bit unwell." "What do you feel unwell?" Lu Zhuo looked up. "Dizzy, and my heart feels heavy." Huo Qinye raised a hand to rub his temples. "I feel like I can't catch my breath. Could you support me for a moment? You've become even more useless than before. Indeed, I've been bullied. No one is left to protect me." "Serves you right." Huo Qinye swayed slightly, and instinctively, Lu Zhuo stepped forward. Huo Qinye embraced him, his weight pressing down on Lu Zhuo. "My legs have gone weak." Huo Qinye's warm breath brushed against Lu Zhuo's ear. Lu Zhuo gritted his teeth. "An S-grade alpha with weak legs? How embarrassing. Once again, I've embarrassed you. You no longer wish to take me out, do you? That's why you locked me in the elevator. I told you they were going to play games. It's not my fault you got trapped inside. Go ahead and play. I can return on my own. When you watch the 2 on the monitor. TSK, TSK. Why does this feel so off? Gulin, is this how sworn enemies behave? Why are they hugging? Am I the villain here?" At that moment, when you noticed Li Chun and Shun Zijin emerging on the monitor, when you was taken aback. "What is happening?" He watched as Shun Zijin and Li Chun began to fight. When you rubbed his forehead, feeling that the atmosphere was decidedly askew. "Perhaps we should just go home." Lu Zhuo supported Huo Qinye as they made their way back to the room, his phone in his pocket, vibrating incessantly. He chose not to answer it, and first assisted Huo Qinye into the room. How disheartening it would be if word got out about an S-rank alpha being so weak. Who would still admire you then? Lu Zhuo unceremoniously dropped Huo Qinye onto the bed. I don't need anyone's admiration, Huo Qinye replied as he settled in. I want some water. Him.As. Glancing at his phone, Lu Zhuo noticed that the calls were from Wenyu, undoubtedly having seen him assist Huo Qinye via the surveillance. He dismissed the thought. Huo Qinye sat up. What are you getting up for? Lu Zhuo pushed his shoulder, urging him back down. I'm thirsty. Could you pour me a glass of water? Huo Qinye gazed at Lu Zhuo, his eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes. I beg you. You're being quite pathetic, begging for a mere glass of water, Lu Zhuo retorted, noting Huo Qinye's playful demeanor. Huo Qinye leaned back against the pillow, glancing at Lu Zhuo with a gentle gaze, as if playfully coaxing his considerate boyfriend. Feigning exasperation, Lu Zhuo stood to retrieve a glass. Since you've asked so sweetly, I suppose I shall reluctantly pour you a glass. Huo Qinye regarded him, noting the sleeves of Lu Zhuo's shirt rolled to his elbows. A faint smudge of dust on his arm, and beads of sweat glimmering like tiny jewels in the light at the nape of his neck. Lu Zhuo filled the glass and placed it on the bedside table with a hint of irritation. Drink. Thank you, Huo Qinye replied, sipping slowly, his atoms apple-bobbing with each swallow, his gaze never straying from Lu Zhuo's face. I'm glad you're here, Lu Zhuo said, crossing his arms at the edge of the bed. The flashlight is bright enough to be a searchlight. Do you truly think I'm blind? Huo Qinye chuckled softly, setting the cup back on the bedside. But I still feel scared. It's no wonder you prefer alphas. Who would want an omega who fears the dark? Indeed, it seems only you do not mind me. Who says that? Lu Zhuo exclaimed, his eyes widening as if his tail had been stepped on. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Who could it be now? Lu Zhuo appeared toward the entrance to find Wenyu and Gu Lin waiting outside. He opened the door. Apologies for the intrusion, Wenyu remarked, arching an eyebrow as he glanced inside. It seems there's a commotion. We need Qinye to mediate. Who is it? Shen Zijin and his boyfriend. Is the medication really that potent? He didn't even use it. I told him the aphrodisiac was in the room, but he insisted he didn't need it. Before long, the two of them were at each other's throats, and I could see Shen Zijin was no match for him. It's quite pitiful for a benefactor these days. Lu Zhuo heard footsteps behind him. What are you doing up? Huo Qinye fastened his watch and adjusted his clothing. Your adorably naive friend is in a brawl. I'm coming to see. Lu Zhuo shot him a scrutinizing look. He hardly appeared to be someone who was dizzy. As the elevator reached the 5th floor, they encountered Shen Zijin, who was nursing a swollen face, looking utterly dejected. Wah! Lu Zhuo, and when you approached him. Are you all right? Shen Zijin wept even more passionately. How dare you bully him? Lu Zhuo confronta a Li Shen. Li Shen lit a cigaretta, casting a sidalong glanza. He is being unreasonable. He has the audacity to cry. I, Shen Zijin protested, feeling even more wronged. He had seen Wenyu's message and did not wish to take such medication. He wished to take things slowly, perhaps started with a kiss. However, Li Chun directly instructed him to remove his trousers. What was happening? I lost the fight. Losing is simply part of the game. Lu Zhuo observed Li Chun. His demeanor clearly indicated he was well-trained. How could Shen Zijin, who had never faced hardship, possibly stand a chance against Li Chun? He intends to sleep with me. Wenyu sighed, lamenting how times have changed. S-class alphas no longer wish to toil. They merely desire to lie down and take it easy. Lu Zhuo chuckled in disbelief. He lavishes you with money, only to end up being the one who is seduced, even if he were to sob. He remains an S-class alpha. Chapter 48. Gather them all. What is wrong with S-class alphas? Do they require friends to bolster their confidence when it comes to intimacy? Are they contemplating a breakup? Li Chun raised an eyebrow. No. Shen Zijin immediately replied, shaking his head. Li Chun approached. Then why are you still lying down? Those unaware would think I'm bullying you, when in fact, you are merely being unreasonable. Shen Zijin touched his slightly swollen face. I fear pain. Lu Zhuo, and when you had never felt such humiliation. As the only S-class alpha among the trio, Shen Zijin's pitiful demeanor was utterly disgraceful. Even more embarrassing was the fact that he was being held down and beaten by an A-class alpha, without daring to express his anger. What are you all doing? A voice suddenly erupted. Their companion, Lu Zhuo, clad in casual attire, appeared at the corridor's end, brandishing an oversized water gun, followed by a throng of omegas and alphas wielding their own water guns. You've kept us waiting, and you violated the rules of the game. Wen Xiao, you are well aware of the consequences of rule-breaking. Lu Zhuo waved his hand. Charge at them. Show them what they deserve. Streams of water shot forth instantaneously. When you hurriedly sought refuge behind Gulin. Wait, let me explain. He wiped his face in disarray. Who agreed to a water gun battle? This is utterly childish. You all stood us up for half an hour, and now you're the ones who challenged us. Today, we shall teach you a lesson. Once we catch you. Just wait. Li Guxin, just you wait. When you quickly fled. Lu Zhuo understood their antics would surely lead to a round of teasing if caught. He took off running, catching a glimpse of those omegas spraying water at Huo Qinye, soaking his white shirt. Their excitement intensified. Some omegas recognized Huo Qinye, while others simply thought him handsome and eagerly aimed their water guns at him. Lu Zhuo seized Huo Qinye's wrist. What are you doing just standing there? Are you waiting to be embraced on both sides? Chase, chase, chase. Gulin, and when you had long since disappeared, and Li Chan was nowhere to be seen. Only Shen Zijin, still mired in his sorrow, remained, having not had the chance to flee before being surrounded and bound by a group. Whoa, wait for me. Shen Zijin felt even more aggrieved. Lu Zhuo flashed a mischievous grin, gather them all. In a narrow corridor, footsteps approached like a rising tide. Lu Zhuo grasped Huo Qinye's wrist, beads of sweat forming at his temples. He had intended to return to his room directly, but Lu Zhuo's entourage had already flanked them on both sides, leaving no avenue for retreat. This fellow had the most tricks up his sleeve. This way. He abruptly pushed open a slightly ajar door, only to discover that the lock was irreparably damaged, rendering it impossible to secure. TSK, Lu Zhuo muttered under his breath, his gaze swiftly scanning the room before finally settling on a wardrobe in the corner. Without further ado, he grasped Huo Qinye and led him inside. Huo Qinye raised an eyebrow, seemingly reluctant to comply. However, before he could voice his objections, Lu Zhuo had already shoved him inside, following closely and shutting the wardrobe door behind them. With a resounding thud, the door closed, plunging them into darkness as the corridor's light was entirely blocked, leaving only the sound of their breathing in the confined space. The wardrobe was narrower than he had anticipated, with Lu Zhuo's back pressed firmly against Huo Qinye's chest. He could distinctly feel Huo Qinye's steady heartbeat, a rhythmic thump against his spine. Yet his thoughts were entirely focused on the outside, vigilantly peering through the wardrobe door to see if anyone was approaching. What would happen if they were discovered? Lu Zhuo stared into the darkness outside, stripped them bare. Every last one. He intended to frighten Huo Qinye with his words. At that moment, outside, Lu Zhuo's voice, laced with a mocking tone, echoed. I just saw two people slip in. Search each room. Let's see who's inside. Could it be our young master Lu? Lu Zhuo listened to his insufferable voice, the footsteps drawing nearer, causing him to instinctively hold his breath and tense up. A faint light seeped through the crack of the wardrobe door, casting a glow on Lu Zhuo's profile. Huo Qinye lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on Lu Zhuo's flushed earlobe. Lu Zhuo felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, Huo Qinye leaned down, his lips barely brushing against Lu Zhuo's ear, his deep voice enveloped in warm breath. Have you ever been caught before? Of course not. Lu Zhuo replied, realizing he was entirely enveloped in Huo Qinye's embrace. The damp fabric of Huo Qinye's shirt clung to Lu Zhuo's back, a chill seeping into his skin. Yet it could not extinguish the sudden heat that surged within him. He instinctively tried to retreat, only to be held firmly in place by Huo Qinye's grip around his waist. Shoo, moving around will give us away. I don't want you to get caught. Lu Zhuo's clenched teeth ground together, his ears burning with embarrassment. I should have left you behind. I shouldn't have brought along this dead weight. The dead weight wanted to follow you, Huo Qinye said, wrapping his arms around Lu Zhuo's waist. Thank you, my boyfriend, for taking me to play this game. Lu Zhuo felt an even greater flush spread across his face. Was this truly a game of amusement? Yet, Huo Qinye's tone hinted at a touch of delight. It was merely a childish game, a raucous escapade among friends. Ordinarily, he would have no interest in participating. In their childhood, he and Huo Qinye would play hide and seek, always being the first to get caught, as Huo Qinye could never conceal himself in the dark and peculiar corners. This place offered some light, and he glanced back at Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye looked at him with a gentle expression. In the next moment, boyfriend, you are truly wonderful, he said with a smile. Lu Zhuo's face flushed crimson as he pinched Huo Qinye's arm. Be quiet. Stop being so sarcastic. Before he could finish, footsteps approached the door. Lu Zhuo could clearly hear the crisp sound of Li Zhuo's leather shoes on the floor, even counting the steps he took as he lingered in front of the wardrobe. He swallowed unconsciously, a sensation quite stimulating. Huo Qinye tightened his arm around Lu Zhuo's waist, who was utterly oblivious to him. A faint smile danced in Huo Qinye's eyes. A sudden click startled Lu Zhuo, causing him to press his back entirely against Huo Qinye's chest. Through 2 layers of soaked shirts, he could feel the rapid thump of a heartbeat, uncertain whether it belonged to Huo Qinye or himself. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance, boss. Lu Xiao's phone is ringing over there in the corridor. The force on the cabinet door abruptly vanished. Peering through the gap, Lu Zhuo saw Li Zhuo hastily departing, realizing that he had unwittingly left his phone outside. Huo Qinye silenced the call he had made to Lu Zhuo. The tension in Lu Zhuo's shoulders finally eased as he exhaled a long sigh. Lu Zhuo, Huo Qinye's voice came from behind. Lu Zhuo turned his head, still processing, when a gentle kiss landed on his lips. This kiss was both sudden and tender. The moment their lips met, Lu Zhuo's pupils dilated, and his breath hitched. Huo Qinye's arms remained wrapped around his waist, the warmth of his palms seeping through the damp fabric, igniting his skin. In that embrace, Huo Qinye captured Lu Zhuo's lower lip, their warm breaths intertwining. Huo Qinye's kiss was soft, his warm tongue tentatively brushing against Lu Zhuo's lips. That delicate sensation surged like electricity down his neck, sending shivers through him. Lu Zhuo instinctively turned his head away, but was caught by Huo Qinye's long fingers, which gently caressed his chin, guiding him back. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Zhuo suddenly realized that the cabinet door had swung wide open. A cool night breeze swept across his neck, bringing him back to reality. He elbowed Huo Qinye in the chest and nimbly darted out from the cabinet. Standing a few steps away, Lu Zhuo rubbed his lips vigorously, shooting Huo Qinye an indignant glare. Huo Qinye, how could you repay kindness with such betrayal? Huo Qinye gazed at his flushed ears. It's hard not to be moved when protected by a boyfriend. Lu Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Huo Qinye stepped closer. You heard me. It's rare for anyone not to be captivated by me. Lu Zhuo's heart raced. Well, if the heart isn't stirred, it might as well be dead. He looked into Huo Qinye's smiling eyes. Huo Qinye, unable to contain his laughter, Huo Qinye found himself chuckling as Lu Zhuo, half annoyed, led him back to the room, their laughter mingling with playful shouts along the way. Fortunately, they returned to the room without incident. After a shower, Lu Zhuo lazily sank into the soft bedding. With no phone to entertain him, he felt a twinge of boredom, but the thought of the raucous drinking party outside made him reluctant to move. Huo Qinye was in the bathroom, tidying up their discarded clothes. Lu Zhuo casually reached for Huo Qinye's phone on the bedside table. After unlocking it, he frowned upon discovering there wasn't a single game on it. He downloaded a shooting game he enjoyed, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the messaging app. As Lu Zhuo opened his contact list, he raised an eyebrow. Among the 60 contacts, apart from a few elders, all were neatly labeled with names. Yet, his own entry had been altered to boyfriend, and it was the only star contact positioned at the very top. A smile involuntarily crept upon Lu Zhuo's lips. He recalled the expression on Huo Qinye's face when he mentioned feeling a spark, his fingers absent-mindedly tracing the edge of his phone. Indeed, it was only natural for this fellow, a homosexual alpha, to harbor feelings for him. If he truly liked Lu Zhuo, would he cry like Shen Zijin did during their breakup? This thought inexplicably lifted Lu Zhuo's spirits. The prospect of making Huo Qinye weep for him was something he could boast about for a lifetime. You seem ready. Huo Qinye's voice floated from nearby. Lu Zhuo looked up to see Huo Qinye approaching. Ready for what? He inquired. To be adorable, Huo Qinye replied, taking a seat at the edge of the bed. It's your turn. Lu Zhuo flipped over, preparing to get off the bed. when you call me to hang out. However, he was caught by Huo Qinye. You can run from the monk, but not from the temple. Are you going to delete your photos or not? You can't keep playing tricks on me. I'm not that easy to manipulate. Huo Qinye, I've been so good today, and you want to add more conditions? You truly lack a conscience. The two sat facing each other. Huo Qinye remarked, I wish to learn from you. Others can be adorable with me, but I can't do that. You got the wrong person. Lu Zhuo is simply being modest. You, Huo Qinye, if you scold me, I won't delete the photos. Huo Qinye took his phone and said, You said it yourself, being adorable works. Lu Zhuo realized that Huo Qinye had turned all his tricks against him. Please. Lu Zhuo said sarcastically, You kind and upright Chief Huo. Yes, I feel a sense of being threatened. Huo Qinye shook his head. Huo Qinye, enough is enough. I have so many friends below. I'm here alone with you. You should be grateful. Indeed, you have many friends. Huo Qinye lowered his gaze, lost in thought. The statement inexplicably pierced Lu Zhuo's heart, a wave of unexplainable bitterness swelling within him as memories of neglect surged forth. What is it, Huo Qinye? Are you regretting it? Regret would do no good. I will never place you first again, nor do I care for you anymore. In the early days after their fallout, he did seek reconciliation with Huo Qinye. He had been upset for a few days, but then he pondered whether his temper had been too harsh, or if he had erred in some way. Typically, Huo Qinye would not lose his temper with him. Or perhaps Huo Qinye had simply been in a bad mood that day. He should have been more understanding and occasionally given way. In any case, Lu Zhuo managed to soothe himself. During physical education class, after playing soccer, Huo Qinye went to the sink to wash his face. Lu Zhuo grasped 2 bottles of room-temperature mineral water and approached him. Huo Qinye bent over the sink, the back of his neck reddened by the sun. Droplets of water rolling down his jawline into his collar. Lu Zhuo watched him for a moment before initiating conversation, as the Cold War between them felt unbearable. Here, Lu Zhuo placed the bottles on the counter. The faucet was abruptly tightened. Huo Qinye straightened up and said, No need, before walking away. Huo Qinye, his new desk mate, rushing from a distance, thrust a bottle of water into his hand. Here, it's chilled. Thank you. No need for thanks. We are friends. Lu Zhuo stood there in a daze, gazing at the solitary bottle of water left behind, as the sunlight suddenly became unbearably hot, stinging his eyes. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo fixated on the abandoned mineral water bottle, and in a fit of anger, he hurled it. With a dull thud, it struck Huo Qinye's back, causing him to halt. Lu Zhuo, are you out of your mind? Huo Qinye's new desk mate snapped. Huo Qinye did not assist nor turn back. Beneath the sun, the bottle that had struck Huo Qinye fell to the ground, rolling into the drainage ditch, akin to an unnoticed defeat. Why are you silent? Lu Zhuo stared at Huo Qinye, who remained unresponsive. Huo Qinye replied softly, I am sad and cannot find words. Lu Zhuo leaned closer, scrutinizing him, questioning if he was genuinely sorrowful or merely pretending. Yes, I'm on the verge of tears, Huo Qinye replied, his gaze lifting. Their eyes unexpectedly met, and Huo Qinye's eyes, at first glanced gentle, were shrouded in an indescribable melancholy, causing Lu Zhuo's heart to tremble. Pretend all you want. If you cry, let me see. If I truly cry, you won't see it. Huo Qinye chuckled, lightly tapping his hand. If I do see it, I will capture it on my phone and mock you every day. Then I won't let you off the hook today. You're not being coy and continue to threaten me. Huo Qinye shook his head today. I will give you a score of 0. Chapter 50. Does it hurt? 0? On what grounds? I merely spoke a few truths, and I receive a score of 0? Lu Zhuo protested. Who supported you when your legs were weak? Who poured you water when you were thirsty? Who brought you here to have fun? It was you. Huo Qinye replied. Then why do you give me a score of 0? This way, you have room for improvement. What if I don't want to improve? Lu Zhuo retorted, at a loss for words. Then we will remain together, and I will gradually encourage your progress. In your dreams. Lu Zhuo lay down, kicking out a leg. Huo Qinye caught his foot. You've got some strength, stronger than you think. Really? Are you feeling better? Huo Qinye, if you dare mock me, you soft-legged shrimp. The next day, Lu Zhuo and Huo Qinye went out for a meal. Lu Zhuo, fatigued, rested his head on the table. Give me some meat. Across from him, Shen Zijin approached with a frown. Huo Qinye ordered their meals. Shen Zijin turned to them. Qinye, may I ask you something? Can you answer honestly? Go ahead. After a moment, Huo Qinye placed a neatly cut steak in front of Lu Zhuo and sat down to eat. I'm tired. I want to eat lying down. Shen Zijin took a deep breath. Qinye, does it hurt? Lu Zhuo raised his gaze. What pain? He turned to Huo Qinye. Where are you injured? I didn't notice anything wrong. Last night, your skin felt smooth. I don't know what you're talking about, Huo Qinye replied. I mean, you're also in S class, so I wanted to ask, does being the one on the bottom hurt? I don't want to break up with Li Chun, but I can't accept it right now. Lu Zhuo straightened up. Shen Zijin, are you out of your mind? Huo Qinye smiled gently. It doesn't hurt, feels quite nice. Lu Zhuo tilted his head. Really? Shen Zijin's eyes sparkled. Indeed, Huo Qinye nodded. Lu Zhuo shot a glare at Huo Qinye. Don't speak nonsense. Shen Zijin, be sensible. You are an S-class alpha. How could you? I willingly accept that. Huo Qinye turned to Lu Zhuo. You wouldn't belittle me. Lu Zhuo gritted his teeth. Try to play that act again and see what happens. At that moment, Li Zhuo also arrived. Lu Zhuo. Li Zhuo strode over, sitting beside Shen Zijin, opposite Huo Qinye. He placed Lu Zhuo's phone on the table. So, you discarded your phone yesterday. Which Omega did you frolic with? As Lu Zhuo reached for his phone, Li Zhuo swiftly pulled it back. I retrieved your phone for you. You ought to thank me properly. Let's share a drink later. It's been ages since we last met. I missed you dearly. I thought you would come down yesterday, but I waited endlessly. With so many Omegas around you. How could you still think of me? Hand over the phone. Li Zhuo returned the phone to Lu Zhuo, propping his chin up while observing him. If you would accompany me, I would forsake 100 Omegas. You should go play with your Omegas instead. At that moment, Huo Qinye turned to Lu Zhuo. I heard there are monkeys in these mountains? Yes, there are. It seems they're golden monkeys, quite adorable. Some with bad tempers might throw stones. Would you like to see them? Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, he envisioned a group of monkeys throwing stones at Huo Qinye, which seemed rather amusing. I could take you to see them. They're as clever and sprightly as you, Lu Zhuo remarked. What is the point of monkeys? Just a few wild ones, Li Zhuo chuckled. Lu Zhuo, I've just modified a GT3 RS for you of 4. 0L flat 6 engine, 0 to 103. 2 seconds, with a suspension tailored to your preferences. Are you in? Their SA night rally race tonight. Lu Zhuo felt a flicker of desire to attend. It had been ages since he last drove, let alone raced, since his car had been confiscated. However, Huo Qinye wanted to see the monkeys. Never mind, I won't go. If my mother finds out I drove, she would surely scold me. Since when do you care about that? Li Zhuo retorted. Recently, I've had my fill. Lu Zhuo wiped his mouth and glanced at Huo Qinye. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we'll go see the monkeys. Li Zhuo was speechless. You really intend to see monkeys? How dreadfully boring. After their meal, on the path, Huo Qinye and Lu Zhuo walked ahead, followed by Shen Zijin, Li Chun, and Li Zhuo. The evening sun's rays filtered through the leaves, casting elongated shadows of the group. Aren't you bored? Why did you all come along? Lu Zhuo glanced back at the three behind him. Li Zhuo hastened forward to walk alongside Lu Zhuo. I sent this to keep you company? 5 alphas grouped together to observe monkeys. How amusing. Upon reaching the monkey observation point, they spotted a golden monkey leisurely perched on a rock, holding an unknown wild fruit. Leisurely nibbling away. Upon noticing their arrival, the monkey paused, its curious dark eyes surveying them, then clapped its hands. Li Zhuo wore an expression of utter disbelief. Are we observing the monkeys, or are they observing us? How is it that only one remains? This is dreadfully tedious. I shall return. He waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Lu Zhuo also felt a sense of ennui creeping in. Had he known better, he would not have suggested visiting the monkeys. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a flicker of intrigue in Huo Qinye's eyes. You go ahead. I'll stay for a while longer, Lu Zhuo said to Li Zhuo. Then do hurry, Li Zhuo replied, waving his hand as his figure swiftly vanished down the forest path. The silhouettes of Li Chun and Shen Zijin had also disappeared. Lu Zhuo strolled over to Huo Qinye's side, following his gaze to the golden monkey. Can a single monkey captivate your attention for this long? Have you never visited a zoo? No. Really? You must be jesting. Huo Qinye chuckled lightly. Surely my considerate and gentle boyfriend has realized that I merely wish to spend time with you. Who goes on a date to observe monkeys? Oh, what should we do instead? My boyfriend has declared he will no longer accompany me to the cinema. At that moment, the golden monkey, while munching on its food, reached out with its tiny hands to tug at Lu Zhuo's pant leg. Good boy, Lu Zhuo affectionately ruffled the monkey's head, catching a glimpse of Huo Qinye from the corner of his eye. Eat slowly. This gentleman, he paused for effect, will not snatch your food away. Huo Qinye played along. Indeed, I shall not take it from you, but must not take my boyfriend from me. Huo Qinye took Lu Zhuo's hand. What are we doing in broad daylight? Having received a 0 yesterday, I must strive harder today. Lu Zhuo rolled his eyes dramatically. I knew you would threaten me. Indeed, who could resist the charm of young Master Lu? If I do not keep a close watch, someone else may seize the opportunity. Do you not find this awkward? Lu Zhuo glanced around, anxious about being seen. Two alphas holding hands is hardly a common sight anymore. Fortunately, at present, only a solitary monkey was observing them. It is daytime, Lu Zhuo reminded once more. Chapter 51. Entangled. Huo Qinye pondered seriously. If you wish to engage in activities reserved for the evening, it is not entirely out of the question. Huo Qinye. Yes, I'm here. Huo Qinye continued to lead him forward, while Lu Zhuo felt somewhat stiff being guided along. Huo Qinye could not help but chuckle. The night before, when they shared intimate moments, Lu Zhuo had not been so reserved. Yet, during the day, holding hands felt almost clandestine, akin to an illicit affair. One could hardly fathom that he had once been the one to eagerly reach for Huo Qinye's hand every day during their childhood. Now, adulthood had rendered him bashful. Accompany me for a stroll. It has been ages since I felt this relaxed. Lu Zhuo replied, You are quite busy at the research institute. Surely. There is no need for such exhaustion. You are not lacking in wealth. Although it is also possible that the esteemed chief Huo has grander ambitions. If I were not busy, I would be lost in thought. Really? What do you ponder? You. Huo Qinye looked over, contemplating daily thoughts of whether his boyfriend was off enjoying himself with someone else, and if he would forget him. Lu Zhuo observed the faint smile gracing Huo Qinye's lips. You speak as if it were true. I might, indeed, forget you once school begins. It will take but a few days. The journey from the school to the Lu residence and the research institute took nearly 3 hours. He had a residence nearby, thus avoiding the need for constant commuting. Naturally, the two would not see each other often. Huo Qinye remained silent. By the way, do you only need to visit the school occasionally? Well, essentially, there's no need to go. You completed your university courses so swiftly. Why did high school take you so long? Why didn't you advance like others and go straight to university? Huo Qinye did not respond to Lu Zhuo. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light on his sharply defined profile. His gaze fell upon a nearby tree, where vibrant green vines were winding up the trunk, their tender tendrils gently swaying in the morning breeze. This strangler fig, Huo Qinye suddenly spoke, appears harmless in its infancy, but once given the opportunity, it will ensnare the tree indefinitely. Lu Zhuo approached to observe the new aerial roots of the vine burrowing into the bark's crevices. It really is entangled. Yes, entangled. Remember to message me, Huo Qinye remarked, pinching a small green leaf. Depending on my mood, I might just do that. Li Zhuxin waited for Lu Zhuo on the way, but he lingered for quite some time without seeing him. When did Lu Zhuo develop an interest in monkeys? I heard when you mentioned that Lu Zhuo has a new boyfriend. Surely that person with the surname Hua-Isn-T's boyfriend? Li Zhuxin turned back to search for Lu Zhuo. He saw Lu Zhuo plucking leaves and tossing them on a Huo Qinye's head, then laughing at him, alongside their intertwined hands. Li Zhuxin was momentarily taken aback. Lu Zhuo is holding hands with an alpha. This scene was too shocking. By the time he regained his composure, the two had vanished. Doesn't Lu Zhuo prefer omegas? If alphas are also an option, do I have a chance? He had always believed that Lu Zhuo favored omegas, which is why he had never confessed his feelings. When Lu Zhuo returned, he was covered in mud from his pants to his shoes, with a few unknown grass blades clinging to his hair ends. So dirty. He looked down and brushed off his pant legs, though there was little disdain in his tone. Li Zhuxin lounged lazily on the sofa in the hall, his hair glimmering in the twilight. How curious. When did our Lu Xiao become so patient with wild monkeys? There's no helping it. Lu Zhuo shrugged, casting a pointed glance at Huo Qinye beside him. This monkey is quite clingy. pulling at my pant legs and crying not to let me go. So bothersome? Li Zhuo squinted, twirling the car keys with his fingertips. Tomorrow, let when you clear out all the monkeys from the mountains, so those oblivious wild monkeys won't bother our Lu Zhuo. Ha ha, Lu Zhuo chuckled, turning to Huo Qinye. That makes sense. It's a good idea. Let us see if he dares to cling on to anyone again. Huo Qinye reached out, plucking a fragment of leaf from Lu Zhuo's hair, his fingertips brushing lightly against his ear. Perhaps it's just that Lu Zhuo is too charming. Li Zhuo stood and walked toward them, his hand poised to rest on Lu Zhuo's shoulder, but Huo Qinye beat him to it, placing his hand on Lu Zhuo's shoulder first. Lu Zhuo glanced at Huo Qinye's hand. It's dirty. His gaze swept dismissively over Li Zhuo's hand hanging in midair, prompting Li Zhuo to chuckle lightly and retract his hand. Let us go. Huo Qinye pressed the elevator button. Lu Zhuo waved at Li Zhuo. I'm going to change clothes. I'll wait for you to come down for a drink. Just then, the elevator doors closed. After returning to the room, in the bathroom, wait, who said we were going to take a shower together? As night fell, one could indulge in their desires. What I wish to do, Lu Zhuo gasped. Anything you desire. Lu Zhuo realized that Huo Qinye had a penchant for kissing him. His lips would gently press against Lu Zhuo's, his tongue prying open his mouth, deepening the kiss, entwining with his until Lu Zhuo's tongue tingled and his breath became erratic. Only then would he relent slightly. Yet, before Lu Zhuo could catch his breath, Huo Qinye would kiss him anew. At this moment, Lu Zhuo raised his gaze slightly to meet Huo Qinye's fathomless eyes, dark and intense, as if they sought to consume him entirely. Huo Qinye was an adept kisser. You truly relish kissing, Lu Zhuo breathlessly remarked, his voice somewhat hoarse. You've surely kissed many others before. Huo Qinye cradled his face with one hand, gently stroking the corners of his lips with his thumb, and whispered, I have only kissed you. Huo Qinye perceived kissing as a form of intimacy. He yearned to re-enter Lu Zhuo's world, to etch himself in his memory, to become the foremost in his heart. Lu Zhuo gazed into Huo Qinye's eyes, clear and unambiguous, revealing desires that he could comprehend. His heart involuntarily raced, and he awkwardly averted his gaze. That's not like you, he protested. It's your influence, Huo Qinye replied, as his lips descended upon Lu Zhuo's once more. They had just finished bathing and were now tangled upon the bed. When Lu Zhuo turned his head to evade the kiss, fearing his lips would swell from the incessant affection, he pondered how he could enjoy himself later. Huo Qinye's voice, low and husky, carried an irresistible undertone. Why are you hiding? His knee gradually pressed between Lu Zhuo's legs, causing him to momentarily lose his breath. Huo Qinye's name escaped Lu Zhuo's lips, trembling, the final syllable crushed beneath a sudden deepening kiss. Huo Qinye's palm glided along his waistline, eliciting a low chuckle from him as his warm hand slowly ascended towards Lu Zhuo's taut abdomen. Are you not weary of my kisses? Lu Zhuo's ears flushed crimson. He opened his mouth to retort, but was silenced by a playful bite. Huo Qinye, has anyone ever told you how tantalizing you are? Huo Qinye lifted his gaze, appearing genuinely innocent. No, you are the first. Huo Qinye's eyes lowered, stating, Lu Zhuo appears quite spirited. I'm always spirited, regardless of who I am with. Indeed, I am aware. Lu Zhuo found his gaze drawn irresistibly to Huo Qinye's lips. Their shape was exquisite, the hue subtly pale, now slightly glistening under the light, radiating a delicate sheen. He found himself momentarily entranced. What do you desire? Huo Qinye inquired softly, his tone laced with seduction. Lu Zhuo abruptly turned his face away. Nothing. I want nothing. Huo Qinye parted his lips gently. Truly, you desire nothing at all? Lu Zhuo's breath quickened palpably. His eyes seemed magnetically drawn back to those alluring lips. Clearly defined, the corners naturally curving upwards. When silent, they bore an air of aloofness. Yet when smiling, they exuded an inexplicable warmth that was utterly captivating. How could anyone possess such enchanting lips? Lu Zhuo's throat constricted as he instinctively swallowed hard. Chapter 52. The fulfillment Huo Qinye provided. Huo Qinye observed Lu Zhuo's reaction with keen interest, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He gently pressed his fingertip against him. Lu Zhuo bit his lip. As if under a spell, fixated on Huo Qinye's lips, unable to tear his gaze away. Those delicate lips parted slightly, as if silently beckoning him. Suddenly, the jarring ringtone of his phone shattered the intimate silence. It was Li Zhuo. Lu Zhuo, startled from his reverie, mechanically pressed the answer button. Wait a moment. He gestured to Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye narrowed his eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. In the past, Lu Zhuo would never have made him wait. Now, for another man, he was being asked to hold on. It seemed anyone could take precedence over him now. Hello? Lu Zhuang's voice tightened. What is it? Haven't you changed yet? It's taking too long. Li Zhuo's voice came through the receiver. We're all waiting for you. You absolutely must not stand me up again today. Huo Qinye's deep gaze bore into him, devising a way to keep Lu Zhuo there. Lu Zhuo nearly fumbled his phone, staring into the profound depths of the man's eyes. His throat constricted. I'm not going. Don't wait for me. I'm busy. He abruptly tossed the phone away. In that moment, Lu Zhuo felt as if he had lost all sense of the world. Huo Qinye had granted him an instant of satisfaction. The following day, Li Zhuo finally encountered Lu Zhuo, his face beaming with a smile, his eyes sparkling with pride as he spoke with Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo, he called. You actually decided to come down? Lu Zhuo did not hear him. His thoughts lingered on Huo Qinye, and merely recalling the scene from the previous day made his toes curl. Huo Qinye had attended to him so intimately. It was indeed Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo felt he could forgive him a little. Who else could command such devoted care from Huo Qinye but him? Huo Qinye cast his gaze downward, observing the uncontainable delight on Lu Zhuo's face, unable to suppress a smile. So happy. It seems you are quite satisfied, he mused. Lu Zhuo. Li Zhuo strode over. How many times have I called you? Huh? Lu Zhuo turned back with a smile. Hi. Li Zhuo appeared somewhat displeased. Young Master Lu is truly busy. Not too bad. As Li Zhuo watched Lu Zhuo's cheerful demeanor, a pang of jealousy struck his heart. Being with Huo Qinye seemed to bring him such joy. Let us have dinner together later. You can accompany me afterward. You haven't test-driven the modified race car yet. No, I'm not going. Lu Zhuo noticed when you approaching from a distance, looking languid, with Gu Lin carrying his clothes. When you, oh dear, our young Master Lu is positively radiant. When you remarked, as he approached, isn't that just splendid? When you observed the smug look on his face. What has brought you such joy? Just a small matter. Meanwhile, Shun Zijin emerged, looking forlorn. What is wrong with you? When you inquired, casting a glance his way, laughing and crying at the same time. Your little Chingo? When you asked Shun Zijin, he left last night. Let him go. It's not as if you can't see him again. When you arranged for lunch, Lu Zhuo and Huo Qinye sat together, while Li Zhuo took a seat next to Lu Zhuo. Throughout the meal, Li Zhuo persistently engaged Lu Zhuo in conversation. I truly have no time. My mother is calling me for dinner tonight, and if I go to the race, I won't make it in time. Then come sit with me. Let's postpone it. Once school starts, there will be ample time for us to enjoy ourselves together. So why the haste? Lu Zhuo glanced over at Huo Qinye, who remained quiet while eating, his lips moving in a rhythmic manner. Lu Zhuo felt a secret thrill. Huo Qinye turned his head. Why are you staring at me instead of eating? Because you're captivating, Lu Zhuo replied with a grin. Why deny me the pleasure? When you noticed that Lu Zhuo seemed a bit cheekier today, even teasing Huo Qinye. Let us take our time at home. For now, let us eat. Head home. Li Quixin raised an eyebrow. Are you two living together? Indeed. Lu Zhuo nodded. I'm his honorary older brother. Isn't that right, little brother? Huo Qinye playfully speared a piece of broccoli with his fork and offered it to Lu Zhuo. Yes, brother, please enjoy your meal. Shun Zijin blinked, feeling increasingly left out, and retreated to a corner. When you, noticing his forlorn expression, followed him, asking, What's wrong? What about your previous medication? What changed your mind? If you want it, you'll have to pay this time. When you chuckled, Shun Zijin lamented, I might as well give it to him. I consented yesterday, and he didn't even notice. Woe is me. Shun Zijin felt that his dignity as an S-class alpha had been tarnished. When you couldn't help but laugh, come on, really? Just break up with him. Brother, it's truly unnecessary. Lu Zhuo observed when you's laughter and, having consumed the broccoli from Huo Qinye, couldn't resist joining the commotion. What's going on? Did that obnoxiously irritate you again? When you relayed Shun Zijin's words to Lu Zhuo, who burst into laughter alongside him. Honestly, just split up with him. Money won't solve anything. In contrast, Huo Qinye seemed to enjoy being close to Lu Zhuo, and he was quite adept at it. When you scrutinized Lu Zhuo, hey, your expression seems rather smug. What? Not all. Once I finish my meal, I'll head home. Li Quixin felt a pang of discomfort. He turned to Huo Qinye. What is your relationship with Lu Zhuo? Are you truly just brothers? I saw you holding hands. Huo Qinye smiled lightly. You may inquire with him. In the afternoon, everyone dispersed for home. Li Quixin caught up to when Xiao, what's wrong? It seems you didn't enjoy yourself fully this time. Let us hang out again next time. What is the relationship between Lu Zhuo and Huo Qinye? When you chuckled, you noticed, did you? Well, he is someone that our Lu Xiao cannot forget. If they truly reconcile, I might have to take a step back. When you shook his head, dismissing the thought, let us not dwell on it. It's time to head home. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Li Quixin decided to investigate Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye drove them back to the Lu family villa. As they entered the living room, they saw Lin Mu Yuan and Yin Yu seated on the sofa, a stack of photographs laid out before them. Lin Mu Yuan looked up with a gentle smile. Qinye, shout, you're back. Lu Zhuo approached, Mother, Aunt Lin. His gaze fell upon the photographs, each featuring beautiful omegas, some smiling, others shy, alongside a few artistic shots. Raising an eyebrow, he settled onto the armrest of the sofa. Please don't tell me this is yet another attempt at matchmaking. Yin Yu smiled as she picked up a photograph. These are all carefully selected by me and Aunt Lin. Good family background and character. You might as well meet and spend some time together. There are quite a few from your school as well. Mom, I'm still young, Lu Zhuo interjected. With my looks, I shouldn't need to attend matchmaking events. Why shouldn't you? You're out, gallivanting every day. All the good omegas will be snatched up before you know it. Huo Qinye cast a detached glance over the photographs. Lin Mu Yuan turned to him. Qinye, come here. No need, Huo Qinye replied, turning away. Qinye, come here. Surely among all these omegas, there's one who catches your eye. Lu Zhuo looked up, sensing a stiffness in Huo Qinye's posture. I'll choose first. I'll choose first, Lu Zhuo exclaimed, gathering the photographs. Huo Qinye glanced at him. Just don't try to snatch them from me. The slight furrow in Huo Qinye's brow relaxed a bit. You all take your time. I'll head upstairs first. Qinye, Lin Mu Yuan called after him. Your father misses you. He'll be waiting for you at home tomorrow at noon. Understood. Huo Qinye's figure vanished around the staircase corner. Lu Zhuo pretended to peruse the photographs. This one has beautiful eyes, and that one has a nice demeanor. It's so hard to choose. Little Zhuo is quite understanding. Lin Mu Yuan remarked with a smile to Yin Yu. Qinye has grown up. He is not as obedient as he was in his childhood. Yin Yu chuckled. Children grow up and inevitably develop their own thoughts. They can't always heed our wishes, and I believe Qinye is quite well behaved. Indeed. Lin Mu Yuan gracefully sipped her red tea, the fragrance wafting through the air. His father tends to be strict, but we hope for his maturity and stability, especially for his future contributions to the medical field. Do you take him out often? Lu Zhuo inquired, glancing at Lin Mu Yuan. When he was younger, yes, but not frequently. He wasn't fond of going out. Have you been to the zoo? Lin Mu Yuan chuckled softly. Of course, although we are busy, we still find time to accompany him. Lu Zhuo nodded, falling silent as he scrutinized the photographs. Yin Yu and Lu Xing would often take him out. Whatever he desired would appear at home the next day. Though they appeared strict on the surface, they were incredibly indulgent. Despite the time that has passed, they had yet to publicly announce the mix-up, leaving many unaware that they had taken the wrong child. All of this should have belonged to Huo Qinye. Yet here he was, still occupying his parents. Lu Zhuo gazed at the beaming omegas in the photographs and felt a flicker of disinterest. He ascended the soft-carpeted stairs, noticing a warm light seeping from the crack beneath Huo Qinye's door. He tread lightly, pausing before the door. It was slightly ajar. Through the gap, he saw Huo Qinye's tall figure standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, the light outlining his slender silhouette as the sleeves of his white shirt were casually rolled up, revealing his well-defined forearms. He held a glass of water, taking a slow sip. Come. Lu Zhuo pushed the door open. Look at you, not happy at all. It can't be because I didn't let you choose an omega, right? Huo Qinye set down the glass. That's not it. Then what is it? Huo Qinye remained silent. Cough. Considering your performance yesterday, I haven't agreed. Huo Qinye smiled. It's evident that you're quite pleased. Don't be so smug. I'll only give you a point. Huo Qinye appeared unsurprised by this score. It seems we both have ample room for improvement. I can't continue this evening. Chapter 53. Older brother Lu Zhuo's face flushed slightly. You think too highly of yourself. With your performance, there's no chance for that. Huo Qinye tilted his head slightly and chuckled. Lu Zhuo added, We're going out for dinner shortly. Your mother has left. Huo Qinye glanced down to see Lin Muyuan's car departing. Perhaps it was just my impression, but despite Lin Muyuan's gentle demeanor, her presence seemed to cast a subtle and distant aura around Huo Qinye. In the restaurant, Yin was arranging the dishes. Under the shimmering glow of the crystal chandelier, the table was laden with steaming delicacies. Your father's company called an impromptu meeting, Yin said with a smile. It will just be the three of us today. She gestured towards the shopping bags in the living room. I bought new clothes for both of you. Let Aunt Lin take them up for you to try. Thank you. Mom. Lu Zhuo leaned in to sneak a glance. They were all styles he favored. Yin served Huo Qinye a bowl of soup. Have you enjoyed yourselves these past 2 days? Very much, Lu Zhuo interjected, lifting his chin with pride. I made sure to take good care of him. Yin placed a shrimp in his bowl. I was asking Qinye, by the way, Qinye, do you have any particular dishes you like? She turned her gaze towards Huo Qinye, her eyes reflecting gentle ripples of warmth. Or perhaps something you dislike. Not particularly. I'm fine with anything, Huo Qinye replied with a smile. Yin gaze lingered on him for a moment before she softly inquired. Qinye, I don't believe I've ever asked how you've been living in the Huo family. Are you happy? Your mother mentioned that your father has high expectations of you. Lu Zhuo instinctively tightened his grip on the chopsticks as he recalled the desk in Huo Qinye's room, piled high with medical tomes, the cold-colored bed linens, and the overall somewhat oppressive atmosphere of the space. It's all right, Huo Qinye replied calmly. It's not particularly strict. That's good to hear. Yin said as she served him a piece of rib. If there's anything, do let your mother know. Absolutely. Lu Zhuo placed a hand on Huo Qinye's shoulder, feigning maturity as he patted him. Older brother will look out for you. Huo Qinye turned to him. Is that so? Of course. Lu Zhuo straightened his back and grinned mischievously. What? Are you afraid that older brother won't take care of you? Yin chuckled at her son's antics, and the atmosphere at the dining table became noticeably lighter. Once they had finished, Lu Zhuo tried on the new clothes, selecting the one he felt looked best on him. He examined his reflection in the mirror, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips as he decided to flaunt his appearance in front of Huo Qinye. Upon pushing open Huo Qinye's door, he found him engrossed in a book. You truly are a diligent student, Lu Zhuo remarked, glancing at the shopping bag on the sofa. Why don't you try on the new clothes your mother bought for you? I've seen them. They're my size, Huo Qinye replied, closing his book and turning his attention to Lu Zhuo, his hair appearing neatly styled. He adorned himself in a deep green waistcoat, the silk lining shimmering with a pearlescent sheen, while the outer woolen fabric held its form without stiffness, perfectly accentuating Lu Zhuo's slender yet not insubstantial waist, embodying the elegance of a privileged young master. Noticing Huo Qinye's gaze, he remarked, I just threw this on. It's not even the best one. Looks good. Huo Qinye chuckled lightly. It suits you well. Well, if I don't look good in whatever I wear, you should give it a try too. Observing that Huo Qinye remained unmoving, he casually approached, selected a shirt, and tucked it into his arms. Go try it on. Usually accustomed to seeing Huo Qinye in a white shirt, he handed him a deep blue one, crafted from satin with intricate dark patterns. Its collar and cuffs embroidered with delicate silver threads. He imagined it would look splendid on him. Huo Qinye raised an eyebrow and, without refusal, rose to unfasten the buttons of his original shirt. Lu Zhuo had intended to tease him, but when Huo Qinye donned the shirt, his words caught in his throat. The rich satin clung to his form, the silver threads glimmering under the light, accentuating his broad shoulders, while the slightly open collar revealed a glimpse of his cold white collarbone. As Huo Qinye casually fastened the cufflinks and lifted his gaze, his eyes, set against the dark fabric, resembled jade immersed in ink. Lu Zhuo felt a subtle shift in his throat. It's just average. He averted his eyes, his tone strained. It's nothing special. You should stick to white shirts. Wear these at home, not out. Understood, boyfriend. What? At home, I'm your older brother. In a moment of impulsiveness, Lu Zhuo blurted, "You should call me brother." Huo Qinye regarded him silently, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepening. "What about at night in bed? Do you still call me brother?" Huo Qinye feigned innocence. "Did I say something wrong?" "Brother, get lost." Lu Zhuo, flustered, dashed away. He removed his clothes and glanced towards the door before stepping into the shower. In the steamy bathroom, he positioned himself beneath the shower head, adjusting the water temperature to a higher setting, his skin quickly turning a soft pink. He squeezed a generous amount of body wash into his palm, lathering it into a rich foam, working his way down from his neck. Huo Qinye's words from earlier echoed in his mind about continuing that night. He hurriedly turned the water temperature down slightly, unconsciously intensifying his scrubbing, washing several times over. After shutting off the water, he grabbed a towel to dry his hair. At that moment, he heard the sound of the door opening. He swiftly glanced in the mirror, tidying his hair, but as he realized his actions, he shook his freshly arranged hair into disarray. He slapped his cheeks lightly, reminding himself to stay grounded, not to lose himself to a man's fleeting desires. With a stern expression, he stepped out to find Huo Qinye clad in a deep gray silk pajama, already waiting for him on the bed. Lu Zhuo's heart skipped a beat. "You're here so early. Do you not allow anyone a moment of privacy? It's barely even a decent hour, and I don't have such an early bedtime." Huo Qinye lifted his gaze. "Once you start school, you'll have more private space." Lu Zhuo realized he might be right. He couldn't possibly return home every day. This thought inexplicably weighed upon his chest, momentarily rendering him speechless. "Well, that makes me quite happy," he replied stiffly. Glancing at the time on his phone, it was only 8 o'clock. He opened the drawer to reveal 2 gaming consoles, selecting one to take to bed, where he leaned heavily against the pillow. "I'm going to play games." The console flickered to life, casting a small shadow of Lu Zhuo's eyelashes beneath his eyes. The sound of his button presses echoed sharply, as if to assert his complete concentration on the game, rather than the almost imperceptible gaze of the person beside him. Huo Qinye's shoulder brushed against him, the warmth of his body seeping through the thin fabric of his pajamas. Huo Qinye watched as Lu Zhuo's red race car on the screen deftly overtook several opponents, drifting around corners with effortless grace. Chapter 54, Good Night. "Impressive," Huo Qinye murmured, his voice close to Lu Zhuo's ear. Lu Zhuo's fingers faltered, causing the car on the screen to swerve awkwardly. Suddenly, with a crash, the car slammed into a barrier, and the screen erupted in flames. Flustered, Lu Zhuo frantically pressed buttons, his ears burning. "Why are you so close?" "My fault," Huo Qinye admitted. "Don't watch me play. If you want to play, I have another one." Lu Zhuo retrieved the other newly purchased console from the drawer and tossed it over. Huo Qinye caught it, finding it identical to the one in Lu Zhuo's hands. "I don't know how to use it." "Fool, fine, I'll teach you." Lu Zhuo set down his console and turned on Huo Qinye's, revealing a multitude of downloaded games. "Just play by yourself." Huo Qinye gave it a try, while Lu Zhuo resumed his racing game. Catching a glimpse of Huo Qinye opening a game titled Sweet Adventure, featuring 2 little figures holding hands on the cover, Lu Zhuo redirected his focus to his own race car. Huo Qinye spoke up. "Can we play this together?" "I want to play with you," Lu Zhuo retorted, eyeing the couple's cooperative game, which was notoriously challenging. "Have you played with anyone else?" "No, I read about it online, and it's perfect to play together. If you don't agree, I'll..." Lu Zhuo wore an expression of being cornered. All right, I understand." He closed his racing game and launched the cooperative one. "This requires coordination. You better not hold me back, or we'll be stuck on a level for ages." Soon, the little characters stood side by side. As Lu Zhuo's game character took its place, he noticed Huo Qinye's character immediately circling him, emitting heart-shaped bubbles. Boring. Wherever Lu Zhuo's character moved, Huo Qinye's followed closely behind, and whenever Lu Zhuo stopped, Huo Qinye's character would spin around him, releasing more heart bubbles. "This is a game where we tackle tasks separately. What good does it do for you to follow me? Go, activate that mechanism so I can get through first." Huo Qinye's character circled him once more before hopping off to press the mechanism. Lu Zhuo was left speechless. Beside him, Huo Qinye was seriously engrossed in the game. Yet his character persistently revolved around Lu Zhuo. "Such a tease," Lu Zhuo commented. The 2 collaborated to clear 5 or 6 levels. And Lu Zhuo glanced at the time, It was 9:10. Huo Qinye appeared lost in the game, his long fingers skillfully maneuvering the buttons. Lu Zhuo felt a slight urge to relieve himself. Unable to endure any longer, he tossed aside the gaming console, declaring, "I'm done." He stretched exaggeratedly, exclaiming, "Playing games with you has exhausted me. Let us turn off the lights and sleep." Huo Qinye glanced at the screen, now devoid of anyone but himself. "Fine then," he conceded, extinguishing the main light. The room was instantly enveloped in darkness, save for the warm yellow glow of the bedside lamp beside Lu Zhuo's bed. Huo Qinye adjusted the lamp to its dimmest setting and, as he lay down, instinctively wrapped his arm around Lu Zhuo's waist, his palm resting on his taut abdomen. "You work hard, my boyfriend." "Umph, it's good that you know," Lu Zhuo replied, but before he could finish, he felt a warm breath against his ear. "You smell delightful." Huo Qinye's nose brushed against his flushed earlobe. Lu Zhuo abruptly pulled the blanket over half his face. Sleep now. Don't disturb me." His heart raced. A kiss, light as a feather, landed on the nape of his neck. "Good night." Behind him, Huo Qinye fell silent. "Is this really good night?" Lu Zhuo pondered. He waited a while, confirming that Huo Qinye truly meant good night today. He forcefully shrugged off Huo Qinye's hand and, in annoyance, got up to head to the bathroom. At the Huo residence, Huo Qinye arrived home around noon. Huo Ji was seated on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. "Dad," Huo Ji closed the paper. "Have you finished your work at the Research Institute? Your mother asked you to come back for a visit." Lin descended from upstairs. "Finally back. It's become difficult to see my son these days." "Qinye, with both school and the Research Institute keeping you busy, it's only natural." "Busy? I heard you were out having fun with Xiao Zhuo." Lin smiled gently. "Yes, you've stayed with the Lu family for quite some time. You should invite Xiao Zhuo to stay with us." "He.S. unwilling. If he doesn't want to, then let it be. There's no need to force it." Huo Ji interjected, "Let us prepare for dinner. But I wish to bond with my own son. Can't you think of a way to help?" "I never stopped Qinye from going to the Lu family." "Lin, I've observed that Lu Zhuo has quite the temper. If he doesn't want to come, then let it be." Huo Ji declined. Qinye spoke up. "I think he will come back eventually." Lin remarked, "Mother also wishes to make an impression. Perhaps if I spend time with him, he will become more obedient. The Lu family's way of discipline is flawed, which is why he is so unruly. Under my guidance, he would surely be as exemplary as Qinye." Huo Qinye glanced at his phone. "Dad, I have some matters at the Research Institute. I'll take my leave." "Qinye, take a day off," Lin replied coldly. Before long, the days leading up to the start of school arrived. When you called Lu Zhuo to inform him that they had arrived at the school ahead of time. Their group had purchased apartments in the same building, where most of the residents were familiar faces. Lu Zhuo resided on the top floor, the 9th, while when you occupied the 8th, Shan Zijin the 7th. And Li Quixin had bought the 3rd floor at a high price later on. "We're just waiting for you," Wen Yu's voice came through the phone, accompanied by the sound of clinking glasses in the background. "We've all gathered to kick off the festivities." Lu Zhuo leaned against the sofa. "I'll see how things go. There are still matters at home." After hanging up, he glanced at the clock on the wall. Huo Qinye had not contacted him in 2 days, while Li Quixin reached out daily. Qi Yao efficiently packed his luggage for him. "Boss, what time are we leaving today?" "Who said we are leaving today?" Lu Zhuo casually swiped through his phone. Qi Yao paused momentarily. "Aren't we usually supposed to head over 2 days in advance to hang out with Wen Xiao and the others? Are you tired of it already?" Lu Zhuo interrupted him. At that moment, an unregistered number flashed on the screen. Lu Zhuo stared at it for a few seconds, and, just as the ringtone was about to end, he answered, "What's the matter? I'm waiting for you downstairs." Huo Qinye's deep voice prompted Lu Zhuo to rise from the sofa. He hurried to the window, yanked the curtains aside, and there stood Huo Qinye leaning against the car door. As if sensing his gaze, Huo Qinye looked up. Lu Zhuo quickly shut the curtains and hung up the phone. "Have you packed everything? I need to head to the school soon." Qi Yao stared in disbelief at his boss's sudden shift in demeanor and hastily zipped up the suitcase. "All done." Lu Zhuo adjusted his collar in front of the mirror and sauntered downstairs. In front of Huo Qinye, he raised an eyebrow. "Chief Ho, it's not just you who's busy. If you need me, you should have made an appointment in advance. I'm heading to the school now. Happy Children's Day to all the little ones. I hope everyone supports the new book. Please leave a 5-star review." Qiao ran over with the suitcase and greeted Huo Qinye. "Can you put this in your car?" Huo Qinye pressed the car key, opening the trunk. He casually opened the passenger door, glancing at Lu Zhuo, and lightly tapped the door with his fingertip. "Get in. 3 hours. Are you really going to drive me?" "Yes." "All right then. If he wants to play the role of the driver, let him." "Okay." Qiao thought this job was getting easier. He didn't even have to play the driver anymore. Wait a minute. He wouldn't be out of a job, would he? After the luggage was stowed away, Lu Zhuo was settled in a Huo Qinye's car. "Buckle up," Huo Qinye instructed. Driving steadily, the two exchanged casual conversation, and Huo Qinye even prepared some snacks for him. "Huo Qinye, have you truly never been in a relationship? You seem to know how to prepare these things now." Lu Zhuo rummaged through the snacks, discovering cakes from their cafeteria chilled with ice packs, along with some of his favorite treats. He wasn't particularly pleased. Logically, someone who had never been in a relationship wouldn't be thoughtful enough to prepare such things. Additionally, Huo Qinye's kissing technique and other skills left him a bit speechless. "No, I've already said you were the first. And what else?" Lu Zhuo pressed, intrigued. "You used to bring me things." Lu Zhuo was taken aback. He remembered well. Lu Zhuo and Huo Qinye had always been desk mates. He had specifically asked Yu to speak to the teacher so they could sit together. The advantages of sitting next to Huo Qinye were plentiful. He kept his desk tidy while Lu Zhuo's was often a mess. He would help tidy it up. If Lu Zhuo fell asleep, Huo Qinye would cover him with a jacket. During their cleaning duties, he would assist in tidying up. For homework, he was always the first to copy Lu Zhuo's work. And if Lu Zhuo didn't want a copy, Huo Qinye would even imitate his handwriting to complete it for him. There's truly no one better than him. However, at that time, Huo Qinye had little pocket money. He never brought food and was never seen purchasing anything. Lu Zhaoshu's backpack was filled with imported snacks. He would share them with others. Yet he reserved the finest for himself and Huo Qinye. He would read novels and play games, and a mere opening of his mouth would result in a drink appearing. With a slight lift of his eyelids, snacks would be at hand. Of course, while Huo Qinye was doing his homework, Lu Zhaoshu would also make sure to offer him treats. Huo Qinye ate very little. In fact, he was even more particular than Lu Zhaoshu himself. Though he never voiced his preferences, he disliked animal organs and avoided vegetables with excessively long stems. Lu Zhaoshu was aware that Huo Qinye preferred original-flavored and lime-flavored potato chips, with the latter being slightly more appealing, prompting him to indulge in an extra piece. He would always choose orange-flavored candies and was willing to eat seedless grapes. After exercising, he drank room-temperature mineral water, and cold ice cream was merely a fleeting taste. In truth, Huo Qinye was quite difficult to please. Often he would not express his dislikes, leaving others oblivious. Yet, Lu Zhaoshu could discern these nuances, and he was reluctant to share such insights about Huo Qinye with anyone else. This made him feel special in Huo Qinye's eyes. During that time, he genuinely enjoyed attending school, as it meant being with Huo Qinye, which could brighten his entire day. Thus, when Shun Zijin replaced him, Shun Zijin proved to be even more delicate and troublesome, incessantly questioning him and causing his head to throb. It was during this period that Huo Qinye began to jot down Lu Zhaoshu's name in the small notebook provided by the teacher. All privileges began to gradually vanish. Chapter 56. Pregnancy, although it was merely a commonplace occurrence in the eyes of others, neglecting homework and whispering in class warranted being noted down. Yet at that moment, Lu Zhaoshu felt that while others could be reprimanded, Huo Qinye should be exempt. Unbeknownst to him, he transitioned from wanting to reconcile with Huo Qinye to finding fault with him at every turn, deliberately seeking to cause him discomfort. When you often teased him, suggesting that his animosity stemmed from love. In hindsight, such behavior seemed rather childish. Lu Zhaoshu scoffed, remarking, "Indeed, I have raised a white-eyed wolf that bites." He adjusted his seat, donned a sleep mask, and resolved not to converse with Huo Qinye. The mere mention of past events brought him displeasure. Night fell. A gentle breeze slipped through the partially opened window, carrying an unknown floral fragrance that caressed his cheek. Lu Zhaoshu drowsily opened his eyes, realizing he had arrived at his residential complex. He turned to look at Huo Qinye, who was quietly gazing at him, his elbow resting on the windowsill. The soft glow of the streetlights filtered through the car window, casting a tender light on his cool features, creating delicate shadows beneath his eyelashes. "Are you awake?" Huo Qinye's voice was softer than the night itself. Lu Zhuo felt a slight tingling in his heart. He found Huo Qinye's gaze to be extraordinarily gentle, reminiscent of the early days of their relationship. Regardless of the activity, Huo Qinye would always look at him with that quiet, affectionate tenderness. He must have been in a daze from sleep. He ruffled his hair and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "Why didn't you wake me? I missed my appointment with Wenyu." Upon checking the time, Huo Qinye noted it was 8 o'clock. "My mistake. I shall treat you to dinner." "Do you have any money?" Lu Zhuo inquired. 2,000 left, he replied, feigning poverty. "No, I'm waiting for Lu Zhuo to support me." Huo Qinye chuckled as he exited the car, then walked to the trunk to retrieve his suitcase, the metallic handle glinting coldly under the streetlight. "Wait." Lu Zhuo grasped the handle. "How did you know I lived in this neighborhood?" The night breeze tousled his bangs. "Did Xiao tell you? Or was it my mother? Which way shall we go?" Huo Qinye glanced deeper into the community. Lu Zhuo took the suitcase. "Well, now that school is starting, I should have some personal space, right? You can head back." Lu Zhuo tugged at the suitcase and turned to leave, but after a few steps, he glanced back. He noticed Huo Qinye still standing there, illuminated by the golden glow of the streetlight. "Goodbye." Lu Zhuo continued forward, dragging his suitcase. Returning by 8 would mean arriving home by 11. He hadn't eaten dinner yet. After all, it was Huo Qinye who insisted on seeing him off. Suddenly, the suitcase's wheels snagged in a crack between the stones, and Lu Zhuo felt a surge of annoyance. At that moment, a hand reached out to lift his suitcase. "Boyfriend, could I stay over for a night?" Huo Qinye's voice whispered in Lu Zhuo's ear. "No way. I tend to get sleepy at night. You can always call a designated driver." Huo Qinye countered reasonably. "I want to save this little money to treat my boyfriend to dinner." "You're quite the handful," Lu Zhuo conceded, releasing the suitcase, allowing Huo Qinye to pull it along. As they approached the small villa, laughter and merriment wafted from the 8th-floor terrace. Wenyu's party was ablaze with lights, shadows flitting about. Lu Zhuo had no intention of attending. The elevator ascended directly to the 9th floor. His room was spacious, with a floor-to-ceiling window offering a panoramic view of the campus at night, which had already been tidied up by the cleaners, creating an overall pristine atmosphere. Lu Zhuo changed into slippers while Huo Qinye remained standing. Lu Zhuo realized there was only one pair of slippers at home. He usually went to Wenyu's place for meals and rarely entertained guests. "Then perhaps you should forego the slippers. Come inside." As Lu Zhuo walked in, he added, "If you're staying the night, you'll need to buy your own toothpaste, toothbrush, slippers, and sleepwear. You can't possibly sleep naked with me." Huo Qinye chuckled lightly. "All right." After Lu Zhuo spoke, he unconsciously bit his lip, questioning why he had assumed Huo Qinye would sleep with him. Huo Qinye, however, appeared quite at ease, opening his suitcase and methodically hanging his clothes in the bedroom wardrobe. Leaning against the doorframe, Lu Zhuo couldn't help but tease. "So domestic?" "Yes. I want to make a good impression." "What is the purpose of this good impression?" "To support me. I won't let Lu Zhuo suffer any losses. Whoever I support will certainly manage well. Hurry up, I'm starving." The two descended together. There were numerous delightful eateries near the school, and many students had already arrived. The food market close to the campus was bustling with life, filled with returning students crowding the various shops, creating a lively atmosphere under the night sky. "With the 2,000 yuan you have, we can only squeeze in here to eat." Huo Qinye leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "I feel sorry for my boyfriend." "As long as you know," came the reply. Along the way, numerous couples held hands, radiating sweetness. Lu Zhuo, feeling somewhat guilty, maintained a slight distance from Huo Qinye. "Shall we indulge in some milk tea? That tea shop seems to have a promotion," Huo Qinye inquired. Lu Zhuo glanced over and saw that the young couple entering the shop was enjoying half price on their signature milk tea. "Are you foolish? We're both alphas. They will merely think we're good friends and won't grant you the discount." At that moment, another pair of alphas walked by, sharing a kiss at the shop's entrance. A chorus of cheers erupted, and then the shopkeeper offered them half price. "It seems not entirely impossible," Huo Qinye remarked with a hint of anticipation. "No way," Lu Zhuo blushed, thinking of kissing Huo Qinye in public. He couldn't bear the thought of such embarrassment. Just then, two Omegas approached. "Hi, handsome. Are you here to buy milk tea as well? How about we share an order? I with you, she with him." and we can all enjoy half price. Lu Zhuo found himself pondering how he had sunk to the level of seeking discounted milk tea. He mused that he would have to persuade his father to invest in a milk tea shop here, selling at half price every day. What do you think? The Omega looked at Huo Qinye with eager anticipation. Huo Qinye smiled gently. Sorry, my boyfriend is quite strict. The two Omegas gazed at Huo Qinye with regret, then turned their attention to Lu Zhuo. I'm not his boyfriend. Please don't misunderstand, Lu Zhuo interjected. I'm fine with joining you. Huo Qinye remained silent. Thank you, handsome. Lu Zhuo accompanied one of the Omegas to buy the milk tea. On the way, Lu Zhuo regretted his decision, but decided to buy Huo Qinye a cup of freshly squeezed orange juice, while opting for the signature milk tea for himself. While waiting for the milk tea, the Omega asked Lu Zhuo, does he really have a boyfriend? My friend is hoping to add him on social media. He does. His boyfriend is quite fierce. If he finds out he's with another Omega, he might resort to violence. Oh, the Omega shook their head. What a pity. Do you think they'll last long? Will they break up? Perhaps you should add him beforehand, just in case. His Omega is pregnant. Lu Zhuo replied without flinching. Oh, I'm so sorry. Lu Zhuo turned to collect the milk tea. The Omega hurriedly sent a message to their friend. When the Omega, who had wanted to ask Huo Qinye for his WeChat, saw the message, despair washed over them. No wonder. Your Omega is pregnant. I'm sorry. I assumed you were single given your youth. Huo Qinye chuckled. It's all right. Upon receiving the milk tea, Lu Zhuo noticed Huo Qinye laughing and chatting with the Omega. He truly seemed capable of smiling at anyone. Striding over, Lu Zhuo saw the two Omegas waving goodbye to them. Weren't you just saying you had a fierce boyfriend? You seem quite happy chatting with that Omega, Lu Zhuo said, forcefully thrusting the freshly squeezed orange juice against Huo Qinye's chest. Huo Qinye chuckled softly as he grasped the cup of milk tea. Indeed, she is quite a lovely person. It took but a brief moment for him to recognize her amiability. Now he understood the charm of an Omega. Regretting not having exchanged contact information? Yes, she is very considerate, advising me on what my boyfriend should be cautious about during his pregnancy. What? Lu Zhuo was taken aback. Huo Qinye glanced at his abdomen. It should be less than a month. You ought to prioritize rest. Lu Zhuo's face flushed with embarrassment. Huo Qinye, just leave me be. Huo Qinye laughed, lightly tapping Lu Zhuo's milk tea cup. Drink less of it while it's cold. What if it harms the baby? Huo Qinye. The two made their way to a nearby hot pot restaurant, the only one in the vicinity that didn't require a wait. They ordered a inyang pot, which bubbled merrily on the induction stove, the spicy broth simmering with chili, while the clear broth floated a few goji berries. Huo Qinye placed freshly sliced beef into the pot for Lu Zhuo, then looked up at him as he poked at his bowl. Are you still angry? If anyone should be upset, it's me. What do I have to be angry about? You claimed you had no boyfriend. It's only a matter of time before you break up. It's better if no one knows. Lu Zhuo replied with irritation. Not necessarily. What do you mean, not necessarily? Lu Zhuo stared at Huo Qinye in astonishment. You mean you wish to continue our relationship indefinitely? You haven't been behaving well. If the photos keep getting deleted, naturally, you will have to stay with me, Huo Qinye said with a smile. Over time, what is false may become true. Dream on? Lu Zhuo muttered, his gaze lowered as he fiddled with the dipping sauce in his bowl. The notion of something false transforming into truth, of perpetually dating Huo Qinye, made Lu Zhuo's heart flutter involuntarily, but he quickly regained his composure. With someone like you, I wouldn't dare. You would sever ties at a moment's notice. Huo Qinye fell silent. Just when Lu Zhuo thought he would not respond, Huo Qinye said, that one tea happened in the future. After finishing their hot pot, Lu Zhuo's lips were flushed from the spice. He nibbled on a piece of chilled watermelon while Huo Qinye watched, waiting to hand him a napkin once he was done. After they were sufficiently filled, they headed to a nearby mall. Huo Qinye pushed a shopping cart into the supermarket, and Lu Zhuo felt a sense of novelty. He had seldom ventured into a supermarket before. Most of the items at home were pre-stocked, or they simply had groceries delivered. This was his first time accompanying an alpha to shop for groceries. Under the fluorescent lights of the supermarket, Huo Qinye halted the cart in the household goods section, purchasing toothpaste, toothbrushes, and slippers. Hurry up, don't dawdle, Lu Zhuo urged as he noticed Huo Qinye pausing. He glanced over to see Huo Qinye fixated on a pair of couple-S slippers. Don't even think about it. I would never wear such ugly things. Lu Zhuo casually grabbed a pair of plain gray slippers and tossed them forcefully into the cart, the plastic thudding loudly against the metal basket. Huo Qinye lowered his long eyelashes, appearing somewhat dejected. When they reached the sleepwear section, Lu Zhuo noticed the shelves were filled with matching couple sets. Most were priced around 200 to 300, and while they may not be the most comfortable, they would suffice. Lu Zhuo promptly selected the most expensive set for Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye then steered the cart toward the produce section. Still shopping? Let us head home. Lu Zhuo quickened his pace to catch up. We need to buy some breakfast ingredients. Huo Qinye picked up a broccoli. Lu Zhuo blinked. Can you really cook? Huo Qinye turned to look at him, the overhead lights of the supermarket casting a small shadow beneath his eyelashes. Does that add to my charm? The meals prepared by my housekeeper are far superior to yours. Lu Zhuo couldn't help but lean in to see what Huo Qinye had chosen. A piece of broccoli, 2 ears of corn, and a tomato, each selected in moderation. Lu Zhuo, having no classes in the morning, preferred to sleep in. Thus he had no need for the housekeeper to prepare breakfast. When he woke up, he would go directly to him.As place. Gulin could prepare anything, and he could simply enjoy the ready-made meals. A few nearby omegas, pushing their shopping carts, gradually approached, whispering softly in Lu Zhuo's ears. Oh my, those 2 alphas over there are so handsome. If only the one in the white shirt were my boyfriend. He looks so husband material. Such a type should be kept at home. Should I ask for his WeChat? He might still be single. Lu Zhuo lightly bumped Huo Qinye with the shopping cart. Can you hurry up? My legs are about to break. He glared at the innocent orange in Huo Qinye's hand. What is so special about this fruit that it requires this young master to accompany you in choosing? Huo Qinye chuckled softly, placing the orange into the bag. It's the last one. After purchasing nearly everything, Huo Qinye was ready to check out when Lu Zhuo called out to him, his voice unusually hesitant. Wait, didn't you forget to buy that? Huo Qinye's gaze darkened, landing on Lu Zhuo's reddening earlobes. Which one? The one for tonight. Lu Zhuo was speechless, having to remind himself. Huo Qinye appeared momentarily stunned, his Adam's apple moving silently. Lu Zhuo felt his ears burning under Huo Qinye's stare. Are you going to buy it or not? After all, it's for your use. Fine. Huo Qinye headed to the checkout. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, wondering why he didn't go buy it as agreed. Was it a matter of money? His home lacked bedside lamps and night lights. How troublesome. Lu Zhuo turned back to the shelves and picked out the most extravagant children's monster nightlight. Its clawed design accentuated with glowing effects. He paid for it just as Huo Qinye finished his checkout and walked out. Lu Zhuo displayed his newly acquired nightlight. I certainly don't want to sleep all night with the big light on. Huo Qinye looked at the adorably hideous nightlight and suddenly realized he had completely misinterpreted the situation. The corners of his lips lifted slightly. It's quite cute. What expression is that? Lu Zhuo narrowed his eyes. Not satisfied? Huo Qinye took the shopping bag, his fingertips unintentionally brushing against the back of his hand. How could I be? His voice carried an undeniable hint of amusement. Thank you, boyfriend. I really like it. Lu Zhuo gave a light hum. As long as you know. Upon returning home, Huo Qinye slipped on some slippers when suddenly, the plastic bag he was using to carry items tore with a loud rip. Several items fell out, and the oranges rolled across the floor. They say cheap goods are of poor quality. Even the bags are unreliable. Lu Zhuo squatted to pick them up, his fingers brushing against a slippery little box. Upon closer inspection, he found a box of orange-flavored condoms mixed among the fruit, the packaging adorned with playful citrus designs. Lu Zhuo blinked, thinking he had misread it. Holding the little box, he stood up, amused and infuriated. Is the supermarket so considerate now? Buy oranges and get condoms for free? Huo Qinye realized he had already completed the purchase when he mentioned the nightlight. He could not possibly return it now. Huo Qinye replied, it is not a gift. Lu Zhuang's ears flushed crimson with indignation as he picked up an orange and hurled it at him. Where did you buy this? The orange was deftly caught by Huo Qinye, who rubbed the skin of the fruit thoughtfully. You said you needed it for the night. He paused momentarily. I grabbed it casually while checking out. Lu Zhuang trembled with rage, recalling that Huo Qinye, who feared the dark, had specifically bought the night light for him. Yet, this person seemed entirely preoccupied with thoughts of consuming him entirely. With a resounding thud, Lu Zhuang kicked the orange that had rolled to his feet and stormed into the bedroom, slamming the door with great force. Huo Qinye stood outside for a moment, tidied up the mess, sliced an orange, and then knocked on Lu Zhuo's door. "Go away. You are not allowed to sleep in the same room as me today." Lu Zhuo's voice was muffled. It was only on the night he had taken medication that they had truly shared a bed. During the days they spent together, it was mostly a matter of mutual assistance, with Huo Qinye predominantly aiding him. However, this did not imply an inherent intimacy between them. Lu Zhuo unconsciously clutched his head, feeling an overwhelming heat wash over him. The instant Huo Qinye pushed the door open, a pillow flew toward him. "Get away. Don't even think about it." Lu Zhuo stood at the bedside, his chest heaving and his ears nearly bleeding from embarrassment. Huo Qinye caught the pillow and gently placed the fluorescent green monster night light on the bedside. The light cast a glow on Lu Zhuo's pouting profile, oddly reminiscent of the grinning monster. "My mistake. I misunderstood my boyfriend's intentions." Huo Qinye's voice was low as he brushed his fingers over the nightlight switch, causing the monster's eyes to flicker twice. "My boyfriend kindly bought me a lamp, and I mistakenly thought it meant we would grow closer at night. There could be no further closeness. You are already gay, and I am not. Who spends their days thinking about such bizarre things?" Lu Zhuo interrupted, his voice quivering. "How could I possibly?" He swallowed the words, leaving only his flushed earlobes. Huo Qinye lifted the sliced oranges towards him. "Try some. I won't eat it." Lu Zhuo shrugged off his outstretched hand, declaring, "I'm going to find when you to hang out." Just as he took a step, his wrist was firmly grasped. Huo Qinye's palm was warm against him. Lu Zhuo was taken aback. "What are you doing?" "Let go. I have no such intention. If you disagree, I won't pursue it." "Won't pursue it? You seem quite eager, bold enough to think that having a little leverage over me grants you the liberty to act as you please." Lu Zhuo crossed his arms defiantly. "If you truly anger me, my courage will diminish," Huo Qinye remarked, gently stroking Lu Zhuo's wrist. "Don't leave. We won't do anything today." Seeing Huo Qinye's somewhat apologetic demeanor eased some of Lu Zhuo's ire. It merely confirmed his own allure. It was only natural for Huo Qinye to harbor feelings for him. "All right, fine," Lu Zhuo replied, raising his head with an expression of helplessness. Huo Qinye leaned closer, whispering, "Just a kiss." Chapter 58. Wishing for a longer embrace, mm? Huo Qinye's hand tenderly caressed the nape of Lu Zhuo's neck, his fingers weaving into the soft strands of hair as he lowered his head to kiss him. The kiss was gentle, akin to a feather brushing against the lips, fleeting and ephemeral. Lu Zhuo stood frozen in place, his cheeks igniting with warmth. "What was that kiss for?" "Thank you for the gift," he retorted. "Who sent you a gift?" Lu Zhuo turned away, insisting. "I didn't give you anything. It was merely a small night light worth a mere 20-odd yuan. Once he departed, it would surely be discarded." Lu Zhuo's chin was gently coaxed back by long, elegant fingers. He gazed into Huo Qinye's eyes, which shimmered with an almost unbelievable tenderness. "I really like it." Momentarily taken aback, Lu Zhuo was met with a kiss from Huo Qinye that was no longer a mere brush of lips. As Lu Zhuo tried to retreat, Huo Qinye's lips pursued him. By the time he regained his senses, the room was cloaked in darkness, save for the little monster that seemed to dance in the shadows. The two had already tumbled onto the bed. Lu Zhuo lay back upon the soft mattress, his breaths coming in disarray. His heart raced painfully, his palm pressed against Huo Qinye's chest. Wait, he stammered, his voice trembling. "Didn't we agree to just kiss once? Why aren't you keeping your word?" Huo Qinye grasped his wrist with one hand, leaning down to place a kiss on the flushed bone of his wrist, his warm lips brushing against the pulsing vein. "It's to kiss you, not merely a single kiss. Tomorrow night, I want to see you. I want to savor this moment a little longer. Huo Qinye, if you wish to kiss me, then do so. But must you utter such cheesy lines? It's so strange. What is so strange about it?" Huo Qinye's lips lingered near Lu Zhuo's ear. "I've seen couples in love say such things. Perhaps it's my fault for not expressing myself well. Not good at all, not in the slightest. What's wrong about it? Teach me," he teased. "Why should I teach you everything? Aren't you the top student?" Lu Zhuo shot back. "Then I shall learn on my own." The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly intimate. Lu Zhuo, in a haze, mused that Huo Qinye didn't need to learn sweet nothings. He was inherently a troublemaker, and the more he learned, the more unbearable it would become. Warm, Soft kisses trailed along his waist. Lu Zhuo looked at Huo Qinye, noticing that his white shirt had somehow come undone at the top 2 buttons, revealing skin as pale as snow, both chaste and restrained. Huo Qinye's him.As apple bobbed. Good heavens! Lu Zhuo could think of nothing else. The night passed in a blur. Huo Qinye gazed down at Lu Zhuo, whose eyes were now tinged with a hint of red, and could not resist planting another kiss, eliciting a displeased murmur from the one in his embrace. Checking the time, Huo Qinye noted it was 10 o'clock. Breakfast seemed unnecessary now. Just then, he heard the sound of the door opening. With his lips close to Lu Zhuo's ear, he whispered, "Baby." The voice was so soft that only Lu Zhuo could hear. "You have visitors." Lu Zhuo, feeling utterly reluctant to move, floated in a dreamlike state. "Who is your baby?" Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Lu Bao." It was Shun Zijin. Lu Zhuo elongated his response. "It's 10 o'clock. Our Lu Xiao is truly becoming busier by the day." Li Quixin chimed in. Instantly alert, Lu Zhuo sprang up from the bed, a jolt of realization coursing through him as he rushed to the door, gripping the doorknob tightly, hastily locking it. Locking the door. Wen's voice rose sharply. "What do you mean, Lu Xiao?" Dressed only in his shorts, Lu Zhuo pressed against the door, suddenly recalling that Wen had the passcode to their home. Huo Qinye sat up, observing the ambiguous red marks adorning Lu Zhuo's fair back, the black fabric enveloping the elegant curve tautening slightly with the owner's anxious movements. He bore an expression reminiscent of a thief caught in the act. "Lu Zhuo, what on earth is going on? Is there someone hidden in the room that you wish to keep from our view?" "Enough noise. I spent all night driving yesterday. Please, spare me the annoyance," came the retort. "Then hurry up. We are waiting for you outside. You all go wait at Wen's place. I will join you shortly." Lu Zhuo's heart raced. Li Quixin plopped down on Lu Zhuo's sofa, declaring, "No way. We shall wait right here. We've arranged this so many times, yet you have never shown up." Lu Zhuo turned back, and Huo Qinye lifted a glass of water from the bedside and took a sip, casting a profound glance at him. Just as Huo Qinye was about to speak, Lu Zhuo dashed forward and covered his mouth. "Shoo!" The warmth between his fingers startled him. This rascal had actually licked his palm. "Huo Qinye." Lu Zhuo recoiled as if electrocuted, lowering his voice, "Do not speak. Am I truly so unpresentable?" Huo Qinye whispered. "Last night, you said I was wonderful. What did I say that?" "You did." Huo Qinye stood to dress. Lu Zhuo grasped his arm. "Do not leave. If they see you coming out of my room, it will be impossible to explain. Have you not had many alphas and omegas? Would they truly be so surprised? It is different. What is different? Am I inferior to them? Is being with me a disgrace?" Huo Qinye inquired. Lu Zhuo observed Huo Qinye's difficult demeanor. "No, I simply have a thin skin, all right? Aren't you supposed to have lunch with them? That should be the case." Lu Zhuo had already stood them up several times. This time, they had come to find him. "Understood. Go ahead. I will lock the door when I leave," Huo Qinye replied, heading to the bathroom. Lu Zhuo donned his clothes and followed him in to brush their teeth together. He caught sight of the ambiguous red marks on his neck and realized he needed a change. The room fell into a moment of silence. Lu Zhuo hastily washed his face, the icy droplets cascading down his chin. He wiped his face. "I will step out first. Wait for my message before you leave." "All right." Huo Qinye gazed at him with intense eyes. A peculiar feeling stirred within Lu Zhuo. He hesitated, reluctant to abandon Huo Qinye. As he approached the door, he paused. "Wait, what is it?" He turned around immediately. If Huo Qinye threatened him to stay, he would be left with no choice. At that moment, Huo Qinye leaned in and kissed him. The cool, minty taste of toothpaste lingered between their lips. The kiss was gentle, yet made Lu Zhuo's heart skip a beat. "I cannot bear to let you go. That cannot be. They are all waiting for me." "Understood. Farewell, my boyfriend." Huo Qinye released him. "I know you have many friends, and when it comes to fun, you will naturally forget about me." Huo Qinye's fingertips brushed lightly against the corners of his lips. "But I will think of you." Lu Zhuo swallowed hard, and after a pause, managed to utter, "If you wish to think of me, then so be it. There is nothing I can do about it." With resolute strides, Lu Zhuo exited the room, pushing open the door, where 3 individuals turned to look at him. "Ah, our Lu Xiao is indeed quite busy," Li Quixin remarked, peeking into the room. "Thank you, my dear friends, for the gifts that have propelled me onto the gift rankings. The rating for my newly released book, which has just begun, will undoubtedly rise in time. I'm grateful for your unwavering support. Chapter 59. I miss you. Li Zhuo could only see an exceedingly unattractive little monster nightlight by the bedside. In the next moment, Lu Zhuo closed the door. You are truly bothersome. You played late into the night and rose early. When you glanced at Lu Zhuo's neck, oh, I see why you're so lackluster. You must have exerted yourself quite a bit last night. Lu Zhuo touched his neck, stating that he was about to change clothes, having forgotten after being kissed by Huo Qinye. What's the matter? You can have fun, but I cannot. I'm leaving. Could it be that you're secretly harboring a lover? Li Kushin Kastunat, Sumawet Skeptical. When you replied, that is hardly the case. He doesn't even allow me to stay over, let alone hide someone. All right, I am absolutely famished. Lu Zhuo pushed him out, retrieving his shoes from his shoe cabinet, with Huo Qinye's shoes beside his. He glanced back at the closed bedroom door. What's wrong? When you leaned closer, a reluctant expression on his face. Who is in the bedroom? What do you mean reluctant? Lu Zhuo pushed him away. Let us hurry. Li Zhuo suggested they dine at an upscale restaurant. The four of them sat together. Lu Zhuo glanced at the time. It was 11 o'clock. He sent a message to Huo Qinye. I'm already outside. The dialogue box indicated the other party was typing, followed shortly by a brief response. I'll leave soon. Those three succinct words made Lu Zhuo feel a tightness in his chest. He flipped his phone face down on the table, absently prodding the foie gras on his plate with a silver fork, the delicate fat oozing out, yet he felt no appetite. Not to your liking? Li Zhuo slid a glass of red wine toward him. How about we switch it for a lamb chop? No need, I'll just nibble a bit. Wen's knife and fork lightly clinked against his plate. Surely, you aren't blaming us for waking you from your beauty sleep? Lu Zhuo found himself rather unwell, pondering what Huo Qinye might be eating at that very moment. Indeed, I was in the midst of a delightful dream until you disturbed me. Now that you're awake, let us go sing karaoke later. Many Omega Junior sisters will be coming. When you smiled eagerly, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll head back after finishing my meal, Lu Zhuo stated. That's simply one do. Today, you are not leaving, no matter what, Li Zhuo declared, and the group commenced the party. The Omega Juniors danced fervently in the club. Li Zhuo sat beside Lu Zhuo. Is there anyone you fancy? Have him come over to keep you company. Lu Zhuo glanced around, but found none as appealing as Huo Qinye. Not interested. You enjoy yourself. How can an Omega be disinterested? Let me find you an alpha to entertain you, Li Zhuo persisted, tilting his head to scrutinize Lu Zhuo. If you have issues, go seek help. Lu Zhuo kicked Li Zhuo away, urging him to have fun elsewhere. At that moment, a message popped up on his phone. It was from Huo Qinye. Boyfriend, I've arrived at the research institute. Li Zhuo noticed Lu Zhuo intently staring at his phone and couldn't help glancing at it. Who is this 550? A creditor? A creditor? Surely not. Who could you possibly owe money to? Mind your own business, Lu Zhuo chuckled, tucking his phone into his pocket. As the night wore on, having spent considerable time living with Huo Qinye, Lu Zhuo felt a wave of fatigue wash over him by 10 o'clock. The blaring music was a source of discomfort for him. Li Zhuo ascended the stairs alongside Lu Zhuo, inquiring whether he might spend the night at Lu's residence, as a party was scheduled on the 4th floor. No, seek out Wenyu instead, Lu Zhuo replied curtly. But Wenyu has a bodyguard with him. It would be better if we shared a space, Li countered. Absolutely not. With that, Lu Zhuo closed the door, locking Li Zhuo out and changing the entry code. Feeling aggrieved, Li Zhuo lamented Lu Zhuo's apparent coldness towards him. Inside the empty room, Lu Zhuo slipped into his slippers and headed for a shower. He noticed the slippers bought by Huo Qinye at the supermarket, which clashed entirely with his own. Annoyed, he discarded all of Huo Qinye's belongings into the trash, disliking the presence of others' items in his domain, including that hideous monster nightlight. That was hardly a gift. If he were to present a gift, it would undoubtedly be the finest. Once Huo Qinye's things were cleared away, Lu Zhuo sprawled across the bed, relishing the space he had not enjoyed alone in quite some time. It was about time, he thought, burying his face into the pillow. Sharing a bed with another alpha was utterly uncomfortable. With a decisive motion, he turned off the light. As darkness engulfed him, it flooded in like a tide. Devoid of the eerie glow of the night light and the sound of another's breath, Only the faint hum of the air conditioner filled the silence. This should have been his most familiar sleeping environment. Yet, as Lu Zhuo turned restlessly in the expansive bed, he suddenly found it excessively large. Just then his phone rang. With a sigh of exasperation, he picked it up and glanced at the screen, his heart skipping a beat upon seeing the caller. Reluctantly, he accepted the video call. "What is it? I was just about to fall asleep, and you've woken me," he chided, his tone laced with reproach. "My apologies for disturbing you, my boyfriend," came Huo Qinye's gentle voice through the phone, causing Lu Zhuo's ears to flush slightly. "What do you want? Is there something urgent?" Lu Zhuo queried, shrouded in darkness. Yet he could see Huo Qinye on the other end, seated on his bed. "Nothing in particular. I merely wish to see you," Huo Qinye replied. "What are you talking about, Huo Qinye? Have you lost your mind?" Lu Zhuo tossed the phone aside, unwilling to gaze upon Huo Qinye's face. "Is it a crime to wish to see one's boyfriend?" Huo Qinye inquired, unperturbed. Lu Zhuo exclaimed. "If you utter such words again, I shall retaliate." He heard Huo Qinye chuckle softly, prompting him to hastily end the call, his heart racing in the darkness of the room. Restless, Lu Zhuo found it nearly impossible to sleep, almost missing the opening ceremony of the semester. When he finally managed to doze off during the meeting, he awoke to the amused gazes of Yu and others, who soon departed. An alpha clad in a white shirt stood before him, his ears flushed crimson. Yu and Li Zhuo had retreated several meters away, wearing expressions of amusement. "May I take a few minutes of your time?" The junior's fingers nervously twisted the hem of his shirt. "What is it?" Lu Zhuo inquired. "I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time." Still drowsy, Lu Zhuo struggled to comprehend, instinctively responding, "I see. Will you go out with me?" "Absolutely not." "Is it because the junior's eyes are red that I am an alpha?" "Of course." Lu Zhuo rose decisively and strode towards Yu and the others at the door. Yu placed a hand on his shoulder, proclaiming loudly, "Our Lu Xiao is irresistibly charming. Even the alpha junior has come to confess his feelings." "Nonsense." Lu Zhuo wrapped an arm around him, exclaiming, "How am I in any way a homosexual? If I were, you would be the first." "I wouldn't mind that," Yu replied with a mischievous grin. Li Zhuo also approached, declaring, "Lu Zhuo, I'm in as well." Chapter 60. An early appointment. Lu Zhuo felt goosebumps as he approached Sun Zijin. "Try to be a little more normal," he said. Sun Zijin replied, "I have come to like alphas." "You've fallen for that fraud?" Lu Zhuo retorted. Sun Zijin shook his head. "Lu Bao, you haven't spent time with him. He is actually a wonderful person." That evening, outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of Li Zhuo's home, the night had deepened. The group was gathered around the table, engaged in lively conversation when Lu Zhuo's phone screen suddenly illuminated with a video call from Huo Qinye. He stood up to leave. Li Zhuo stopped him, saying, "It's not even 10 yet. Where are you off to now?" "The creditor is calling. I need to take this." "What?" Li Zhuo was speechless, watching as Lu Zhuo walked away without looking back. "What creditor? What debts do you owe?" "I'll pay them for you. No one can truly pay my debts." Upon returning home, Lu Zhuo leisurely took a shower, only answering Huo Qinye's second video call. He sank into the sofa, the camera capturing only half of his face. "What's wrong now? Does Chief Huo have so little to do every day?" "There is still time for check-ins," Lu Zhuo scoffed, flipping the camera to reveal the empty living room. "See? It's just me. Good. Then come out for me the day after tomorrow." "What? Just because you scheduled it, I might not be available," Lu Zhuo replied. "Good night." Huo Qinye hung up. Lu Zhuo rose, slipping into his slippers as he entered his room. He looked down at his well-worn slippers and thought, perhaps it's time to replace these with a new pair. By Friday, Lu Zhuo's class was competing against another class in a basketball match. On the court, Lu Zhuo executed a swift spin to evade his opponent. Swish! The three-pointer sailed through the net with perfect precision. The crowd erupted in excitement, with the Omegas squealing as they embraced each other. Lu Zhuo casually wiped the sweat from his chin, his gaze drifting over the cheering crowd until it suddenly froze. Huo Qinye lounged against the railing of the stands, his white shirt's sleeves casually rolled up, revealing his sharply defined, pale arms. When he caught Lu Zhuo's eye, a smile graced his lips, his gaze gentle enough to pierce through the clamor of the court. Bang! Lu Zhuo was momentarily distracted, nearly getting hit in the chest by a pass from Li Zhuo. "What are you daydreaming about?" Li Zhuo followed his line of sight. It's that Huo Qinye. Afterward, Li Zhuo noticed that Lu Zhuo seemed invigorated, playing with a fervor surpassing his earlier performance. He sank shot after shot, with the surrounding alphas and omegas erupting in cheers. The entire court resounded with the chants of Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye stood observing Lu Zhuo on the court. The corner of his white short-sleeved shirt was lifted by the wind, revealing a well-defined waistline. As he leapt to take a shot, the sunlight sculpted exquisite muscle contours, and the three-point shot traced a graceful arc, making him so radiant that it was hard to look away. The victory was unequivocal. Li Zhuo was the first to rush over, wrapping his arm around Lu Zhuo's shoulders. "We won big. You were too ruthless. Leave some face for the other side." Lu Zhuo instinctively glanced around, finding the railing deserted. Was it an illusion? Here, a deep voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Lu Zhuo turned sharply, realizing Huo Qinye had appeared at his side, holding a bottle of opened water. "You arrived so early?" Lu Zhuo feigned nonchalance, shrugging as he accepted the water and tilted his head back to drink. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, droplets of water cascading down his jawline. Huo Qinye took the towel from 1's hand and gently placed it on Lu Zhuo's damp hair. "You played remarkably well." His fingers barely touching through the towel tousled Lu Zhuo's hair. Of course, Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, pride evident in the corners of his eyes. "Didn't you see all those omegas cheering for me?" "Indeed." Huo Qinye's gaze lingered on Lu Zhuo's flushed face, observing clearly. Li Zhuo approached and playfully nudged Lu Zhuo. "Oh, your brother is quite considerate." Amidst the throng, Lu Zhuo was too excited to notice how naturally Huo Qinye tended to his hair. By the time he felt embarrassed, Huo Qinye had already draped the towel over his shoulder. "Take a seat and rest." Wenyu was sipping water nearby, while Gu Lin was also drying his hair. "Qinye, you are truly wonderful. Give me a towel too," Wenyu jested. Lu Zhuo scoffed. "Sure, if you think Gu Lin is insufficient, let him serve me instead. I've long wanted to recruit him." Wenyu raised an eyebrow, reaching out to stroke Gu Lin's chin. "Tonight, you'll attend to our young master Lu." Defeated by Wenyu's teasing, Lu Zhuo sat down, utterly exhausted. A space opened beside him, and Li Zhuo plopped down, leaning his head against Lu Zhuo's shoulder. "Oh, I'm so tired. Let me lean on you." Huo Qinye's gaze shifted over, prompting Lu Zhuo to push Li Zhuo away. "Don't lean on me. It's too hot." "What is hot? You used to let me lean on you. Why not now? When did I ever let you lean on me? Stop talking nonsense." Lu Zhuo stood up, avoiding Huo Qinye's gaze, feeling parched as he grabbed the water cup and drank deeply. Huo Qinye approached, hanging the towel from Lu Zhuo's shoulders on a nearby rack, his expression inscrutable. "Shall we head home?" Huo Qinye inquired. "Yes, I'm tired. Let us eat together. Your brother is also our brother. There's no need for formality," Li Zhuo exclaimed loudly, raising his eyebrows at Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye chuckled and asked Lu Zhuo, "What now? Because of you? Many want to be my brother." Lu Zhuo shot a look at Li Zhuo. "You're thinking too highly of yourself. Don't get too close. Not just anyone can be his brother." Li Kushin raturta. While when you leaned in, Lu Ge is elongating his tone on purpose. "Is there a need for more younger brothers?" "Scram. I shall take my leave now. As my younger brother has arrived and requires my attention. So, will you be staying here, Brother Huo?" When you inquired with a smile. With a crunch, Li Chu's water bottle was crushed in his grip. When you glanced at him sideways, playfully teasing, "What are you thinking? I wouldn't dare take advantage of Huo Qinye like that. What makes him so special?" Li Chu was unconvinced. When you remarked, "When did your judgment become so clouded?" Even if Huo Qinye were willing, Lu Zhuo would certainly not agree. Meanwhile, Lu Zhuo was about to discard an empty water bottle when Huo Qinye interjected, "Don't waste it." "There's hardly a sip left," Lu Zhuo replied, shaking the bottle to emphasize the faint sound of water. Huo Qinye took the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and naturally brought it to Lu Zhuo's lips, saying, "Finish it. What a nuisance having to manage you." Lu Zhuo muttered as he bowed his head to drink the last drop. Huo Qinye capped the bottle and turned towards the trash bin behind him. After discarding the bottle, he turned to Wenyu and said, "Yes, I will stay here. Remember to come visit." As they entered the small, dark room, much had been revised ahead of its release. It will be best to check for updates daily, lest some chapters be altered unexpectedly. In Chapter 61, chasing Huo Qinye. Li Chu cursed under his breath. When you laughed, why such a strong reaction, brother? What exactly is their relationship? Don't tell me you haven't figured out. It's quite evident. What? Speak up, Li Chu exclaimed, unable to contain himself. He.S. staying here. It can't possibly be with Lu Zhuo, who previously wouldn't even let me stay. Why should he? When you smacked his lips, as if I had a choice in the matter. Li Chu, recalling the mark on his neck, felt increasingly uncomfortable. When Lu Zhuo got into Huo Qinye's car, he noticed a chocolate cake from the research institute that Huo Qinye had brought along, kept cool in an ice bag. Lu Zhuo unwrapped it, saying, "You came all this way just to bring me cake?" "Not quite. I was worried my boyfriend might forget about me," Huo Qinye replied. Upon arriving at Lu Zhuo's apartment, Huo Qinye brought several items inside. Why'd you buy groceries again?" Lu Zhuo asked. "Last time, I mentioned I would cook for you, but you didn't get to eat. Who's to blame?" Huo Qinye smiled. "Blame me." As they ascended to the apartment, Lu Zhuo slowly entered the passcode and noticed that Huo Qinye seemed preoccupied. Once inside, Lu Zhuo opened the shoe cabinet and discovered 2 identical pairs of slippers within. "I told my mother you were coming over, and she insisted on buying us matching ones." Huo Qinye took out the slippers, remarking, "They suit us quite well." "Suit us? They're hideously ugly," Lu Zhuo retorted before heading to the shower. Huo Qinye made his way to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, finding an assortment of purple and green grapes. He washed them and placed them in a fruit bowl. When Lu Zhuo emerged, Huo Qinye had prepared fresh orange juice, setting it on the coffee table beside the bowl of grapes. Huo Qinye then sat down next to him. "These grapes were flown in from abroad at my mother's request. Do try them later. I would want her to think I devoured them all by myself." Lu Zhuo tossed him a game controller, and the television was connected to the previously played Sweet Adventure. "I want to accompany you on a date. I'm utterly exhausted, so I'll just play games at home." HM. Just as Huo Qinye picked up the controller, his phone suddenly vibrated. He moved to the window to answer. "Where are you? What is the matter?" Huo Qinye's voice deepened slightly. Lu Zhuo, sipping juice, glanced at Huo Qinye, noting the tension in his jaw and a hint of aloofness in his brow. Sensing he might turn around, Lu Zhuo hurriedly shifted his gaze. After a brief moment, Huo Qinye hung up and walked back in. "Are you still busy with something?" "No." Huo Qinye glanced at the game controller in his hand, maneuvering the character in the game to approach Lu Zhuo, releasing heart-shaped bubbles. "There's nothing more important than accompanying my boyfriend." Lu Zhuo felt his ears heat up. "Don't be ridiculous." He pressed the buttons vigorously, warning, "If you lag behind, I won't hold back on the scolding." The two played for a while. When Li Zhuo called, Lu Zhuo put the call on speaker. "What is up? What do you need?" "Invite your brother over for dinner." "Not going. That's rather disrespectful." Huo Qinye's character fell into a trap once more. "This is so difficult," he muttered, a rare hint of frustration coloring his tone. Lu Zhuo shot him a glance, dismissively ending Li Zhuo's call and switching his phone to silent mode, tossing aside. He grabbed Huo Qinye's controller, jesting. "A university genius isn't capable of handling such a trivial game? Was there nothing else you enjoyed apart from studying when you were younger?" Huo Qinye's gaze shifted from the screen to Lu Zhuo's profile. "I had other interests." "Oh, what hobbies?" Lu Zhuo asked casually, focused on navigating a challenging level. "Playing with you." Lu Zhuo seized his controller, lifting Huo Qinye's character high before tossing it into the virtual water. "Liar. Now you wish to charm me with sweet talk? I'm not that easy to deceive. You go cook. If it's not good, there won't be a second chance." Meanwhile, Li Zhuo, having been hung up on again, felt increasingly disheartened. "Li Xiao, what is wrong? Who upset you?" 2 Omegas flanked him. "Yes, Li Xiao, let us go." Li Zhuo stood, sensing impending trouble. Had he known Lu Zhuo favored alphas, he would have confessed his feelings, preventing someone else from getting ahead. At that moment, one of his subordinates brought over Huo Qinye's background check. Li Zhuo flipped through it casually, raising an eyebrow. No wonder he's south, so close to Lu Zhuo. The resume was nothing short of stellar. 20 years ago, Huo Qinye's parents were ordinary doctors, yet now one heads the Alliance Hospital while the other founded Ruijing Medical. Behind Ruijing, the Lu, Wen, and Shun families had investment records, all holding shares in Ruijing Medical. A medical prodigy? Li Zhuo tapped the page listing patents with his fingertip. Such a multitude of research achievements could not be amassed without substantial backing. He turned toward Wen Yu and Shun Zijin, who were chatting in the living room, and approached them. Lu Zhuo isn't coming. Wen Yu curled his lips, showing no surprise whatsoever. I told you not to make any calls. Is Huo Qinye really more important than the three of us? What makes him so remarkable? I heard that they were sworn enemies back in school. Lu Zhuo must have held him in disdain. His irritation stemmed from Huo Qinye's indifference towards him. When you remarked, it seems Huo Qinye is inclined to reconcile with Lu Zhuo. The two appear to be much closer than before. With Lu Zhuo's temper, how could he possibly agree to forgive him? When you smirked and replied, whether he wants to or not, he must forgive. Why is that? Li Quixin asked. His curiosity piqued. That's impossible. Given what I know about Lu Zhuo, if someone ignores him and then attempts to return, he would disregard them entirely. How could they possibly be affectionate again? This is quite a long story. I've been footing the bill for a month now. Stop keeping me in suspense. Li Quixin declared with bravado. Our Lu Xiao got carried away after drinking and ended up sleeping with someone. He has to take responsibility. Li Quixin was momentarily taken aback, displaying an expression of disbelief. Are you saying Lu Zhuo slept with Huo Qinye? Are you certain you haven't mixed things up? When you replied, I thought the same at first, but later realized I was overthinking it. When this incident first occurred, Huo Qinye had both Lu Zhuo and me taken into custody. If it had escalated, he could have faced 4 to 5 years. Fortunately, Lu Zhuo spoke on his behalf and admitted fault, which spared us both from trouble. Li Quixin chuckled, his mood brightening considerably. So that's how it was. I knew Lu Zhuo could tolerate him. What's up, Li Xiao? You seem a bit off. Li Quixin nodded. I have a brilliant idea to rescue our Lu Xiao from his plight. Really? How? I'll sacrifice myself and pursue Huo Qinye. Chapter 62. No one could dislike Lu Zhuo when you and Shun Zijin looked at Li Quixin in confusion. What do you mean? Since it was initially Lu Zhuo's fault. Fine, I'll make a sacrifice and seduce Huo Qinye. Once he falters, Lu Zhuo will have an excuse to bid him farewell. If I confess my feelings for Lu Zhuo at this moment, and he makes a mistake, Huo Qinye will undoubtedly be unforgiving. This is my plan. My skills are certainly superior to Lu Zhuo's. Capturing Huo Qinye should pose no problem. Li Quixin confidently ran his fingers through his hair, as if Huo Qinye were already captivated by him. When you couldn't resist clapping his hands in delight. A brilliant strategy, truly ingenious. Shun Zijin nodded in agreement. Who would have thought it could be played this way? Li Quixin grew increasingly confident. Lu Zhuo savored the steak and light vegetable dish that Huo Qinye had prepared, leaving no remnants. Huo, your cooking is rather average. I can also fry a steak. How many points would you give me? Lu Zhuo turned his face away and held up 2 fingers. At most, 2 points. To his surprise, Huo Qinye chuckled softly. Not bad. There's improvement. His eyes sparkled with delight, as if those 2 points were an outstanding score. Humph. Lu Zhuo snorted lightly and nestled into the sofa. As gaming sounds echoed in the living room, he could still hear the sound of water flowing from the kitchen behind him. Unable to resist, Lu Zhuo turned back to glance once more. Huo Qinye stood before the sink, his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his well-defined forearms, with droplets of water cascading down his wrist. Huo Qinye, how domestic of you. Lu Zhuo tilted his head, deliberately elongating his tone. What score would others give you? Huo Qinye turned off the tap and dried his hands. I don't know. Turning to face Lu Zhuo, a slight smile graced his lips. I've never cooked for anyone. My highest score so far is 2. That's understandable. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Your culinary skills are woeful. I only awarded you 2 points out of sympathy for your efforts. Having tidied up the kitchen, Huo Qinye prepared to take a shower. However, upon entering the bedroom, his steps faltered slightly. The monstrous nightlight, with its exaggerated features, was gone, replaced by an exquisitely designed dark green forest-themed lamp, adorned with a charming cartoon dachshund. And the lampshade bore the embossed logo of a certain brand in gold. Huo Qinye surmised it must have cost a pretty penny. Seeing Huo Qinye standing at the bedroom door, Lu Zhuo explained, the previous lamp was too hideous and clashed with the decor of this house. So I had my mother purchase a new one. Thank you, dear boyfriend. It wasn't my purchase. It was my mother's. Don't get ahead of yourself. Once you move out, I will dispose of it. Don't throw it away. If you don't want it, please keep it for me. As Huo Qinye stepped inside, he noticed the new pajamas Lu Zhuo had bought for him, which softened his heart further. He thought no one could possibly dislike Lu Zhuo. That night, as the lights dimmed, Huo Qinye gently embraced Lu Zhuo and fell into a peaceful slumber, listening to the rhythmic sound of Huo Qinye's breathing beside him. Lu Zhuo couldn't help but glance at his boyfriend, realizing how exhausted he truly was from driving. Reluctantly, he decided to give him a hug. At that moment, he noticed Huo Qinye's phone light up. He reached over, retrieved it, and unlocked it. He too had the right to check on him. "You must return tomorrow." Lu Zhuo stared at the string of unmarked numbers. Who spoke to Huo Qinye in such a tone? It was quite irritating. Not coming back, too busy. Since Huo Qinye was here with him, it was evident he had no intention of engaging with this person. When the caller attempted to reach him again, Lu Zhuo hung up immediately. Shortly after, a photo was sent from the other side. Just as Lu Zhuo was about to click on it, Huo Qinye placed his hand over the phone, blocking his view. "Why aren't you asleep? Your phone disturbed me." Huo Qinye took the phone back and switched it off. "That should suffice." "Someone called you," Lu Zhuo remarked. It's not important." Lu Zhuo sensed urgency in that caller. "I just replied to your message. I saw it. Thank you, dear boyfriend. Now, let us sleep." "I'm so tired," Huo Qinye replied, his voice laced with drowsiness. Lu Zhuo had initially intended to inquire further, curious about the photo that was sent, but upon hearing Huo Qinye express his fatigue, he refrained from asking. The following day, shortly after 10, Li Xin and others rang the doorbell. Lu Zhuo awoke with a frown, discovering that Huo Qinye remained deeply asleep, his arms securely wrapped around Lu Zhuo's waist, his forehead resting against his shoulder, breathing steady and warm. Huo Qinye's lips were pale, exuding an unguarded softness. Lu Zhuo instinctively placed his hand on Huo Qinye's ear, observing him in silence for a moment. Just as he was lost in thought, Huo Qinye's eyelashes fluttered. Lu Zhuo hurriedly attempted to withdraw his hand, only to be grasped firmly. Huo Qinye pressed Lu Zhuo's fingertips back against the nape of his ear, murmuring, "I like it." His voice, low and hoarse, mingled with the languor of the morning, brushing against the heart like a feather. The doorbell outside suddenly seemed distant. Once he regained his senses, Lu Zhuo forcefully pulled his hand away, exclaiming, "Don't use someone else's hand for strange things. It's time to get up." Huo Qinye watched as Lu Zhuo gathered a pillow and a blanket to leave. Dressed, Huo Qinye leaned against the doorframe, observing Lu Zhuo bustling about. Lu Zhuo tossed the fluffy blanket and pillow onto the sofa, and to bolster his credibility, he lay down and rolled around a couple of times, leaving distinct imprints of sleep on the fabric. "What are you looking at?" Lu Zhuo retorted, "You slept here last night." Huo Qinye played along. "Indeed. I absolutely did not hold you while sleeping." With a huff, Lu Zhuo slowly opened the door. "What's going on?" Li Quixin and when you entered. "Why are only the two of you here?" "Where's Shen Zijin?" Lu Zhuo inquired. When you replied, "He is nearing his susceptible period, so his family took him back." Li Quixin glanced around, noticing the evidence of someone having slept on the sofa. "Lu Zhuo, you let your brother sleep on the sofa? That's quite excessive," he admonished, shaking his head. "He doesn't like sleeping in a bed." "Well, the sofa outside is quite comfortable too," Huo Qinye remarked. "That is not acceptable." "Huo is not your brother. I'll call you Qinye from now on." "Lu Zhuo, that is rather inconsiderate of you, making him sleep on the sofa." Li Quixin approached Huo Qinye, adding, "My place is spacious. I'll give you the best room. You can stay with me. No need to squeeze on the sofa." "It's fine," Huo Qinye replied, noticing Li Quixin's unusually warm demeanor towards him today. "It's not fine. With those long legs of yours, sleeping on such a short sofa must be uncomfortable." Li Quixin chuckled, assisting Huo Qinye in folding the blankets. Lu Zhuo glared at Li Quixin. "Why do you care whether he is comfortable or not?" "Just a casual concern," Li Quixin smiled. "By the way, Qinye, I'm Li Quixin, a university classmate of theirs. I didn't get a chance to greet you properly last time, so let me reintroduce myself. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 63. The Sea King Lu Zhuo squinted, his gaze sweeping over Li Quixin's attire for the day. The pink t-shirt had a slightly low neckline, revealing his collarbone, while the sleeves were slightly rolled up and the light-colored jeans hugged his long legs. His hair was evidently styled with care, the ends softly curled. The scent of his perfume lingered in the air, reminiscent of his attempts to attract omegas. This fragrance wafted towards Huo Qinye as Li Quixin leaned in closer. Lu Zhuo remarked, while Huo Qinye's lips curled into a polite smile. "Hello, I'm Huo Qinye." His voice was deep and gentle. Lu Zhuo rolled his eyes in response. Li Quixin insisted on inviting them for a sea fishing trip aboard his yacht. The yacht sliced through the azure sea, where they sat chatting and sipping wine. Li Quixin held 2 glasses of champagne, intentionally leaving 3 buttons of his shirt undone, allowing the sea breeze to reveal glimpses of springtime. "Xinye, would you care to try this?" he inquired. "I apologize, but I do not drink," Huo Qinye politely declined. "Have a drink. It's rare for us to gather together," Li Quixin remarked, observing Huo Qinye's evident inability to handle alcohol. Noticing that Huo Qinye had no intention of drinking, Li Quixin refrained from insisting. Lu Zhuo was just about to offer Huo Qinye juice. With a snap of his fingers, Li Quixin summoned a server, who soon arrived carrying several glasses of freshly squeezed juice: mango sorbet juice, king of sunshine grape juice, and blood orange juice, all sourced from air-freighted fruits. "Feel free to choose. If it doesn't suit your taste, we can easily replace it." "Orange juice, thank you." "No need to be so formal," Huo Qinye responded. Li Quixin sat opposite him, a beaming smile on his face. One you observed with amusement, as he was currently rather bored. "Li, you're unusually gracious today," Lu Zhuo remarked, his gaze fixed on him. "After all, he is your younger brother. We ought to take good care of him," Li Quixin replied. The gentle waves caressed the yacht, producing a rhythmic sound. Lu Zhuo often accompanied them for sea fishing, yet this was his first time with Huo Qinye. He wished to showcase his skills. "Have you never been fishing? Allow me to demonstrate." "All right," Huo Qinye replied with interest. Li Quixin positioned himself slightly behind Huo Qinye, saying, "Merely watching is not enough. Come, give it a try. I am not particularly skilled at fishing." Huo Qinye admitted. "No worries. I will teach you how to cast a line." Li Quixin handed Huo Qinye a custom fishing rod. Lu Zhuo observed Huo Qinye's clumsy movements before his gaze shifted to Li Quixin's fishing rod. "My hut!" Lu Zhuo exclaimed, annoyed, as his fishing hat flew away. Huo Qinye turned to see the green fishing hat blown to the ground by the sea breeze. He walked over, picked it up, and brushed off the dust before prompting Lu Zhuo to turn his head, helping him put the hat back on. "You should just sit and relax," Lu Zhuo suggested. Li Quixin smacked his lips. "Lu Zhuo, I must say, you shouldn't be so demanding of your brother. If your hat falls, simply pick it up. Now that we are here, you can't just let Qinye watch you fish. Come on, Qinye, let me teach you." Li Quixin pulled Huo Qinye closer, thrusting the fishing rod into his arms. "No need," Huo Qinye protested. "Since we are here, merely watching Lu Zhuo fish is rather dull. Here, Qinye, it's quite simple. Your wrist should exert this kind of force." His fingertips lightly tapped the inner side of Huo Qinye's wrist. "Do not exert too much strength. Let the fishing line cast itself naturally." Lu Zhuo's eyes widened. "Huo Qinye, I need water." "Go. Pour a glass of water for Lu Zhuo," Li Quixin commanded, raising an eyebrow and calling for the server. "Do not be shy. I have ample staff aboard." Huo Qinye gazed at the sea, his eyelashes casting a small shadow in the sunlight as he attempted to cast the rod, the fishing line tracing a silver arc through the air. "Well done," Li Quixin praised with a smile. "It's quite simple, isn't it? To cast so far on your first try shows great talent. You might just become the next sea fishing champion." Just 2 meters away, Lu Zhuo's fishing rod suddenly dipped sharply. He forcefully reeled in the line, and a silver base was yanked from the water, its tail splashing violently. Lu Zhuo deftly removed the hook, while Li Quixin, who usually cheered for him, had already attached himself to Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye remained oblivious to him. "Look, the bobber is moving, a fish is on the line." His hand covered Huo Qinye's fishing rod. Feeling the force, he gently reeled in. Lu Zhuo tossed the newly caught fish into the bucket with a resounding thud. Huo Qinye turned his head. "You've caught one so quickly. That's impressive." Even amid his busy schedule, he still managed to compliment me. "It must be quite a task for you. I can't compare to the Sea King at your side." He rebaited the hook with exaggerated force. The hook glimmered coldly in the sunlight. "Li Quixin, why isn't your Omega accompanying you today?" Li Quixin replied, I don't need an omega by my side. Don't wrongfully accuse me. Qinye, you must be thirsty. Here, have some water. Li Quixin instructed someone to bring juice to Huo Qinye. Thank you. No need to be so polite. I can accompany you in whatever you wish to play. Li Quixin raised an eyebrow. Oh, you can accompany in anything? Lu Zhuo mimika li Qixin stuna. No, Lu Zhuo, what do you mean? You're not pleased that I play with your brother? Rest assured. Hand your brother over to me. I promise to keep him happy. Li Quixin raised an eyebrow, radiating confidence. All right, you two enjoy yourselves. Lu Zhuo placed down the fishing rod and went to drink with Wenyu. TCH, Lu Zhuo plopped down on the sofa. Wenyu observed the irritated Lu Zhuo returning. Lu Xiao lost interest in fishing, I see. The two of them were engrossed in their own world. What do you mean engrossed? It's just normal fishing. Isn't it? Now that Qinye is here, we can't let him just watch. He'll find it boring. Wenyu took a sip of his drink. Also, don't blame me for not warning you. You're acting rather odd. What's odd about me? Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting towards the two in the distance. You look rather jealous, Wenyu said slowly. How is that possible? Who is jealous? You're just like you were as a child. Whenever someone played with Huo Qinye, you'd be unhappy. I'm upset because Li Quixin isn't fishing with me. Not because of Huo Qinye. At that moment, Li Quixin was cheering for Huo Qinye. Qinye, I didn't expect it. Truly a top scholar, so skilled at everything. Today's fish depend on you. When no fish were caught, Li Quixin would rebait the hook, continuing to encourage him. It's these fish that are uncivil. Emotional value was fully satisfied. When you remarked softly, don't you think our Li Xiao resembles your younger self a bit? Following Huo Qinye, thinking he is great at everything. Huo Qinye must enjoy playing with such straightforward individuals. Li Quixin doesn't resemble me at all. I didn't follow Huo Qinye around babbling like he does in childhood. When you was too lazy to argue with him. His childhood was certainly more exuberant than Li Quixin's present demeanor. If you weren't an alpha, I suspect you always wanted to marry Huo Qinye. What do you mean by wanting to marry Huo Qinye since childhood? It was Huo Qinye who couldn't bear to be away from me. He insisted on being friends with me. Oh, you previously mentioned that he had never been in a relationship. For a suave individual like Li Zhuo, captivating Huo Qinye would be a matter of moments. Perhaps Huo Qinye would no longer linger around you, allowing you to liberate yourself in advance. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the opposite end of the deck. Huo Qinye was engrossed in conversation with Li Zhuo, a gentle smile gracing his lips, the sea breeze lifting the hem of his shirt, embodying a scene of amicability. Lu Zhuo felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Huo Qinye had a look that suggested he could easily be deceived. Rather than being misled by others, it would be better to be deceived by him. Lu Zhuo came to a realization. Who wants to end things prematurely? I haven't even toyed with his emotions yet. I want him to become utterly dependent on me. And then I shall ruthlessly cast him aside, allowing him to experience the sting of unreciprocated affections. Lu Zhuo stood up. When you, in a moment of clarity, ask, so, what will you do? I will treat him well, just as I did before, Lu Zhuo replied earnestly. I want him to confess his feelings for me. Lu Zhuo clenched his fist. Then I shall crush him completely. When you felt somewhat out of sync with her friend's fervor. Don't be the one to cry when it's time to part ways. Don't blame me for mocking you then. That won't happen. Just wait until the photos are deleted. Lu Zhuo asserted. All right, let us make a bet. When you suggested with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Lu Zhuo composed himself, straightened his clothes, and descended the stairs. Huo Qinye had already caught 3 fish. Lu Zhuo approached him. So, have you learned how to fish? Only 3? And none of them are big. It's fine, it's fine. I'm here to teach him. Taking it slow is perfectly acceptable. The first attempt is already commendable, Li Zhuo interjected. Lu Zhuo cast a glance at the obsequious Li Zhuo when you was calling for you. Li Zhuo raised an eyebrow. What does he want? He didn't specify. He just said for you to go up and chat. After Li Zhuo departed, Lu Zhuo leaned against the railing beside Huo Qinye, slightly inclining towards him. Their shadows intertwining on the deck. Is it fun? He inquired, his voice mingling with the sound of the waves. Huo Qinye's lips curled into a soft smile, yes. His gaze drifted towards the horizon where the sea met the sky. His eyelashes fluttered delicately in the breeze. Not merely because of the sea, but also because of the person standing beside me. Thank you for taking me out. I am truly happy. It's not me who brought you here. It's Li Zhuo who diligently taught you to fish. Frankly speaking, isn't Li Zhuo the type of alpha you are fond of? His straightforward personality is quite charming. Lu Zhuo felt a surge of displeasure. Still happy, huh? Huh. He hadn't even accompanied him. No, that's not it. I saw you laughing with him just now. Did I interrupt your moment? Not at all, Huo Qinye replied. He is your friend. So, are you trying to seduce my friend? Lu Zhuo thought back to how the two had interacted, a wave of anger swelling within him. He had intended to have a serious conversation, yet the words seemed to twist on his tongue. Huo Qinye's gaze settled on him. Lu Zhuo realized he had crossed a line. Huo Qinye put away his fishing rod. No, he is your friend. I've heard that if one doesn't get along with their boyfriend as close friends, it often leads to a breakup. Lu Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. I yearn to spend time with my boyfriend, yet the fear of inciting his anger by drawing too close compels me to maintain a distance in public. As Huo Qinye gazed at Lu Zhuo, he acknowledged his role as the younger brother who sleeps on the sofa. After a few exchanges, Lu Zhuo felt as though he was the one in the wrong. Yes, I understand that you cherish your friends immensely. In your heart, I cannot compare to them. Sooner or later, you will part ways with me. But for now, please do not misconstrue my intentions, all right? That was not my meaning. It's all right. I won't inform Li Zhuo about our relationship, so you need not worry about any inadvertent slips in front of them. I'm not concerned about that. Fine. I admit I misspoke earlier. My apologies. Lu Zhuo huffed. I'm not upset. Huo Qinye chuckled. Could you teach me how to fish? It seems quite enjoyable. Very well. Everything you do piques my interest. I wish to know what you typically engage in. His voice mingled with the sound of the waves. I am eager to try everything you enjoy. As the sea breeze gently caressed them, Lu Zhuo suddenly felt his heart racing uncontrollably. How peculiar. He intended to flirt with Huo Qinye, yet found himself flustered instead. Why was his heart racing so? He deliberately tilted his chin, wearing a nonchalant smile. Before we were together, he casually twirled the fishing rod. We usually take an omega out to sea, sharing tender moments and enjoying ourselves. Would you like to try that too? Lu Zhuo raised his tone suggestively, curious to witness Huo Qinye's reaction. Just then, Huo Qinye's fishing rod plunged sharply, the reel whirring wildly, producing a piercing sound. It's a big fish. Do not yank too hard. Lu Zhuo placed his palm against Huo Qinye's hand, applying just enough pressure to help him manage the line. It's a tuna, Lu Zhuo exclaimed. We need to tire it out. The surface of the ocean erupted into a cascade of silver waves as the bluefin tuna breached, sunlight glinting off its sleek form with a chilling metallic sheen. The fish's tail thrashed violently against the water, sending salty spray over both of them. Lu Zhuo was unbothered, filled with exhilaration. Look at this. If I hadn't protected you just now, you might have been pulled into the water as a novice. Huo Qinye smiled at him. Indeed, Lu Zhuo shook his damp hair, droplets cascading past his brow. I will change into dry clothes. He nudged the thrashing fish on the deck. It's all yours now. Huo Qinye followed Lu Zhuo back inside. The corridor of the cabin was somewhat narrow, their footsteps echoing in unison. You are truly fortunate. On your very first fishing trip, you caught such a magnificent specimen. Tonight, we can indulge in sashimi. Lu Zhuo remarked with a grin. Huo Qinye reached out, his fingertips brushing against the dampness behind Lu Zhuo's ear. Are you feeling good now? Absolutely, of course. It's not often we catch such a large fish while out at sea. Huo Qinye, you are indeed lucky, Lu Zhuo replied, glancing back at him. At this moment, Huo Qinye gently brushed against his fingers. What are you doing? You said you were in a good mood, Huo Qinye repeated. Yes, what's the matter? Am I not allowed to be in a good mood? Lu Zhuo responded. Then why don't you kiss me? He blinked, feeling the damp fabric clinging to his back. You're filthy, and you still smell of fish. I know, Huo Qinye replied with a slight smile. It's good that you know. Don't keep making demands. You're not an adorable omega. The instant the bathroom door clicked shut, Lu Zhuo found himself kissed by Huo Qinye, whose breath carried the briny scent of the sea. The shower head had been accidentally turned on, and warm water cascaded down, drenching them both. Gasping for air, Lu Zhuo turned his head slightly, only to be kissed again. Huo Qinye's eyelashes brushed against Lu Zhuo's flushed eyelids. Just because you're not an adorable omega doesn't mean I can't kiss and hug you when you're in a good mood. That's unfair, he protested. Water droplets fell from Huo Qinye's eyelashes, and Lu Zhuo momentarily imagined them as pearls from a mermaid's tail, startled by his own fanciful thoughts. It was gently kissed on his Adam's apple. Huo Qinye's tongue traced the protruding cartilage. I want that too. Li Zhuo, and when you had instructed the crew and chef to prepare the fish. Huo Qinye is quite fortunate, isn't he? Did you see? He and I were having a delightful conversation, Lu Zhuo remarked. When you laughed, then you must be impressive. Of course, perhaps tonight. Li Zhuo raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence. The two continued their banter while heading to shower and change, just in time to encounter Lu Zhuo, who had just emerged from the bath, head down and drying his hair. We should also take a shower. him. Lu Zhuo mumbled in agreement, striding away. He was parched, his lips swollen from kissing. However, he unconsciously placed his hand over his lips. Huo Qinye rarely asked for anything. Was he feeling jealous of those omegas? Lu Zhuo couldn't help but smile. It seemed he didn't need to make a move, for Huo Qinye already had feelings for him. On the yacht's terrace, Lu Zhuo lounged on the sofa, allowing the sea breeze to tousle his half-dry hair. Squinting at the setting sun in the distance, his fingers absent-mindedly fiddled with his phone. Suddenly, the screen lit up with an unfamiliar number. Frowning, he chose not to answer. Moments later, the same number flashed again. He stared at the digits, feeling as if he had seen them before, perhaps on Huo Qinye's caller ID. Hello. He pressed the answer button. Xiaozhua, it's me, Aunt Lin. A gentle voice came through the phone. Aunt Lin? His tone instinctively grew more formal. Is there something you need? Nothing urgent. Just wanted to see how you've been lately. Do come by our place sometime. Sure, I'll visit when I can, Lu Zhuo replied, tapping his fingers on his knee. There was a brief silence on the other end. Yuan asked, Is Qinye with you now? Lu Zhuo's gaze unconsciously drifted toward Huo Qinye, who was approaching slowly. What? Aunt, what did you say? I can't hear you well. I asked if Qinye is with you. My friend and I were frolicking on the sea. Yuan ended the call abruptly. Huo Qinye settled beside Lu Zhuo, who took a sip of chilled grape juice and remarked, Your mother just called me, inquiring if you were here. What did you say? What could I possibly say? My friend and I aren't concerned about you. Their hands lay casually on the sofa, as Huo Qinye's fingers brushed against Lu Zhuo's fingertips. He replied softly, his voice lighter than the sea breeze. If you go behind my back to date an Omega, you must delete all the photos, otherwise we'll part ways. Huo Qinye tilted his head back. What if you go on a date? I'm used to dating normality. How domineering. I cannot agree. If I discover you being affectionate with an Omega, what then? Lu Zhuo crossed his arms. You wouldn't delete the photos? Such childish antics. Huo Qinye teased, lightly tapping his ear, where the earrings he gifted were adorning him. I won't, Lu Zhuo laughed. I'll recreate everything in those photos perfectly. Lu Zhuo's body tensed. Huo Qinye, you dare? You always try. Huo Qinye raised an eyebrow with a smile. Li Zhuo arrived like a peacock flaunting its feathers, his floral silk shirt shimmering extravagantly under the sunset. His meticulously styled hair swaying gently in the ocean breeze. He squeezed in beside Huo Qinye, their thighs nearly touching. Qinye, he prolonged the last syllable. Today, it's all thanks to you. Lu Zhuo chuckled. Li Zhuo, are you dressing like a tropical fish to impress someone? Do you understand the freedom of aesthetics? Li Zhuo winked at Huo Qinye. Do you also think it's too gaudy? They both turned their gazes towards Huo Qinye. As long as you like it. He replied nonchalantly. At the dining table, Li Zhuo pushed a vegetable salad towards them. Try this. I know you researchers prioritize health. Huo Qinye took a bite. Li Zhuo, what are you really up to? Just say what you need. Why are you being so solicitous towards him? Lu Zhuo fixed him with a stare. Li Zhuo blinked innocently. Just taking care of my younger brother, all right? Besides, Qinye seems like a person of depth. Huo Qinye chuckled. Lu Zhuo frowned and served Huo Qinye a piece of fish belly. Such depth indeed. Qinye, have you found a girlfriend? Li Zhuo provocatively inquired. What type do you like? Our Lu Xiao prefers cute omegas with ample bosoms and slender waists. Li Zhuo, are you out of your mind? Lu Zhuo glared. What are you saying? Huo Qinye's gaze floated lightly onto Lu Zhuo. Is that so? Indeed, Li Zhuo blinked at last year's birthday party. He ordered 3 omegas in one go. Those little cuties could hardly walk afterward, praising Lu Xiao's prowess on their way out. When you watch the scene unfold, how impressive. Lu Xiao, Lu Zhuo's eyes widened, bewildered by Li Chu Xin's antics. Stop making things up. Li Chu Xin swirled his wine glass like a fluttering butterfly. Oh, your brother won't spill the beans. We're all family now. Everyone knows that Lu Xiao is the most extravagant in his pursuits. He meaningfully clinked his glass with Huo Qinye's, unlike me, who is quite the honest one. Lu Zhuo was infuriated to the point of laughter, his knuckles cracking audibly. Li Zhuxin, what the hell are you doing by undermining him? Qinye, what kind of person do you fancy? Li Zhuxin inquired. A sudden silence enveloped the dining table. Huo Qinye turned to Lu Zhuo, his thin lips parting slightly. I like someone who knows how to have fun. Chapter 66. Shun Zijin, you are quite obedient. Several gazes converged upon Lu Zhuo, and the atmosphere grew thick with tension. Lu Zhuo swallowed hard. Why are you looking at me? Li Zhuxin, if you keep talking nonsense, I might just have to hit you. Li Zhuxin felt bewildered. Wasn't he at Huo Qinye who had just spoken? How did it turn into a threat against him? Meanwhile, Shun Zijin was on his way home, seated in the car. Wangshu, please stop here. Shun Zijin tapped the driver's seat. He alighted and glanced toward the nearby flower shop. The driver lowered the window. Young master, the master said, Wangshu, I will call you once I finish my business. The wind chimes in the flower shop jingled melodiously. As Shun Zijin bent down, the hood of his sweatshirt slipped off his shoulder, revealing his slightly curled hair. His gaze flitted among the vibrant blooms, ultimately resting on a bouquet of pink tulips, which he had wrapped up. Subsequently, he arrived near Li Chun's residence, holding the pink tulips at the entrance of the alley where he had previously awaited Li Chun. Sister-in-law? A young man with a buzz cut spotted Shun Zijin from a distance and immediately recognized him as the affluent boyfriend of their leader. Xiao Ding. Shun Zijin discerned after a moment. Yes, it's me. Our Chengge has gone to collect debts and won TB back for a while. No worries. I shall wait for him here. Xiao Ding hesitated. Perhaps you should call Chengge? That's unnecessary. Shun Zijin shook his head. I wish to surprise him. Xiao Ding couldn't help but think that university students were indeed romantic. He waited until 9 o'clock in the evening. Li Chun appeared, clad in a snug black t-shirt and green cargo pants, accompanied by a few subordinates wielding baseball bats. Li Chun, Shun Zijin exclaimed joyfully. Isn't that sister-in-law? Li Chun extinguished a cigarette. You all head back first. The subordinates dispersed. Shun Zijin approached with purpose. This is for you, Li Chun. Li Chun glanced at the flowers Shun Zijin held, accepting them with one hand. Thank you. How long have you been waiting? Not long, I just arrived. Shun Zijin noticed blood staining Li Chun's hand. You're hurt. It's someone else's blood, Li Chun replied nonchalantly. What brings you here? Nothing in particular. Just wanted to see you. Li Chun scrutinized Shun Zijin. You've seen me. And then what? Well, good night. Rest early, and if you run low on money, I will transfer more to you. Li Chun stared at Shun Zijin, pondering whether he was genuinely foolish or feigning it. What was his motive? Did he truly care for him? Xiao Ding had messaged that he had waited since 6, standing there for 3 hours just to deliver flowers. Since you're here, allow me to treat you to a meal. All right. Shun Zijin followed Li Chun, unable to suppress his joy. He shared some happenings from school, though Li Chun seemed rather disinterested. Shun Zijin stood at the entrance of Li Chun's modest abode, his white sneakers clashing starkly against the worn floorboards. The 40-square-meter space appeared rather cramped. Li Chun placed the pink tulips delicately upon the dining table, swiftly discarding his blood-stained shirt into the washing machine. His sun-kissed back bore numerous scars. He found a seat for himself. Li Chun then entered the bathroom, and shortly thereafter, the sound of running water filled the air. In less than 5 minutes, he emerged, a black tank top clinging to his still damp body, droplets cascading down his neck and pooling at the collar. He opened the refrigerator and retrieved 2 cans of chilled beer, tossing one to Shun Zijin, who fumbled to catch it. The cold aluminum can immediately bead it with condensation. Moistening his palm, Li Chun deftly popped the tab and tilted his head back, taking a generous swig. Shun Zijin had just seen the post from Wen Yu and others on social media. He ventured, they went sea fishing today. Do you enjoy that? Should we go together next time? No. Qinye is going too. Hey, you fool, Li Chun called out to him. What on earth are you thinking? Did you not hear what your friend said? I did, Shun Zijin replied, gazing at the beer in his hands. It's nothing. I just want you to be happy. Li Chun's hand momentarily stilled. He approached Sun Zijin and scrutinized him for a moment before reaching out to ruffle his hair. You must be a fool. You're far too obedient. After spending so much time together, Li Chun realized that Sun Zijin had no demands of him. How could he be so docile, so simple-minded? He reminded Li Chun of his younger brother. Since you brought me flowers and are so compliant, I will tell you this. I am not infatuated with Huo Qinye. He helped me when we were younger. Li Chun continued, not wishing to see Sun Zijin manipulated. He helped you? In what way? Sun Zijin inquired, curiosity flickering in his eyes. I won't tell you that, but just make sure your friends do not mistreat him. Lu Bao would never bully him. If he does, I will beat him up. Don't beat him. Beat me instead, Sun Zijin said, gazing intently at Li Chun. With a playful punch to Sun Zijin's head, Li Chun responded, All right, I will hit you. After finishing his beer, he proceeded to boil some noodles. Sun Zijin followed him, watching as Li Chun prepared the meal, which appeared quite appetizing. Li Chun picked up an egg and playfully tapped it against Sun Zijin's head before cracking the egg into the pot. Don't seek conversation without cause, Li Chun admonished, taking another egg, while Sun Zijin leaned his forehead closer. Li Chun's gaze sharpened as he observed him. Xiao Qingge, is my head impressive? I could be useful to you too. Li Chun snapped back to reality, meeting Sun Zijin's gaze, and then playfully smashed the egg against his forehead. When Sun Zijin finally departed from Li Chun's home, he was brimming with joy. Li Chun had accepted his flowers, cooked noodles for him, and even patted his head. Sun Zijin called Uncle Wang, intending to have him wait for him at the front intersection. Uncle Wang, I am. At that moment, his phone was abruptly snatched away, and 4 individuals surrounded him. Wealthy young men, a man with dyed blonde hair, toyed with his phone. How about transferring $1 million to my brothers for some fun? Sun Zijin gazed at the 4 of them, realizing that his money could no longer be shared with others. It was solely for Li Chun. No, please return my phone. I need to go home. Go home. Want to go home without money? Transfer $1 million, or you won't be leaving here in one piece. At this moment, Sun Zijin's phone rang. It was a call from Uncle Wang. The assailants pressed the phone to him. As Sun Zijin reached into his pocket to take a pill, another individual snatched it away. Transfer the money, or we will strip you bare and sell your photos to the tabloids. Sun Zijin watched as his medication was crushed underfoot. I am quite happy today, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Yes, you are happy. Why not let us share in your joy? I hear you have a fondness for Li Chun. Are you two engaging in a homosexual relationship? Are you the one pursuing him, or is it the other way around? Who would have thought Li Chun had such tastes? He acts so aloof. Perhaps he has already been seduced by his boss. In chapter 67, he will not like it. Indeed, when he was a child, his brother had fallen ill and begged for help. Perhaps he had been taken advantage of back then. The 4 ruffians laughed lewdly. Sun Zijin glared at them. What are you staring at? Hurry up. The streetlights flickered around them, and the air was thick with pheromones, as though all the oxygen had been drained from the alley. The expressions of the 4 thugs froze on their faces. Wasn't he just a naive fool with an abundance of money? How could he possibly be an S-class alpha? When Uncle Wang arrived with bodyguards, he found Sun Zijin standing quietly in a pool of blood, his long fingers dripping crimson. Young master? Uncle Wang's voice trembled. The alley was suffused with a rust-like stench of blood. 3 thugs lay sprawled on the ground like rag dolls, while the only conscious one crawled desperately, dragging a trail of blood behind him. His right arm was twisted grotesquely, with the bone protruding at the elbow gleaming ominously under the streetlight. Sun Zijin's white shoes pressed down upon the barely severed wound, applying pressure slowly. The thug's scream caught in his throat, turning into broken whimpers as blood stained his pristine shoes. If I'm not obedient, Xiao Qin will not like it, he said, a hint of distress crossing his face. The thug's teeth clattered against the pavement, spattering blood. Could an apology lead to forgiveness? Certainly not. Uncle Wang's footsteps faltered at the alley's entrance. In the shadows, the bodyguards silently sealed off the exit. Young master. Uncle Wang hurriedly attempted to wipe the blood from Sun Zijin's hands with a damp tissue. No need to clean it. They have sullied everything, he replied. Leave this to us. You should return home. I shall not return today. As Sun Zijin lifted his gaze, the ferocity in his eyes had not yet subsided, though a gentle curve graced his lips. Uncle Wang swallowed nervously. Young master, your sensitive period is not the time to be out. Shen Zijin glanced back at the bodyguard, who was preparing to surreptitiously administer a sedative. The bodyguard recoiled in fear. The wristband. Shen Zijin extended his hand, and Uncle Wang hastily placed it on his wrist. Tell grandfather that I will return home on my own in a couple of days. The door to Li Chen's home was knocked upon, rousing him from a drowsy stupor. He furrowed his brow as he opened the door, revealing Shen Zijin, bloodied and disheveled, who immediately collapsed into his arms. Xiao Chun, Shen Zijin exclaimed, the familiar scent of pheromones mingling with the overwhelming odor of blood. I am so frightened. Someone is bullying me. Li Chun felt utterly awake, his entire being frozen in place. He was somewhat disoriented as he reached out to touch the face of the person before him, examining closely. Li Chun gazed at Shen Zijin. He was not his younger brother. It was impossible for him to be his brother. Xia Tianyi. Li Chun heard him call out. Who allowed you to call me that? Xiao Chengge? It hurts so much. I feel awful. Shen Zijin seemed not to hear, calling out once more. Li Chun detected the faint scent of pheromones in the air. Shen Zijin was in his sensitive period, and with his heightened emotions, even the suppression bracelet could not fully shield him. Why did the pheromones during his sensitive period resemble those of his younger brother so closely? Where are you hurt? What does it hurt? Li Chen's eyes reddened. My shoulders and my back. It all hurts terribly. Li Chun led him into the shower, turning on a handheld shower head to wash away the blood on his hands. The familiar pheromones in the air made Li Chen's fingers tremble slightly. Chapter 68. I want you to be mine. The blood washed away into a pale red stream, meandering across the tile floor. Shen Zijin was clad only in a pair of underwear, seated on a small stool in the corner of the bathroom. Raise your hands, Li Chen commanded in a low voice. Shen Zijin obediently opened his arms, resembling a well-behaved golden retriever. The hot water cascaded over his skin as Shen Zijin wrapped his arms around Li Chen's waist, his palm pressing against Li Chen's taut abdomen. Burying his face deep into Li Chen's midsection, his voice muffled. Xiao Chengge. Li Chen paused momentarily. What happened? A few people tried to stop me to rob my money. I refused. My money is only for Xiao Chengge. Li Chen lowered his gaze. The Shen Zijin before him appeared like a small child, clinging to him. Xiao Chengge, when I grow up, I will earn lots and lots of money for you. So you won't have to work so hard and can spend more time with me. Xia Tianyi. Xia Tianyi. Shen Zijin tilted his head back. Li Chen squeezed some body wash, the foam breaking apart at his fingertips as he gently cleaned the bloodied hair of Shen Zijin. So foolish. Once they finished showering, Li Chen found his own tank top and large shorts for Shen Zijin. While Shen Zijin was getting dressed, Li Chen made a call to check on things. Just as he hung up, he felt a warm presence against his back. Shen Zijin's chin rested on his shoulder. Xiao Chengge. All right, you're all cleaned up. Let's go home. No, I want to stay here. I want you to accompany me. Shen Zijin's voice trembled with the threat of tears, as if he might burst into sobs at any moment. Li Chen glanced at the time. It was already past midnight. All right, let him stay for the night. Upon hearing Li Chen's consent, Shen Zijin's eyes sparkled, and he sweetly declared, Xiao Chengge is the best. In the next moment, soft lips brushed against Li Chen's ear, like a feather caressing, imbued with warmth. Li Chen's body stiffened slightly. He turned and gave him a gentle push, his voice cold. Go to sleep. He turned off the light. Li Chen reclined on the narrow sofa, the leather surface emitting a faint creaking sound with his movements. In the darkness, Shen Zijin's pheromones silently spread around them. He raised an arm to shield his eyes, attempting to banish the memories of the past. Xiao Chengge, are you asleep? Shen Zijin softly called out. Li Chen did not respond. In the darkness, the sheets rustled. Shen Zijin, barefoot, traversed the cold floor and reached the edge of the sofa. His voice, thick and sticky, bore an unusual heat. What is it now? Before he could receive a response, Shen Zijin pressed against Li Chen. His feverish cheek nestled into the crook of Li Chen's neck. Xiao Chengge, I feel so unwell. Li Chen's palm met his damp forehead. Shen Zijin's body temperature was alarmingly high. You should return to your bed. I will have someone bring you a suppressant. Li Chen was uncomfortable with the weight of Shen Zijin upon him. Shen Zijin shook his head. his hair brushing against Li Chen's chin as he fumbled to grasp Li Chen's hand, guiding it to the nape of his neck. I don't want the suppressant. Xiao Qingge, please help me. His voice trembled with a suppressed sob. I truly feel dreadful. The familiar pheromones entwined around him, causing Li Chen to feel dazed. He knew full well that Shun Zijin was not his brother, yet he could not help but soften. Xiao Qingge, I desire your pheromones. I'm not an omega. Pheromones are of no use to you. Li Chen attempted to push him away, but Shun Zijin clung to him, utterly unyielding. I just want your pheromones, Xiao Qingge. Please don't go. Shun Zijin trembled as he cried, his damp cheeks rubbing erratically against Li Chen's neck. Li Chen, feeling somewhat irritated, gave a light slap to Shun Zijin's nape. Shun Zijin shivered, a sweet, muffled whimper escaping his throat. Xiao Qingge. Li Chen, stirred by the sound, became more alert and seized Shun Zijin's wandering hips, pushing him down. Shun Zijin's breath was scorching, his fingers delving into Li Chen's shirt, tracing along his waistline, pleading, "Help me, Xiao Qingge." Li Chen's gaze darkened. Upon realizing Shun Zijin's intentions, he abruptly turned his head and bit down hard on Shun Zijin's ear. Shun Zijin tensed, his breath quickening. Xiao Qingge. His voice was both soft and sticky, and he grew even more aroused. I really like this. 4 days later, Li Zhuo sought out Lu Zhuo. Give me Huo Qinye's WeChat. Don't waste your time. How am I wasting time? There is no man I cannot handle. Li Zhuo was indignant. He truly did not believe he could not win over Huo Qinye, a man who appeared aloof but was, in truth, quite passionate. If this continued, Lu Zhuo would surely be drained. They were likely just one step away from success. Lu Zhuo observed his confident demeanor. Then you should ask him yourself. All right, next time he comes, I will ask. Lu Zhuo was silently resolved not to let them play together again. When you settle beside Lu Zhuo, Shun Zijin's sensitive phase is remarkably prolonged. He is yet to arrive today. Truly an S-class alpha. By the way, what is Huo Qinye's sensitive phase like? They say the top-tier alpha's sensitive phase is akin to a fighter jet, the creme de la creme. Can your slight frame satisfy Huo Qinye? When you wore a mischievous expression. Of course, I can manage just fine, Lu Zhuo replied, his pride evident. In the world outside, one earns their own reputation. Lu Zhuo recalled a childhood incident during a physical education class concerning Huo Qinye's sensitive phase. Huo Qinye lay feebly, and Lu Zhuo leaned by his bedside, gently tapping his fingers. Huo Qinye grasped his hand, and the two engaged in conversation. That scene lingered in Lu Zhuo's memory even to this day. During his sensitive period, Huo Qinye was notably frail. When you scrolled through his social media feed, wait, this seems to be from the League's research. Lu Zhuo leaned closer. It was a post by their former classmate, Li Hao. After Huo Qinye had switched desks in their childhood, Li Hao became his new desk mate, often boasting and making faces at Lu Zhuo. How do you have his WeChat? Lu Zhuo inquired. I don't recall, when you replied. His father is also at the Research Institute, right? There is an awards ceremony at the Institute today, and he is attending. When you clicked on a photo, it showed Huo Qinye, and he pointed out, look, he mentioned he would be there with his father for 2 weeks. Li Hao sat to Huo Qinye's left, who was dressed in a crisp white shirt, while Zhang Xian conversed with him from the right. Lu Zhuo scoffed, what are you showing me? I have no interest whatsoever. Oh, no interest? Didn't you say that Huo Qinye couldn't live without you? When you teased. I heard that Li Hao has been secretly in love with Huo Qinye. What if Huo Qinye has already found someone else? P.S. an alpha. Indeed. But so are you. When you blinked, looking at Lu Zhuo with confusion. Lu Zhuo ignored him. If he dares to find someone behind my back, I'll make sure to deal with Huo Qinye. After waiting for school to end, they spotted Shun Zijin being dropped off by a driver. Shun Zijin stepped out of a black sedan, his white hoodie S-hood covering half of his face. Upon hearing their shouts, he turned, the setting sun illuminating his injured profile. His right ear was wrapped in pristine white bandages, while the bruise at the corner of his eye appeared a deep purplish hue. The split at the corner of his mouth had formed a dark red scab, resembling a fierce bite mark. With a chuckle, when you couldn't hold back, oh my. Shun Zijin, who did this to you? Who has the audacity to lay a hand on our royal heir? Lu Zhuo leaned in, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized him. You didn't go looking for that black pair during your sensitive period, did you? Lu Bao, He.S. not the black pair, Shun Zijin replied, wincing as his mouth ached. Lu Zhuo noticed a bruise on Shun Zijin's collarbone and couldn't help but laugh. He gave Shun Zijin a thumbs up. Impressive. You're something else. Uncle Wang, you can head back now, he instructed as Uncle Wang drove off and the four ascended the stairs together. Let's south eat at my place, when you suggested. I've already had Gu Lin prepare the meal. Sounds good. Li Xiuxin is not picky, Lu Zhuo agreed. After finishing their meal, Lu Zhuo and Shun Zijin sat together as Shun Zijin ordered flowers on his phone. Are you sending him flowers? He seems to enjoy spending money, Lu Zhuo remarked. Shun Zijin ordered pink tulips for Li Chun, arranging for a bouquet to be delivered daily. Lu Bao, Shun Zijin said earnestly, looking directly at Lu Zhuo. The bruise at his eye glimmered softly under the lights. He is someone I truly care for. Lu Zhuo, taken aback after just teasing Li Chun, relented. All right. I understand. I won't say anything more about him. If you like him, then go ahead. After all, you have plenty of money. That injury on your face was caused by him, wasn't it? Shun Zijin rubbed his ear and reflected. I should have done better. He bit me, and it didn't hurt at all. It is often said that when one loves another, they leave marks on them. This is the mark he has given me, and I cherish it deeply. Lu Zhuo chuckled softly, remarking on his S-Class Alpha's resilience to pain. Perhaps he should try biting Huo Qinye next time. But Lu Zhuo quickly dismissed the thought. If he were to bite Huo Qinye, that petty soul would undoubtedly retaliate tenfold, constantly keeping tabs on him. By the way, Lu Bao, he doesn't harbor any feelings for Huo Qinye. He mentioned that Huo Qinye had helped him during their childhood. And upon hearing you speak ill of Huo Qinye, he reacted in such a manner. They were acquainted since their youth? Where did they meet? I do not recall him at all, Lu Zhuo pondered. He did not elaborate, Shun Zijin replied. Lu Zhuo responded with a soft "oh." Glancing at the time, it was already 9 o'clock. Huo Qinye would call him at 9:30. Once Lu Zhuo returned and finished a shower, Huo Qinye's video call came through. He answered, feigning annoyance. You check on me every day. Well, I like to see my boyfriend before bed, Huo Qinye chuckled. You seem particularly cheerful today. Just average, Huo Qinye replied. Isn't seeing an old classmate supposed to lift your spirits? Huo Qinye settled on his bed. Now I feel quite good. Lu Zhuo smirked. You're lucky to see my handsome face. By the way, you helped Li Chun in your childhood. What did you do for him? Chapter 70, Flowers for My Boyfriend. Huo Qinye's voice came through. I don't quite remember. You don't recall? Do you forget all your childhood memories? Not exactly. Not exactly? Lu Zhuo scoffed. Yet you recall how I brought you water, but you chose to drink the ice water brought by Li Hao instead. You showed him your homework during his nap, and you didn't even remember his name when he spoke. You left me to sit in punishment alone. After saying this, Lu Zhuo abruptly ended the call and tossed his phone onto the sofa. It was clear he remembered everything, despite his claims otherwise. Lu Zhuo observed the video call ringing again. With his foot, he nudged the phone to check. The screen displayed his newly altered contact name for Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye 520. The number made his lips twitch. How coincidental that it was 520. Lu Zhuo swiped to answer the call. Chief Huo, haven't you already checked on me? What else is so urgent? Hurry up, I'm about to sleep. Well, you and Shun Zijin were whispering about me during your nap. Your voices were quite audible. Indeed, that was meant for your ears. Lu Zhuo hung up the call, still feeling unconvinced, wondering what made him inferior to Li Hao. Perhaps those two were the ones gossiping together. Lu Zhuo then called Qi Yao to instruct him on a task. The following day, a small delivery truck was parked at the main entrance of the research institute. Inside the truck, 999 pink lychee roses were meticulously arranged into a grand bouquet, enveloped in layers of pristine, matte white paper that cradled the delicate pink petals. Surrounding the bouquet were several milky white heart-shaped balloons, gently swaying in the breeze. A florist, clad in a neat uniform, raised a megaphone and pronounced the order clearly. Mr. Huo Qinye, your gentle, considerate, and handsome boyfriend has sent you flowers. Please come out to receive them immediately. Mr. Huo Qinye, your gentle and considerate boyfriend has sent you flowers. Please come out and accept them right away. Just as Huo Qinye emerged from the laboratory, Zhang Xian remarked, Chief Huo, there is someone outside delivering flowers for you. Indeed, another chimed in, someone is shouting with a loudspeaker outside, and the security has gone to disperse the crowd. They might get arrested. Huo Qinye remained unfazed, leisurely washing his hands. Jiang Yu interjected, Chief Hua, aren't you going to take a look? It seems your gentle and considerate boyfriend has quite the audacity to shout at the entrance of the research institute. Huo Qinye raised an eyebrow, drying his hands as he called the security office. I'll be there shortly. As he approached the entrance, his team of researchers followed closely behind. Wow, it's 999 roses, they exclaimed. Chief Hua, hurry and bring your boyfriend over so we can meet him. This is quite the declaration of love. The florist recognized Huo Qinye immediately. Mr. Hua, you've arrived. Please sign for the delivery. Huo Qinye gazed at the extravagant and beautiful roses in the vehicle. Realizing he could not carry them alone, he took the clipboard, his slender fingers grasping the pen, signing his name with a subtle smile gracing his lips. Thank you. Please take them to my office. By the way, Mr. Hua, there are also some fruit baskets for your research team in the car. Huo Qinye's lab members chimed in. We have gifts too. It's definitely worth the trip. They each carried a large fruit basket filled with imported fruits. This magnificent bouquet of roses drew countless curious glances along the way. Without Huo Qinye needing to speak, his team eagerly chimed in. They were sent by Chief Huo's boyfriend. Whispers spread through the corridors of the research institute like ripples. Their aloof Chief Huo was indeed in a romantic relationship. It was evident this was a genuine romance. Otherwise, Chief Huo would never accept flowers. Qinye. Li Hao appeared behind him, his voice a tad strained. You have a boyfriend? Huo Qinye turned around. Yes. Who is he? Do I know him? Li Hao tightened his grip on his experimental notebook, having heard no mention of anyone in Huo Qinye's life. You will meet him, Huo Qinye replied with a smile. Lu Zhuo scrutinized the photo sent by Qi Yao, clearly capturing Huo Qinye signing for the roses. A smug smile curled at his lips as he tapped the screen twice. You borrowed money from me just to buy flowers for Huo Qinye? When you raised an eyebrow, teasingly. Lu Zhuo lazily reclined his chair. Yes. Didn't I say I was going to pursue him? I wanted to see how he finds another partner. If he dares to be ambiguous with someone else now, I'll have the upper hand to ruin him and his mistress. Wen Yu, observing his authoritative demeanor, silently gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Suddenly, Wen Yu swiped open his phone and checked his social media. Look at this. On the screen, Li Hao's latest post boldly declared, Qinye's flowers, dinner tonight. Accompanying the text was a picture of the 999 roses, resplendently placed beside Huo Qinye's desk. Lu Zhuo squinted. Wait, what does he mean by that? The comment section has erupted. Wow. I've heard you also went to the research institute. Did Qinye send that to you? Your relationship with Qin Yi remains quite close. When you remark softly, this person is truly amusing. What does he post on social media about your flowers? Making it seem as though Qin Yi has an affair with him? Lu Zhuo scoffed. He only sat next to Qin Yi for a year in 6th grade, pretending to be so familiar with him. Suddenly, Lu Zhuo's phone screen lit up. Huo Qinye 510. Thank you for the flowers, boyfriend. I really like them. Lu Baba, let's go out for dinner tonight. There was silence on the other end. Lu Zhuo checked the time. It was now noon. After his last class at 2, he would likely arrive home around 6. Lu Baba, accepting my flowers means you must go on a date. If you stand me up, I'll delete 100 photos. After a moment, Lu Zhuo's phone vibrated again. When you nudged him with his elbow, aren't you going to check? Let's see if your chief would choose his old classmate, or you. Who cares about dining with him? Lu Zhuo replied, I just want him to delete more photos. Huo Qinye 510. You don't need to come back, right? Lu Zhuo instantly fumed. I invited him to dinner, and he dares to refuse me? Very well. When you observed Lu Zhuo's anger, let go. Perhaps he already has plans. He generally doesn't partake in gatherings. It must have been Li Hao who invited him. Lu Zhuo analyzed. These old classmates just chat endlessly. His frustration boiled over, his finger resting on the voice message key when his phone vibrated once more. Huo Qinye 510. I'll come and find you. I'll arrive at 6. Chapter 71. A bit of pain. Those words struck his simmering anger like a block of ice, extinguishing it instantly. Lu Zhuo stared at the screen, his throat tightening. Gradually, he released the voice key, his fingertip hovering over the chat box for a while. Before he coolly replied, Lu Baba, oh. When you chuckled knowingly, Huo Qinye is coming over. Our young master Lu is in for a busy evening. Should I prepare something for you? What is so strenuous about having a meal? Let us not prepare anything. Just grab a bite, Lu Zhuo replied, lowering his head to scroll through his phone. The screen's glow reflecting off his slightly upturned lips. He compared reviews of nearby Western restaurants. When you leaned in, resting his chin on Lu Zhuo's shoulder, is it true? Huo Qinye, you traveled all this way just for dinner? After the meal, won't you take the time to dote on him a little? Lu Zhuo paused his fingers, then poked Wen Yu's head away. Stop talking nonsense. Don't go overboard. Since he is here, he must be thinking that way. Otherwise, who would drive 3 hours just for a meal? He might have to rush back early tomorrow. He came to spend some intimate time with you. Who doesn't understand the thoughts of alphas? Lu Zhuo's heart involuntarily raced. Huo Qinye was coming to be affectionate with him. Lu Zhuo lost all focus on his classes. After returning home, Lu Zhuo stood before the mirror in the cloakroom, clad in an oversized black cotton t-shirt paired with simple denim jeans, ruffling his hair absent-mindedly. As he emerged, the raindrops outside suddenly intensified, tapping rhythmically against the glass. It was indeed raining. He glanced at the clock. It was 5 o'clock. Huo Qinye had mentioned arriving by 6. Lu Zhuo switched on the television and connected to the game console, realizing that he and Huo Qinye had only progressed through 18 levels of their cooperative game. It seemed like an eternity before they would reach the final stage. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Lu Zhuo strode over and opened the door to find Li Xuxin standing at the threshold. I heard from Wen Yu that Huo Qinye is coming. Is everything all right? Li Xuxin inquired. Since you're here, let's exchange contact information. Li Xuxin smiled, catching sight of Lu Zhuo engaged in gaming. I can play too. Would you like me to join you? Lu Zhuo, noticing Li Xuxin stepping inside and preparing to play, replied, I have no interest in such a tedious game. He located the black remote on the sofa and turned off the television. Why turn it off? We could play something else. It's been ages since we gamed together, Li Xuxin said, gazing at Lu Zhuo with anticipation. If Huo Qinye were not present, the four of them could enjoy a game together. With Huo Qinye's arrival, Lu Zhuo had retreated home early, which felt rather dull. I'm not playing. I'm utterly exhausted. Besides, I can't just entertain you, Lu Zhuo replied, smoothing his hair. At that moment, Li Xuxin rose from the sofa, playfully pestering Lu Zhuo. You're being unreasonable. No, you must play with me for a while. I'm not playing. You're driving me insane. Go find your Omega, Lu Zhuo retorted. As they playfully tussled, the door was knocked upon twice. Huo Qinye stood at the entrance, damp and gazing intently at the two. At that moment, Li Xuxin was tugging at Lu Zhuo's wrist, attempting to pull him towards the sofa to play. Huo Qinye's gaze slowly fell upon Li Xuxin's grip on Lu Zhuo's wrist, then gradually shifted to Lu Zhuo. Am I interrupting? I thought you would arrive by 6. Lu Zhuo freed his wrist and walked towards Huo Qinye, noting a few droplets of rain on his white shirt. I assumed you were eager to see me. Arriving early would surely please you. Huo Qinye spoke courteously. May I come in? Lu Zhuo swallowed hard, stepping aside to allow entry. I didn't stop you. Who would prevent you from coming in? He sensed that Huo Qinye seemed somewhat displeased. Qinye, may I have your contact information? Last time, you left in such a hurry that I didn't get the chance. Li Xuxin interjected with a smile as he approached. Huo Qinye retrieved his phone and handed it to Lu Zhuo, saying, You two exchange numbers. I will take a shower first. Li Xuxin watched as Huo Qinye entered Lu Zhuo's room, opening the wardrobe to retrieve clothing before heading into the master bathroom. Is he sleeping on the sofa? Li Xuxin pondered, his breath quickening slightly. You should go back. I need to speak with him, Lu Zhuo stated, pushing Li Xuxin outside. But I haven't added you on WeChat yet. Forget it. Just go home, Lu Zhuo refused. Li Xuxin felt a pang of sadness, wondering if Lu Zhuo was genuinely becoming involved with Huo Qinye. What if Lu Zhuo truly had feelings for him? Their clothes were already mingled together. Li Xuxin clutched his head in anguish, contemplating that if Lu Zhuo were willing to be with him, he would not be averse to being the one beneath. Yet now it seems that he has no opportunity to engage in the latter. The thought of the heavy rain today brings to mind the two of them confined within a single room. Li Xuxin cried out in anguish, Lu Zhuo, let me join you in your games. No, go play with Wen Yu, Lu Zhuo replied. He glanced at the phone of Huo Qinye that he had placed on the table, but after a moment's contemplation, he opened it. Numerous messages from Li Hao appeared on the screen. Qinye, are you free later? Qinye, would you like to have lunch together? Qinye, you must come to the dinner tonight. Qinye, where have you gone? Aren't you coming to the dinner? Qinye, are you very busy? Should I come pick you up? No, I need to accompany my boyfriend, Huo Qinye replied, and silence ensued from the other side. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, acknowledging Huo Qinye's sense of propriety. He settled back onto the sofa and switched on the television, which was currently airing a shower gel advertisement. Before long, he caught a glimpse of Huo Qinye emerging from the bathroom clad in black striped pajamas. He walked towards the balcony, tossing his discarded clothing into the washing machine. The glass window reflected his slender silhouette. The hum of the washing machine blended with the sound of the rain. Outside, the downpour intensified, obscuring the entire glass curtain wall, as if veiled by a flowing gossamer. The distant lights of tall buildings fragmented into countless shimmering points through the water stains, creating a picturesque backdrop for Huo Qinye. For a fleeting moment, Lu Zhuo felt as if he and Huo Qinye had been cohabitating for an eternity. Huo Qinye, drying his hair, proceeded to the kitchen. Lu Zhuo observed him retrieve a glass from the cabinet. The cup was gently placed on the countertop, producing a soft sound. His actions were deliberate, the curve of his wrist distinctly illuminated by the light. With such heavy rain, Lu Zhuo shook his phone towards him and suggested, "Shall we order takeout?" "Sure. What do you want to eat?" "You decide." Huo Qinye took a sip of warm water. Lu Zhuo opened his phone. "Would you like to come over and take a look? There's Western cuisine and sushi." He listed a dozen dishes. "They all sound delightful." As if he loved them all, Lu Zhuo teased, tapping the screen lightly. "You don't eat spicy nor cold dishes, and barbecues are off the table. How about we settle on a steak?" Ultimately, Lu Zhuo selected the most expensive restaurant, hesitating above the confirmation button. "Is that all right?" "MHM." Once the order was placed, a silence enveloped them. He heard Huo Qinye's footsteps approaching slowly. His throat felt parched, and he recalled when used words. Huo Qinye's visit was certainly not merely for a meal. Chapter 72. Such affectionate proximity, Lu Zhuo unconsciously rubbed the edge of the game controller, the sofa sinking slightly beside him. Huo Qinye brought him a glass of warm water. "Would you like to drink?" Lu Zhuo set down the controller. The spacious sofa was more than adequate for two to maintain their distance. Yet Huo Qinye sat closely beside him, near enough for Lu Zhuo to catch a whiff of his faint shower gel fragrance. As he accepted the glass, their fingers brushed, and Lu Zhuo feigned indifference. Huo Qinye reclined on the sofa, watching him drink. His gaze felt almost tangible, as if laden with significance. Lu Zhuo hurriedly took a sip of water and then set the cup down, saying, "It seems today is not your lucky day. We shall once again be confined to our home to play games." "All right." At that moment, Huo Qinye's gaze fell upon the hand that was in close proximity to him. He reached out and lightly brushed against Lu Zhuo's fingers. "Your hands are so cold." "Not all," Lu Zhuo retorted. Huo Qinye's palm, warm from a recent shower, enveloped Lu Zhuo's right hand entirely. Lu Zhuo's eyelashes fluttered, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. Huo Qinye's fingertips slipped between his, and in the instant their fingers interlocked. Lu Zhuo distinctly felt the caress of the other's fingertips against his sensitive knuckles. "If you wish to hold my hand to take advantage of me, just say so," Lu Zhuo stated calmly. "Indeed, I do wish to hold your hand." Lu Zhuo let out a light hum and turned his face away, suddenly feeling the temperature in the room rise. His gaze wandered as he searched for the air conditioner remote, just as he intended to withdraw his hand. It was gripped even tighter. Huo Qinye's fingertips continued to leisurely trace his wrist, each gentle stroke akin to plucking a hidden string. "Huo Qinye," he suddenly called out, his tone betraying a barely perceptible tremor. "What is it?" Huo Qinye raised his eyes. Lu Zhuo believed there was no need for him to make a fuss over the matter of holding hands. "Why did Li Hao post about the roses I gave you?" Lu Zhuo endeavored to keep his voice steady, yet a hint of concern seeped through. Huo Qinye chuckled softly. "I didn't pay it any mind. It's simply that my boyfriend's roses are too exquisite. I've noticed many people taking pictures of them. Now the entire research institute envies me for having such a gentle, considerate, and handsome boyfriend. As long as you know." Lu Zhuo turned to glare at him, but when met with those smiling eyes, his resolve unintentionally wavered. "I'm just giving you a heads up. Are you jealous?" Huo Qinye's thumb pressed against his pulse, which was racing. Jealous? Lu Zhuo scoffed lightly. Why would I be jealous? You're overthinking it. I wouldn't be jealous of you, even if you were surrounded by countless omegas or alphas. Huo Qinye's expression darkened slightly, and he loosened his grip on Lu Zhuo's hand fraction. Indeed, perhaps I am the one overthinking. It's good that you realize. Lu Zhuo secretly exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to retract his hand, Huo Qinye leaned in closer, following the motion. It is I who am jealous. Lu Zhuo froze, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Huo Qinye's lips, mere inches away, were pressed together lightly. He bestowed a gentle kiss upon Lu Zhuo's lips, so soft and fleeting. In that moment, Lu Zhuo comprehended the implications of his words. He is my friend, not as you perceive. It is only you who is interested in alphas. What if he likes you too? Huo Qinye queried. Huo Qinye, spare me such distasteful remarks, Lu Zhuo replied. My relationship with Li Quixin is purely platonic, just good friends. Do you think everyone is like you, threatening me with photographs to coerce me into doing this or that? You scoundrel. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, his gaze intensely fixed on Lu Zhuo's flushed cheeks. Yes, I am that kind of person. This straightforward admission rendered Lu Zhuo momentarily speechless. At least you acknowledge it. Indeed, Lu Zhuo found himself pressed against the soft couch, engaging in some rather audacious acts. The sound of rain pattered softly, the washing machine emitted a rhythmic hum, and the television played a languid blues tune. Indeed, when he was right, Huo Qinye captured his lips, forcing Lu Zhuo to tilt his head back, his breath thrown into disarray, while Huo Qinye's grip tightened around his wrist. Lu Zhuo let out a soft hum, the pressure on his wrist causing a twinge of pain. Ouch! Only then did Huo Qinye ease his grip slightly, yet he still did not release his hand. At that moment, the washing machine commenced its spin cycle. Lu Zhuo felt Huo Qinye's tongue glide over his sensitive palate. How adept Huo Qinye had become at kissing. It felt delightful. Once they had both reached a resolution, it was already past 8. The delivered meal remained warm. Otherwise, it would have long grown cold. Lu Zhuo savored his food exceptionally well, save for the slight ache in his wrist, now marked with a red imprint from Huo Qinye's grasp. I send you roses, and you give me a red bangle, right? Huo Qinye remained silent. Noticing his reticence, Lu Zhuo felt invigorated. Why so quiet? Is your mouth broken? Huo Qinye lifted his gaze. No, we can continue later in bed. Lu Zhuo tossed down his fork. Dream on. Once I finish, you could take out the trash. The following day, Lu Zhuo drove Huo Qinye's SUV, wondering why. With so much money spent on earrings, he didn't opt for a better car. Let's go. I've asked Gulin to sign me in. I'll give you a ride. Huo Qinye settled into the passenger seat. I'm tired. Let me switch with you. You think I'm like you? It's not that easy to tire me out. Huo Qinye chuckled, but remained silent. Lu Zhuo turned the steering wheel and set off. Upon arriving at the research institute, it was noon, and the silver-gray buildings glimmered in the sunlight. Lu Zhuo followed Huo Qinye to lunch with familiarity. Chief Huo, the chief's family is here. Lu Zhuo had spent enough time there to know many people. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Jiang Yu and Zhang Xian sat by the window. Chief Huo, come to our table. We have space. Jiang Yu seated herself beside Zhang Xian, leaving the opposite side for Huo Qinye and Lu Zhuo. Long time no see, brother, Jiang Yu teased. Lu Zhuo smiled. Busy, you know. At that moment, the glass door of the cafeteria swung open again, and Li Hao entered, carrying a tray of food. His gaze swept across the room and immediately fixated on Huo Qinye's table, a look of delight spreading across his face. As he approached, he realized that Huo Qinye's table was already full. Qinye, you're back. Li Hao took a seat at the adjacent table. Huo Qinye politely acknowledged him and continued pouring orange juice for those beside him. It was then that Li Hao noticed the man sitting next to Huo Qinye. The man's air of indifference was truly unforgettable, his dark, bright eyes glimmering with mirth. Li Hao instinctively tightened his grip on his knife and fork. Lu Zhuo? What coincidence, Li Hao. What brings you here? Lu Zhuo rested his hand on Huo Qinye's chair. You graduated and started working? Liu, whose exam results had not been favorable, attended a mediocre university and had yet to graduate. This time, he was merely delivering some items for his uncle, using the excuse to enjoy a couple of days here. Chapter 73. Try to play the victim again? No, it's just that a relative of mine works here, and he happens to be unwell, so I'm staying to help care for him for a couple of days. Oh, what a coincidence, Lu Zhuo chuckled. In his childhood, Li Hao was quite the chatterbox, especially after he and Huo Qinye became desk mates. His pride soared to the heavens. He would boast incessantly, telling everyone that it was Huo Qinye's unbearable temperament that led to their separation. How'd you come here? Me? Qinye insisted that I come to play. So here I am, Lu Zhuo replied. Ha! Li Hao chuckled awkwardly. Is that so? He cast a suspicious glance at Huo Qinye, who was leisurely eating, offering no denial. It's hard to tell that you and Qinye have such a close relationship. Back in 6th grade, you tore up Qinye's homework and stuffed a toad into his backpack. Looking back, that was quite amusing. Only with Qinye's good temper could such antics go unpunished. Otherwise, anyone else would have been furious with you, he said with a grin. Lu Zhuo smiled. I've known him since childhood. Stuffing a toad was merely a reminder, not something I would do to just anyone. Huo Qinye turned his head slightly. Catching a toad isn't an easy task either. Ahem. I had Shinzijin catch it for me. Specifically chose a large one. Huo Qinye cast a deep glance at Lu Zhuo. Thank you, he said. Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Brother, do you have a crush on our chief Hua? Usually, such pranks are the domain of alphas trying to catch the attention of an omega. Who said that? I just cut ties with him back then and found him thoroughly unpleasant, Lu Zhuo declared firmly. It wasn't a prank to catch his attention. I simply wanted to bully Huo Qinye. So how did you reconcile later? Jiang Yu blinked. Her curiosity piqued. Li Hao also turned his gaze towards them. Lu Zhuo straightened his posture and cleared his throat. Of course, it was Chief Hua who took the initiative to apologize, and I reluctantly agreed. Is that true? I remember you being the one who wanted to reconcile with Qinye, Li Hao asked, a look of confusion on his face. Lu Zhuo inwardly cursed. Why bring that up now? Huo Qinye raised his eyes and handed Lu Zhuo the orange juice. Glancing at Li Hao, that wasn't the case. After finishing the juice, Lu Zhuo replied, Right, that never happened. It was you who kept pestering me. I'm full now. Hand me the room card. I'm going back to shower and sleep. Huo Qinye had previously given him a room card, and he noticed it was still with Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye then handed him the card from his own pocket. The clothes and bedding have been aired out. Go ahead. All right. Bring me back some mineral water when you return, Lu Zhuo said as he stood up, patting Huo Qinye on the shoulder. I'm off now, Li Hao. You all enjoy your meal. Li Hao was unable to eat another bite. He picked up his tray and left as well. Lu Zhuo. Li Hao caught up with him. Lu Zhuo twirled the room card. What is up? It's rare for you to come here. You should eat more. The food in this cafeteria is quite good. Li Hao had always looked down upon Lu Zhuo, thinking he was merely wealthy. It's fine. There will be more opportunities in the future. My relationship with Qinye is quite close, so I can visit him often. Should the three of us have dinner together tonight? No. I believe Qinye intends to treat me to a meal alone, and besides, I am not particularly fond of dining with those I am not well acquainted with. Li Hao, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, You've grown up, yet you remain just as you were in childhood. And you too. Still behaving as if your bond with Qinye is particularly profound, he retorted. What about you? What are you attempting to prove, Lu Zhuo? I am merely demonstrating that whatever I desire, he shall be mine, Lu Zhuo replied, raising an eyebrow. If you have the capability, try to seize it again, with your pathetic act of feigned helplessness. With a flick of his fingers, Lu Zhuo twirled the room card and departed. At that moment, Huo Qinye was seated with Li Hao, while Lu Zhuo had stealthily slipped some snacks and his favorite chocolate in a Huo Qinye's backpack, only to be spotted by Li Hao. Stop it. Who craves your meager snacks? Can't you see that Qinye detests you? Mind your own business. Move aside. Lu Zhuo glared at him. Disregarding Li Hao, Lu Zhuo observed during gym class that Li Hao was indulging in his chocolate. Enraged, Lu Zhuo marched over, snatched his own chocolate back, and hurled it to the ground, crushing it underfoot. Who gave you permission to consume my belongings? You gave it to Qinye. And since he gave it to me, it is rightfully mine. You're talking nonsense. It was stolen from me. The two engaged in a scuffle. And when Yu and Shenzijin witnessed the commotion, they joined in to assist, while Gu Lin stood by. Li Hao ended up in tears. Hearing the cries, Huo Qinye and the others turned to look as the teacher arrived. The four of them were punished with standing. Lu Zhuo observed as Huo Qinye bought adhesive bandages for Li Hao and then brought the remainder to him. A scratch marred Lu Zhuo's face, and he fixed his gaze on Huo Qinye. You made me use what was left over. No, it's unused, Huo Qinye insisted. You were the one who gave it to him first. Lu Zhuo seized the bandage and tossed it at Huo Qinye's face. Keep it for yourself then. Tell your new desk mate that if he dares to touch my belongings again, I will confront him every time we meet. Huo Qinye glared at him. Next time, avoid fighting. What do you care? Lu Zhuo shot back. If you provoke me, the four of us will gang up on you next time. Shun Zijin, standing beside Lu Zhuo, chimed in, yes, we will confront you, Lu Bao. I am quite formidable. Huo Qinye picked up the bandage from the ground, glanced at Lu Zhuo's face, and then walked away. Lu Zhuo did not inquire whether Huo Qinye's face hurt, nor did he question why he had engaged in a fight. He had bought those snacks specifically for him, yet he had given them to someone else. When you patted Lu Zhuo, who was valiantly holding back tears, do not worry, we will not play with him anymore. From that day forth, Lu Zhuo never indulged in that particular chocolate again. Upon returning to Huo Qinye's residence, he took a shower and changed into clothes he had left there, which, having been sun-dried, carried a scent of sunlight. Lu Zhuo reclined comfortably on the bed. He called Wen Yu, informing her that he would not be returning for the next few days. He then covered himself with a blanket and fell asleep. When he awoke, it was already evening, and Huo Qinye had yet to return. Could he truly have been deceived by that brat-ass act of pity into going out to eat? Lu Zhuo leaped from his bed and hurriedly set out to find Huo Qinye. As he turned a corner on his way, he collided with an acquaintance. Ouch! Can't you watch where you're going? Rest assured, the pained Omega could not help but complain. I'm sorry, it's dark, I didn't see you. Lu Zhuo spoke, then realized the voice sounded familiar. Wait a moment, is that you? He stared at the Omega before him, Anshin, who had once wronged him. Dressed in the garb of a laboratory technician, his head shaved, he appeared quite slender, making it difficult for Lu Zhuo to recognize him at first glance. Chapter 74. The benefactor Lu Xiao. What a coincidence, Anshin remarked, glancing at him, hesitating momentarily. Yet, he ultimately mustered the courage to speak. Lu Xiao, I apologize for my careless remarks the other time, for calling you reckless and filthy. Please don't feel the need to apologize on behalf of Huo Qinye. I require no such gestures. Lu Zhuo looked at the small, bald figure before him. Why are you out here alone, so late, instead of staying in the ward? With a smile, Anshin replied, I'm scheduled for surgery in a few days. Chengge came to visit me and brought some items. Truth be told, I lack nothing here. Chief Huo has been quite attentive to my needs. I see your face has paled, Lu Zhuo observed. It's merely the medication. It makes me look rather pitiful, doesn't it? Anshin responded with a hint of self-deprecation. Lu Zhuo scrutinized him for a moment. What if you collapse halfway? And Huo Qinye thinks I'm the cause? Let us go. I need to head to the entrance as well. As night descended, Lu Zhuo and Anshin walked side by side. So, Lu Zhuo kicked a small stone at his feet. You are in the business of collecting debts. Yet you also deliver food? Is your boss in dire need of funds? Anshin shook his head. Not quite. One of our brothers had a minor accident while delivering food, and our boss happened to pass by and helped him ride the bike back. He cast a furtive glance at Lu Zhuo, hesitating to continue regarding their financial situation. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, but chose not to pry further. As they turned a corner, a dimly lit path outside the research institute revealed a sleek black motorcycle. Li Chun leaned against it, his tall figure accentuated by a snug black turtleneck, a cigarette twirling between his fingers, unlit. Lu Zhuo settled onto a bench inside the institute. Upon spotting Li Chun, Anshin dashed outside, his bald head glimmering in the light. Li Chun tucked away the cigarette, and Lu Zhuo observed as he affectionately ruffled Anshin's head. 5 minutes later, Anshin wheeled a 20-inch suitcase through security, its wheels clattering along the ground. Color finally returned to his previously pallid face, and an involuntary smile graced his lips, making him appear significantly more vibrant. Lu Zhuo rose. You seem quite cheerful. It appears Chengge brought you plenty of delightful items. Chengge sent some of my favorite snacks, as well as clothes I used to wear, Anshin beamed. With one surnamed Li and the other surnamed In, you aren't his biological brother, are you? Anshin paused, turning to face Lu Zhuo. Indeed, I fell gravely ill, and my parents left me to fend for myself. When I began working, I met Xingu, who treats us like brothers. He hesitated, then suddenly flashed a smile that revealed two small canine teeth. Lu Zhuo, I'm quite innocent, you see, with a handsome boyfriend like you. I doubt you'd ever consider taking me under your wing. If my surgery is successful, perhaps you could introduce me to another benefactor? I assure you, I would attend to him most diligently. Lu Zhuo chuckled softly. All right, let us see if we can grow some hair on that salted egg of yours first. He watched Anxin enter the inpatient building, remaining motionless in his spot. As night enveloped the surroundings, the lights in the building flickered to life one by one, casting shadows of figures moving within. Many volunteers, like Anxin, resided here, wagering their bodies in exchange for free medical care and meager compensation. A chill breeze swept by, prompting Lu Zhuo to instinctively adjust his collar. He regarded the building as a grand cage, an unsettling thought stirring within him as hunger gnawed at his insides. He felt a strong desire to seek out Huo Qinye. Shuffling in his slippers towards Huo Qinye's office, Lu Zhuo noticed numerous researchers carrying bouquets of flowers along the way. A delicate floral scent permeated the corridor. What award is being presented today? He murmured to himself. Turning the final corner, he spotted Huo Qinye, surrounded by a throng of admirers. The colorful bouquets nearly obscured his tall figure, rendering it particularly conspicuous under the stark, white laboratory lights. Lu Zhuo glanced down at his slippers, having forgotten to change shoes in his sleepy haze. Sensing something, Huo Qinye lifted his head. Their gazes collided across the layers of flowers and people. Lu Zhuo froze for a moment before turning to leave. It was evident he would not be dining with his boyfriend after all. Huo Qinye watched Lu Zhuo's retreating figure and exchanged a few quiet words with Zhang Xian, who then joined the congratulatory group for a celebratory meal. As Lu Zhuo walked, he fixated on the elongated shadow cast by his slippers, the night wind carrying the lingering fragrance of flowers that brushed against his hair. Forget it, I'll eat alone, he muttered. Boyfriend, Huo Qinye's voice called from behind. You're walking too fast, wait for me. Lu Zhuo turned back to see Huo Qinye approaching, his white coat billowing in the wind. The interplay of moonlight and artificial illumination highlighted the contours of his face, causing Lu Zhuo's throat to tighten unexpectedly. The impulse to leave had vanished without a trace. He decided to wait, albeit reluctantly. At that moment, Li Hao hurried up from behind, clutching a beautifully wrapped bouquet of blue roses. Qinye, congratulations, he exclaimed, thrusting the flowers into Huo Qinye's arms. You've won again, and I hear there's a trophy presentation coming up soon. Lu Zhuo, noticing Li Hao's sudden appearance, positioned himself between the two of them, pondering how he seemed to pop up everywhere. Li Hao then seemed to finally notice Lu Zhuo a short distance away. He glanced at Lu Zhuo's casual attire, a loose home t-shirt and those slippers. Lu Zhuo, didn't you know Qinye won an award? Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow and strode overconfidently. Isn't he winning awards every day? What's there to be surprised about? He approached Huo Qinye and playfully slapped his back, saying, keep up the good work next time. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, his expression frozen. Don't let it get to your head, he cautioned, reaching out to adjust the flowers in Huo Qinye's grasp. Did you hear that? Huo Qinye glanced at Lu Zhuo, who raised an eyebrow in response. Did you hear that? Huo Qinye returned the bouquet of blue roses to Li Hao, saying, I appreciate your sentiment, but I shall not accept the flowers. Zhang Xian has reserved a table at the restaurant. You should hurry along. Li Hao clutched the rejected bouquet, his knuckles turning pale. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately turned rigidly and departed. The sound of his polished shoes striking the tiled floor in a discordant rhythm. Once his footsteps had completely faded, Huo Qinye glanced at Lu Zhuo, whose hand rested upon his shoulder, and remarked, it seems you have taken to being a rascal. What do you mean by that? Lu Zhuo responded with a teasing lilt. What's wrong with giving my boyfriend a little pat on the backside? Are we not allowed to engage in such trivialities anymore? He could not resist jesting with the reserved and modest Huo Qinye, who donned a white lab coat. Chapter 75. The Joys of Love, What a Precious Backside You Have. Lu Zhuo huffed playfully. Huo Qinye chuckled softly. If it pleases you, then so be it. Who said I liked it? Lu Zhuo retorted, smacking his hand that had just playfully struck Huo Qinye. He then inquired, aren't you joining them for dinner? No, Let Zhang Xin take care of them. I wish to accompany my boyfriend. Oh, come now. Your dearest elementary school classmate is here, and you won't spend time with him? All right, Huo Qinye conceded, nodding as if the reasoning held merit. Lu Zhuo frowned, his irritation rising. Then you should leave at once. First you want me to accompany you. Then you want me to leave, Huo Qinye replied, his tone tinged with exasperation. Do not be angry. Let's go out together. He gently squeezed Lu Zhuo's fingers. Who wants to dine out with you? Go find your beloved elementary school friend. Huo Qinye fell silent, trailing behind Lu Zhuo, listening to the sound of his slippers thudding heavily against the ground. Lu Zhuo glanced back at the shadow of Huo Qinye entwined with his own. Huo Qinye, he called. If you wish to go, then go. I can find my way back alone. Huo Qinye smiled. Can we not delay our return home? Lu Zhuo, may I invite you to dinner? Lu Zhuo blinked in surprise. What? Lu Zhuo, I would like to treat you to a meal, if you would permit me. Lu Zhuo gazed at Huo Qinye's face, soft strands of hair cascading over his forehead, his thin lips pressed lightly together, exuding an air of restraint. Yet, the barely perceptible smile at the corners of his mouth rendered him quite gentle. That's not acceptable. Lu Zhuo's hand unconsciously clenched, a pang of bitterness swelling within him as he met Huo Qinye's gaze. You do not truly favor me. Indeed, Huo Qinye responded. I have not forgotten how you fed the chocolate I gifted you to Li Hao. While I fought with him, you tended to his wounds first, and you even made me use the leftover adhesive bandages he had. Huo Qinye, you are nothing but a deceiver. At times, Lu Zhuo harbored a disdain for himself. Such trivial matters might have long since faded from Huo Qinye's memory. Yet, they remained etched in his heart, a persistent reminder. Opportunities to inquire in the past were scarce. And now, reflecting upon it, he pondered how Huo Qinye could dare utter such words to him. How tiresome. Lu Zhuo suddenly found himself feeling quite meaningless, utterly bored. Huo Qinye followed Lu Zhuo back to his room, where Lu Zhuo kicked off his slippers, declaring, I am returning to school. He tossed the room card to Huo Qinye, who replied, I have never given away the things you have gifted me. How did his chocolate come about? That chocolate was sent to me from abroad by my mother. You surely know that I am the only one in the entire class indulging in that brand, and I believe you are aware that I slipped it into your backpack. I only learned of the fight after it occurred, and I informed the teacher that he had taken my belongings, which is why you reprimanded him. Lu Zhuo certainly does not believe it. If not for that, you four would not have ganged up on him, risking a call to your parents. Lu Zhuo had just retrieved a piece of his clothing from the cupboard to pack it away. He looked towards Huo Qinye. Then why do you still get along so well with him? I do not, Huo Qinye replied, not comprehending Lu Zhuo's standard for getting along. You still deny it? You were the one who gave him the Band-Aid first, weren't you? The teacher called me over. Huo Qinye looked at Lu Zhuo with a hint of helplessness. Moreover, what I provided you was not what he had left over. It was a different kind, and I merely opened it for you in advance. You can keep denying it. Previously, whenever he was injured, even from playing soccer or wrestling, Huo Qinye would come over and help him. That day my face was marred, and you did not tend to me. Now you claim I am your favorite elementary school classmate. You are merely trying to charm me with sweet words to lure me into your bed, aren't you? Lu Zhuo realized, if he were to share a bed with him, Huo Qinye might mock him when they broke up. The mere thought of it sent Lu Zhuo's mind reeling. He and Huo Qinye had shared a good period together once, but for a much longer time. He had found him displeasing, their relationship marked by rivalry and subtle conflict. Huo Qinye was certainly seeking revenge, much like he recalled the incident with the toad. Huo Qinye regarded Lu Zhuo's dark, suspicious eyes. Unable to restrain himself, he let out a soft laugh, wondering what absurd thoughts were plaguing Lu Zhuo's mind. Upon hearing his laughter, Lu Zhuo's face flushed crimson. Are you laughing at me? Huo Qinye, are you mocking me? He lunged forward, intending to give Huo Qinye a piece of his mind. Huo Qinye seized his wrist. No, not at all. I am simply very happy. Happy about what? Happy that after a long day, I can see you, Huo Qinye said, seemingly experiencing the joy of being in love. I have not experienced that joy. Not even a little. Huo Qinye released his hand and cupped his face, compelling him to look into his eyes. It is my fault. What can I do to bring joy to my boyfriend? Lu Zhuo remained silent, brushing his hands away. I do not know. Boyfriend, just teach me. I will learn well. Huo Qinye said. If he learned well, and they broke up, wouldn't he be a great loss? making another person benefit from it? Lu Zhuo huffed. I won't teach you. I will take a shower and change clothes. You must not leave. Huo Qinye lightly touched his tousled hair. Wait for me a moment. It will be quick. I know you are quick. Hurry up. Lu Zhuo replied with a raised eyebrow, laced with sarcasm. Huo Qinye couldn't help but pinch Lu Zhuo's cheek. You are like a pufferfish. If I am a pufferfish, I will poison you. I have eaten it. It was not poisonous. I rather enjoyed it. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo gazed at Huo Qinye, who was now teasing him, returning to his serious demeanor from outside. He forcefully yanked off Huo Qinye's clothes, asserting, Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Allow me to demonstrate whether I am toxic or not, so you can no longer bully me. Before long, one person bathing transformed into two. Shall we eat? Scram. By the time they ventured outside, it was already time for a late-night snack. Lu Zhuo comfortably settled into the passenger seat beside Huo Qinye. Where shall we dine? Ye. It was Lu Zhuo's favorite establishment. Have you made a reservation? Although it's 10 o'clock, they're still quite busy. I have. Has there been a bonus? Do you now have the means to treat me to something extravagant? Indeed. By the way, I saw Anshin today. He mentioned he would be undergoing surgery in a few days. His condition is quite severe. I noticed he has lost all his hair. Will the surgery be successful? 50-50. Huo Qinye replied. A 50% chance of success? If the surgery fails, will he die? Huo Qinye explained, glandular diseases are typically difficult to treat. His case has progressed to the point where he cannot wait for a suitable donor. They can only attempt partial removal while preserving basic functions. Lu Zhuo leaned forward, intrigued. Can glands be matched for transplantation? Huo Qinye retorted, We haven't settled the score for that slap yet. Remember it. Chapter 76. The more you hit, the more exciting it becomes, all right. But the matching success rate is below 3%, and the risk of post-operative rejection is significant. Huo Qinye adjusted the steering wheel. Then you could research this to enhance the surgery's success rate. Huo Qinye remained silent. Lu Zhuo glanced at him, the blue glow of the dashboard reflecting on Huo Qinye's jawline. What is the matter? Did I say something incorrect? Or is this research particularly challenging? Many are conducting research in this field. You seem disinterested. Indeed. Huo Qinye cast a sidelong glance at Lu Zhuo. I believe for most people, it may not be a favorable matter. Why? Lu Zhuo asked, puzzled. What has suddenly piqued your interest? Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, just casually inquiring. Is it not acceptable to learn about my boyfriend? What awards have you received? Well, in the realm of ex vivo culture of glandular stem cells. I don't quite understand, Lu Zhuo admitted. Congratulations, though, no gift? Thank you for the congratulatory words, my boyfriend. I have received them. Lu Zhuo gazed out the window, reminiscing about elementary school. Huo Qinye consistently ranked first in exams, and Lu Zhuo felt more elated than if he had achieved the same. He would treat the entire class and then present Huo Qinye with gifts. Occasionally, Huo Qinye would not secure the top spot. Lu Zhuo would remark that having been first for too long, he ought to allow others some opportunities. Naturally, when he advanced from last to second last in class, Huo Qinye would use his meager allowance to buy him small gifts. He recalled in second grade, Huo Qinye gifted him a beautifully crafted car-shaped eraser, which he cherished and refrained from using. Instead, he cut the eraser his mother had purchased to fashion a parking lot for his car-shaped eraser. I will buy you even better gifts in the future. Huo Qinye paused momentarily. He looked at the black earring in his left ear reflected in the window. You are my favorite elementary school classmate. What about middle school? High school? By that time, Huo Qinye had ceased to be proactive in their conversations, and their exchanges were limited to mundane reminders from teachers. Lu Zhuo tapped his fingers against the car window. I am listening. Could you drive a little faster? I am absolutely starving. As Li Hao departed from the research institute in the middle of the night, he chanced upon Lu Zhuo and Huo Qinye getting into a car together. Huo Qinye was not a superficial individual. It perplexed him that he would associate with Lu Zhuo. In elementary school, he felt like an invisible entity in his class. Yet once he began sitting with Huo Qinye, many began to draw closer to him, both overtly and subtly. As long as he appeared familiar with Huo Qinye, others seemed eager to befriend him. This sensation was entirely new to him. He was acutely aware of the camaraderie between Huo Qinye and Lu Zhuo, which instilled a deep-seated fear within him. He dreaded the moment Huo Qinye might request a seat change to sit with Lu Zhuo. Mimicking Lu Zhuo's gestures, he would bring delectable treats for Huo Qinye, always offering the finest. Yet, Huo Qinye never accepted, often expressing his annoyance at the gesture. Eventually, Li Hao resolved to refrain from bothering him. When Huo Qinye was absent from his seat, he would discreetly place his snacks where they could be noticed by those who cared. However, he could not fathom how, after all this time, Huo Qinye and Lu Zhuo still enjoyed each other's company. The feeling of being ridiculed by Lu Zhuo lingered in his memory. Why should someone who already possessed so much be allowed to have Huo Qinye as well? It seemed profoundly unjust. Soon, Friday night arrived. When Li Qin returned home at 10, he spotted someone squatting at his doorstep. Upon hearing the footsteps, Shun Zijin looked up instantly, his curly hair peeking from beneath his hoodie. "Xiao Chunge," he called out. Li Qin cast him a glance. "Get out of the way. Xie Tianyi, I am sorry. Stop pretending. Weren't you quite formidable before?" Li Qin's ire surged as he regarded Shun Zijin's pitiable demeanor, wondering who had wronged him. He initially thought Shun Zijin was an ordinary alpha, but during his sensitive period, he discovered that this seemingly pitiable fool was, in fact, a top-tier alpha. There truly is no such thing as a free lunch. With a soft hand on his wallet, the suppression of pheromones left him utterly defenseless. It was ironic that Shun Zijin, while crying, seemed to play the victim. The more Li Qin struck or scolded him, the more exhilarated Shun Zijin appeared. "Xia Tianyi, I like you. I truly like you." Li Qin felt a shiver run down his spine. Even striking him felt like granting him a favor. "Don't ignore me." Shun Zijin had sent Li Qin numerous messages, all unanswered. Li Qin shot him a glance. Had it been anyone else, he would have surely throttled them by now. Yet, Shun Zijin's pheromones bore a striking resemblance to his younger brother S, and the way he cried out for him was eerily similar, paired with a pair of innocent eyes that made it impossible for Li Qin to be harsh. Instead, he found himself stifling a growing frustration. "Get lost, you melodramatic fool." Li Qin scrutinized the seemingly naive college student before him. "Xiao Chengge, I miss you so much. I think about you every day and can't wait to see you during the holidays." "Good, you're still alive." Li Qin opened the door, and Shun Zijin hurriedly followed him inside. "Xiao Chengge, I brought you a cake." Shun Zijin entered, one hand clutching flowers and the other holding a small cake. He had arrived at 6, and the ice pack had melted. "I understand, just leave the items and go." Li Qin removed his shoes, preparing to take a shower. Shun Zijin inquired, "Can I spend the night at your place, Xiao Chun?" "That's not possible. You can sleep on the sofa," came the reply. "The sofa?" Shun Zijin scoffed, glancing around to discover that the once-present sofa had vanished. "Xiao Chun, I will buy you a new one. What a superior quality." Li Qin smirked, his long fingers deftly tugging at the hem of his shirt, swiftly pulling it off. Under the warm, golden light, the taut lines of his abdomen were laid bare, revealing several fierce old scars etched into his skin. Most striking were the fresh scratches on his side, a tantalizing shade of red that stood out against his sun-kissed complexion. A lingering bite mark still adorned his collarbone. Shun Zijin's breath faltered momentarily. "Have you seen enough, Xiao Chun?" Li Shen Donta, a smirk playing on his lips as he carelessly crumpled his soiled clothes. As he moved, the muscles of his back formed a beautiful arc in the light, the remnants of passion trailing down to his lower back, disappearing just above the waistband of his trousers. Shun Zijin grasped his shirt, saying, "Xiao Chun, I promise to behave. I will wash your clothes. I am not poor enough to forego a washing machine." Li Qin yanked the shirt from his hands and tossed it into the washing machine. "When you leave, make sure to close the door behind you." Li Qin then stepped into the shower. Shun Zijin stood frozen for a few seconds before quietly closing the door. He settled into a chair, his gaze inevitably drifting toward the bathroom. The wooden door muffled the sound of rushing water, obscuring the figure within. Before long, the sound of water ceased. Shun Zijin found himself at the bathroom door. Chapter 77. Qinye, Li Qin emerged from the shower, spotting Shun Zijin, the oblivious one, still lingering by the door. He nudged Shun Zijin aside with his shoulder. "Don't block the way." Rubbing his shoulder where he had been bumped, Shun Zijin followed with a smile. "Xiao Chun, are you tired? Hungry? I brought you some strawberry-flavored cake. Would you like to try it? Do I seem like someone who enjoys cake?" Shun Zijin nodded earnestly. "You do." Li Qin was at a loss for words. "Keep your distance. I don't eat sweets at night." Very well. I shall bring you a new flavor tomorrow. Shun Zijin replied before heading to the bathroom himself. What made you think you could go wash? The sound of running water filled the air. I will be quick. I won't waste much water. I will pay the utility bills. Before long, the bathroom door creaked open slightly, steam billowing forth. Shun Zijin peeked out, his damp hair dripping with water. Xiao Chun, he called, his voice trailing off, eyes sparkling with mischief. Li Chun felt a headache coming on. What is it? I have no clothes. Could you lend me something to wear? Li Chun regarded the dripping figure. You dare to shower without clothes? I was afraid you would kick me out. Why would I throw you out for being naked? Xiao Chun, I beg you. Next time, I will bring my own clothes. Next weekend, you won't find me at home. Just come and get them yourself. Shun Zijin stepped out, his bare form swaying before Li Chun. He boldly approached the wardrobe. Xiao Chun, can I wear this black tank top of yours? Go ahead, Li Chun allowed, begrudgingly tolerating the request for the sake of the money involved. Shun Zijin donned his little black vest and called out, Xiao Chungo, what's wrong? May I wear these underpants? Li Chun's brow twitched as he scrutinized Shun Zijin's bare legs for a couple of seconds. Xiao Chungo, go ahead and wear them. Thank you, Xiao Chungo. Shun Zijin beamed, his trousers snugly hugging his derriere. Li Chun's home was quite small, making it difficult to avoid each other. Put on another pair of pants. Shun Zijin slipped on a pair of baggy shorts and merrily approached Li Chun on the bed. Li Chun, arms crossed, observed him. Just take a look for yourself. Can this bed accommodate 2 people? Of course, Shun Zijin replied, lying sideways. Xiao Chungo, I sleep very well and promise not to disturb you. Li Chun rose from the bed, and Shun Zijin admired his silhouette. Are you offering me the bed? In the next moment, a blanket was flung his way, momentarily obscuring his vision. Li Chun commanded, get down and sleep on the floor. Shun Zijin pouted but complied, spreading the blanket on the ground. All right then. Li Chun turned his back to him, lying on the bed as the light was extinguished. Huo Qinye. What is it? Are you going to sleep this early? What else would I do? Do you have something in mind? Li Shenufa. I just wanted to chat with you. Fine. I'll indulge you in a game. Really? Xiao Chungo, what games do you enjoy? I'm quite skilled at games. Let us play 1, 2, 3. Wooden man, the first to speak is a dog. Silence enveloped the room for a minute. Shun Zijin sat up on his makeshift bed and poked Li Chun's waist. Receiving no response, he poked again, still met with silence. Gradually, he climbed onto the bed. Xiao Chungo, I lost, Shun Zijin whispered in Li Chun's ear. He then embraced Li Chun, murmuring softly, should I bark like a puppy? Li Chun found himself both exasperated and amused. Let go, but I wish to talk to you. Huo Qinye. Does it still hurt? I can help you with that. Li Chun grasped Shun Zijin's arm firmly, coldly stating, if you move, I'll throw you out. Get down. Xiao Chungo, the floor is so hard. Shun Zijin protested. I just like sleeping on it. Li Chun, growing impatient, turned and pinned Shun Zijin down. I see you're just feeling lonely and cold. Shun Zijin excitedly wrapped his arms around Li Chun's slender waist, pressing closer. Yes, I'm a bit cold. You're truly kind, Xiao Chungo. On a weekend night, Lu Xing called to inform them that the 2 families were gathering for dinner and requested an early return. When they arrived, Lu Zhuo noticed Lin Muyuan pulling Huo Qinye aside. Both wore troubled expressions. Huo Qinye and Lin Muyuan stood in the courtyard, the dim light casting elongated shadows. Huo Qinye appeared aloof. Qinye, Lin Muyuan's voice was soft, laced with urgency. Mother's research only requires a final piece of data. She reached out to grasp her son's sleeve, but he subtly evaded her touch. This really is the last time, all right? I made myself quite clear. Lin Muyuan's smile froze on her face. What is the matter? You still don't bear the surname Lu? Regardless, I am your mother. My research is merely a step away from completion. Are you truly unwilling to assist me with that last bit? I promise you, this will be the final time. Huo Qinye turned his gaze towards Lin Muyuan. You claim it's the last time each time. I shall not acquiesce to any of your demands. Lin Muyuan chuckled. You are young and famous now. Do you truly believe it is solely due to your own efforts? Huo Qinye ignored her and turned to leave. Through the brightly lit floor-to-ceiling windows in the distance, he could see Lu Zhuo feigning concentration on his phone, stealing glances towards them every few seconds. Huo Qinye, Lin Muyuan called out, the efficacy of the inhibitors has been diminishing lately. I require your pheromone sample. I assure you, it will be the last time, all right? Huo Qinye furrowed his brow slightly. Yet within the room, every face wore a smile. Have you considered Lu Zhuo? Huo Qinye inwided. Of course, I have considered him. You are both my children, Lin-Mu replied. I merely need a bit of your pheromone. Why make such a fuss? Our families have always been on good terms. Everything will turn out fine. Why must you act this way? What benefit does it bring to everyone? You may not be short of money, but our actions are not motivated by financial gain. We seek to assist more people. You can rely on your own abilities. Huo Qinye regarded Lin-Mu with a cold gaze. Do not speak to me in such a manner again. Huo Qinye. Her voice suddenly rose, then quickly subdued as her fingertips pressed into her palm. Do you truly think I cannot make you obey? The night breeze tousled a few strands of hair at her temples, and she abruptly realized that the man towering before her was no longer the infant she once cradled. He was no longer that obedient little boy. You are aware of your mother's aspirations. I cannot afford to fail at this moment. So many are counting on me. Qinye, please be reasonable. Chapter 78. I want you to wait for me. Your mother's hospital will be entrusted to you in the future, Lin-Mu stated. You didn't even inform your father and me about your entry into the research institute. Are you planning to remain there indefinitely? Your mother only wishes what is best for you. Why do you seem to understand less as you grow older? Huo Qinye interrupted her. You installed the locator. Lin-Mu was momentarily taken aback. It was all Lu Zhuo's fault for being more of a hindrance than a help. How could Huo Qinye be aware of this matter? It is a mother's concern for your safety. You are an S-grade alpha, and so many are watching you. I must ensure your protection. Not necessary. It was never needed before, nor will it be in the future. Qinye. Lin-Mu's brow furrowed, realizing he was resolutely refusing to assist her. At that moment, Lu Zhuo emerged, calling out, "Dinner is ready." Huo Qinye glanced at Lu Zhuo, who stood at a distance, and walked towards him. Perhaps Huo Qinye's demeanor was too serious, for Lu Zhuo jested. At your age, still quarreling with your mother? Did Annie arrange another blind date with an Omega for you? As the two reached the corner, Lu Zhuo felt a tug on his fingers. He turned to Huo Qinye. What's wrong? Huo Qinye replied, You were walking too fast. I wanted you to wait for me. Lu Zhuo glanced at his long legs, pondering how he had pursued him. Shortly thereafter, Lin-Mu entered the room. Although there was no discernible change in expression on Huo Qinye's face, Lu Zhuo sensed an underlying discontent, a vague heaviness that rendered him without appetite. As the meal approached its conclusion, Lu Zhuo signaled his departure, citing a prior engagement with friends. Huo Qinye followed suit, the two exiting the living room in succession. The bond between the two children had evidently returned to its former warmth, much to Yin Yu's delight. Lin-Mu smiled softly. Stepping outside, Lu Zhuo welcomed the night breeze, filled with the fragrance of blooming European roses. He turned to Huo Qinye, remarking on his brisk pace, while noting that Li Chuxin had urged him multiple times to join a racing event that evening. He paused deliberately, suggesting he could take Huo Qinye along, but only if he deleted 10 more photos. Agreement would set them on their way. Huo Qinye opened the passenger door for Lu Zhuo. The private racetrack belonging to Li Chuxin was ablaze with lights, the roar of engines deafening. Upon their arrival, Li Chuxin exaggeratedly whistled. Finally, you two made it. Lu Zhuo made a beeline for a dark red modified car, its side adorned with the letters LZ7 in luminous paint, glowing under the lights. He circled the vehicle, his fingers gliding over the widened rear wing. You've done well, he complimented. Of course. This beauty accelerates to 128 seconds, specially calibrated for you. Li Chuxin boasted, giving the hood a proud pat. He kicked the semi-slick tires, asserting their stability through turns. Lu Zhuo swiftly entered the driver's seat and nodded at Huo Qinye. Get in. Huo Qinye settled into the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Lu Zhuo slammed down the accelerator, and a powerful surge pushed them back into their seats. Huo Qinye gripped the armrest. Exciting, isn't it? Lu Zhuo shouted over the engine's roar. This is speed and passion. Let me show you what I can do. The sports car shot forward like an arrow. Lu Zhuo's driving style fierce, tires screeching as they cornered sharply. Impressive, isn't it? Lu Zhuo replied confidently, glancing at Huo Qinye, who felt a flicker of joy. What do you think? Want to take a turn? Sure. Teach me, Huo Qinye replied, exiting the car to switch places with Lu Zhuo. Li Kuxin watched, realizing he had no chance of joining them. As night deepened, Li Xian's private racetrack remained illuminated as if it were day. 9 modified race cars lined up at the starting line, their engines growling, exhaust pipes occasionally spitting blue flames. Come on, everyone, gather for the draw. Li Xian called from the center of the track, brandishing a glow stick. As per tradition, 2 laps to determine the winner. Leaning against the car door, Lu Zhuo observed Huo Qinye amidst a throng of racing enthusiasts, his white shirt standing out against the colorful racing suits. Unable to resist, he approached and draped an arm over Huo Qinye's shoulder. How about a race with them? No, thank you. Though initially refusing, Lu Zhuo chose to ignore Huo Qinye's protests, lifting his hand to place the helmet upon him. Having arrived, he thought, losing would not bring me shame, so why not give it a try? Lu Zhuo's fingers grazed Huo Qinye's jaw, lingering for a moment to tease him, the fit just right. Through the visor, he caught sight of Huo Qinye's eyelashes casting a small shadow under the lights. Is there a reward for coming in first? Huo Qinye's voice resonated from within the helmet. Lu Zhuo chuckled. You, a novice, aspire to claim first place? He leaned closer to the visor, lowering his voice. All right. If you secure first today, he tapped the helmet lightly. I shall reward you handsomely tonight. Huo Qinye gazed through the visor at Lu Zhuo's features, his dark, bright eyes outshining the stars in the night sky. With a subtle smile, he exuded a carefree confidence that captivated attention. Li Kuxin approached, exclaiming, Are you letting Qinye take the lead? You want him to embarrass himself. Qinye, don't listen to him. Ride with me instead. No need, I desire the reward. Huo Qinye replied, casting a glance at Lu Zhuo before settling into the driver's seat of Lu Zhuo's racing car, his long fingers gripping the quick-release steering wheel. At the starting line, the car roared with an ear-splitting sound. Li Xian joined him. All right, today you shall witness my speed. With a thunderous gunshot, Huo Qinye slammed the accelerator, his start astonishingly rapid. Lu Zhuo's eyes widened in surprise. At the first sharp turn, Huo Qinye deftly controlled the brakes and accelerator, the car entering the bend at a perfect angle. Lu Zhuo stood on the platform, astonished, remembering how unskilled Huo Qinye had seemed during their earlier practice. Had he truly mastered it in just 2 tries? From his elevated vantage, Lu Zhuo observed Huo Qinye, whose eyes behind the black helmet remained calm, almost indifferent. His long fingers gripped the steering wheel firmly, shifting gears, accelerating, and cornering with movements so precise they resembled mechanical calculations. The engines roared deafening. Huo Qinye agitated, deftly squeezing between 2 cars, the tires screeching against the asphalt. Wow, so impressive. Lu Zhuo couldn't help but exclaim. Li Xian stared in disbelief. Was Huo Qinye truly the one driving? Such a refined individual, exhibiting such reckless abandon behind the wheel? As they approached the final S-curve, Li Xian clenched his teeth, executing a daring maneuver, the car nearly drifting sideways through the bend. In what he believed to be a guaranteed victory, he watched as Huo Qinye's modified car entered at an even sharper angle, the tires smoking as it completed a textbook pendulum drift, surging ahead by half a car length to cross the finish line first. The crowd erupted in applause as Lu Zhuo screamed with exhilaration. Huo Qinye! Lu Zhuo felt utterly elated. Li Xian slumped in his seat, astonished. Huo Qinye was truly a madman. As he disembarked, Huo Qinye calmly removed his helmet, his hair slightly tousled. Amidst the raucous crowd, he spotted Lu Zhuo rushing towards him. In a few swift strides, Lu Zhuo reached Huo Qinye and without hesitation, wrapped his arms around his neck, nearly hanging onto him. Huo Qinye, you were incredible. Lu Zhuo laughed, his voice brimming with unrestrained excitement. You were keeping a low profile before, weren't you? Huo Qinye was gently pushed back a step, yet the corners of his lips involuntarily curled upwards. The unique warmth emanating from Lu Zhuo enveloped him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Before he could utter a word, Lu Zhuo had already seized him and leaped onto the hood of the racing car. Grabbing a bottle of champagne handed to him, Lu Zhuo shook it vigorously. With a resounding pop, the chilled liquid erupted forth, sparkling under the lights, showering both of them in a cascade of golden droplets. Huo Qinye's shirt was instantly dampened. and a splash of wine adorned his face, prompting him to chuckle softly at the joyous Lu Zhuo beside him. Lu Zhuo, who is he? Quite remarkable. The crowd gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. Of course, Lu Zhuo proudly draped his arm around Huo Qinye's shoulders, raising his chin toward the onlookers. Isn't it obvious? The people I bring are exceptional. Turning to Huo Qinye, he noticed the latter staring intently at him, his gaze nearly fervent. Lu Zhuo paused momentarily. But surely Huo Qinye should be feeling more elated now. Li Zhuo squeezed his way in, taking a seat beside Huo Qinye. Qinye, is this truly your first time? I find it hard to believe. You must be playing the fool, having practiced before. He glanced at Lu Zhuo. Perhaps it's just luck. He thrust a glass of bubbly champagne into Huo Qinye's hand. Cheers. Lu Zhuo was aware that Huo Qinye abstained from alcohol. He grasped the glass, preparing to drink it for him. Oh, how peculiar. Our Lu Zhuo is now helping others drink. He exclaimed. If he drinks, I'll certainly get scolded when I return home. And what fun will tomorrow be? No way, Li Zhuo objected. Qinye, as champions, we must take a drink to celebrate. An occasional indulgence, one tea hurt. Huo Qinye took a sip from the glass, guided by Lu Zhuo's hand. Lu Zhuo watched him closely. You want tea get tipsy from just one sip, right? I'd rather not face reprimands. I want tea, he assured. As the lights at the racetrack dimmed, they were replaced by flickering neon and thunderous electronic beats. The champagne bubbles lingered in the air, and the crowd spontaneously formed a dance floor. Li Zhuo had somehow procured a DJ setup and was spinning records atop a car, the booming sound waves causing the ground to tremble. Hey, aren't the champions going to dance? Someone shouted at Huo Qinye. He shook his head until Lu Zhuo firmly grasped his wrist. With an exuberant smile, Lu Zhuo declared, winning the race without celebrating is utterly dreary. Since we're here, we must dance. Before Huo Qinye could decline, Lu Zhuo had already pulled him into the heart of the crowd, leaving all trivial worries behind. By the time they returned home, it was already 11 o'clock. Lu Zhuo guided Huo Qinye upstairs cautiously. If his mother discovered that he had taken Huo Qinye out for drinks, he would undoubtedly face her wrath. Huo Qinye observed Lu Zhuo, who was stealthily ascending the stairs, and reached out to grasp the hem of his shirt, following closely behind. Once they reached Lu Zhuo's room and locked the door, he finally felt at ease. Just as Lu Zhuo took a step forward, a sudden warmth pressed against his back. Huo Qinye's chest was flush against him, enveloped in the intoxicating scent of champagne. Reward. Lu Zhuo's heart raced, momentarily skipping a beat. He turned around only to find Huo Qinye's face mere inches away. You know, I haven't forgotten, right? Close your eyes. Huh? Close them. If you don't, there'll be no reward. Huo Qinye slowly shut his eyes. Lu Zhuo observed the surprisingly obedient Huo Qinye, as if he genuinely anticipated his reward. However, he removed his clothing and tossed the dirty garments over Huo Qinye's head. Here's your reward, a commemorative outfit. He turned a dash to the bathroom for a shower, but was abruptly seized by his wrist. What kind of reward is this? Huo Qinye's voice was raspier than before. You are being perfunctory with me. He removed the soiled clothing. Who is being perfunctory? This piece of clothing must be worth at least half of your salary for the month. I don't want it. Huo Qinye fixed his gaze on him. If you want to reward me, I shall reward myself. Huh? How will you reward yourself? Lu Zhuo found it rather curious, seeing the puzzled expression on his face. Huo Qinye grasped the back of his neck and leaned down to kiss him. The moment their lips met, Lu Zhuo's pupils dilated. Huo Qinye's breath carried a hint of champagne's intoxicating sweetness. Lu Zhuo abruptly turned his head away, his ears burning with embarrassment. Huo Qinye, how can you do this? Is this what you call rewarding yourself? Huo Qinye chuckled softly. Yes. He pursued Lu Zhuo's lips once more, his voice muffled amidst their entwined breaths. To receive a reward, one must not deceive me. As the commotion faded, the room encompassed only the two of them, and Lu Zhuo gradually succumbed to the kiss. He had truly become Huo Qinye's reward. By the time he finished his shower and climbed into bed, Lu Zhuo felt utterly lethargic. Yet, in the dead of night, he suddenly furrowed his brow in his sleep, jolted awake by a sharp pain. Huo Qinye, who favored holding his hand while sleeping, was now gripping it so tightly that it hurt immensely. Huo Qinye? He instinctively struggled, What are you doing? Seeing that he remained silent, Lu Zhuo propped himself up and discovered Huo Qinye's eyes tightly shut. Huo Qinye? Lu Zhuo lowered his voice slightly. Frowning, he instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, but froze upon seeing Huo Qinye's pale complexion. Huo Qinye's eyes remained closed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His breathing rapid, as if trapped in an inescapable nightmare. Lu Zhuo recalled hearing that one should not awaken someone suffering from a nightmare abruptly, as it could worsen their distress. He hesitated, refraining from waking him immediately. However, Huo Qinye's fingers tightened their grip, his knuckles turning white and trembling slightly. Huo Qinye's lips moved slightly, as if he were trying to utter something. Lu Zhuo couldn't hear clearly and leaned in closer. What? Huo Qinye's brows furrowed even tighter. Lu Zhuo reached out to touch his forehead, which felt scorching to the touch. He was taken aback, wondering if it was the champagne causing this. But the alcohol content wasn't particularly high, and Huo Qinye didn't seem like the type to be so easily affected by a single glass. Huo Qinye's eyelashes fluttered, yet his eyes remained shut, unconsciously turning his head as if trying to evade something. Lu Zhuo had never seen Huo Qinye like this. His heart seized with concern. He did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he leaned forward in that position and gently patted Huo Qinye's shoulder, saying, "If you are having nightmares while sleeping beside me, I suppose it is my turn to have nightmares. What kind of demons or monsters would dare to entangle themselves with you?" Lu Zhuo observed the discomfort on Huo Qinye's face and pondered whether increasing the brightness of the bedside lamp might alleviate the darkness of the room that was causing Huo Qinye's nightmares. He reached out to adjust the lamp, his fingertips barely brushing the dimmer knob when Huo Qinye shuddered. "Get away," came the hoarse reprimand, resonating unnaturally clear in the stillness of the room. Huo Qinye abruptly opened his eyes, his dark pupils constricting, filled with a ferocity and defiance Lu Zhuo had never witnessed before. Lu Zhuo's wrist was firmly gripped by Huo Qinye, causing him to gasp in pain. "It hurts. Damn it." The moment Lu Zhuo locked eyes with Huo Qinye, he froze. The gaze was not one of clarity. Rather, it resembled that of a cornered beast, exuding an aggressive intensity. "Qinye?" In the next instant, Lu Zhuo found himself forcefully thrust on the floor, his elbow colliding with the bedside table, producing a dull thud. He let out a muffled groan of pain as Huo Qinye rolled off the bed. Huo Qinye stood up and strode towards the door without sparing Lu Zhuo a glance, igniting a flare of anger within him. How dare he push me, and then attempt to flee? Lu Zhuo sprang to his feet, seizing Huo Qinye's arm. "Huo Qinye, stop right there. What do you mean by this?" "Don't touch me," Huo Qinye retorted sharply, flinging his hand away. With a crash, Lu Zhuo knocked over the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of pheromones surged forth, laden with the aggressive nature characteristic of the sensitive period, piercing through Lu Zhuo's nerves like a sharp blade. Has Huo Qinye entered his sensitive period? He let out a muffled groan as his temples throbbed, his vision blurring. Irritated, he felt a primal urge to confront Huo Qinye, yet the disparity in their ranks rendered him powerless to retaliate. He stood up, groping in the dark for the lamp switch. "Ah!" He cried out in pain as shards of the broken lamp embedded themselves into his skin. Nevertheless, Lu Zhuo pressed on, gritting his teeth as he fumbled for the switch on the wall, finally illuminating the ceiling light with a snap. The blinding white light flooded the room, revealing Huo Qinye standing merely 2 steps away, unmoving. The light momentarily disoriented him, causing his brow to furrow as the intensity of his pheromones diminished slightly. "Huo Qinye, I'm furious." Lu Zhuo glared at him. "You dare to tell me to leave? You actually dare to tell me to leave. Once again, he treated me like this. You leave. No, you leave. I never want to see you again." Lu Zhuo's eyes brimmed with tears as he shouted, "Get out now." The room fell eerily silent, save for Lu Zhuo's rapid breaths. Huo Qinye's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as though stirred by Lu Zhuo's words. He slowly turned his head, his gaze gradually focusing on Lu Zhuo. It was Lu Zhuo. It truly was Lu Zhuo. His eyes fell upon Lu Zhuo's bleeding hand, and his pupils constricted sharply. Lu Zhuo." The whisper was almost inaudible, yet it made Lu Zhuo's heart clench painfully. "Get out," he exclaimed. Huo Qinye seemed to exert all his strength to utter those two words. Get out. Leave now. Lu Zhuo's voice erupted within the confines of the room, laden with suppressed fury and a barely perceptible quiver. Yet, Huo Qinye did not depart. Instead, he approached Lu Zhuo with unsteady steps. I'm sorry. His voice was hoarse to the point of being barely audible, his gaze fixated on Lu Zhuo's injured hand, his eyes swirling with guilt and anguish. He extended his hand, fingers trembling slightly, halting just before touching the wound on Lu Zhuo's hand. With reddened eyes, Lu Zhuo glared at him, his chest heaving violently. Despite being the victim, why did Huo Qinye display such vulnerability? I want to accept this. I want you to leave. I never want to see you again. Lu Zhuo was infuriated. However, when he beheld Huo Qinye's state, his breath caught involuntarily for a moment. A thin sheen of cold sweat adorned Huo Qinye's forehead. His complexion so pale it bordered on translucence, even his lips nearly colorless. His lashes hung low, casting a small shadow beneath his eyes, exuding an indescribable sense of frailty, as if he might collapse at any moment. Lu Zhuo clenched his teeth tightly. Damn it, why was he softening? I want to forgive you, leave. Lu Zhuo's voice remained firm, yet his eyes betrayed an uncontainable heat. Huo Qinye's hand lingered in the air for a second before slowly retracting. He turned silently, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary under the dim light. Lu Zhuo's heart plummeted as he watched Huo Qinye depart. The room was terrifyingly silent, save for the cold light reflecting off the shattered lamp glass and the sound of Huo Qinye's retreating footsteps. He could now sleep without the lamp. Suddenly, a shadow loomed again. Huo Qinye returned, carrying a medical kit. He knelt before Lu Zhuo, grasping his injured hand. It may hurt a bit, bear with it. His voice was lower than usual. Huo Qinye, why do you care? Can't you understand what I'm saying? I'm sorry. Does saying sorry make any difference? The wound is already there. Huo Qinye bowed his head, stray strands of hair falling to obscure part of his brow and eyes, yet failing to conceal the deep furrow etched upon his forehead. He began to clear away the shards of glass. Lu Zhuo recoiled slightly. I don't need your help. Just a moment ago, you told me to leave and treated me harshly. Now you feign concern. Huo Qinye's frown deepened. The cut on Lu Zhuo's hand was not deep, but it was long. Indeed, mere apologies are insufficient. The injury has been inflicted. It was he who had harmed Lu Zhuo, not anyone else. The room remained quiet. Lu Zhuo recalled his childhood. Each time he returned home injured from a fight, Huo Qinye would similarly kneel before him, tending to his wounds. Back then, Huo Qinye was always calm and gentle. Yet, today he had pushed him away, telling him to leave in anger. It was infuriating. However, as Lu Zhuo observed Huo Qinye's tightly knitted brows and trembling lashes, as if he were suppressing his very breath, he realized he had not misjudged the situation. Huo Qinye's expression revealed his remorse, his pain, his sorrow. It came as a surprise to witness such an expression on Huo Qinye's face. And it was all because of him. Lu Zhuo suddenly felt a tightness in his throat. He wished to articulate something, yet found himself utterly speechless. Why display such an expression, making it impossible for him to express his anger? In Chapter 81, titled Insecurity, Huo Qinye's movements as he bandaged Lu Zhuo were gentle and noticeably slower than usual. With his head bowed, his lashes cast a shadow over his face, and his long fingers struggled to secure the bandage, tying it 3 times before managing to fasten it adequately. This was the first time Lu Zhuo had seen Huo Qinye in such a manner. After completing the task, Huo Qinye did not rise immediately. Instead, he remained kneeling, head lowered, his fingertips gently caressing the freshly bandaged wound, as if seeking confirmation of something. Why not tell me to leave? Yet you hold on to me. Huo Qinye's voice was barely audible. What? Huo Qinye leaned his forehead against Lu Zhuo's shoulder, his breath warm and penetrating through the thin fabric of his nightclothes. Lu Zhuo was taken aback, instinctively supporting him, only to notice that Huo Qinye's complexion was alarmingly pale, almost translucent, with only the corners of his eyes tinged with an unusual redness. It wasn't directed at you. I thought it was another fabrication. What was fake? Lu Zhuo struggled to understand, but it was the first time he had heard Huo Qinye utter the word leave. Throughout their years together, Huo Qinye had never resorted to harsh words. nor had Lu Zhuo witnessed him display anger towards anyone. His earlier demeanor had indeed been peculiar. Lu Zhuo attempted to compose himself. Was it truly not aimed at me? Indeed not. Then who was it intended for? Lu Zhuo pressed on. Someone other than you. Huo Qinye seemed to regain his composure somewhat. He leaned on Lu Zhuo's arm, his voice husky. Can you rise? You should rest in bed. With Huo Qinye's assistance. Lu Zhuo lay back down, watching as Huo Qinye silently began to clear the shards of glass scattered on the floor. Once finished, he stood by the bedside, gazing down at Lu Zhuo. Rest well. I must return to the research institute. Lu Zhuo scrutinized Huo Qinye's pallid face. How can I rest well when my hand is in such pain? You must stay and attend to me. Huo Qinye hesitated, remaining silent. Lu Zhuo let out a cold snort, intentionally raising his voice. You spoke so nicely just now, and now you wish to leave? Huo Qinye regarded Lu Zhuo's anger. There are no inhibitors here. I need to return to the car. It's a sensitive period. Huo Qinye added, it is unsafe for you to be with me. You should rest early. Lu Zhuo stared at the closed door, suddenly seizing a pillow and hurling at the entrance. What do you mean by unsafe? We've spent time together before without issue. He gritted his teeth. Are you suggesting I could perish? Yet, as the words escaped his lips, Huo Qinye's ghostly pale visage flooded his mind. The drive back to the research institute would take an hour and a half. In his current state, Lu Zhuo threw off the blanket, hastily donning a coat and rushing out the door. His concern was not for Huo Qinye. Rather, he was determined to hold Huo Qinye accountable for injuring his hand. No way. As Lu Zhuo changed his clothes and sprinted towards the staircase, he abruptly halted. Bloodstains dotted the steps. A pang of alarm surged within him as he quickened his pace down the stairs. In the parking space, Huo Qinye's car still had its lights on. Through the car window, Lu Zhuo witnessed him administering the suppressants to himself. As the first needle pierced his arm, blood trickled down the syringe. Lu Zhuo observed a gruesome wound that had mysteriously appeared on his palm, staining half of his sleeve with crimson. Yet, Huo Qinye seemed oblivious to the pain, extracting the needle to reach for a second dose. Lu Zhuo stood frozen in place, helplessly watching as he took up the third syringe. Huo Qinye, had he lost his mind? Lu Zhuo rushed over, his hand pressing against the car door, only to realize he was trembling uncontrollably. He watched as Huo Qinye injected the third dose into his vein, his head tilted back against the seat, his throat convulsing violently. Cold sweat slid down his jaw, dampening his shirt collar. As Lu Zhuo flung open the car door, the night breeze rushed in. Huo Qinye. His voice trembled with an unusual intensity. Huo Qinye slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze unfocused as it met Lu Zhuo's. Beads of cold sweat clung to his lashes, and the syringe clattered to the ground. Scattered on the car mat lay a blood-stained shard of glass, the very piece that had pierced Lu Zhuo during the lamp's shattering moments earlier. Lu Zhuo's pupils constricted. During his sensitive periods, a single injection of suppressant was usually sufficient. Yet on the first day of Huo Qinye's sensitive phase, he had recklessly administered 3 doses. Even for an S-class alpha, such a dosage was utterly unnecessary. Get out of the car. Lu Zhuo had already donned his suppressor wristband, seizing Huo Qinye's wrist. Huo Qinye's fingers lightly curled around Lu Zhuo's fingertips, gently brushing against his knuckles, sending a jolt through Lu Zhuo's heart. He shoved Huo Qinye into the passenger seat and took the wheel himself. Lu Zhuo pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the research institute. The roads were relatively clear at night, allowing him to drive swiftly. At that moment, Lu Zhuo noticed in the rearview mirror that several black cars had been tailing him. Initially, he dismissed it as paranoia. However, after several turns, they continued to follow, their high beams piercing through the darkness, blinding him painfully. Glancing at Huo Qinye, who was asleep, Lu Zhuo steered with one hand while dialing Li Zhuo with the other. Track my location. Someone has been following me. Bring the convoy. Who dares to cross me? I'll deal with them in 10 minutes. Li Zhuo's voice crackled through the line. Lu Zhuo abruptly ended the call. Suddenly, a black car accelerated and rammed into their rear. Both were thrust forward by the inertia, only to be yanked back by their seatbelts. Damn it! Lu Zhuo's eyes blazed with anger. He slammed the gear down and accelerated. Had it not been for Huo Qinye and his own vehicle, he would have collided head-on with them already. At the next intersection, Lu Zhuo found himself flanked by 2 cars. He glanced at the sleeping Huo Qinye, knowing he was oblivious to Lu Zhuo's adept maneuvers. The tires screeched as he made a sharp turn onto the emergency lane, sparks flying as the mirror grazed the guardrail. Without hesitation, he swerved, veering onto a narrow path. 5 minutes later, the familiar roar of engines echoed in the distance. Li Zhuo, leading a convoy, shielded Lu Zhuo's vehicle while simultaneously encircling the group that had been tailing them. As Li Zhuo drove his sports car, Lu Zhuo rolled down the window to ascertain the intentions of their pursuers. Li Zhuo signaled with a reassuring gesture, "Do not worry, they shall not escape unscathed." The jarring sound of collision erupted into the night. Lu Zhuo returned to the research institute with Huo Qinye, assisting him onto the bed and changing his soiled garments. Breathing heavily, Lu Zhuo gazed at the unconscious Huo Qinye. "Is this what you deem unsafe?" He pondered, observing Huo Qinye's slumbering form. In this state, who could you possibly contend with? He plopped onto the bed, tugging at Huo Qinye's shoulder. "Humph, is this how you fared during your sensitive period? When you even claim that S-grade alphas in their sensitive phase are akin to combat aircraft. What a far cry from that." He mused that perhaps he should capture this moment, allowing the alphas and omegas to witness it, and see who would still fancy you, you fragile creature. Chapter 82. Perhaps his life was not so pleasant. Lu Zhuo rose to rummage through Huo Qinye's room, locating the medical kit. Upon opening it, his fingers froze. Half a box of suppressants, all with recent expiration dates. A weight settled in Lu Zhuo's chest. He seized the gauze and antiseptic, returning to the bedside. Huo Qinye lay in a deep slumber, his face pale to the point of translucence, his lips nearly colorless. His right hand hung limply over the edge of the bed. The wound in his palm, still oozing blood, the dark red stains having dried within the lines of his palm. Lu Zhuo grasped his wrist firmly, using a cotton swab dipped in antiseptic to clean the wound, which was even deeper than his own, evidently a result of his grip on the shard of glass. A sense of unfamiliarity with Huo Qinye washed over Lu Zhuo for the first time. He feared that shards of glass remained embedded in the flesh, and when cleaning, he inadvertently aggravated the injury. Huo Qinye's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Shouldn't you go to the hospital?" Lu Zhuo inquired. Huo Qinye remained silent. Lu Zhuo noticed his unwavering gaze fixed upon him. "What are you staring at? I'm not your free caregiver. If you delete some photos, I wouldn't have to deal with your troubles." As Lu Zhuo tended to the bandaging, Huo Qinye grasped his fingertips. "Just stay with me like this." Lu Zhuo hesitated momentarily, tightening the gauze with force, tying an uneven knot. "You have quite the demands." He feigned annoyance as he attempted to withdraw his hand, only to be gently held by Huo Qinye. Despite the injured hand lacking strength, still wrapped in gauze, it clung to his fingers as if reluctant to let go. Huo Qinye's fingertips were warm, radiating the unique heat of his sensitive period. Lu Zhuo wished to pull away but ultimately remained. "Fine, just this once, just this once." At that moment, a phone call interrupted. It was Lin Mujuan. Lu Zhuo silenced the phone, watching the screen flash incessantly. Ultimately, he pressed the answer button. "Aunt Lin, is there something you need at this late hour?" His voice softened, his gaze lingering on the slumbering Huo Qinye. On the other end of the line, Xiao Zhuo, "I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" "The susceptibility period for Qin Yi has arrived. If he feels unwell, he must inform me, and I shall fetch him to the hospital. Is that agreeable?" "Understood. How is he faring now? Has his susceptibility period commenced?" "Auntie, such a private matter as the susceptibility period is beyond my knowledge," Lu Zhuo replied indifferently. "You may call him to inquire." Lin Mujuan sighed, her voice laced with concern. "This child, Qin Yi, keeps everything bottled up. He endures discomfort silently. Prolonged use of suppressants is detrimental to his health, and you are certainly aware of this, Xiao Zhuo. Therefore, he must be brought to the hospital if anything arises. Do you understand?" "Understood. I shall remain vigilant." Lu Zhuo prepared to end the call. "Xiao Zhuo," Lin Mujuan suddenly called out to him again. "Is there anything else? He cannot endure this alone." Once the call ended, the room fell into silence once more. Lu Zhuo stared at the darkened screen, a strange sensation gradually spreading within him. He was not foolish. When Huo Qinye's susceptibility period strikes, his first thought is not to return home, but rather to the research institute, even resorting to excessive injections of suppressants. Furthermore, him.As words clearly indicated her awareness of their relationship. How did she come to know? It seemed she could never reach Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo turned to look at the person on the bed. Huo Qinye's brow was furrowed. Even in slumber, he appeared restless. The strands of hair on his forehead were damp with cold sweat, clinging to his pallid skin. His fingers unconsciously intertwined with Lu Zhuo's. Something was amiss. Everything felt wrong. Lu Zhuo video called Shun Zijin. After a lengthy wait, he finally answered, his voice barely above a whisper. Lu Bao, what's the matter? Do you administer 3 injections of suppressants during your susceptibility period? No. 3 injections? That is excessive. At that moment, Li Chun's voice came through the video. Did Huo Qinye administer 3 injections to himself? Sorry to disturb you. Xiao Chun. Li Chun seemed to grunt in response. Yes. Lu Zhuo recalled Li Chun's prior warning. Zijin, could you ask Li Chun how he knows that Huo Qinye dislikes the pheromones during an Omega's heat period? Has anything transpired in the past? Could you persuade him to share? Li Chun's voice came through the phone. Not really. Why not? Lu Zhuo was perplexed. What could be so secretive? You may ask him directly. Is there something unpleasant involved? Lu Zhuo's throat felt dry. On the other end, Li Chun had already hung up. Li Chuxian's call came in next. Huo Qinye stirred slightly, and Lu Zhuo instinctively grasped his hand. Who is it? Lu Zhuo whispered. That group insisted they weren't following, but they were all taught a lesson. I noted down the license plate number. We'll investigate them thoroughly. All right. I just noticed Qinye seemed unwell. Is he all right? Yes, thank you. Come on, Lu Zhuo, don't be so formal with me. I'm displeased. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Fine, it's a promise. Li Chuxian cheerfully ended the call, eagerly awaiting that meal. Lu Zhuo's thoughts swirled. Those individuals were not tailing him, but rather Huo Qinye. After all, he was driving Huo Qinye's car. He recalled the moment he had covertly taken Huo Qinye's phone to unlock it, claiming there was a tracking device. At that time, the blame had inexplicably fallen upon him. Reflecting now, it was evident that Huo Qinye had long been under surveillance. Yet, this notion seemed implausible. As the chief of the Alliance Research Institute, Huo Qinye held a distinguished position. Logically, no one would dare to openly track him, let alone collide with his vehicle. Unless, Lu Zhuo's agitation grew, his gaze landing on Huo Qinye's arm. After a moment's hesitation, he gently rolled up Huo Qinye's sleeve. Huo Qinye's arm bore numerous tiny needle marks. Some were scabbed over, while others still exhibited a purplish hue. The varying ages of these marks clearly indicated a history of prolonged injections. Most striking were the 3 freshly punctured sites from that very night, the surrounding skin marred by abnormal bruising. Lu Zhuo's fingertips trembled uncontrollably. His throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force, rendering his breaths labored. Huo Qinye was a top-tier alpha. What kind of omega could he possibly lack? The market offered pheromones specifically designed to soothe alphas, and even the Alliance Research Institute had developed several effective calming agents. Yet, Huo Qinye had opted for a suppressant. Suddenly, Lu Zhuo averted his gaze, hastily pulling Huo Qinye's sleeve down to conceal those alarming marks. He dared not look again, instead focusing on the small bedside lamp. Under the warm, golden glow, a heavy sensation settled in his chest. Perhaps, over the years, Huo Qinye had endured considerable hardship. This realization sliced through his heart like a dull blade. Chapter 83. Do not bite me. Lu Zhuo took a 3-day leave from school. Lin called, but he chose not to answer. Although she was his biological mother, her concern for him was minimal. Her inquiries always centered on Huo Qinye's well-being. It was evident that she only reached out to him when she could not contact Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo leaned over the bedside, his gaze resting on Huo Qinye's hand, which lay outside the covers. The hand was long and elegantly formed, glistening with a cold, porcelain hue under the nightlight, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. He couldn't help but trace the prominent wrist bone with his fingertips. It felt warm, yet it unconsciously brought back memories from long ago. In his childhood, Huo Qinye's hands had always been remarkably beautiful. He recalled a sun-drenched afternoon, where Huo Qinye sat by the window at his desk, completing his homework for him. Sunlight streamed through his fingers, casting dappled shadows on the paper. The slight elevation of his wristbone while writing, the casual curling of his fingertips as he turned the pages, each moment lingered in Lu Zhuo's memory. He squeezed Huo Qinye's fingers gently, murmuring, "Next time, do not take the suppressant again. You're still a PhD candidate. How could you not grasp such basic knowledge? It's exhausting to care for you." The following noon, Lu Zhuo fed Huo Qinye some nutritional liquid and kept him company for a while. Once he confirmed that Huo Qinye was deeply asleep, he quietly slipped out of bed. He intended to head to the cafeteria for a meal, planning to bring back some food for Huo Qinye. After all, the consumption during the sensitive period was substantial. Merely drinking nutritional liquid would surely not suffice. The cafeteria was sparsely populated. As Lu Zhuo bent down to select his meal, a voice suddenly called from behind. "Lu Zhuo, where's Qinye?" Li Hao unexpectedly appeared behind him. "Why haven't you left yet?" Lu Zhuo was helping himself to an extra serving. He needed to eat more. "I will leave tonight, but I wanted to bid farewell to Qinye before I go. He is unavailable. You should just leave," Li Hao replied, his expression darkening noticeably. As Lu Zhuo departed, he inadvertently collided with Li Hao, though it was unclear whether it was intentional or not. Lu Zhuo frowned. "Watch where you're walking." He couldn't be bothered to argue, as hunger gnawed at him. After devouring his meal, he packed a portion for Huo Qinye along with a chocolate cake he adored. As he walked halfway, Lu Zhuo felt something was amiss. He rummaged through his pockets and discovered Huo Qinye's room card was missing. He immediately retraced his steps to the cafeteria, searching high and low, but to no avail. At that moment, an alpha interjected, "So that was your room card. Did you see it? I witnessed you bumping into another alpha earlier, and your card fell to the ground. The other alpha picked it up." "Another alpha? Who?" "I don't know. They weren't wearing our research institute's attire, just like you." Lu Zhuo suddenly realized that the alpha who had collided with him was Li Hao. "Crap, he wouldn't have taken my room card to find Huo Qinye, would he?" He swiftly turned on his heel, striding purposefully towards Huo Qinye's room, his pace quickening until he was nearly running. At the end of the corridor, Huo Qinye's door was shut, muffling any sounds from within. "Huo Qinye, Liu, you shameless wretch. Open the door this instant." As he was about to call for help, a troubling thought crossed his mind. "Damn it, Liu. If you dare lay a hand on Huo Qinye, I swear I will end you." Just as he was about to kick the door, it creaked open. Li Hao, bloodied and sprawled on the floor, feebly clawed at the door. Before Lu Zhuo could enter, he caught a whiff of an Omega's sweet, cloying pheromone, indicative of a heat cycle. Li Hao must have realized Huo Qinye was in a sensitive period. The audacity of Li Hao to spray Omega pheromones to entice Huo Qinye was glaringly apparent. "You must be tired of living." Lu Zhuo felt disgust rise within him as he seized Li Hao and yanked him outside, delivering a punch. Li Hao writhed in pain on the corridor floor, looking even more disheveled. In the next moment, Lu Zhuo spotted a stoic Huo Qinye standing at the doorway. Despite wearing a bracelet, he could still sense the primal instincts of an alpha being forcibly provoked, the pheromones spiraling out of control. "Qinye, I was wrong. I was wrong." Li Hao trembled, his words faltering as blood continued to pour from his mouth. He crawled to his feet and stumbled away. "You scoundrel!" Lu Zhuo seethed. "I will call someone to deal with you." Breathless with anger, he stepped inside, glancing at Huo Qinye and nudging him gently. "He didn't harm you, did he? Are you all right?" The door clicked shut. Inside the room, only Lu Zhuo and Huo Qinye remained, along with an array of peculiar pheromones. Huo Qinye took a step forward, pinning Lu Zhuo against the door. Huo Qinye's scorching body pressed closely against him, his heated breath fanning against the side of Lu Zhuo's neck. Lu Zhuo could sense the tremor of the other's taut muscles, as if exerting every ounce of strength to restrain something within. "Huo Qinye, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Let me open the window." Huo Qinye's nose was nearly touching his exposed gland. "Huo Qinye?" Lu Zhuo felt that something was amiss with him. He had stolen my room card. It wasn't given to him. "You go to bed first. I brought you some treats." Huo Qinye remained silent, not relinquishing his grip on Lu Zhuo's hand, merely holding him tightly. Lu Zhuo could feel Huo Qinye inhaling his scent. Suddenly, he felt the sharpness of canine teeth graze his skin, causing his entire body to stiffen. "Huo Qinye!" He struggled, but found Huo Qinye's strength formidable, rendering him immobile. I am not an omega. At the moment the teeth pierced his skin, Lu Zhuo let out a muffled groan, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Huo Qinye, it hurts. This cry of pain struck like a bucket of cold water. Huo Qinye froze, his teeth barely grazing the surface of the skin, ultimately refraining from biting down. Lu Zhuo. He rasped his name, his voice laden with surging emotion. Yes, it's me, don't bite me. Lu Zhuo's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. As an alpha, if he were an omega, a bite would have been trivial. But an alpha could not, for the instinctive aversion to anyone encroaching upon their forbidden territory was too strong. Huo Qinye pressed his forehead against Lu Zhuo's shoulder, inhaling his pheromones like a junkie, yet poised as if he might bite down at any moment. Lu Zhuo's throat constricted. He found himself ensnared by Huo Qinye. Why do you fluctuate between weakness and ferocity? It was all that foolish man's fault. Once Huo Qinye's sensitive period concluded, he would certainly seek out Li Hao for a proper reckoning. Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye's lips brushed against the skin of his nape, each word accompanied by warm breath that sent shivers down Lu Zhuo's spine. You need to let go of me. Lu Zhuo's voice tightened. Do not bite me. Huo Qinye did not respond, merely tightening his embrace, enveloping Lu Zhuo completely. His nose grazed Lu Zhuo's ear, his breath heavy and deep, repeatedly calling his name. Lu Zhuo. It's me. Lu Zhuo's heart raced painfully. He turned his head to meet Huo Qinye's gaze. Those eyes, usually calm and composed, were now dark and frightening. Chapter 84. I hurt you. Huo Qinye's gaze resembled that of a beast eyeing its long-coveted prey. Lu Zhuo's breath hitched, the glands at the nape of his neck pulsing. Huo Qinye's fingertips brushed along his cheek, his thumb pressing against Lu Zhuo's lower lip before he captured him in a kiss. Lu Zhuo felt his breath instantly stolen away. This was no gentle kiss. It was unlike any before, his fervent lips and tongue forcefully prying open Lu Zhuo's mouth, as if intent on devouring him whole. Lu Zhuo's head pressed against the door, supported by Huo Qinye's palm, yet the kiss remained painfully overwhelming. Ugh! The unique pheromones of an alpha in their sensitive period mingled with saliva, leaving Lu Zhuo both discomfort and inexplicably exhilarated. He hazily recalled the sight of Li Hao, bloodied and crawling out moments ago, yet at this instant Huo Qinye pressed him against the door, kissing him fervently. This realization sent Lu Zhuo's heart racing. Huo Qinye desired no one but him. Overwhelmed by the kiss, Lu Zhuo felt his legs weaken, the air snatched from his lungs. And only as darkness encroached did Huo Qinye relent slightly. The next moment, Huo Qinye's lips descended upon him once more, fiery and insistent, exuding an irresistible aggression, as if he could never quench his thirst for Lu Zhuo. Dazed, Lu Zhuo found himself leaning against the door, clinging to Huo Qinye. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through him, causing his toes to curl and tears to well in his eyes. It hurts, he whimpered, his voice tinged with anguish, like a bucket of ice water poured over them. Huo Qinye's movements froze abruptly, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his crimson eyes. He recoiled as if struck by lightning. Stumbling back a couple of steps, Lu Zhuo leaned against the door, gasping for breath, his eyes reddened, and his trousers had slipped to his ankles, revealing his long legs. Huo Qinye's throat convulsed violently, his fingers digging into his palm until the previously bandaged gauze oozed blood. His breathing remained alarmingly heavy, yet he stood rooted in place, refusing to approach. Huo Qinye turned to rummage through a drawer for the inhibitor, his movements swift as he unwrapped a vial and drove the needle into his arm with force. Lu Zhuo snapped back to reality. Huo Qinye. He watched in horror as the transparent liquid coursed into his veins. As Huo Qinye reached for a second vial, Lu Zhuo hastily pulled up his trousers and rushed over, swatting the vial from Huo Qinye's hand. The syringe clattered to the ground. No more injections. Lu Zhuo's voice trembled. Are you out of your mind? One shot isn't enough, you want a second. How many inhibitors do you need during your susceptibility period? Huo Qinye still sought another vial. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo's eyes reddened with fury as he pointed at the broken vial on the floor. Look at the needle marks on your arm. Do you think you're a test subject? Don't you dare stab yourself again. Huo Qinye gazed at Lu Zhuo, his voice muffled. Did I hurt you? I'm an alpha too. I'm not that fragile. Lu Zhuo retorted, his breath still ragged. "It's not about pain. You were too sudden. Who could withstand such an abrupt move?" His voice trailed off, and warmth crept up behind his ears. The room fell into a sudden silence. Huo Qinye's gaze was heavy upon Lu Zhuo, who slammed the drawer shut with a force that shook the entire desk. "You will not take any more inhibitors." Lu Zhuo stared at the bloodied bandages he had wrapped around Huo Qinye's wounds. He was maintaining his clarity at the cost of his own harm. "If you inject so many inhibitors, what if something goes wrong?" In that moment, how could we possibly explain ourselves in the same room? "It won't happen," Huo Qinye replied in a calm and resolute tone. That certainty ignited Lu Zhuo's fury. How many times had he injected himself to speak so nonchalantly about it? The susceptibility of an alpha is a normal physiological phenomenon. Those are legitimate needs. Are you a fool? Lu Zhuo, in a fit of rage, stumbled over his words. "It's just the sensitive period. You've helped me before." His ears burned as he continued. "You wouldn't threaten me, would you? If you insist, I—" He trailed off, feeling helpless. After receiving an injection to suppress his urges, Huo Qinye regained a bit of clarity and gently grasped Lu Zhuo's wrist, saying, "I'm afraid the photographs won't suffice. I can't continue this romance with you." More boasting, Lu Zhuo scoffed, replacing the bandages on his hand. "If you bleed again, I won't care." He then pulled Huo Qinye from the chair to the bed. "I intended to bring you a meal, but you ran off too quickly, and I ended up tossing it in the trash. Are you hungry? I can go get you something." Huo Qinye shook his head, wanting Lu Zhuo to stay. At that moment, he desired nothing but Lu Zhuo's presence. Lu Zhuo, half-heartedly yielding, replied, "If you insist on my staying, I have no choice." Unbeknownst to him, Huo Qinye had removed Lu Zhuo's bracelet and placed it on his own wrist. Lu Zhuo's pheromones uncontrollably overflowed, seemingly delighting Huo Qinye, who held him close and kissed the nape of his neck. Yet, for Lu Zhuo, it was an uncomfortable sensation, akin to biting but not quite. It left him tense. Turning to face Huo Qinye, Lu Zhuo found himself unable to withstand the intensity of Huo Qinye's gaze. As he attempted to lie back, Huo Qinye kissed him again. Perhaps due to the injection, Huo Qinye's kisses grew gentler. He gazed at Lu Zhuo as if he were a precious treasure. To be honest, Lu Zhuo felt rather attractive under Huo Qinye's attention. In light of the help he had previously received, he decided to show some mercy and assist him. Once the sensitive period concluded, he would hold Huo Qinye accountable. As night fell, Huo Qinye became restless, starting to bite. After Lu Zhuo cried out in pain, Huo Qinye attempted to rise for another injection, but Lu Zhuo yanked him back. Breathing heavily, Lu Zhuo glared at him, establishing rules. No biting the glands. The rest he could endure. Huo Qinye gazed at him intently, his eyes swirling with unquenched desire, his throat bobbing. After several changes of sheets, Lu Zhuo was too exhausted to even move his fingers, sinking into the soft bedding with half his face buried in the pillow, lost in slumber. Huo Qinye's sensitive period finally subsided, his reason returning. He sat at the edge of the bed, looking down at the sleeping Lu Zhuo, the possessiveness in his eyes still lingering, yet his heart was filled by Lu Zhuo. He leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on Lu Zhuo's forehead, his fingers brushing through the tousled hair. It was not the coldness of a suppressive injection. It was Lu Zhuo's companionship that comforted him. He glanced at his phone. The screen lit up, revealing a barrage of unread messages from Lin Muyuan. "Qinye, Mom is waiting for you at the hospital." "Qinye, don't waste time. Answer the phone." The messages kept coming. Huo Qinye's expression turned cold as he silenced the screen. By the time Lu Zhuo woke, it was already the third day of his leave. With classes early the next morning, he needed to return. In the room, Lu Zhuo found that Huo Qinye was nowhere to be seen. Lu Zhuo dragged his weary body from the bed and stood before the bathroom mirror, glancing sideways at the bruises adorning his waist and hips. "What a peculiar habit," he muttered, his ears burning with embarrassment as he hastily turned on the shower. As the warm water cascaded over him, Lu Zhuo's mind finally cleared. Now that Huo Qinye's sensitive period had passed, the prospect of their reunion after several days of intimacy felt unbearably awkward. Perhaps it would be best for him to slip away quietly. He hurriedly dried himself and wrapped a towel around his waist, emerging to search for his clothes. Just as he clumsily pulled a t-shirt over his head, the door swung open. Huo Qinye stood at the threshold, holding a bag of food, his expression composed. His shirt was buttoned up to the collar, restoring his appearance of reserved elegance, devoid of any trace of the passionate demeanor he had exhibited during his sensitive phase. Awake? Lu Zhuo, now dressed in pants, attempted to maintain his composure. I have class tomorrow. I should head back. Let's go out to eat together, and I'll drive you back afterward. No need. Lu Zhuo tugged at his waistband, nearly biting his tongue. I asked Qi Yao to pick me up. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Huo Qinye had moved to stand directly before him. With a graceful motion, he hooked his long fingers around the waistband that had become lodged at Lu Zhuo's hips, pulling it up effortlessly. Observing the drawstring of Lu Zhuo's sweatpants, Huo Qinye deftly tied a knot with his articulate fingers. Lu Zhuo lowered his gaze, recalling how those very hands had left their marks on him in recent days, causing his ears to heat up once more. I'm not a child. I can tie it myself. I wanted to do it for my boyfriend, Huo Qinye replied, raising his gaze. Thank you for not abandoning me during my sensitive period and for taking care of me. Lu Zhuo retorted, it wasn't done for free. You know that well enough. Understood. Huo Qinye then took Lu Zhuo's hand in his. What are you doing? Huo Qinye glanced at Lu Zhuo's injury. It got wet. Let me bandage it for you. Lu Zhuo sat down, watching as Huo Qinye earnestly tended to his wound. That day, when Li Hao was all over you, why didn't you just take him up on it? Lu Zhuo teased. Huo Qinye tied a bow around Lu Zhuo's hand. I don't let others touch me. Lu Zhuo couldn't help but smile, such a facade. I'm leaving. Once he returned to his residence at school, Lu Zhuo felt a twinge of pain in his backside. As he lay down and reached for his phone, he noticed a video call from Huo Qinye. He answered it. I've arrived. him.As. Lu Zhuo recalled Huo Qinye's tracking device. By the way, during your sensitive period, someone was tailing us. I've already had them compensate for the damages. And about that incident with when you and your phone. That wasn't me planning a tracker, I swear. Understood. I will handle it. We cannot let them off easily. They were bold enough to ram into our car. If you hadn't been in the vehicle, I would have surely rammed their car off the road. Stop with the MMs. This is a serious matter. Also, HM? Huo Qinye was listening intently. Is your relationship with Aunt Lin not so good? Lu Zhuo lay on the bed. There was a brief silence on the other end. Huo Qinye? If my relationship with her were poor, what would you do? Lu Zhuo scoffed. What could I do? Whether you get along with her or not has nothing to do with me. Huo Qinye seemed to chuckle softly. Is your derriere still sore? Now I understand that you are indeed a dog. Lu Zhuo's ears flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly shifted the topic. I've been a commendable boyfriend these past few days. Haven Ti? How many photos did you delete? Huo Qinye's voice carried a tone of indulgence. You tell me. Lu Zhuo's eyes brightened. Having accompanied you for 3 days and served you diligently, surely it must be 300 photos? He boldly opened his mouth, bracing himself for Huo Qinye's counteroffer. All right, huh? So straightforward? Lu Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. 300 photos meant only 200 remaining. The instant this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head vigorously. Wait, what was he thinking? Deleting the photos would indeed be a relief. So why did he feel as though he was losing too much? Absurd. Utterly ludicrous. 3 days later, as Li Hao stepped outside, he was momentarily blinded by a striking red convertible. Lu Zhuo lounged lazily in the passenger seat, with Wen Yu and Shun Zijin seated in the back, while Li Quixin grasped the steering wheel and whistled at him. Hey! Lu Zhuo raised his hand in greeting, his smile radiant. Thief. Li Hao's face instantly drained of color. Wen Yu propped his chin on his hand, grinning as he added, After all these years, Li Hao, have you turned to thievery? Still stealing room cards? What is there for you to be smug about? Li Hao clenched the straps of his backpack, his voice trembling. Lu Zhuo leaped from the car, advancing step by step. Stealing room cards is one thing, but spraying omega pheromones? Feeling lonely? Li Hao's breathing quickened. Lu Zhuo, don't go too far. He had already endured humiliation from Huo Qinye, and now he faced Lu Zhuo's derision as well. Too far? You were always up to no good in elementary school, stealing the chocolate I gave to Huo Qinye. Did you really think I was oblivious? Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze on Li Hao. Do you think Huo Qinye would fancy a thief? Do you even deserve that? Lu Zhuo, enraged, Li Hao reached out to strike him, but Lu Zhuo deftly dodged, countering with a punch. I don't need a gang to deal with you. Li Hao fell to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. Li Quixin cheered from behind. Lu Zhuo hit him. I saw it was him who struck first. Enough. I wouldn't want to dirty my hands. Delete that rose from your social circle. It was a gift for Huo Qinye. Do you have any shame? I have no shame. What about you? Yes, I like Huo Qinye. What business is it of yours? Who are you to him? This time he rejected me. But there will be a next time. Are you afraid he might prefer me? You brought all these people to find me, didn't you? Haha. Lu Zhuo chuckled. Li Hao, I'm here to inform you that I've made copies of the video where you stole my room card. And I also have the footage of you being kicked out by Huo Qinye after spraying yourself with that stuff. You're quite concerned about your reputation, aren't you? Lu Zhuo slowly unlocked his phone. Li Hao's desperate attempt to collide with himself and pick up his room card appeared on Lu Zhuo's screen. What if I were to release all this footage? Li Hao panicked. Lu Zhuo, let's talk this over calmly. Don't do this. Chapter 86. Completely dealt with Li Hao. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow at Li Hao, his gaze shimmering with unabashed mockery. What will you do? Dare to act, but not to admit? Li Hao's face turned pale, his fingers tightly gripping the strap of his backpack. He understood that Lu Zhuo was capable of anything when he lost his temper. Lu Zhuo, I was wrong, truly wrong, he stammered, his voice trembling. I apologize. Lu Zhuo let out a cold laugh, stepping closer. What good is your apology? I heard you just said you would seek out Huo Qinye again? No, I won't. Li Hao vehemently shook his head, his back pressed against the wall. I will not approach Qinye again. Give me your phone, Lu Zhuo ordered, extending his hand. Li Hao froze, unwilling to comply. Your phone. Lu Zhuo narrowed his eyes, repeating the command, his tone turning icy. Reluctantly, Li Hao trembled as he retrieved his phone, unlocking it and handing it over. With swift movements, Lu Zhuo navigated through the screen, deleting the post where Li Hao boasted about receiving flowers from Huo Qinye. He then rapidly composed a new message. I, Li Hao, have deeply reflected on my long-term harassment of Huo Qinye. I falsified my Omega identity to infiltrate the Alpha dormitory and attempted unscrupulous actions. Under the insightful guidance of Chief Huo, I have come to understand the gravity of my mistakes. I hereby sincerely apologize to Chief Huo. I shall never dare to do so again. Accompanying this was a photo of Li Hao kneeling, his face obscured. After posting, he tossed the phone back to Li Hao. As Li Hao contemplated deleting the post, Lu Zhuo warned, think carefully. If you delete it from your moments, I will publish all your videos online, pinning them for 3 days. With that, Lu Zhuo climbed into his ostentatious red convertible, and Li Quixin stepped on the gas, driving away, leaving Li Hao standing in place, staring at the force post. His expression ashen. It seems some people need to learn their lessons the hard way. When you remarked, liking Li Hao's post. Daring to meddle with Huo Qinye in front of me, Lu Zhuo finally felt a sense of relief, asserting that his grandfather was not to be trifled with. Oh, it appears your relationship with Huo Qinye is flourishing to the point of not allowing others to interfere. Back in elementary school, Huo Qinye had been Lu Zhuo's Achilles heel. He could tolerate criticism of himself, but would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Huo Qinye. When you observed Lu Zhuo returning to that state, regardless, even if it's a faux romance, he is still mine and must remain untainted alongside me. Shun Zijin interjected, Lu Bao, you accompanied Huo Qinye during his sensitive period. When you perked up, what was Huo's sensitive period like? Was it intense? Just a weakling. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. When you, noticing Lu Zhuo's good spirits, gave him a thumbs up. Brother, I underestimated you before. On the side, Li Quixin, feeling envious, said, if you don't like Huo Qinye, why not introduce him to me? Get out of here, stop harboring such thoughts. Even a rabbit won't eat the grass in its own burrow. Who do you think you are? Upon returning, Lu Zhuo approached Wen Yu, who noticed he had something significant to say. I think Huo Qinye is quite taken with me. Lu Zhuo remarked, his brows slightly raised. A hint of pride evident. Indeed, Wen Yu concurred, I believe so too. You think so as well? Lu Zhuo's dark eyes sparkled with excitement. Certainly. He is a top-tier alpha, and being with you every day can only be construed as affection. He yearns to be with you during this vulnerable period. When you watched Lu Zhuo with a gleeful expression, he jested. When you eventually break up with him, he will undoubtedly feel heartbroken, and you can take your revenge. Lu Zhuo chuckled awkwardly. There aren't many photos left, just 200. 200 is still a considerable amount. If you delete 10 a day, You'll be free in 20 days. You say he likes me, but he confessed his feelings, so there's no sense of accomplishment. Perhaps a friend could devise a plan for you. What kind of plan? Find someone to provoke his jealousy. Once he feels jealous, he will confess to you. When you suggested while sipping through a straw, that won't work, Lu Zhuo firmly declined. Having spent considerable time with Huo Qinye, he understood him well. In front of others, that guy would certainly uphold his dignity, but behind closed doors, it would be Lu Zhuo who would suffer. Moreover, such a juvenile tactic would have no effect on Huo Qinye. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 9:30. I'll head back now. Think of a reliable plan for me. Lu Zhuo hurried home, and as he finished his shower and lay on the bed, his phone screen lit up precisely with Huo Qinye 200 video call invitation. Another checkup? Lu Zhuo scoffed and answered, "Can't you see my location? Why do you need to call every day?" Huo Qinye glanced at Lu Zhuo, already lying in bed on the video. "Then I want to call tomorrow." Lu Zhuo was taken aback and abruptly ended the call, tossing his phone to the foot of the bed. What does that mean? He glared at the darkened screen, gritting his teeth. If you don't want to call, then why did I rush home at 9:30? Is it necessary to be so obedient? The following night, at the bar, Lu Zhuo slammed his phone onto the table and downed his 5th glass of whiskey for the night. When you have been watching as someone had stared at their phone screen no less than 20 times since 9:30. "I'm staying here until dawn," Lu Zhuo suddenly declared, startling when you, as if to prove a point, he raised his hand for another drink. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone vibrated. Checking. He saw it was a call from Li Zhuo. He grimaced and answered, informing Li Zhuo of their drinking location. Li Zhuo settled next to Lu Zhuo. "Had I known you were treating today, I would have made plans with anyone else. It's not too late for you to come now." In the center of the dance floor, Lu Zhuo swayed to the music but still stole glances at his phone. They had agreed not to check up on each other, yet he hadn't received a single call. What was more frustrating was that he was still waiting. As he danced, boredom seeped in, and he recalled the image of racing and dancing with Huo Qinye. At 12:30, Lu Zhuo staggered upstairs. Li Zhuo offered to escort him, but he declined. Sitting in the elevator, he pulled out his phone, checking it repeatedly. It was midnight. Not a single call or message. Infuriating. Unwilling to relent, Lu Zhuo exited the elevator and dialed Huo Qinye. The familiar ringtone echoed in his ears, yet Huo Qinye still wouldn't answer. Sleeping so soundly. "You wretched Huo Qinye. Just wait until you confess your feelings. Then you'll see how I'll reject you." Lu Zhuo shouted into his phone, "Huo Qinye." "Yes." Lu Zhuo paused for a moment. Why did it take so long to connect? "I want to check in too." "Yes, I'm here." Lu Zhuo felt that the voice seemed to emanate from somewhere other than the phone. Chapter 87. A confession. Lu Zhuo lifted his head, the alcohol rendering his vision hazy and indistinct. In a daze, he spotted a tall figure clad in white standing at his doorstep, next to a white suitcase. "Drunk already?" The familiar deep voice sent a shiver down Lu Zhuo's spine. He blinked vigorously, ensuring it was not an illusion. Huo Qinye truly stood there, as always in a white shirt. What are you doing here?" Lu Zhuo swayed slightly, his voice wavering due to inebriation. Huo Qinye approached, steadying the swaying figure. "I came to stay over." Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze on the suitcase, stammering, "Will you stay long?" "Yes." Huo Qinye looked at him with utmost seriousness. "So there's no need for a video check-in." He paused before adding, "But who asked you that?" Lu Zhuo's ears flushed crimson. "And what did you say?" Huo Qinye bent down closer, "But your boyfriend was a bit disobedient, coming home at 12 and making me wait for quite a while." In an instant, Lu Zhuo sobered up considerably, instinctively retorting, "Last time someone was following you, Li Zhuo helped. I had to treat him to a meal." He raised his head, looking resolute. "Whose fault is that?" Huo Qinye chuckled softly. "It seems it's my fault." "Indeed, it's your fault." Lu Zhuo turned to input the code on the door lock, his tipsy fingers fumbling with the numbers. Huo Qinye leaned in from behind, his distinctly knuckled hand covering Lu Zhuo's, guiding him to press the numbers one by one. The warmth of his chest pressed against Lu Zhuo's back, allowing him to distinctly feel the rhythm of his heartbeat. With a click, the door unlocked. Lu Zhuo, feeling dazed, turned his head, the alcohol lending a sticky quality to his voice. "Since you came so early and know the code, why didn't you just go in first? Standing there foolishly without calling me?" Huo Qinye set the suitcase by the entrance. I needed your consent to enter. I intended to surprise you, but seeing your location indicated you were out with friends. I didn't want to rush you. Why would I want to surprise if you see me? Oof. What if I don't agree to let you stay? Lu Zhuo narrowed his eyes, his gaze landing on the suitcase. Are you going to threaten me again? Indeed. Lu Zhuo turned his face away, yet his ears betrayed him, turning secretly red. Fine. Come in then. What can I do? He muttered softly. Once your photos run out, let us see what you have left to threaten me with. Huo Qinye chuckled lightly and dragged his suitcase into the living room. Lu Zhuo collapsed on the sofa, watching as he hung his shirts in the wardrobe, arranged toiletries on the sink, and placed a notebook on the desk, his space gradually being invaded. Surprisingly, he found he didn't mind it at all. Have you left the research institute? No. Huo Qinye handed him a cup of warm water, his fingertip lightly brushing the rim. Their essay research project on an island requiring assistance. The institute sent me here. He paused. It may trouble you for about a month. Warm water gently swayed in the glass, reflecting Lu Zhuo's astonished expression. A month. Starting tomorrow, he would see Huo Qinye every day after class. This realization caused Lu Zhuo's heart to skip a beat. He hurriedly lowered his head to sip water, concealing the slight upturn of his lips. What a bother. After finishing his drink, he headed for a shower. Lu Zhuo languidly nestled into the sofa, feeling a bit reluctant to move. Should I carry you to wash? He teased. With a huff, he remained still. You go ahead. I need to rest for a while. In the bathroom, warm water quickly filled the bathtub, and amidst the rising steam, Lu Zhuo was gently lowered into the water by Huo Qinye. The hot water enveloped him instantly, and Lu Zhuo closed his eyes. Huo Qinye rolled up his sleeves, his long fingers weaving through Lu Zhuo's hair, tenderly lathering it into foam. His fingertips pressed gently against Lu Zhuo's scalp, eliciting an involuntary sigh of contentment. Open your mouth, Huo Qinye murmured after rinsing Lu Zhuo's hair. As Lu Zhuo slightly opened his eyes, the mist obscured his vision, and he saw Huo Qinye leaning in, instinctively believing he was about to receive a kiss. His throat tightened, feeling somewhat parched. He tilted his head back slightly. In the next moment, a toothbrush was thrust into his mouth. The minty toothpaste dissolved in his mouth, and Lu Zhuo widened his eyes, muffled protests escaping. Huo Qinye. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Huo Qinye's eyes as he steadied Lu Zhuo's chin with his fingers. Don't move, brush thoroughly. Infuriated, Lu Zhuo wanted to bite him. Yet his face was held firmly, leaving him no choice but to comply. After brushing his teeth, a soft sensation suddenly brushed against the corner of his mouth. Huo Qinye kissed him. I like you. The simplicity of those 4 words left Lu Zhuo frozen in the bathtub. Water droplets cascaded from his hair, tracing over his wide eyes as he questioned whether he had misheard. Did Huo Qinye just confess to him? His heart thundered. Huo Qinye observed Lu Zhuo's stunned expression, a smile dancing in his eyes. His fingertips lightly grazed the corner of Lu Zhuo's lips, wiping away the remaining moisture, and he softly reiterated, I like you. His voice was gentle, yet it rippled through Lu Zhuo's heart like a stone dropped into a still lake, creating waves of emotion. I just confess to you. Huo Qinye gazed into Lu Zhuo's eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Are you going to reject me now? Lu Zhuo opened his mouth, his heart racing so fast it felt as if it might burst from his chest. What kind of confession is this? He turned his face away, a clear displeasure in his tone. This is clearly insincere, frivolous, and pretentious. You're mocking me. Huo Qinye chuckled softly. No, it is a confession. Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? This isn't a confession at all. I can't even break up with you now. Lu Zhuo mumbled, the alcohol bringing a flush to his cheeks and a haze to his eyes. Well, not yet. Huo Qinye gently stroked the tips of Lu Zhuo's hair, his voice low and tender. Let me show you a little more, all right? My good boyfriend. Lu Zhuo looked up, his intoxicated gaze fixed on the proximity of Huo Qinye. He had beautiful eyes, deep and focused, and his lips were equally appealing, slightly pursed when he spoke. Moreover, he was quite adept at kissing. By a curious twist of fate, Lu Zhuo raised his damp hands and pressed them against his face, fixating on his lips. Then perform for me now. Reclining comfortably on the bed, Lu Zhuo nonchalantly rested his bare feet upon Huo Qinye's thigh, his toes playfully wiggling. Huo Qinye lowered his gaze to the pale ankle, his fingers gently caressing it, eliciting a languorous hum from Lu Zhuo. How was my performance? Lu Zhuo turned his head, his eyes sweeping over Huo Qinye's slightly reddened lips. Mediocre. Chapter 88. The photograph mediocre suggests at least a score of 50. It appears I have made considerable progress. Huo Qinye remarked with a smile. Lu Zhuo felt somewhat lightheaded, his cheeks flushed, while his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Observing his demeanor, Huo Qinye placed his warm palm against Lu Zhuo's cheek. Now it's your turn. Before Lu Zhuo could comprehend what was happening, Huo Qinye's lips brushed against his, and as the tip of his tongue grazed the roof of Lu Zhuo's mouth, a soft gasp escaped from Lu Zhuo's throat. It seemed he was settling his own debts. The influence of alcohol dulled Lu Zhuo's senses yet heightened his sensitivity. Huo Qinye's breath enveloped him, leaving him in a daze, yearning for more. Instinctively, Lu Zhuo tilted his head back, wrapping his arms around Huo Qinye's neck, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the ends of his hair at the nape. Huo Qinye secured his waist, deepening the kiss. Sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains into the bedroom, where Lu Zhuo remained curled under the covers, half of his face buried in the pillow. Lost in a dreamy slumber, Huo Qinye stood at the bedside, gently brushing aside the stray hair from Lu Zhuo's forehead. Lu Zhuo, you should get up. Just 5 more minutes, Lu Zhuo mumbled, turning over, his voice hoarse and laced with sleep. You have class at 9. If you don't get up, the professor will call your name. The warm breath brushed against his ear, causing Lu Zhuo's eyelashes to flutter. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes, meeting Huo Qinye's smiling gaze. He instinctively turned his face away and mumbled, I know, don't come so close. Huo Qinye ruffled his hair and turned toward the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The dining table was set with fried eggs, toast, and warm milk. Lu Zhuo slowly bit into the bread, though his gaze frequently drifted to Huo Qinye's phone lying nearby. Noticing his attention, Huo Qinye raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Nothing, Lu Zhuo replied, lowering his head to sip some milk, clearing his throat as a pretense. And then casually remarked, aren't you taking a boat to West Island? Yes, the boat leaves at 9. I'll be home by 6 and will cook for you. I might not return for dinner. The photos are almost deleted. Can't you spare some time for me? Huo Qinye rested his chin on his hand, gazing at him intently. It depends. I'm quite busy. Many people at school want to treat me to meals and spend time with me. Fine. But if you don't come back, send me a message in advance. Otherwise, I will wait for you. Wait for me. Lu Zhuo's heart skipped a beat. Do as you wish. If you want to wait, then wait. I certainly won't send any messages. After finishing his meal, Lu Zhuo slipped away. When he arrived at school, when you noticed Lu Zhuo was in particularly high spirits today. Oh, what good news do you have? Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Huo Qinye came. He insists on doing my laundry and cooking for me. I truly have no way to deal with him. Certainly, this evening, let us indulge in a meal at your place, allowing me to savor the culinary skills of Chief Huo. Absolutely not, Lu Zhuo retorted decisively. Why not? When you squinted at him, fixing her gaze. His cooking is notoriously unpalatable. I have no desire to partake. Is that truly the case? I find it hard to believe. It seems to me you simply wish to deny us the pleasure of tasting Huo Qinye's dishes. Who claims such a thing? Tonight, I shall dine at your home. Huo Qinye is exceedingly obedient to your wishes. Merely request him to prepare a little extra, and there's no trouble at all. Well, how many times have you dined at our place? Besides, you wouldn't have Huo Qinye play the role of a deity. Despite your kindness to him in his youth, he still left. Sometimes, one must not be overly indulgent, understand? When you said with a smile, Lu Zhuo pondered, finding a semblance of logic in when used words. Then I shall inform him. Lu Zhuo sent a message to Huo Qinye. A minute later, Huo Qinye, all right, how about steak? Lu Ba, yes indeed. Huo Qinye, approximately how many guests? Glancing at Wenyu, Lu Zhuo replied, just you and Gulin. Wenyu blanked, But I just informed Shan Zijin he is coming as well. Lu Zhuo. Shan Zijin poked his head from the front table. I just told Li Tzuxin he is also coming. He took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. Was this deliberate? When you feigned innocence. How could that be? I merely thought it would be livelier with more guests. She leaned in, lowering her voice. Besides, didn't you say Huo Qinye's cooking was unappetizing? With more people, it can be shared. Lu Zhuo smirked coldly. Very well. You shall be in charge of washing the dishes. When Lu Zhuo returned home with the four of them, the aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the air. Huo Qinye stood at the kitchen counter, clad in a relaxed, deep gray apron. The ties loosely knotted at his lower back, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing well-defined forearms. He slightly bowed his head, deftly wielding a spatula, as the steak sizzled beneath it, the fragrance of oil mingling with the piquant scent of black pepper. Li Zhuo leaned against the kitchen door, whistling. Qinye, your apron style is rather unique. Huo Qinye smiled slightly. Lu Zhuo chose it. Lu Zhuo, who had been pretending to be engrossed in his phone on the living room sofa, suddenly looked up. Who chose it? That was a promotional gift with the purchase of water. I am eager to experience the culinary prowess of our academic prodigy for the first time. When you expressed her enthusiasm, Huo Qinye inquired. Lu Zhuo prefers a steak medium. What about you all? Shen Zijin leaned in. I prefer mine medium rare. When you cheerfully raised her hand, medium, thank you. Lu Zhuo sat on the living room sofa. His ears perked up as he heard Huo Qinye accurately state his preference. An involuntary smile tugging at his lips before he quickly suppressed it. Soon, they all settled down at Lu Zhuo's home. He opened a bottle of red wine. Everyone except Huo Qinye took a sip. When you remarked, Huo culinary skills are quite commendable. Li Zhuo concurred. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Lu Zhuo previously claimed it was unpalatable. Is far from that. If you dislike it, why not have Qinye stay at our place? Lu Zhuo shot a look at Li Zhuo, who seemed intent on stealing his thunder. Does your home even have space? Each day, a different omega. Lu Zhuo, you must not wrong me. I did not have one omega per day. Oh, two. Lu Zhuo replied nonchalantly. Is that how you perceive me? What else could it be? A few exchanged playful banter, and soon their meal came to an end. Before departing, Wen Yu and Li Zhuo clung to the doorframe, insisting they would return, only to be unceremoniously kicked out by Lu Zhuo. Once the door was closed, Huo Qinye began to tidy the tableware. Leave that, Lu Zhuo interjected. The aunt will come to wash it later. Lu Zhuo turned his face away. Huo Qinye chuckled softly. Why call her aunt? Are you concerned that your washing skills might be inadequate? Come over to play games. Otherwise, when we break up, you might find excuses to cling to me if you haven't completed the game. 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lu Zhuo glanced at the number beside Huo Qinye's name on his phone, which had dwindled to 90. With 10 deletions a day, their relationship would reach its conclusion in 9 days. At that point, Huo Qinye would have no reason to continue staying at his home, would he? What are you thinking? When you casually inquired, are we going out to have fun tonight? Fun? Lu Zhuo suddenly looked up, his voice an octave higher than usual. When you nearly choked on his drink, while Shen Zijin and Li Zhuo turned to look at him in unison. Are you serious about having fun? When you regarded him with skepticism, since Huo Qinye moved in with you, how long has it been since you've gone out to have a good time? Why not have fun? Lu Zhuo raised his chin, a provocative smile gracing his lips. Not only will I call you all, but I shall invite several omegas to join as well. He paused, his tone light. I've grown weary of simply watching him every day. Have you two quarreled? Li Zhuo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Not at all. Lu Zhuo stretched lazily, his tone indifferent. Huo Qinye has a very good temper. He wouldn't argue with me. For Lu Zhuo, the harshest words Huo Qinye had ever spoken were merely, I no longer wish to be friends with you. Huo Qinye rarely got angry with him. All right then, I shall organize a gathering. When you pulled out his phone, excitedly scrolling through his contacts, having just met a few new, lively omegas. At 8 o'clock that evening, the bar was awash in neon lights, the music blaring. Lu Zhuo sat in a booth, tapping his fingers against his glass. Huo Qinye inquired about his return time. I want to be coming back. You can eat alone. Is it necessary to report back while out having fun? When you leaned in, playfully nudging his shoulder. How could that be? If he asks me, I'll respond briefly to avoid endless inquiries. Approximately what time? I'll come and pick you up. Lu Zhuo chose to remain silent. After a few rounds of drinks, the omegas when you had brought gathered around Lu Zhuo, smiling as they offered drinks and initiated conversation. Lu Zhuo welcomed them all, wearing a nonchalant smile, yet his gaze remained unfocused on anyone in particular. Are you truly tired of it? When you whispered, with all these omega pheromones clinging to you, won't Huo Qinye be jealous? As long as it's not the pheromones of an omega in heat, a little contact is inconsequential. I'm a normal alpha. It's hard for me to endure his pheromones every day as well. Indeed, Lu Zhuo found it somewhat peculiar. He seldom caught a whiff of Huo Qinye's pheromones, save for a faint trace during the last sensitive period. Very well, tonight shall be an all-nighter. As time swiftly passed into the early hours, Lu Zhuo had indulged a bit too much, yet his mind remained remarkably alert. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Fire! Run! Dense smoke billowed forth from the corridor, instantly throwing the crowd into chaos. Lu Zhuo staggered to his feet, his vision blurred by the smoke, instinctively reaching for his phone. He was jolted by the fleeing throng. Lu Zhuo, this way! Li Zhuo pulled him aside. Lu Zhuo stumbled toward the emergency exit, his ears filled with terrified screams and a cacophony of hurried footsteps. The acrid smoke stung his eyes and seared his throat. What on earth caused this sudden inferno? When you covered his mouth and nose, his voice muffled. Li Zhuo spat disdainfully. I heard the owner of this wretched bar was playing around, ditching a mistress who then retaliated by setting it ablaze. Just as they burst through the emergency exit, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. Lu Xiao, save me. Lu Zhuo whirled around, spotting the Omega who had shared drinks with him earlier, now crumpled on the ground, his leg twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. The man's face was ashen, desperately reaching out to him. Lu Zhuo, the fire is coming. Li Guxin shouta. Flames licked at the bar's doorframe, while thick smoke billowed upward into the night sky. Gu Lin had already carried Wen Yu out. Shen Zijin, his face smeared with soot, coughed incessantly, his eyes red from the smoke. Where's Lu Zhuo? Wen Yu descended from Gu Lin's back, looking at Shen Zijin beside him. They're just a bit behind us. At that moment, Li Zhuo burst out, glancing back at the inferno, his throat tightening. Lu Zhuo went back to save that Omega. Li Zhuo could not restrain him. As he attempted to return, the flames surged closer. Huo Qinye, who had been waiting outside for Lu Zhuo, emerged from his vehicle, scanning the crowd. Checking the location, he confirmed Lu Zhuo was still nearby. Suddenly, he spotted Wen Yu and the others. He hurried over, demanding, "Where's Lu Zhuo?" Li Zhuo opened his mouth to respond, but before he could speak, a deafening explosion erupted from the bar's second floor. Boom! The entire glass curtain wall shattered, and flames shot skyward. Lu Zhuo. Li Zhuo covered his mouth in shock. What was he thinking, saving that Omega, when you suddenly pointed toward the side door, screaming, "Over there!" through the smoke? Lu Zhuo staggered out, half of his sleeve charred black, cradling the unconscious Omega in his arms, his exposed forearms marred with burn scars. Huo Qinye's breath caught for a moment. Li Zhuo was the first to rush forward, his voice trembling. "Are you all right? Look at you. You're insane. You could have died." He called for my help. I couldn't just abandon him. Lu Zhuo coughed twice, his throat raw, yet he managed to smile, albeit faint. "You ran so fast. He did keep us company the whole night." All right. You're amazing." Li Zhuo was both furious and anxious as he hastily took the Omega from his arms and handed it over to the arriving medical personnel. Lu Zhuo shook his numb arm and walked towards Wen Yu and the others. It was then that he spotted Huo Qinye, standing a few steps away. His silhouette flickered in the firelight against the night, casting shadows that danced ominously. Huo Qinye quietly observed Lu Zhuo, his gaze as profound as a frozen lake, serene on the surface, yet tumultuous beneath. Lu Zhuo hesitated briefly in his steps. Wen Yu and Shen Zijin had already gathered around him, bombarding him with questions about his condition and any injuries he might have sustained. Lu Zhuo casually responded, yet his eyes drifted past them to Huo Qinye. Just moments ago, he had felt remarkably heroic, dashing into the flames to rescue others, even astonishing Wen Yu and the others. Surely, this would be a tale to boast about for some time. But upon seeing Huo Qinye, his confidence wavered. The night breeze carried ash towards him, and suddenly, the wound on his arm throbbed with a fiery pain. Huo Qinye remained still and silent. "Hey!" Lu Zhuo called out softly, his voice faint, yet Huo Qinye undoubtedly heard him. At last, Huo Qinye moved. approaching him with steady steps that inexplicably reminded Lu Zhuo of the oppressive atmosphere before a storm. Huo Qinye stood before Lu Zhuo, his gaze traversing the charred cuff of his sleeve, lingering on the injury on his arm, and finally resting on his face. Chapter 90. First love. Under Huo Qinye's intense scrutiny, Lu Zhuo weakly murmured, "My hand hurts so much." Huo Qinye grasped his wrist firmly as he led him toward the ambulance. Sensing Huo Qinye's lack of concern for his well-being, Lu Zhuo expressed his displeasure. "Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? Why did you come out so late at night? If it weren't for the incident, I had no intention of returning." Lu Zhuo felt the chill in Huo Qinye's demeanor. Earlier, everyone had surrounded him, yet Huo Qinye remained aloof. He guided Lu Zhuo to the ambulance parked nearby. The nurse instructed Lu Zhuo to sit at the back of the vehicle as she began to clean the burns on his arm. The moment the alcohol swab touched his wound, Lu Zhuo gasped sharply, instinctively recoiling. "Ouch, be gentle." Huo Qinye stood beside him, his eyes fixed intently on the gruesome injury. His lips pressed tightly together. "Nurse, please be gentle," Lu Zhuo pleaded, raising his eyes with a pitiful expression. The nurse replied with exasperation, "If I go too easy, the wound won't be cleaned properly, and that could lead to infection." Lu Zhuo exaggeratedly cried out, stealing glances at Huo Qinye. Noticing his silent presence, offering no words of comfort, he added, "Nurse, he is studying medicine too. Perhaps you should give it a try." The nurse looked at Huo Qinye in confusion. The air became tense for a couple of seconds. Just as Lu Zhuo thought Huo Qinye would refuse, he reached out and took the alcohol swab. "I'll do it. All right. But after this, you'll still need to go to the hospital for 4 fluids and medication," the nurse cautioned. Lu Zhuo lowered his head. Observing Huo Qinye's eyelashes casting shadows under the ambulance's overhead light, the curve of his nose particularly striking. His movements were gentle yet decisive, his fingertips occasionally brushing against unblemished skin, bringing a slight chill. Yet, he remained silent. "Did you just see me save an Omega? Isn't it impressive? Without me, he might have lost his life." Lu Zhuo initiated the conversation, unable to suppress his urge to boast. Huo Qinye remained silent, tending to the medical supplies. "Huo Qinye, I saved a person." Noticing his lack of response, Lu Zhuo reiterated, "I should be awarded a bravery prize." "Lu Zhuo, are you hoping for my praise?" Huo Qinye's voice was icy. "Who needs your praise? Why are you being so harsh?" "I'm not being harsh. Your voice is louder than mine right now," Huo Qinye replied, lifting his gaze to meet Lu Zhuo's. "Your tone just now was off. Then how would you like me to respond? Should I say you're amazing? Commend your bravery for rescuing an Omega in the dead of night at a bar?" Huo Qinye's gaze bore into him. Lu Zhuo looked into Huo Qinye's eyes, ready to retort, "Let's go to the hospital first. I'll have when you and the others take me. You don't need to feel obligated to follow me." Lu Zhuo insisted, "If I were feeling obligated, I wouldn't be here. I'm still your boyfriend." "You don't act like my boyfriend. Everyone else rushed over to check on me, and you just stood there." Huo Qinye offered no chance for Lu Zhuo to argue, pulling him into the car. "Huo Qinye, if I were injured while saving another Omega and lying in the hospital, would you praise me?" Huo Qinye finally turned to look at him, emotions swirling in his eyes. "Of course not," Lu Zhuo blurted out, then froze. He wished Huo Qinye had not saved that Omega. He didn't want Huo Qinye to be hurt in any way. Huo Qinye regarded him quietly, "Neither would I." He closed the car door. Throughout the journey, Huo Qinye did not speak again. Yet, Lu Zhuo's discontent gradually dissipated with that last statement. Huo Qinye arranged for a private hospital room for Lu Zhuo, and a nurse set up and while Huo Qinye went to fetch medication. Before long, when you and the others arrived to visit him, chattering away, "You really went overboard. I noticed Huo Qinye's expression wasn't great. You should go home and make it up to him." "Make it up to him? Why should I?" "You're right. I shouldn't spoil him." Lu Zhuo huffed, clear his throat. "What are you coughing for? You should learn from me. What kind of relationship is that? An alpha shouldn't be indulged. The more you spoil them, the more they take advantage." Lu Zhuo couldn't help but boast in front of his friends. After all, Huo Qinye had been attentive and caring, which added to his pride. "Qinye, li kuxingata." Huo Qinye acknowledged as he entered the room. Lu Zhuo stole a glance at Huo Qinye. Li Tsuxin smiled. "If I were in a relationship, I would definitely pamper my partner and indulge them. Shen Zijin agreed, yes. Indeed. Lu Zhuo. He glared at the two traitors, bewildered. Was boasting no longer allowed? Huo Qinye approached Lu Zhuo's bedside, the medication bag whispering softly as it moved. With his slender fingers, he extracted 2 white pills and looked at Lu Zhuo. Open your mouth. Lu Zhuo reflexively complied, and in the next moment, the slightly bitter pills were gently placed on his tongue. Before he could frown, Huo Qinye had already unscrewed a bottle of water, bringing the mouth of the bottle to his lips. Lu Zhuo took a couple of sips from his hand, the bitterness of the tablet somewhat diluted as his throat moved. The room fell into a sudden silence. When you felt a strange sense of redundancy among the three of them, especially since only Lu Zhuo bore the injury. It was reminiscent of a group of friends who took someone out only for that person to get hurt, and now the spouse had arrived. While they appeared courteous on the surface, one could only imagine the myriad of curses directed at them in their minds. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed through the hospital room. An Omega clad in a beige knit sweater entered. When Su Luoyin lifted his gaze and recognized the visitor, he was momentarily taken aback. Lu Zhuo, is it truly you? When you, sensing familiarity in the voice, queried, Su Luoyin, what brings you here? Su Luidang, the male Omega school beauty from their high school days, had been pursued by Lu Zhuo for 2 months back then. Lu Zhuo suddenly raised his head. Su Luoyin. As Su Luoyin stepped into the room, his gaze lingered on Lu Zhuo's arm, which was wrapped in bandages. Lu Zhuo, thank you for saving my brother. The air thickened for a moment. Your brother? Lu Zhuo's voice shifted in pitch. Today, that Omega is Su Yang, my biological brother. Su Luoyin regarded Lu Zhuo, explaining that his brother had insisted on meeting his savior as soon as he woke up, but the doctor had refused him. Hence, Su Luoyin had come first. He never expected it would be Lu Zhuo. Li Quixin nudged Wen Yu beside him. What's the situation? Do you know each other? Wen Yu whispered. Lu Zhuo's first love. First love. Li Quixin's voice suddenly rose. Now that you mention it, I recall that Omega, who worked part-time selling liquor bore, quite a resemblance. No wonder you risked your life to save him. Chapter 91. Drunken nonsense. Lu Zhuo shot them a glare. Stop talking nonsense. He couldn't even recall the Omega's face. Moreover, Su Luoyin was not his first love. It all stemmed from a fleeting glance at Huo Qinye, who had unscrewed the cap of a water bottle and placed it on the bedside table. Su Luoyin stood there, momentarily startled upon seeing Huo Qinye. The two had always been at odds during high school, and now it appeared Huo Qinye was tending to Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye turned and nodded at Su Luoyin as a greeting. He scarcely recalled this individual, only vaguely remembering him as the strawberry-flavored Omega whom Lu Zhuo had once pursued. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you all here, Su Luoyin remarked with a slight smile as he approached Lu Zhuo's bedside. Lu Zhuo, I apologize for causing you trouble. It's nothing, really, just a minor issue. Lu Zhuo waved his hand dismissively, attempting to appear nonchalant. I would have saved anyone. Li Quixin interjected with a hint of jealousy. I doubt that. You seem quite fond of that Omega, insisting on having him accompany you all night. Lu Zhuo swallowed hard. Casting another glance at Huo Qinye, I did nothing. I merely asked him to pour some wine. I know, Su Luoyin sighed. My brother works part-time at a bar, and I've always advised against it, but he refuses to listen. This incident serves as a lesson for him. Li Quixin skvutin Su Luidan Kolosi. He was a remarkably handsome and striking Omega. He glanced at Huo Qinye again. The sharp contours of his profile appeared particularly cold under the illumination of the hospital room. Yet, there was no denying his striking appearance. Exquisite, to say the least. Su Luoyin resembled sweet strawberry ice cream on a summer day, while Huo Qinye embodied the steadfastness of a snow-laden pine tree in winter. Two distinctly different styles, and it seemed Lu Zhuo had an affinity for all sorts of aesthetics. Perhaps he would also appreciate this particular one. Li Zixin felt there was still a glimmer of hope for him. Indeed, when everyone had fled, it was Lu Zhuo who rushed back to save him, fearful of arriving too late and failing to rescue him. Lu Zhuo genuinely wished to express that the Omega named Su Yang had called out for help, specifically imploring Lu Xiao to save him. Had he not called out, he might have simply fled. Yet, he had chosen to call out, naming names. Let us not dwell on that. Lu Zhuo interjected, it's all trivial, and we are all acquainted. Su Luoyin remarked, once you feel better, I shall treat you all to a meal. No need, really, Lu Zhuo gestured dismissively. You saved my brother. I must insist on treating you, Lu Xiao. Surely, you wouldn't decline such an invitation, Su Luoyin smiled. What about us? Are you just going to dine with the two of you? Li Tzuxin blinked in surprise. Of course, it will be a gathering. You both must join us. Su Luoyin replied as he opened his phone. Lu Zhuo, you still have that WeChat, right? Yes. Su Luoyin sent a message to Lu Zhuo, who glanced at his phone to find a thank you emoji. I shall take my leave now. We will be in touch, he said. All right. Lu Zhuo waved his hand. When you chuckled, then we shall also depart. I am utterly exhausted. Lu Zhuo, I can no longer accompany you. Lu Bao, I'm tired as well. Let us go. Let us go. Everyone, hurry and leave. No one asked you to stay. Lu Zhuo reclined against the bed. Li Tzuxin cleared his throat lightly. Qinye, perhaps you should return to rest while I keep watch over him. No need. I will stay. Huo Qinye replied. You all take care on your way back. Very well. We will take our leave then. Until next time, they said as they exited. The room was left with only Huo Qinye and Lu Zhuo. Will you be able to go home after your drip today? Huo Qinye inquired. I want to go home and sleep, Lu Zhuo replied. Understood. Approximately what time will you be able to leave? 4 o'clock, I suppose. 4 o'clock? Lu Zhuo fiddled with his phone. How about you head back first? And I'll take a taxi home? There's no need to coddle me, Huo Qinye said, looking at him. If you're tired, you should rest. Lu Zhuo observed Huo Qinye pulling out his phone, appearing disinclined to engage further, igniting a spark of unacknowledged frustration within him. Aren't you supposed to be going to the island? None of your concern, Huo Qinye replied tersely. I'll just call the auntie. I have when you and the others. Lu Zhuo turned his face away. Huo Qinye paused, his fingers hovering over the phone screen. You saved your first love's brother. And now you're eager to distance yourself from me. I have no such intention, Lu Zhuo exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, causing the 4-line to jostle. Huo Qinye remained silent, simply gazing at him, which made Lu Zhuo inexplicably uneasy. All right, fine. Lu Zhuo surrendered, reclining back down. If you insist on taking care of me, then so be it. The burden is yours, as is the sarcasm. He paused before adding, besides, wasn't Su Luoyin professing his feelings for you? He likes you. Not me. I don't recall. Huo Qinye's gaze darkened. Have you declared your feelings to many others? Impossible. Lu Zhuo felt a warmth in his ears. It was all because someone had confessed to him. Was he drunk? He pondered for a moment, realizing that it was even less likely he would confess to anyone while inebriated, as drunkenness often leads to nonsensical ramblings. As soon as he uttered those words, Huo Qinye's expression darkened. The atmosphere in the hospital room seemed to freeze. I understand, Huo Qinye said, rising to his feet. I'll step outside to make a call. You should rest. Lu Zhuo watched Huo Qinye's departing figure, slowly coming to the realization that he might have said something amiss. Had he perhaps said something while intoxicated? Or to Huo Qinye specifically? An inexplicable irritation began to brew within him. Regardless of the specifics, he could hardly recall. By the time he returned home, it was already past midnight. Lu Zhuo sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the bandaged skin of his left forearm. The doctor had diagnosed it as a mild burn. He gently touched the edge of the gauze with his fingertips. I suppose I shouldn't get this hand wet, he mused, glancing at Huo Qinye. Could you help me wash my hair? I'd rather not go to bed feeling unclean. Of course, Huo Qinye replied. They made their way to the bathroom. Lu Zhuo reclined in the bathtub, the water gently rippling. He tilted his head back, raising his arms high to keep the bandaging dry. Huo Qinye patiently washed his hair. When they finished and emerged from the bathroom, the sky outside was already beginning to lighten. Dressed in his pajamas, Lu Zhuo settled onto the sofa while Huo Qinye retrieved the hairdryer, his fingers weaving through Lu Zhuo's soft locks. The warm air hummed as Lu Zhuo felt drowsy, his head inadvertently resting against Huo Qinye's abdomen. This sensation was so soothing. He thought to himself that it would have been better had he returned home obediently. Huo Qinye, are you still going to delete the pictures from today? Lu Zhuo inquired tentatively. What do you think? Huo Qinye replied. Then don't delete them, Lu Zhuo stated. I don't think I performed so poorly. Huo Qinye set aside the hairdryer. Let us sleep, he suggested. The blackout curtains did their job well, enveloping the room in darkness. Save for the soft glow of the lamp, Lu Zhuo noticed the mattress beside him sinking slightly as Huo Qinye climbed in and closed his eyes. There were no words exchanged, nor any indication that he wished to cuddle. Chapter 92. Huo Qinye's first love. Huo Qinye. My hand really hurts. Lu Zhuo spoke up in the dark, his voice laced with a deliberately subdued note of grievance. What should I do? The mattress quivered slightly as Huo Qinye threw off the covers and got out of bed. What are you doing? Fetching some painkillers. Lu Zhuo watched Huo Qinye's retreating figure, feeling a knot tighten in his chest. He still cared for him, yet when it came time to sleep, he seemed distant. After taking the medication, silence fell over the room once more. Logically, having just bathed, he shouldn't feel sleepy so soon. Huo Qinye, go to sleep. Are you not working today? You're sleeping already after just showering? Lu Zhuo kicked him playfully. I can't sleep. Lu Zhuo tossed and turned, noticing that Huo Qinye showed no intention of addressing him. Propping himself up with one hand, he looked at Huo Qinye. I can't sleep. My hand really hurts. You're taking up so much space. I have nowhere to place my arm. Huo Qinye, stop pretending you can't hear me. Is it because of your first love that you suddenly don't want to sleep next to me? Huo Qinye opened his eyes. Who said anything about a first love? No, you're just acting strangely today. Huo Qinye sat up. I'm not a fruity omega. After spending so many days together, Lu Zhuo must be tired of me, right? What nonsense is this? What does being tired even mean? He would rather spend the night at a bar than come home to see me. I, Lu Zhuo, gazed at Huo Qinye's resentful eyes. They insisted on calling me. What could I do? I certainly wouldn't prioritize romance over friendship every day. Wait, of course. You aren't that kind of person, but you know what I mean. Lu Zhuo swallowed hard. Huo Qinye picked up his pillow. I clearly slept on the edge. Yet you still want to drive me away. What did I say to drive you away? Is it because I confessed to you? Are you trying to tell me that we are impossible? Huo Qinye clutched his pillow and stood up. When did you confess to me? Lu Zhuo was taken aback. That casual remark of yours counts as a confession? I can't believe that. Indeed, I am not a fruity omega. To resemble an omega who shares a bond with my first love, I dare to rush into a fire. An alpha at home doesn't need to be coddled. Huo Qinye remarked. I've already said he is not my first love. Lu Zhuo sat up and glared at Huo Qinye. You've been talking nonsense all night. How many times must I repeat myself? Then who is it? Huo Qinye looked at him earnestly. Why should I tell you? Oh. Huo Qinye clutched his pillow and walked outside. Come back. My shoulder hurts. You ought to take care of me when I wake up. Huo Qinye returned and lay back down. Lu Zhuo stared at him. Who is your first love? Do I know them? You must tell me. You do know them. Who? Who? Lu Zhuo frowned. Who is it? An alpha who likes fruity omega. An alpha who doesn't love coming home. I want to sleep now. Oh. Lu Zhuo watched as Huo Qinye tucked himself under the blanket and closed his eyes. Huo Qinye turned his back to him. Lu Zhuo stared at him. The alpha he was referring to must be himself. He kicked Huo Qinye's backside. What does it mean that you're turned away from me? It means nothing. I'm neither angry nor jealous. I am an alpha. You don't need to coax me or indulge me. Chapter 93. Not a particularly special pheromone. This thought inexplicably made Lu Zhuo's heart flutter, and his tone unconsciously carried a hint of pride. Huo Qinye, you truly like me, don't you? Am I your first love? Huo Qinye remained silent, merely tilting his head slightly. Lu Zhuo rested his elbow on Huo Qinye's shoulder and leaned in closer. When did you start feeling this way about me? Is it for real? He squinted, deliberately elongating his tone. You're not just saying this to see how I react, are you? Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo called him again, gently poking his arm. When did you start liking me? After spending these days together, you must be infatuated with me, right? Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Speak up. Why are you silent? You must not be waiting for me to coax you, are you? No. Huo Qinye finally spoke, his thin lips parting, his tone indifferent, ignoring everything else. He chose to respond only to this. Lu Zhuo gazed at Huo Qinye's profile, a sense of longing stirring within him. Huo Qinye's visage had always captivated him since childhood. His long, dense eyelashes, high nose bridge, and tightly pressed lips devoid of any smile today. He playfully touched Huo Qinye's face with his fingertips, teasing him. Are you truly angry? Why would you be? It's just that your boyfriend stayed out all night with another omega and got injured while being a gallant hero. What is there to be upset about? Lu Zhuo couldn't help but smirk. I can't just find an alpha to accompany me. And even if I called you, You wouldn't come. But you didn't call. Next time, I'll take you along, Lu Zhuo proposed. No need to force it, Huo Qinye replied. Lu Zhuo chuckled. It was the first time he had seen Huo Qinye like this. Not forcing it, Lu Zhuo remarked, but your behavior is rather poor. You should know that many people like me. Once the photos are deleted, if you wish to continue our relationship with your current demeanor, it won't work. Do you hear me? If you like me, you must show it. Perhaps I might even consider supporting you. Huo Qinye grasped the hand that was playfully touching his face. Let us sleep. My hand hurts, Lu Zhuo complained. I can't sleep. You need to think of a solution. Huo Qinye opened his eyes. You can't rub the wound. Speak less and rest more to heal quickly. Even so, I still can't sleep, Lu Zhuo insisted, gazing at Huo Qinye. If I can't sleep, you can't either. They locked eyes for a fleeting moment. Huo Qinye wrapped his arm around Lu Zhuo's waist and gently pressed him back onto the pillow. Lu Zhuo unexpectedly fell into the familiar embrace, his nose brushing against Huo Qinye's pajama collar. The subtle scent of shower gel mingling with body warmth, enveloping him like a gentle net. Why did you hug me? Lu Zhuo murmured in protest. Yet his forehead remained nestled against Huo Qinye's collarbone. It's my own doing, Huo Qinye sighed resignedly, his hand gliding along Lu Zhuo's back before resting at the edge of the bandaged arm. His voice was soft. Lu Zhuo, I don't care how you play, but don't injure yourself again. His fingertip gently traced the edge of the bandage. Lu Zhuo froze, a pang of bittersweetness washing over him. He felt the vibrations of Huo Qinye's chest, the warmth of his breath, and a barely perceptible kiss atop his head. They slept soundly until the afternoon. With Lu Zhuo awakening from hunger, Huo Qinye was no longer in bed, so he rose to find him. The kitchen echoed with the sound of a pot lid gently tapping, and Lu Zhuo shuffled over in his slippers. He spotted Huo Qinye head bowed, skimming the surface of the soup to remove the froth, the pot bubbling with steam, filling the room with a rich aroma. Are you making soup? Lu Zhuo inquired, drawing closer. Black fish soup, Huo Qinye replied, scooping a spoonful and blowing on it. It's good for your wound. Lu Zhuo gazed at the milky white broth in the spoon. Taste the seasoning. Huo Qinye offered the freshly filled spoon to his lips. Lu Zhuo opened his mouth to savor the broth, finding it delightfully flavorful. Your culinary skills are impressive. I didn't realize you could make soup. Go wash your face first. Dinner will be ready shortly. By the time Lu Zhuo finished freshening up, the table was set with bowls and chopsticks. The bright hues of stir-fried broccoli and carrots complemented the meticulously deboned black fish, while the milky fish soup steamed invitingly in a porcelain bowl. A small bowl of fish soup was already served in front of Lu Zhuo. How considerate. I'll grant you 2 points for that. Thank you, generous Lu Xiao. For the 2 points. The two finished a plate of broccoli, and there was no soup left. After they finished eating, Lu Zhuo lay down on the sofa while Huo Qinye washed the dishes. Unable to resist, he took out his phone and quietly aimed the camera at the kitchen. Huo Qinye, rolling up his sleeves while washing the dishes, resembled a painting steeped in the warmth of life. Huo Qinye loved himself, which is why he used photos to compel Lu Zhuo into a relationship with him. Upon reflection, it made a certain amount of sense. He was gay, and being so attractive, it was only natural that he would not be selective about whom he liked. At that moment, the phone lit up. Su Luoyan, has your shoulder improved? Is it still painful? Lu Zhuo glanced at Huo Qinye, who was washing the dishes. Lu Baba, it's fine, no need to worry. Su Luoyan, are you free on the evening of the 30th? Lu Baba, no need to treat us to a meal, we all know each other. Su Luoyan, then on the evening of the 30th, we'll be at private room 789 in Yinshangjin. Make sure to bring with you and the others, including Qinye. Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye dried his hands and walked over. Su Luoyan has invited us to dinner on the 30th and wants you to come too. If you don't wish to go, I will tell him you won't be attending. I will go. Aren't you busy? I can make time. Huo Qinye sat beside Lu Zhuo with a tube of ointment, gently lifting his injured arm. The bandage was meticulously unwrapped, revealing the scar underneath. There's no need to make a special effort. Lu Zhuo feigned indifference, stating that if you don't want to go, then don't. Huo Qinye lifted his gaze to meet Lu Zhuo's, his hands still working. You don't want me to go? His eyes fell upon Lu Zhuo's scar. His voice low. I want to see what kind of omega warrants such sacrifice from you. It must be a well-behaved an adorable omega, though I'm not sure what scent they possess. Lu Zhuo, quite curious, asked, "By the way, Huo Qinye, why can't I smell your pheromones? I can hardly recall what they smell like. An S-class alpha's pheromones must be very unique." Huo Qinye paused slightly, his gaze darkening. "Not particularly. The pheromones of an S-class alpha aren't that distinctive. Your own pheromones must captivate countless omegas. There is nothing remarkable about it. It's quite ordinary." Huo Qinye's voice was muffled. "You are anything but ordinary. You are not ordinary at all." Lu Zhuo could not comprehend why Huo Qinye would describe himself that way. The term ordinary should never be associated with Huo Qinye. Do not be so modest. I don't need to captivate omegas. Huo Qinye tied a beautiful bow for Lu Zhuo. Just then, the doorbell rang. When you and the others arrived, bringing a plethora of fruits and health supplements. "My goodness, I'm not even at the age for health supplements yet." "You must eat them," insisted Wen Yu with a smile. "If you don't, your wound will take longer to heal." Lu Zhuo informed Wen Yu and the others about the dinner on the 30th. "Sure, we'll all go. We can't let you and your first love dine alone. What if old feelings are rekindled? What about Arch-Nemesis?" exclaimed Li Kushin Ludli. "Not so. Why do you always undermine me? Do not speak nonsense." Lu Zhuo glared at Li Zhuo. He lowered his voice and said, "Regardless, he is still my boyfriend. If you keep saying such things, he will be displeased. Please refrain from speaking." "Oh, so you still consider his feelings," when you teased. Lu Zhuo glanced at Huo Qinye, who had just entered the room, sensing that he appeared rather displeased. "He cooks for me every day," Lu Zhuo remarked. "I cannot be entirely heartless." 10 days swiftly passed, and it was now the 30th. The injury on Lu Zhuo's arm had healed remarkably well. In all these days, none of them had mentioned deleting the photos. He dressed carefully, donning a long t-shirt to avoid exposing the wound. Lu Zhuo and Wen Yu arrived first, while Huo Qinye would drive over after finishing work. Upon arriving at the Yunshang Jin Hotel, Su Luoyan was already waiting for them, looking fresh and sunlit in a light beige shirt paired with jeans. "When you cannot help but compliment, we feel that our Su school beauty is becoming increasingly attractive." "Wen Yu, you are still so good at flattery," Su Luoyan replied. "But I speak the truth. Have you found a boyfriend? Who has time for romance?" Su Yang, who was in a wheelchair, was pushed over. "Lu Xiao?" Lu Zhuo inquired after him, and Su Yang appeared quite pleased. Li Zhuo looked at Su Yang and then at Su Luoyan, commenting, "You two brothers truly resemble each other. However, if I must say who is more handsome, it would be Su Luoyan." "Is Qinye not coming?" Su Luoyan asked. "He is, but he has some matters to attend to at the Research Institute. He is expected to arrive before 6, Su Luoyan nodded. "I often see him in news reports. He remains as formidable as ever." "Do you know Huo Qinye?" Lu Zhuo inquired of Su Yang. "Of course I do." After Su Luoyan and the others walked ahead, Su Yang tugged at Lu Zhuo's sleeve. "Lu Xiao, does Huo Qinye have a boyfriend?" "Why do you ask?" He lowered his voice. "I must tell you, but do not disclose this to others. He is the one my brother has liked since high school, and still does. Whenever he sees him on television, he stops to watch for a long time. He is my brother's first love." "Oh, so Huo Qinye has a boyfriend." Su Yang Oket Somohat Disherkanet. "Well, it cannot be helped. Indeed, one cannot be with their first love. First loves are meant for nostalgia." "Not necessarily." Su Yang glanced at Lu Zhuo, his face slightly flushed. "Lu Xiao, do you have a boyfriend?" "I do. But that day, I heard from Li Xiao that you and your boyfriend are in a fake relationship, claiming there are photos in that person's possession, which is why you are with him." He was drunk and rambling. Do not pay heed to his nonsensical chatter. They all entered the private room, where Su Luoyan and Su Yang's many friends were gathered. A large round table accommodated nearly 20 people. Su Luoyan instructed them to sit first, saying, "I shall wait by the door for Qinye." Chapter 94. Huo Qinye likes you. When you and Li Zhuo sat on either side of Lu Zhuo. Only 2 separated vacant seats remained at the table, meaning that when Huo Qinye arrived, he would be seated next to Su Luoyan. Lu Zhuo glanced at Li Zhuo and said, "You should sit over there. Let Huo Qinye take this seat." "Why?" Li Zhuo replied, slightly puzzled. "You might not know this, but Su Luoyan's first love is Huo Qinye." Wen Yu remarked with a smile, "Well, that's perfect. I think your school beauty looks rather charming. Let them be together." "I'm not moving," Li Zhuo protested. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. Huo Qinye and Su Luoyin walked in side by side, one exuding an air of cool detachment, the other radiating pure beauty, creating an illusion of perfect compatibility under the soft lighting. See? They actually look quite well matched, Li Zhuo teased in a hushed tone. If your eyesight is poor, you should have it checked, Huo Qinye retorted, his gaze sweeping across the seating arrangement before lingering on Lu Zhuo for a brief moment. He did not reserve a seat for himself. Instead, Huo Qinye chose to sit alongside Su Luoyin. Truly Huo Qinye. Su, you are quite impressive. You've even managed to invite him, remarked one of Su Luoyin's friends, most of whom were Omegas. At that moment, an excited Omega covered their mouth and exclaimed. He was the youngest recipient of last year's Lind Award in gland biology. You are even more handsome in person than on television. Thank you, Huo Qinye replied courteously. Su Luoyin introduced Lu Zhuo to her friends. They are all my high school classmates. By the way, this is Lu Zhuo, the one who saved my brother. This gathering is also to express our gratitude to him. Lu Zhuo, an Omega, suddenly gasped, the only son of the Lu family? I've seen him on the cover of financial magazines. I've heard that the Lu family is incredibly wealthy, and his maternal grandfather is a political figure in the alliance. His background must be unfathomable. A friend whispered in awe. Su, a friend beside her, gently nudged Su Luoyin with an elbow, eyes glimmering with envy. How come all your high school classmates are so remarkable? Su Luoyin's lips curled into a wry smile as she surveyed her elegantly dressed former classmates, raising her glass softly. Since everyone has arrived, let us commence the feast. The servers began bringing out the dishes one by one. Su Yang, assisted by someone, stood up, his face still somewhat pale, yet his demeanor was particularly earnest. He lifted his glass, bowing deeply to Lu Zhuo, his voice slightly hoarse but sincere. Lu Xiao, I owe you so much this time. When they all ran away at the bar, you were the only one who stopped to save me. Otherwise, I fear I would never have made it out and would not have seen my brother again. Lu Zhuo rose. No need for such sentimentality. It was merely a small matter. As long as you're all right. Thank you, Lu Xiao. Su Yang expressed his gratitude, understandingly toasting the others present. Lu Zhuo's gaze shifted to Huo Qinye, noticing that Su Luoyin had not poured him any wine, but had instead prepared a glass of non-alcoholic beverage for him. At the far end of the expansive round table, the conversation between Huo Qinye and Su Luoyin was entirely drowned out by the cacophony of the room. Lu Zhuo could only catch glimpses of their occasional smiles. Unbeknownst to him, as if discussing something amusing, Su Luoyin suddenly lifted her gaze towards Lu Zhuo, her smile deepening. Lu Zhuo's heart raced, and he downed a glass of wine. The icy liquid slid down his throat, failing to quell the restlessness within. Did she not claim to have feelings for him? Why was she so engrossed in conversation with another? Lu Zhuo narrowed his eyes, unconsciously tracing the rim of his glass with his fingertips. As the dinner concluded, the clock struck 8. Su Yang, seated in a wheelchair, addressed Lu Zhuo. Lu Xiao, once my legs are healed, I shall surely express my gratitude to you once more. Lu Zhuo replied, it was merely a small matter. No need for further thanks. Focus on your studies from now on, and do not cause your brother undue worry. Su Luoyin approached, expressing her appreciation. Thank you, Lu Zhuo, for being willing to join us for this meal. Lu Zhuo responded, we are all classmates. There is no need for such formality. As for thanks, I shall not disturb you further today. Qinye is waiting for you over there. He is not waiting for me, Su Luoyin stated. Oh, the last time we met at the hospital, I assumed you two were already together. Was I mistaken? Su Luoyin inquired with a hint of curiosity. We are both alphas. It is impossible for me to be with him. Lu Zhuo cast a glance into the distance, noticing that when you and the others had already departed, leaving only Huo Qinye by the car, awaiting her. Indeed, brother, please do not make wild assumptions. Both of them are in relationships, Su Yang interjected. So that is the case. I apologize for my misunderstanding. I genuinely believed you two would end up together. It seems rather unfortunate. This misunderstanding was quite substantial, and Lu Zhuo felt a twinge of guilt. Su Luoyin chuckled. I had always thought you two shared mutual affection. Being alphas should not hinder that. What do you see him liking me? He treats everyone the same. I do not believe so. I think his gaze towards you differs from how he looks at others. There is no difference. He smiles at everyone alike. Su Luoyin gazed intently at Lu Zhuo, a gentle perplexity evident in her eyes. It was clear they harbored feelings for one another. How had they not come together? Moreover, the affection still lingered. Though we were not in the same class before. I noticed that when you went down to play football, Qinye would often watch you from the corridor. He watched me? Really? Lu Zhuo's eyes widened in confusion. During high school, he and Qinye had been in the same class, yet they hardly spoke. In elementary school, they often played football together, but by high school, Huo Qinye had withdrawn from most athletic activities. Indeed, it is true, Su Luoyin affirmed, for I frequently observe him secretly, and thus I knew where his gaze lingered. Lu Zhuo, he likes you. This statement fell like a stone into a tranquil lake. Lu Zhuo's heart skipped a beat, then surged violently, reverberating in his ears. Huo Qinye liked him? Since high school? How could that be? Lu Zhuo's thoughts became a tangled mess. If Huo Qinye truly harbored feelings for him, why had he never initiated conversation? Observing Lu Zhuo's bewilderment, Su Luoyin could no longer contain her laughter. Previously, he had been perplexed as to why Huo Qinye would be fond of Lu Zhuo, who seemed merely a capricious rich heir, indulging in pleasures and causing disturbances. Yet, he had rescued his brother when everyone else fled in panic. Lu Zhuo, to be honest, your pursuit of me initially stemmed from your feelings for Huo Qinye. Did it not? Ah, Lu Zhuo brushed his hair back. That is not the case. Su Luidan's my. When Lu Zhuo pursued him, the entire school was aware, and naturally, Huo Qinye also knew. He had no interaction with Lu Zhuo. Yet suddenly, Lu Zhuo began to pursue him, claiming it was love at first sight and expressing a desire to date him. To be honest, Su Luoyin was not fond of the flamboyant Lu Zhuo. However, he noticed that ever since Lu Zhuo started pursuing him, Huo Qinye's gaze began to linger on him. Lu Zhuo would also express his affection for Su Luoyin in Huo Qinye's presence. Chapter 95, Huo Qinye, let me give it a try. He had inquired about the two of them, noting that they were sworn enemies, unable to stand each other. Yet Su Luoyin did not share this sentiment. Lu Zhuo's actions seemed deliberately crafted to catch Huo Qinye's attention. Each time Lu Zhuo professed his feelings for him, Su Luoyin would observe Huo Qinye from a distance. His expression calm, yet his eyes resembled heavy, looming clouds. Eventually, Su Luoyin rejected Lu Zhuo and mustered the courage to confess to Huo Qinye. He yearned to be the one to bring joy to Huo Qinye. Yet, it became evident that he was not the one capable of making Huo Qinye happy. Su Luoyin harbored feelings for Huo Qinye, and even now, those feelings remained. Just being able to sit together with him for a meal today filled him with joy. What? Lu Xiao, you pursue my brother? Su Luoyin playfully tapped Su Yang's head. You, mind your own business. Now that they both had boyfriends. He felt he had spoken out of turn today. He wished both him and Qinye happiness and bid farewell for the next encounter. Lu Zhuo nodded, watching Su Luoyin push his younger brother away, waving goodbye to him. He stood still for a moment before casting his gaze towards Huo Qinye, taking slow steps forward. Lu Zhuo recalled the reason he had pursued Su Luoyin in the first place. During the school awards ceremony, they stood together, and the crowd commented on how well-matched they appeared. It was said that Su Luoyin was preparing to confess to Huo Qinye, who would undoubtedly accept. In that moment of impulsivity, Lu Zhuo decided to pursue Su Luoyin, determined to claim what Huo Qinye cherished. Lu Zhuo found himself standing before Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye liked him. He had liked him since high school, and Lu Zhuo had been oblivious to it all. Why are you looking at me like that? Huo Qinye remarked, sensing something peculiar in Lu Zhuo's gaze. Lu Zhuo took a deep breath. If that was the case, then this game was his to win. You're quite handsome. Is it wrong to take a few extra glances? Lu Zhuo felt a surge of joy. Once they were in the car, Lu Zhuo's fingers playfully traced along Huo Qinye's thigh. With narrowed eyes and a voice laced with intoxication, he teased, Huo Qinye, why are your legs so long? Huo Qinye tightened his grip on the steering wheel, fastening his seatbelt. Ah, Lu Zhuo tilted his head, his eyes hazy as he looked at him. What seatbelt? I've fastened it. Huo Qinye turned towards him, assisting in securing the seatbelt. Their proximity suddenly diminished, and Lu Zhuo inhaled the scent that enveloped Huo Qinye. Leaning closer to Huo Qinye's ear, Lu Zhuo whispered, you smell delightful. Huo Qinye paused, fastening the seatbelt for Lu Zhuo, then discreetly withdrew his hand, retrieving a bottle of honey lemon drink for him. Take a sip. He twisted off the cap and handed it to Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo turned his head slightly, the tips of his hair brushing against Huo Qinye's wrist. You feed me, he said. Huo Qinye lowered his gaze to the face so close to him and lifted his hand to press the bottle's mouth against Lu Zhuo's lower lip. Lu Zhuo swallowed the sweet and sour liquid, his throat bobbing. Huo Qinye, if only you were an omega. Huo Qinye's eyes flickered downwards, remaining silent. Being an alpha is fine too. Lu Zhuo noticed the change in Huo Qinye's expression, realizing that his words could indeed provoke a different reaction from him. After returning home and taking a bath, Lu Zhuo comfortably lay on the bed, his hand wandering to Huo Qinye's waist. Huo Qinye had noted the drinks Lu Zhuo consumed earlier, deeming it insufficient to intoxicate him. Lu Zhuo was feigning drunkenness. What's wrong? Huo Qinye. It has been ages since I last touched an omega. Let me have a try. Try what? Huo Qinye stared at him intently. What do you think? Lu Zhuo's hand moved downward, emboldened by the alcohol coursing through him, with plans to feign forgetfulness upon waking. Huo Qinye grasped his wrist, removing his hand from beneath the covers. No, I want to sleep, Huo Qinye stated. Lu Zhuo was taken aback. He had admired Huo Qinye since high school, and now that he wanted to touch him, he was being denied sleep? You can't sleep, Lu Zhuo giggled. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Who doesn't know? Huo Qinye replied. That would all be a lie. If you do it, it becomes the truth, and they will naturally know. Huo Qinye refused. You can sleep with me, but I cannot sleep with you. I lack nothing compared to you. Huo Qinye, I feel great tonight. Trust me. I am experienced and will ensure your comfort. Huo Qinye gently pushed Lu Zhuo away. I'm going out to sleep. Wait, Huo Qinye, what do you mean? Why go out to sleep? Come here. Your performance has been lacking. I no longer wish to sleep with you, Huo Qinye said, looking at him earnestly. What? You like me? Not the other way around. Lu Zhuo's frustration flared. If anyone is to reject sleeping together, it should be me. Yes, I do like you. I may not have as much experience and might hurt you, but I refuse to be an omega's substitute or merely a vessel for your desires. Lu Zhuo was taken aback, watching as Huo Qinye walked away. What do you mean by a vessel for desires? Huo Qinye, how uncivilized of you. Fuming, Lu Zhuo followed him. Who allowed you to leave? I did, Huo Qinye replied. Is this how you express affection for someone? With such an attitude, how can I possibly like you? You possess no awareness. Lu Zhuo stood before the sofa, glaring at him. If you want me to be someone else's substitute, I neither like it nor can I comply. If you like me, you must heed my wishes. I will not listen. Huo Qinye lay down. You are drunk. Let's discuss this once you have sobered up. I'm not drunk. Lu Zhuo yanked the blanket from Huo Qinye, exclaiming, Who permitted you to sleep? I did. Lu Zhuo felt exasperated. He vowed he would not like Huo Qinye, who was utterly disobedient. He ripped the blanket away and seized Huo Qinye's pajama pants. Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye caught Lu Zhuo's hand. I have already rejected you. Rejected? The word struck Lu Zhuo like a spark. Rejected? You reject me? That is unacceptable. Only I possess the power to reject you. You cannot refuse me. It is you who holds affection for me, not the other way around. You are incapable of turning me away. This diverges entirely from the narrative he envisioned. It should have been a mere flirtation, causing Huo Qinye to be utterly captivated, followed by his own ridicule. Yet this too is amiss. Lu Zhuo, feeling indignant, pounced upon Huo Qinye, pinning him to the sofa, his hands exploring freely. Do not do that, Huo Qinye groaned softly. What do you mean by do not do that? This is how I treat you. Are you still pretending at home? I am well aware of your true nature. Lu Zhuo cast his gaze downward, a smirk playing on his lips. Huo Qinye's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Do not be mischievous. The scar on your hand might reopen. Then why not cooperate with me a bit? Lu Zhuo's chest rose and fell with agitation. Chapter 96. Soothing Huo Qinye regarded him with a solemn gaze. How would you like me to cooperate? I thought we were going out to dine together today. I presumed you would let me sit beside you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhuo's mind raced, recalling Huo Qinye's intimate moments with another omega. He had yet to settle the score. Yet, Huo Qinye was the one to engage in this matter first. He scoffed lightly, gripping Lu Zhuo's collar and leaning in to bite his neck. Did you not claim to dislike sitting beside me? Lu Zhuo retorted. Who was it that instigated the seat change? You were aware of how much I detested you then, and yet now you dare to hold this against me. As the words escaped his lips, he paused, startled by his own outburst, fingers instinctively tightening. Huo Qinye embraced him. If I am willing to cooperate with you, will you forgive me? Just moments ago, Lu Zhuo had felt anger, but Huo Qinye's words ignited a spark of joy within him. He nodded eagerly. If you are willing to be mine, I shall certainly overlook past grievances and forgive you. Very well. Really? You cannot deceive me. Lu Zhuo's voice was filled with excitement as he hastily shed his clothing, disregarding the wound on his wrist. He feared that Huo Qinye might change his mind in an instant. Huo Qinye observed Lu Zhuo's exuberance, his gaze darkening, as he reached out to caress Lu Zhuo's waist and murmured, "Will you kiss me and soothe me?" Without hesitation, Lu Zhuo leaned in, nearly colliding with Huo Qinye's lips, but softened his approach in that fleeting moment of contact. He captured Huo Qinye's lower lip, gently teasing it, his voice laced with allure. "Kiss, soothe, Huo Qinye. You are so obedient. I shall cherish you." Huo Qinye looked at the inebriated Lu Zhuo, who resembled a charming flirt attempting to entice someone to bed. He pursued Lu Zhuo, pressing a kiss to his lips. "How will you cherish me? Will you treat me as I have treated you?" Lu Zhuo's throat tightened with hesitation. "Are you unwilling?" Huo Qinye's fingers threaded through Lu Zhuo's hair as he drew closer, deepening the kiss. Each gentle sweep of Huo Qinye's tongue across Lu Zhuo's palate sent shivers through him, causing the hand that had been resting against Huo Qinye's ear to lose its strength. "You mentioned cherishing and soothing me. Is this reluctance?" Seeing Huo Qinye's alluring yet pained expression filled with longing, Lu Zhuo found himself willing to acquiesce to any request. Willing. I'm amenable to whatever you ask." Huo Qinye noted that the intoxicated Lu Zhuo was notably more engaging and agreeable. Lu Zhuo mimicked Huo Qinye's actions, planting a kiss on his lips before burying himself in the crook of his neck. "Huo Qinye, you truly possess an enchanting fragrance." Lu Zhuo could not resist the urge to inhale Huo Qinye's pheromones. He implored, "Allow me to savor it. Perhaps it will heighten my excitement. You are already quite exhilarated. I certainly do not wish for your enjoyment to conclude too swiftly." Lu Zhuo, irritated, retorted, "Is this how you speak? Watch as I deal with you today." Just moments ago, he had promised to soothe him, and now he threatened to discipline him, exhibiting no tenderness whatsoever. Huo Qinye pushed him away, as if intending to depart. Lu Zhuo restrained him. "All right, it's my fault. He felt utterly helpless. Yet the thought that Huo Qinye would soon belong to him stirred an indescribable excitement within him. Reluctantly, he decided to placate him for the time being. Huo Qinye gazed intently at Lu Zhuo, his eyes deep and dark as the night, his Adam's apple bobbing gently. He raised his hand to caress Lu Zhuo's hair. His voice a low, husky whisper, "Baby." The way he pronounced those two syllables was both soft and seductive, like a feather brushing against the heart, imbued with an ineffable tenderness. Chapter 97. Huo Qinye's endurance. Moments later, a soft sigh escaped Huo Qinye's throat. Lu Zhuo lifted his head. "Is this all you can endure?" His tone was filled with delight and a sense of accomplishment. Allowing Huo Qinye to mock him didn't seem so formidable. Huo Qinye sealed Lu Zhuo's lips with his heated breath, transforming Lu Zhuo's playful banter into a soft whimper. Nevertheless, he remained mindful of the paramount matter of the evening. "Do not rise," he gasped, pressing Huo Qinye's shoulders down. "Just lie still." At that moment, the doorbell rang abruptly. Someone was at the door. Huo Qinye turned his head towards the entrance. Lu Zhuo hastily turned his face back, his eyes filled with urgency. "Even if the King of Heaven himself arrives, do not open the door." Lu Zhuo was unconcerned. He had already tried to placate Huo Qinye, and now it was his turn to revel in his desires. He yearned for Huo Qinye to be his, to mark him so that others would recognize that he belonged to someone. He wanted to witness whether Huo Qinye would dare to attract attention from others in the future. "Lu Zhuo, open the door." Yan Yu's voice permeated through the door. Lu Zhuo stiffened, resembling a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, instantly deflating. "Mother? Why is my mother here?" Should he open the door for her? It might be a mistake, perhaps he misheard. Lu Zhuo panted, suggesting, "Shall we pretend we're not home?" "That seems improper. The lights are on," Huo Qinye reminded him. "Fine. Fine, we will continue after mother leaves, but you must not play tricks. Lu Zhuo cast a reluctant glance at Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye slowly buttoned his shirt, from the bottom to the top, appearing no different from his usual self. However, Lu Zhuo felt utterly distressed, as if he were a roasted duck that had suddenly flown away. Nothing could be more disheartening. Huo Qinye donned his clothes, assisted Lu Zhuo in dressing, and adjusted his trousers. Calm down, Huo Qinye said, ruffling his disheveled hair. I'll wash my face and then open the door. Lu Zhuo lamented. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Huo Qinye leaned down to plant a kiss on his rosy lips. Thank you, baby. That term, baby, detonated within Lu Zhuo like a bomb, igniting a fire within him. Who's your baby? You truly have no shame. Lu Zhuo nearly fled into the bathroom, burying his face in cold water. The icy water cascaded over his flushed cheeks, and only then did he belatedly realize the absurdity of his recent actions. Insanity. He must be insane. As the door swung open, Yinyu's previously furrowed brow relaxed upon recognizing Huo Qinye. Qinye, what brings you here? In-IE, he replied. Yinyu murmured, I'll be thrilled when I finally hear you call me mom. That will happen, he assured her. With uncontainable joy, Yinyu linked her arm around Huo Qinye's shoulder, exclaiming, We had an agreement, and your father and I are waiting. Where's that little rascal of mine? He hasn't opened the door for ages. Lu Zhuo sauntered out of his room, Mom. Did you not hear the doorbell ringing for so long? Mom, what brings you here so late? He muttered. Ah, your tone suggests you didn't wish for my arrival, Yinyu replied, placing her bag on the sofa and glancing at the slightly wrinkled fabric. I was out for a bit, and since I happened to pass by here, I mentioned it had been a while since she last cleaned up. I thought I'd check if you'd been out gallivanting. Yinyu observed the house, which appeared quite tidy. No, I wasn't gallivanting, he retorted, noting the identical slippers worn by Huo Qinye and Lu Zhuo. Are there any more slippers? None left. I'm staying here tonight. I'm utterly exhausted, Lu Zhuo replied, furrowing his brow. Lu Zhuo, have you grown so independent that you no longer need your mother? What is that expression? You haven't called home in days, and now that I'm here, you wish to chase me away. Yinyu scolded, feigning sadness. I didn't Yinyu didn't bother to confront him further, maintaining her sorrowful demeanor. Is Qinye staying here as well? Mom. Lu Zhuo helped a classmate who was injured a few days ago. He didn't want you to worry, so he isn't called. I came to care for him for a few days, Yinyu explained. What? Xiao Zhuo, you're injured? Let me see, she said, moving closer. It's nothing, Mom. I'm almost healed. I just didn't want to make you anxious, Lu Zhuo replied. Yinyu examined his wound. Such a large mark. I'll inform your father that I'm staying for a few days to take good care of you. Mom, I'm mostly fine. I don't need anyone to look after me, Lu Zhuo insisted, glancing at Huo Qinye, who still had matters to attend to. No, I must take care of both of you, Yinyu declared, surveying the 2 guest rooms, which appeared uninhabited. You didn't let Qinye sleep on the sofa, did you? Qinye came to help you, and you're being rather inconsiderate, she chided. Auntie, you misunderstood. A couple of days ago, his hand was injured, so I shared a bed with him, Lu Zhuo clarified. Oh, is that so? Yinyu brightened, adding, Qinye shouldn't sleep on the sofa. You're well enough. Don't burden him with your care tonight. Qinye, you will take the larger room. Yinyu proceeded into the smaller side room with her bag. Lu Zhuo approached Huo Qinye, who told you to mention that I shared a bed with you to my mom. It's not a big deal. How is it not? People might think otherwise. Only you are thinking otherwise, Huo Qinye replied, moving to the sofa to retrieve his pillow before entering another room. Lu Zhuo followed him inside, lowering his voice. What do you mean? Don't think you can play tricks. You mustn't lock the door. I will come to find you later. Huo Qinye glanced at the time. It's 10 o'clock. I'm tired. Huo Qinye, what are you shouting for? Xiao Zhuo, why are you following Qinye? He has matters to attend to tomorrow. Let him rest early. Lu Zhuo's dark eyes fixed on him. You mustn't lock the door. Huo Qinye was amused by his adorable demeanor. Understood, my boyfriend, I will leave the door open for you. Lu Zhuo entered the room, glanced at the bedside lamp, and unplugged it to bring it to Huo Qinye, lest he stumble in later without seeing the way. He approached Huo Qinye with the lamp. Why are you throwing away your new lamp? Don't you like it? Yinyu asked, holding a cup of water. I'm taking it to Huo Qinye. Everyone is asleep. What use is a lamp? It's not a good habit to sleep with the light on. Lu Zhuo whispered. Mom, keep your voice down. Huo Qinye is afraid of the dark. The smile faded from Yu's face. Is that true? How can he be afraid of the dark? Really, after all, he's your son. I'm just letting you know, don't act like you don't understand him, Lu Zhuo murmured softly. Why would he be afraid of the dark? Yu was puzzled. Huo Qinye was an S-class alpha. How could he possibly fear darkness? I don't know. I've never asked. Yu unconsciously furrowed her brow. Then you should bring him the lamp. Lu Zhuo pushed the door open, where Huo Qinye was taking a blanket from the cupboard. He placed the lamp on the bedside table and, as Huo Qinye set the blanket down, playfully slapped his backside. How is it? Your boyfriend treats you well, right? Huo Qinye gazed deeply at Lu Zhuo. Amichim. You mustn't lock the door, Lu Zhuo warned, fearing Huo Qinye might play tricks. Understood. I'll lock the door when you arrive, Huo Qinye said, leaning down to kiss his cheek. You. Lu Zhuo's face flushed slightly. What's wrong? You slapped my backside, so I kissed you. It's quite fair. All right. Tonight, I'll let you kiss me as much as you want. I won't spare you even when you're asleep. Lu Zhuo watched as Huo Qinye turned on the lamp. He turned off the main light as he exited and closed the door behind him. Yu was seated on the sofa, and Lu Zhuo cheerfully approached. Mom, aren't you tired? You should rest early. Come here. What is it? Lu Zhuo sat beside Yu. Did you just ask why Qinye is afraid of the dark? I didn't ask. Being afraid of the dark isn't a big deal, right? Lu Zhuo replied with a smile. Maybe he's just a bit timid. How can an ordinary person be afraid of the dark? Yu's gaze shifted slightly, her voice rising a bit. Lu Zhuo was taken aback. Yu inquired, how do you know Qinye is afraid of the dark? Does he sleep with the lights on every night? Lu Zhuo nodded, recounting the incident from their childhood at the Earthquake Museum, recalling how Huo Qinye had been too frightened to move, curling up in that moment. Yu's eyes gradually turned red, her fingertips deeply embedded in the sofa cushion. How could this happen, Mom? I have a friend. Her voice trailed off, recalling how her friend's child went missing at the age of 5, confined by a drunken man in a pitch-black wooden box for 2 whole days. After being found, the child could no longer bear to be in darkness. Sometimes during power outages, he would freeze in fear, drenched in cold sweat, just as you described. You often say that Auntie Hua and Uncle Hua are strict with Qinye, but then again, Lin Yun saved me. If it weren't for her, my child might not have been born safely. Mom, please don't overthink it. I'll find an opportunity to ask Qinye. Okay? She nodded, her mind involuntarily conjuring the image of her friend's child cowering in a corner, drenched in cold sweat, too frightened to even cry out. The thought of Qinye experiencing something similar unsettled her. Lu Zhuo escorted Yu back to her room and closed the door behind her. Lingering on the doorknob for a moment, a sense of heaviness enveloped him. Would a normal person really react like Huo Qinye does to darkness? He stepped into Huo Qinye's room, where the bedside lamp was dim, but not overly so. Huo Qinye was sitting on the bed, responding to messages. With a click, Lu Zhuo locked the door behind him. Huo Qinye turned off his phone, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You arrived so quickly. Aren't you afraid Auntie will find out? I was worried you'd be waiting too long, Lu Zhuo replied as he approached, his fingers teasingly brushing against the buttons of Huo Qinye's nightgown. Hey, Huo Qinye, are you still afraid of the dark? I want to turn off the lights. The dark ambience might allow us to be more uninhibited. Chapter 98. Lu Zhuo was learning. Huo Qinye grasped Lu Zhuo's hand, shaking his head. That won't do. Why not? I want you to look at me, to truly see me. Otherwise, it will be the same with the lights off. Who would know whom you perceive me to be? Who could I possibly think you are? I'm not that kind of person. Lu Zhuo attempted to turn off the lights, but Huo Qinye did not let go. Who knows? Huo Qinye's voice was husky. Maybe I'm some fruit-flavored omega. I don't like fruit-flavored omegas. And you are Huo Qinye. Who could mistake you for someone else? Lu Zhuo leaned forward, their noses almost touching, their warm breaths mingling. Huo Qinye nuzzled against him gently. So what do we do now? Lu Zhuo looked at Huo Qinye's face, suddenly feeling deflated as he settled onto the edge of the bed. What's wrong? Can't you even grant this small request? Lu Zhuo turned his face away, his voice subdued. You just want to be difficult. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, squeezing his fingers. You know I fear the dark. Who is truly being obstinate here? How old are you still fearing the dark? Lu Zhuo challenged, gazing at him with discontent. Only those with emotional scars would have such quirks. Did you suffer abuse as a child? Lu Zhuo's breath became lighter as he fixed his gaze on Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye laughed lightly. What is so funny? I've seen it on television. ISNT it that your parents locked you in a small dark room, denying you food and water, which is why you began to fear the dark. Lu Zhuo's heartbeat quickened. Yes. Lu Zhuo froze, his extremities turning cold. Huo Qinye grasped his hand. Yes. They kept me in a small dark room, deprived of sleep, food, and water. Lu Zhuo's heart tightened. How vexing. How could this be? If I do not secure the top position, I will face the consequences. Huo Qinye chuckled lightly, placing his hand over Lu Zhuo's hand. You see how pitiable I am. You must indulge me more. Huo Qinye, I am speaking seriously. Are you jesting with me? Huo Qinye wrapped his arm around her, drawing Lu Zhuo into his embrace. My dear boyfriend, it's late. Do not be angry. His voice brushed against her ear, warm and soothing. Release me. Lu Zhuo struggled, but could not break free. The door is locked. Do you wish to kiss? Kiss? Why would I kiss? Then why are you afraid of the dark? One cannot simply be born with a fear of darkness, can they? You shouldn't be so terrified that you need to sleep with the lights on every night. A glimmer of amusement danced in Huo Qinye's eyes. You wish to understand me. Do not flatter yourself. I have no desire to understand you. I do not wish to sleep with the lights on every night. Do you not realize that if it were not for sleeping beside you, I would not need the lights on at all? They disrupt my slumber. Noticing Huo Qinye falling silent, Lu Zhuo turned to face him. Why are you truly afraid of the dark? If it is not a psychological issue, why can you not sleep with the lights off? Do you not like me? Do you not wish to be with me always? I cannot be the one to accommodate you every day. When I was a child, I accidentally got locked inside a box. How foolish. Lu Zhuo blurted out. Did you not call for help? I was asleep. Suddenly, Lu Zhuo recalled that both his parents were busy doctors. How long were you locked in? 1 or 2 days, I cannot quite recall. Huo Qinye leaned closer. Lu Zhuo, you feel sympathy for me. Who cares about you? Lu Zhuo stood. I'm going to sleep. His wrist was grasped firmly. With your words, I am reminded of my childhood, and I'm a bit frightened. The light is on. What is there to fear? Lu Zhuo sat back down on the bed. Shifting inward, Huo Qinye relinquished some space, and when Lu Zhuo lay down, he wrapped his arm around her waist, inhaling her scent. Having you here brings me great comfort. Do not take advantage of me. I suffered a great loss today. You feigned vulnerability to elicit my mercy, did you not? I do not think that much. Huo Qinye smiled. If it brings you joy, I am content. You only know how to say such things. Lu Zhuo lightly scoffed, turning away from him. Neither spoke further. Once Lu Zhuo fell asleep, Huo Qinye slowly opened his eyes. He adjusted his position, drawing Lu Zhuo closer, ensuring her face was fully oriented toward him. The warm light gently illuminated her features, casting delicate shadows from her long eyelashes that quivered with each breath. Her lovely lips were relaxed, exuding an adorable charm. Huo Qinye's gaze lingered on her serene face as he tightened his embrace around her waist, resting his chin atop her head. This was enough. There were some things Huo Qinye wished Lu Zhuo would never discover. In the morning, Lu Zhuo jolted awake, realizing she needed to return to her own room. When she opened her eyes, relief washed over her. She was indeed in her own room. At that moment, Yin Yu's voice rang out from outside. Get up. They have arrived. Lu Zhuo yawned and walked out. Mom, Qinye has already finished and left. You should hurry. As Lu Zhuo approached Yin Yu, she recounted what Huo Qinye had said the previous night. Upon hearing it, Yin Yu felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Yin Yu glanced at Lu Zhuo and said, Mother is aware, and little Zhuo, you ought to treat Qinye with a bit more kindness, all right? Please help take care of him for me. If your relationship improves, it would certainly bring me joy. Understood. I have already arranged for him to stay over, Lu Zhuo replied. Yin Yu cradled Lu Zhuo's face in her hands, exclaiming, My son is so considerate. Mom, may I take my sports car out for a drive? When Qinye is tired from work, I could pick him up. It's rather inconvenient without a car. Very well. I shall have Qi Yao bring it over later. Thank you, Mom. You are the best. Yin Yu stayed with them for 3 days, preparing breakfast and dinner for the two of them each day, feeling immensely happy, especially witnessing the improvement in their relationship. Lu Zhuo took his long-neglected sports car for a spin. He sent a message to Huo Qinye, stating that he would pick him up after he disembarked that evening. No, I have matters to attend to and will not be returning for a few days. Lu Zhuo felt displeased. During Yinyu's stay, they had not shared a bed. Yinyu enjoyed watching television at night, occupying the living room, leaving Lu Zhuo with no opportunity to sneak in and attend to more intimate matters. Finally, with his mother gone, Huo Qinye was still absent. What does this mean? Is it intentional? You owe me a debt that remains unpaid. It's not that. There has been an issue with the research data that requires my presence here for at least 2 more days. Fine, I shall grant you 2 days, but otherwise, I may have to seek out Omega. Lu Zhuo couldn't help but smile slightly. 2 days would suffice. He could use this time to prepare adequately. Lacking experience, he feared that any misstep might lead to Huo Qinye's ridicule. He requested some footage from Yinyu, who sent him 100 exquisite pieces. Upon returning home, Lu Zhuo projected the footage onto the television, ready to study diligently.